Chapter 1. From Prisoner to Chosen One. In the depths of the undead prison with the light barely shining through was a blond man sitting against a wall sighing at his predicament. While some of the people in this land were ghastly or almost just skin and bone. This man in question was a healthy-looking individual with bright blonde hair that shines like the sun, blue eyes that were staring at the wall in boredom, and he is wearing an unusual orange and black jumpsuit that was faded and tattered in certain parts. Well, Kurama, this is quite the predicament we are in. No shit, brat, I swear you used to have very good luck with everything. Don't I know it, but at least you are still here and that we can still communicate, but are you sure about everything else? Yeah, whatever the fuck is with this land is interfering with our chakra. Naruto Uzumaki, age 20, could only sigh at what his life had become. Flashback. Riding a boat, Naruto could only watch as the coasts of the elemental nations were getting farther and farther away and he could only scoff. Sacrificed everything and anything and still get the shaft, well fuck them. Let them all fix their own problems. Naruto turned and saw the captain driving outward, and the further away they got the more he started to feel something off. What the fuck? The ship started shifting around, and he could barely use his chakra to keep himself upright, but while he is rushing to the captain to help him steer the ship, he then felt an ominous presence and soon looked up. A massive being was moving around in the water and he couldn't tell what it was due to the storm that was now forming around them and blocking off his view of the creature in question. But he could easily measure the creature was bigger than any serpent creature he has ever seen, but not to the size of the Jubi if he was accurately guessing. The creature moved through the water slowly but soon submerged. Kurama, can you sense whatever that was? No, whatever that thing was, I can't fathom it. The thing has a presence I have never sensed before. No, it is even greater than the Sage and Kagaya. The power it radiated is off the scale and it feels like it wasn't even trying. Seriously, then we are fucked if that thing decides to make a meal. Kid behind us. Naruto quickly shifted his head to the rear of the boat and saw the creature rising out of the water. But the creature itself was covered in darkness, or at least scales that made it look like darkness. The being's eyes burned bright orange and radiated power he had never seen before. The creature's gaze was focused on him and he could see it craning its neck down to him and looking very closely at him. Naruto could feel it in every bone of his body. The monster was beyond the Jubi. No, it was even beyond Kagaya. Nothing he has seen up to this point could compare to this monster. It was as if he was in the presence of an all-powerful being that could swallow the world and no one could stop it. The creature slowly opened its mouth and he could hear it hiss, and the smell of its breath made Naruto gag and cough for air. He collapsed on the deck. Kid, something wrong, I can't stop the effect of this creature's breath. Naruto could barely keep his eyes open, but he saw the captain freak and jump off the ship off the side, but then he heard the faint screams of the man, figuring he must have been eaten by something in the water or he was swept up in the waves. Quote YWPRA circumflex IE. TNEWLORDFTE diaresis GREATR. Will. Quote. The darkness soon consumed him and Naruto passed out on the back of the ship while Kurama was screaming at him, and then soon complete darkness overtook him. Time skip. The light shined brightly and Naruto waved his hand over his face and noticed that he was still alive. Kurama, are you there? Silence. Naruto frowned, hoping that nothing bad had happened to his friend from that creature. Whatever it was, that thing is not something I want to encounter again anytime soon. Sitting up, Naruto noticed something was off, and after trying something he was shocked. My chakra, what the fuck just happened? Look, I found one. Turning his head, Naruto saw some armored men walking up to him, and before he could say a word he was sent into the darkness with the blunt force of a powerful strike to the face. Flashback end. This is how Naruto now found himself in a prison cell of sorts. Sitting there waiting for something or someone to come and talk to him. But that was almost 3 days ago, and honestly, he was getting tired and hungry from the lack of attention or care. Kurama, what do sense? I'm not sure, brat, but I know for a fact that those things in the hallway are not normal. More, they seem to be carrying themselves almost as if there is no hope or purpose to their existence and are only seeking the end. So suicidal, huh? Well, I might end up like them if I don't find a way out of this shithole. I mean, no food, water, or any care. No one has come to confront me about my appearance, and now I'm just waiting for fucking something. Calm yourself, kid, no point in getting yourself all worked up. We don't know how to break out of this cage, and without our chakra we are both sitting here with nothing helping our case. But I guess the good news is that I managed to sense out this unknown substance that is in our body now, but I can't use it or manipulate it. Might be something unique to this region in the world. Well, how is that possible though? I mean, do you think that thing that we saw gave it to us? It's possible, but I'm not 100% sure, so for now we need to play things by ear. I mean someone is going to do something or something is going to happen, and we are going to get out of his prison and find out where the fuck we are. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, like a corpse will fall from the sky and free us. A thud was heard, and Naruto saw it was a corpse, and around the being's neck was a key. Looking up he saw a man dressed in armor that covered his head and body and carrying a shield in his hand with a long sword on his back. He looked at him and then walked away. Okay, thanks I guess. Naruto stood up and walked up to the body and quickly took the key off from around the man's neck. Walking up, he quickly noticed something else hanging off the guy and he removed it, showing it to be a broken sword with just enough of the metal there to make it into a makeshift dagger. Well, better than barehanded I guess. Naruto walked up to the gate and quickly put it into the locked door and walked out of the cell. Seeing some of the corpse people hanging around the hall, he quickly moved up to them and with one he slammed the blade into the back of his head, sending him collapsing to the ground with his body turning to dust. Naruto gave a silent prayer until he saw the other corpse man shambling toward him, and without warning, he darted to the creature and slammed the blade into his chest, making it scream at first, but Naruto then put his hands on his head and with a quick twist, snapped his neck. The creature fell to his knees and turned to dust, letting his makeshift weapon clatter on the ground. Hearing a thud, Naruto turned to his right after picking up his weapon and saw a giant green demon walking around on the other side of the bars. The creature easily towers over most small buildings and could almost reach the second floor of a larger building if he could jump up and grab the ledge. Naruto could see the creature's horns stretching out in different directions before seeing his dark red eyes glaring around the room, just waiting for something or someone to get in his way. That big hammer is something to end most arguments and not something I want to be hit by. But it looks like he is not mobile and those little wings on his back are not built to carry someone of his weight and height too high up in the sky, so that might be something to remember if I run into someone like him in the future. Naruto turned his attention away from the creature and proceeded up the hallway again, and this time he came to a small opening where in front of him in a small puddle of water was another one of those near-death creatures, and it looked like it either didn't notice his presence or didn't care. Naruto quickly threw his broken weapon up and without hesitation caught it and threw it with all of his strength right into its head. The creature moaned from the pain and then it again disappeared into dust, letting his weapon fall into the water. Naruto slowly dropped down into the water and sighed. Not like this damn thing wasn't going to get that much worse. Picking his weapon out of the water, but why is it everyone is turning to dust after I kill them though? This bear investigation, but first I got to find some way out of this fucking prison. Hopefully, the big guy doesn't come looking for me. Naruto turned to his right and saw a ladder at the end of a small hallway and smiled. Well, the only way to go is up, so up I go. Naruto walked to the ladder and before long, he manages to find the surface after leaving the final room. From there, he walks over to the gate and saw a sword in the middle of what looked like a bonfire and he frowned. Weird, I wonder who set this up. Touch it, ignite the flame and you shall find comfort. What the fuck, Kurama, was that you? No, what are you talking about? I swear I just heard a voice but I can't tell where it came from. Looking around, Naruto frowned. I mean, I didn't just hear shit, did I? Who knows? Honestly, whatever that thing did, it messed with us badly. I think it is best to just try and get this fire started and worry about getting out of this prison before worrying if we are going crazy. True. Naruto walked up to the sword and frowned. Where the fuck am I supposed to get wood to light this thing? Hold your hand out and focus on it and the fire shall start. That fucking voice again. Naruto, seeing nothing to lose, did as the voice instructed and held his hand out. In seconds a small flame appeared at the bottom of the sword and he frowned. Well, this is awkward. Naruto looked at his hand before aiming it at the wall. He tried to will a fireball to appear and fire it, but nothing happened. Looking down he sighed. Yes, it is just something I can do in this situation or with stuff like this. Naruto took a seat at the bonfire and sighed. Okay, first got to get out of this place. Naruto looked down at his near broken weapon that was rusted up in the worst way, but I need better gear than this little thing. I guess if the undead is walking around then I best take their stuff instead. Standing up he stretched out his back and walked up the stairs and pushed open the doors, showing a small courtyard, and he smiled seeing the doors straight ahead of him. Well, should be a straight shot of this if all goes well. Naruto began walking forward and right when he thinks he is about to open the door. Look out. Looking up, Naruto sees something falling down and quickly rolls and runs backward away from the sudden explosion of dirt and debris. Looking through the dirt he sees the same creature from before, but he got a clearer look at him and he says, "Man, you're uglier up close, not even your mother could love you." The creature released a grunt. You understood that? The creature lifted his hammer and swung it down, causing a massive explosion of dirt and even causing some of the pillars to break down after the strike due to the pure power of the shockwave. Well, fuck this. Naruto looked around the area and saw there was no other weapon in the immediate vicinity, but he did see a door that was open to the far left side. So, seeing the creature closing in on him, he waited to see what its next move was going to be. Luckily for him, he saw the creature starting to fly up into the sky that allowed him a window where he ran to the left side of the area, against the wall, and into the door. When the creature came back down, it rained another massive explosion of dirt and debris. The door had closed shut behind him and he sighed before rushing down the door, not wanting to test the creature if it could slam his club and bash the door down to get another chance to kill him on the spot. Seeing another sword in the middle of a bonfire, he quickly held his hand out again and had it light up before saying, "Kurama, we need better gear if I'm going to fight something like that." Agreed, that thing is not that powerful if I'm being honest, but without our other skills there is no way we can take it up in a straight up fight like normal. Wait, what about just my physical skills? I mean, I know I'm stronger and faster than this. Unfortunately that was chakra that helped your body subconsciously. Meaning, that without it your body can't push itself beyond the limits that most humans can achieve when they are at their physical peak. However, it looks like your stamina and speed are higher than normal still, so that is something, but we are going to need to be careful with creatures like that. They might kill us with a single move and I don't know if I'll return if that happens. Naruto sighed and nodded his head. Well, first things first, finding better weapons, and I got the feeling heading down this way, we might find some. Exiting out of the darkened room, he entered a long narrow hallway in the open air and he narrowed his eyes, seeing some kind of undead being standing there at the other side. He widened when he saw him pulling back on some kind of weapon in his hand and knew right away it was a bow, and now coming at him was an arrow. Without hesitation, he quickly rolled under the arrow and ducked into the right side next to a dead body that had something lying on top of his chest. Reaching over, he smiled. Finally, at least something that I can use. Naruto, that is a fucking shield. Exactly. Naruto picked up the shield and seeing the undead at the end of the hall with his bow still aimed, he quickly started rushing toward the undead before having an arrow hit his shield and it just being stuck in place while he closes the distance. He quickly removes the small weapon with his right hand and slams the blade into the throat of the undead, causing it to gurgle and then collapse while turning to ash by the time his knees touched the ground. Naruto sighed before seeing another corpse behind the archer and seeing an actual sword on him but with a small curve at the end of the blade. He walked up and quickly put it into his hands while keeping the dagger weapon to throw at his enemies. Naruto turned the corner and walked up the hallway until he saw another archer. It fired an arrow at him and he blocked with his shield. Oh, to hell with this, I'm done dealing with you assholes for one day. Naruto took the broken weapon and threw it at the creature, and while the creature's eyes widened at this unusual attack, it didn't have time to register the means to dodge when the blade dug itself into its skull, making it fall to the ground with a thud. Naruto shook his head while the body turned to dust and quickly picked up the weapon again and walked to the exit. After reaching the end of the balcony, he saw that he was back at the courtyard where he started and that he could see the first bonfire. Running to his right, he quickly went down the stairs instead of taking the stairs to go up. He found the gate door to his left and without any hesitation, he quickly pushed the door open swiftly and sat down by the fire and relaxed for a minute. After getting his bearings, he proceeded back through the door and walked back up the stairs, even going up the second section of stairs leading him to the third floor. Hearing something, he saw a metal ball of death rolling down the stairs and without hesitation he rolled to his right and dodged the oncoming sphere of death, letting it roll downward and slam through the wall behind him. Looking over after climbing back up the stairs after not checking where he was rolling and landing on a pair of steps injuring his back, he saw the ball resting against the wall. Walking up to the hole, he was shocked looking into it and saw the man from before. Rushing over to the man, he asked, "Are you okay?" The man in the helmet looked up and coughed. "Oh, you're not a hollow, are you? In fact, you seem more human than anyone I have seen before." Yeah, I came from across the ocean, the elemental nations." The man tilted his head before coughing again. "No matter, I'm relieved to see you're not a hollow like the other poor bastards in this place, and soon me as well. Listen, I have a small favor to ask. I need you to try and escape this place." "Already on it, man, but seriously, do you need a doctor I can try and—" "No," he coughed, "it is too late for me, I'm dying, and as soon as I die I'll return as one of those things. You have to escape while you still have a chance. Please, head out and find the light. You might be the one that the world has been waiting for to complete the journey to return the light to this world." "What the fuck are you?" Naruto saw the man coughing and Naruto sighed. "Alright, whatever, I'll do whatever you're asking me for, but I think you got the wrong guy for this." "I don't know if I do or not, but it is up to you now." He coughed, hit the bell of awakening and complete the great pilgrimage. It is the only way. He then held out two things in his hand. "Here, take this, these will aid you in your journey." Naruto grabbed the items, one being a drinking container for some kind of gold substance and the other as a key, and he was sure it was to some kind of area of the prison that he has yet to see. Now go, I would hate to hurt you when I turn. Naruto frowned. Do you want me to end your life? He showed him the broken weapon and his curved sword, but the man shook his head and without warning put a dagger through his own chest, making him groan in pain. He soon turned to dust as well and faded away, and Naruto could only scratch his head. So it is not the guys from before, everyone can do this shit. Man, what a weird place, I wonder if I would turn to dust then. Let's not find out anytime soon. Naruto nodded his head. Right, let's get a move on. Naruto turned back around and proceeded through the hole in the wall and back up the stairs again. This time he managed to reach the third floor of the building. But standing there was one of the undead, who was brandishing a short sword and clumsily rushing at him with the weapon over his head. Naruto quickly smashed the shield into the being's face, sending him falling backward before Naruto stomped on his throat, breaking his neck in an instant. Naruto sighed before walking forward and trying to open the door normally, but it failed. So pulling out the key he put it into the lock, and after a quick turn, he pulls the door open before walking through the corridor outside. Naruto admired the blue sky and smiled before seeing another one of the shambling monsters rushing at him with the weapon above his head. Naruto shook his head. Too easy, honestly. Naruto rushed the monster, and after smashing the shield across his face, the creature hit the wall with a thud and fell down in a sitting position. He tried to get up, but Naruto quickly kicked him in the neck, leaving the creature rolling on the ground gasping for air. This ultimately led to Naruto just stomping on the back of his neck, killing the creature in one fell swoop. Naruto heard more shuffling and saw another one of the undead rushing at him, and without hesitation threw his shield into his face, causing it to fall back a bit before Naruto pulled out the broken weapon with his left hand and slammed the blade into his neck before turning him to block an oncoming arrow. Pulling the broken weapon out, he threw it at the archer, nailing him right between the eyes. The archer turned to dust a second later, and Naruto could only sigh before walking into the new room, where instead of the usual undead he saw one carrying a large shield in his left hand while holding a sword in his right. Naruto, seeing this, pulled out his sword and held it with both hands, waiting to see what this creature could do. Heavier armor than the other ones, meaning he has to be slightly stronger than them in most regards. But I can tell the armor and heavy sword are slow to move, so that means. The undead rushes him with the shield in front, but then quickly pulls it back to throw the blade in a piercing motion. But before the blade could reach him, Naruto directed the blade downward, throwing the creature's footing off and making it fall forward. Without wasting a second, Naruto got around the armored undead and slammed his blade straight through his chest, making it cough for a second before Naruto kicked him off his blade and pulled the blade backward. After the undead fell to the ground and died, Naruto sighed but noticed that, like in prior fights, he could see these tiny flickers of light that were coming off their body. But unlike the ones before, he noticed these ones quickly floated to him and entered his body. Kurama, did something happen to me? I noticed with this one that light. No, it looks like whatever that stuff is, it is just sitting there. Like it is waiting for something, but I don't know what. Naruto frowned and shook his head with a sigh. I guess we'll deal with it in time. Naruto proceeded to the locked door and tried to open it, but saw it wouldn't budge. Sighing, he proceeded out of the room and saw to his right that it was a balcony. Walking over tentatively, he looked down and saw the creature from before staring up at him, and it didn't look like it forgot his earlier comment. Naruto walked away from the edge and sighed. Okay, looks like I got to go through him to get the fuck out of this place. Walking to the ledge again, he smiled down at him and then leapt into the air before aiming his sword straight down. The creature screamed in pain when it felt Naruto dig his sword into his skull before pulling it out and jumping away from the creature. The creature stumbled for a second and Naruto didn't hesitate. He pulled out his broken weapon and waited for it to take straight at him. When the creature did and roared with a mighty swing, he threw the weapon and jumped backward, avoiding most of the shockwave that would have sent him flying if it. The creature, too busy trying to smash him, never noticed until the broken hilted weapon pierced its right eye that it screamed in pain. It reached for the weapon, allowing Naruto to get enough of the distraction that it rushed forward and slid underneath its girth, and slashed at its ankle, making the creature lose balance. He fell to the ground on top of his hammer and his wings flapped wildly. Naruto smiled. Time to end this. Naruto jumped onto the creature's back right as he lifted his head to try and get out from underneath him. The blade went through the back of his neck and he quickly dragged it through the muscle and fiber, all the way up to the tip of its skull, leaving the creature screaming in pain before collapsing face first into the floor again. This time, the creature's body exploded in a large powder of dust with many orbs of light floating around Naruto and him being filled up with whatever it was. Shaking his head, he sighed after seeing the hammer still on the ground, but it seemed to have shrunk down to his size and a key was also there in the ashes. Naruto quickly picked up the hammer but found it was too heavy for him to use, so he just put it on his back. In a quick flash of light, the hammer disappeared and Naruto couldn't find any trace of the weapon. Okay, I seriously need someone to explain this place to me, but for now let's get out of here. Naruto walked up to the gate with his key and after putting it in, he pushed the door open, the massive doors leading to a path going upward to what seems to be nowhere. Naruto could only sigh at the sight, just ruins. So walking around the ruins for a bit he picked up some minor stuff including this white ball of light. He didn't understand how, but it merged with his body like the rest of the stuff he got off killing most of the undead. Walking to the peak he saw nothing but the mountains and could only fathom how he was going to get out of here without dying in the process, that is until he heard something flapping in the distance. He looked, but before he could react, a giant crow appeared before him from down below and quickly grabbed him with his claws and started flying off in an unknown direction. Naruto could only wonder. What the fuck is up with this new world? Inside of the seal on the other hand, Kurama was having his own crisis. When Naruto mentioned a voice in his head that wasn't him, he started exploring more of his new surroundings and trying to pinpoint exactly where it was. Figuring it must either be with the new energy that had emerged recently, he started there. But when he got there he was shocked to see all the floating orbs around what looked like a woman, but one he couldn't help but stare at two specific parts of her anatomy. They just bounced inside a very thin white toga and she had long red hair and seemingly this calm and serene aura around her. He could feel the power coming off of this woman, it was on par with his own, but he was not worried. If it comes down to it, he was sure he could take her still with what remains of his power. Who are you? The woman turned to him and she smiled. My name is. Chapter 2. Fire Link Shrine and Annoying Creatures. Naruto was situated in the talons of the giant crow, trying to make sure that the damn thing wouldn't drop him to the ground below. He had wondered what was going on to this point, but he hadn't really bothered to ask the person that was flying him too. Honestly, he had no fucking clue. After a brief flight though, he found himself being dropped on the ground by the annoying bird, who then just perched himself on top of a branch overlooking him in the area. Dusting himself off and seeing his clothes more ruined than before, he glared at the bird. Thanks for the uncomfortable ride, you rat with wings. The crow turned to him and just caw. He just rolled his eyes at this. Figuring it was better to get the bearings of his surroundings, he decided to proceed down the stairs of what looked like a ruined building set. Heading downward he found that the entire building seemed to be in shambles or flooded, if that one spot with a statue was to be believed. Nothing more than fragments of times long since past. Making it to the ground below him he looked and was surprised. Someone was here and that same sword in the bonfire existed here as well. Shrugging his shoulders he walked up to the bonfire and quickly held his hand out, wiling it to ignite, and thus the flames spurted to life once more. He did question why a sword was in there, but at the same time, he didn't think he would find an answer. Not from around here at least. Looking at the man behind him, he was taking in the man's disinterested face. He seemed more interested in wallowing in his own self-pity, just sitting there with nothing going on other than twiddling his fingers in his armor. The man is wearing chainmail, which Naruto knew from previous experience in the Shinobi Nation, and he seemed to be wearing tunic pants along with brown boots. The man in question had black hair that was patted down and his eyes had rings under them, signaling he was not sleeping. Walking up to the man he looked up and sighed. Oh, so another hollow that has wandered into this lovely place. Hollow. The man took in Naruto's appearance and sighed. Ah, you regained your humanity, huh, how lucky for you. Naruto frowned. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm from a faraway land. Don't care. The man sighed. Let me guess, you're here because you were brought here from the undead prison. Yeah. How many people have done this trek? Well, the man looked at the teen and then at the flames with the same monotone voice. You were better off rotting in that place. And dying from starvation. Some tried that when I was kid, sucked and never want to do that again or be forced to eat rats again. Naruto shivered fearfully of those times from long ago and how he had gotten sick from eating some of the diseased animals that were roaming around his empty home. The man raised an eyebrow at the comment but didn't feign any interest. Well, you would have done better to do so. This place holds no hope for anyone who wishes to live free of the curse. What curse? You're really dense. Naruto grew tense and walked closer to the man. Look, Dick, either tell me what you want to tell me or don't. I really don't care. I was asked by a dying knight to ring 2 bells for this undead pilgrimage. The man laughed. So you are here for that? Well, let me save you some trouble. You're better off giving up because the 2 bells are torture to get to. How so? The man pointed at the city, the Undeadburg. It is nothing but hollows and monsters now. People that go into the city to ring the bells, he put quotes up, end up one of those undead are just never coming back. He laughed a bit, but I can see just like them you have that spirit in your eyes thinking, oh, I'm going to be the difference, I'm going to ring those bells. So I'm not going to try and stop you. Naruto shook his head. Man, this guy was really depressed. Have you tried ringing the bells? The man shrugged his shoulders, too many times. Honestly, you're better off here than in there. But he lifted his fingers, but if you insist fine, the first bell is in the undead church and the other is in Blight Town. Have fun and don't come crying to me when you realize it is a hopeless case. Naruto shook his head, but before he could walk off, the man asked, "Are you really going to walk around in town wearing those torn rags?" Naruto looked down at his torn clothes and deadpanned at the man, "Maybe, but I don't exactly see some fashionable clothes lying around for anyone to take." The man shook his head and pointed with his right thumb to a corner. Naruto saw a corpse sitting there with leather armor that was still wrapped around his body. "If you don't mind pilfering from a corpse, you can take his stuff. I don't think he is going to be needing them." The depressed man laughed at the morbid joke. Naruto just shook his head and quickly stripped the armor and weapons of the man. He had a bit of gear on him and he liked it. The armor surprisingly fights well against his body and he could feel certain points like his chest, more his heart was given better padding than say his joints. On top of that, the body had some throwing daggers which makes leaving behind the broken weapon now worth it, but Naruto figured he could at least give it to someone that could use the remains or want a broken weapon for better than nothing. On top of that, he found another dagger on this corpse, but this one was sharper and was a straight blade, meaning more thrusting and basic slashes not meant for the serious blade-on-blade blocking. Tucking the weapon into his belt, he put his sword at his side and within seconds a small light appeared and sent everything else on his person away, and he just looked on in surprise. The man watched as the teen was patting himself trying to figure out how his stuff disappeared. This kid was hopeless. "Hey." Naruto turned to the man, "It was magic, everyone has something akin to it. Think of it as a magical storage room in which you can go through a closet and find the stuff you want and put it on your person while having the rest sent into storage." "Oh, okay, thanks. Just think about what you want and it can appear in your hands in a second." Naruto did that by summoning the Estus flasks that he got from the night and then sending it back into storage. He then summoned the broken dagger and held it in his hand before sending it back to storage as well. After doing this for a minute, Naruto felt comfortable with knowing he can draw stuff out whenever he needed it. Just like seals, but it seems less complicated to do so. Naruto proceeded to walk to the city, but he sensed something below him when he was walking back. He saw a staircase past the man and looked at him. The man gave no response to him and just stared at the ground in misery, so he proceeded down the stairs to someone below, and while there, he was shocked. There is a cage was a woman was cuddled in a corner and holding her hands in a prayer gesture. Naruto walked up to the cage and tried pulling on the bars, but they were in there good, and it would take a miracle to break them. Seeing her this way, she looked at him for a split second and then back down to the ground. She held her hands out and Naruto wasn't sure what she was looking for. She silently motioned with one of her fingers to the flasks in his possession, and seeing what she was hinting at, he quickly pulled the flask out of his holster and handed it to her. She looked at the flask for a few seconds before handing it back to Naruto in confusion. She motioned to the flask and to her hands before pointing to the undead parish. Naruto was not sure but asked, "Are you saying that you can do something to this, but I have to go through that town to get it?" The head of the woman slowly nodded. "Okay." Naruto stood up and said, "I'll be back then." Naruto walked away from the woman and sighed. "Kurama, you there?" "Yeah, why?" "Just curious, I found some woman caged up, and apparently, she can do something to this flask I was given, but I don't know what yet. Maybe if we find what you're supposed to be looking for or something that she wants or motions to, we can, I don't know, get our answer then." "Yeah, you're probably right. Kid, listen so you know that thing earlier." "Hold that thought, Kurama, things are getting hectic here." Naruto had drawn his sword. Seeing the first undead lazily walk toward him, he quickly brought the blade up, and then down with a powerful slash, cutting the undead in half. Doing this, his body turned to dust and a white light entered his body again, the same as before. But he didn't have time to worry about that. The next undead with an axe rushed him and has his shield up. Naruto, seeing this, decided to wait for his attack, which came quickly as he slowly raised up his axe and was about to bring it down. Not for the sword going through his chest, pulled out and then swung around, downward, and then upward to slice off his head. Naruto sighed at this but heard something flying, so looking up he saw it was some kind of black jar. When in doubt, jump. Naruto took a step back and saw the jar explode in a small ball of fire. He sighed. "Dodge that by the skin of my teeth." Looking up, he quickly pulled out his daggers and threw one at the undead. Hit him in the head, sending him tumbling to the ground, him turning to dust. Naruto picked up the dagger and went up the staircase. There is another undead bum rushed, swinging his axe sideways haphazardly. Naruto quickly took a back step, and when he passed right next to him, Naruto kicked him off the side of the staircase into the ground below, or so he thought. Turns out he was higher up than expected and now the undead was falling into the white mist pit below and soon he felt the same little flecks of energy enter his body again. Well, that was interesting for sure. Naruto looked up the staircase and saw that it led inside, let me guess a fucking sewer. The undead held up his shield and swung his axe which Naruto blocked with his sword, managing to push the undead back in shock but found a dagger in his throat. Naruto had quickly blocked the strike, pushed his axe up, and then withdrew his dagger to his left side and slammed it into his throat with an upward thrust. Passing the now disappearing enemy he investigated the dark waterway inside. At least it doesn't smell as bad as I thought. Walking into the water he heard something behind him. It was skittering and he slowly turned. Naruto paled and saw it was a giant rat, one that was the size of a dog. It had white eyes showing it was blind, unable to perceive anything in front of it. Begone unholy beast. Naruto was already having flashbacks to his life as a child when he ate some rats and now he feared this rat was coming for him for revenge. Naruto didn't care, he was ending this mess. Naruto couldn't care about the remains of the rat or that white stuff that entered him, he was just glad to be fighting the undead again. He had slashed his way through a small horde of them while exploring some of the ruined buildings, finding some stuff of interest here and there. But for the most part, it was nothing special other than more of that white orb stuff, but it looked condensed compared to the stuff that was entering his body after defeating his enemies. Naruto eventually got to the point in town where he saw a barricade with undead inside of it, another undead below one that was standing at a high point with a crossbow. Seeing this, Naruto sighed. You know, I need to rest, that rat got me really worked up and I just need 5 minutes. Taking out his throwing daggers he held them between his fingers and narrowed his eyes. He looked closely at the undead and tried to get the range, wind flow, and room for error correction. Especially since he didn't want to have to lose a dagger or even miss his shot and have them rush him while in a narrow space with no room to move around or dash to if he had to. One deep breath and the blades flew from his hand into the skulls of the undead. The one with the crossbow fell backward after the throw and screamed before he died, while the one on the staircase for some reason fell forward in death before turning to ash. The one behind the barricade seemed to be the smart one as he quickly sliced through his protection and the dagger bounced off his helmet. Fuck. The undead charged him, but Naruto knew how to handle his kind by this point. He sidestepped the initial thrust of his straight sword and held his left leg out, tripping up the undead, just enough to be unbalanced. Finally, he says, "Fuck off." With his right leg, he used all his might to kick the undead over the wooden barrier and down to the ground below. He heard it scream but then a crunch signaling his death. Naruto rolled his eyes and saw 2 more undead across the way, but they seemed to be guarding something. But he was tired and he just wanted to relax for a short bit, so he decided to walk past them, up the staircase, and to his left where he saw another bonfire. Igniting it, he sat down and rested there with his eyes closed. It seemed the undead hated coming near these things, and while he didn't understand why, he knew that this was now a safe haven for him. Closing his eyes, he rested for a little while, but all it did was take him back into his dreams, which only lead to his past. Flashback. Naruto honestly wished he was anywhere else. He was looking at the man behind the desk and he was frowning at him. Acting like something was wrong and he should behave a certain way. Well, tough, he was done pretending to be the happy idiot everyone put up with until it annoyed them. He had just returned from a long mission going into the land of grass where rumors of a rebellion were brewing, and while it was true it was to possibly revive Kaguya as they wanted to return to the dreamland that she showed them. Honestly, he didn't pay too much attention, more since he was more annoyed he was made to do the mission. So, what if that lazy bitch was wanting to stay and raise her children? She had legs and she was still active, the least she could do is get off her ass and help. I mean, it isn't like he is the only fucking shinobi in this village that can do missions now. Turning on his heels he heard. Naruto, wait, you still haven't given me the full report. He sighed, he really wanted to sleep. It is in the report, Hokage-sama, there is nothing else to be said. The man frowned. Naruto, please, I need to know if there is anything else. Naruto turned to him and glared. I said it is in the fucking report, read it or don't. I don't fucking care, I'm going to get some sleep, I haven't had that in 4 days. Must be nice for everyone else to be lazy fucks while I must do all the leg work. Naruto, the Hokage gave him a warning look, but Naruto stared back unflinching. He wouldn't be intimidated by someone he had to save in the war and couldn't even help in the smallest bit in the final battle. It's in the report, I'm going home. Naruto slammed the door, leaving the man behind the desk to sigh. Damn it. Neji Hyuga, the 7th Hokage, really wanted Naruto to shape up so he could take the role of Hokage. He was never meant to be the Hokage, he was against it. But the village felt Naruto was not mature enough to handle the position and asked him to do so. especially since he had his cursed mark removed from his head which allowed him to make decisions for the best of the village rather than his clan. The elders weren't happy about it but he couldn't care less about them. Neji had agreed but only until Naruto was properly ready for the role, and since Kakashi at the time knew his former student needed a small bit of time, it was fine then. But now, he was not sure if he would ever become Hokage with his attitude. If that was the case he would have to hold the position until someone else wanted it, and the only other person is Konohamaru, but he too was voicing doubt about the position given that his big brother was thrown out of the race due to some immaturity. He had become distant as well. Neji and the others had noticed, but something was brewing ever since he got his fake arm and Sasuke left. It seemed like he just isolated himself from everyone and anyone. The whole thing got worse when Hinata broke up with him and ended up marrying Kiba of all people, angering the young man more than ever. All that time, the stalking, the dreams, the drive that she took from him, and the confession she gave, it honestly meant nothing. He was sure that Naruto was angry and bitter that he was alone and that he would probably stay that way unless he left. But that is the one thing they couldn't allow to happen. Their alliances would fall apart, and he knew for a fact if they found out that he might not become Hokage, that was only going to stir more trouble. A knock on the door arrested his attention and he sighed. I'll worry about this later. Flashback ends. Naruto woke up next to the bonfire, the flames still lit and his body feeling rested. Stretching his arms above his head, his bandaged right arm, and honestly, he wondered if he should have just done what Sasuke did and not get a fake one and settle for having one arm. At least then he would have something to bond with him over, but no, he had to get the fake one. The village needs you at your highest level. That was the one thing he hated. The village, it dictated everything in his life, and now that he was out here he realized one thing. He liked it here. Call him crazy, but being surrounded by the undead and monsters from hell, he would take them over his life back in Konoha every single time. At least here, you know who you can trust, and that sometimes cold steel was the only way to solve your answers. But that is, for now, he was not sure if he continues that will be the same, but he would deal with that in time. Standing up, he walked back outside and saw that the undead had not returned to their previous spot inside. He quickly rushed to the bridge and saw that there was some undead throwing something from high above, and while he was annoyed he knew he could avoid them. Running past their bombs, he saw one undead guarding a door with some kind of axe, and he was worried about the big guy's weapon, but then felt his instincts come on when another one swung his large two-handed axe at his head. Naruto, knowing he didn't have time to think, quickly pulled out his sword, cutting out the undead's legs from beneath him, sending him tumbling to the ground. He rolled when the one with the big shield rushed him, but he managed to roll behind him and slam his sword through his back. The being moaned from the pain but turned to dust. Turning his attention to the last undead in the room, he quickly threw one of his daggers at his head and watched it tumble to the ground. Naruto turned to the one undead with the axe, crawling at him trying to swing his weapon to just hit him. He jumped over his swing and plunged his sword through his head, killing him in an instant. Naruto quickly blew off the dust and looked at the gate, seeing the lock on it knew that probably he would need a key. But as far as he could see there was no sign of one in the room, so he just decided to come back to it later. Walking up the next staircase he saw more undead inside. Man, you guys are getting old. Pulling out his sword he cut his way through them without them having a chance to fight back, and even went up the tower to kill the one with a crossbow. Cutting through the undead and even hitting one that was coming from another tower across the way from him, he looked down the staircase to his right and saw a knight covered in black armor and carrying a greatsword. Naruto didn't know why, but that guy was radiating some major power and he was not sure he could tangle with him as his weapon was starting to get worn from all the fighting. I'll come back for you. Naruto walked up to the tower in front of him, entering the ground floor through the door. He found one undead on the next level and quickly cut him down. He was starting to get the hang of these guys, how they move and attack, that they were just footnotes to him in terms of getting through this place. Before long, Naruto saw a doorway, leading outside and onto the bridge. He glared as he could feel something was off and that something was waiting for him. So cautiously, he walked out onto the bridge, but before he could get even a few feet down the bridge, he heard the stressing of wire. Naruto knew the sound. He spun around, rushed back the way he came, and heard an arrow fly. He had managed to avoid the attack, but he felt his heart beating wildly. I got sloppy, can't afford that. Looking up he glared at where he knew the undead were. All right, assholes. Naruto quickly climbed up the ladder, and when the undead saw him they tried to put their crossbows away to draw their shields and swords, but Naruto appeared in front of one and slammed his blade through his chest. He roughly pulled his blade out and swung it to his right, cutting off the head of the second undead. Naruto sighed, sheathing his blade once more, jumping down to the bridge, and proceeding down the side of the castle. Well, if that is all there is, this should be A roar tore through the sky and soon Naruto saw something jumping off the tower that was in front of him and landing on the bridge with an explosion of dust and stone. Sure, Naruto sighed, drawing out his sword. Why not? Come on big guy, size isn't everything, performance is. The beast roared and slowly lumbered across the bridge, before getting in front of Naruto and going for a wild side swing that Naruto had to roll under. The creature grunted when Naruto was in his stomach and without hesitation he slashed his blade against him. The creature grunted from the pain, but he pulled his weapon and slammed the pommel into the ground, hoping he could at least hit the annoying little bastard. But Naruto had rolled to his left and ended up behind the monster. Faster than the big demon in the jail, but he is limited in what he can do. He is trying to smother me with his size and power. Naruto smiled. Bad idea. Naruto slashed at the creature's back and made sure to put more force into the blade. He saw a spray of blood cover the ground and the creature roared in fury. Spinning, he threw his weapon around in a complete spin, trying to hit the annoying mortal that dared to injure him. Naruto had rolled into the swing, avoiding the attack entirely, and then slamming the blade into his chest. The beast roared again and tried to bring his weapon up to crush him under the pommel. Sadly that wasn't the case, as Naruto pushed his blade upward, cutting through its thick chest muscle. Naruto was cutting through the muscle and starting to have more and more blood spraying his face. He hardened his face, trying to avoid rubbing his eyes due to the burning in his eyes. His blade continued to go through his muscles and soon he came up to his neck and he smirked. Sorry big guy, but like I told you, he gripped the pommel of his weapon with both of his hands, pulling the blade through and out of the creature. Size doesn't matter in a fight. The beast stumbled back a few steps, but it grunted from the pain and roared. Naruto raised an eyebrow, knowing that should have killed him. He felt the air leave his lungs when the beast's fist hit him in the stomach and sent him into the door of the tower behind him. He coughed up some spit, but he didn't have time to respond as the creature rushed him again and slammed his fist into his chest. Naruto blocked with both of his arms in a cross block, but the blow was too much. Naruto could hear bones breaking, the door splintering, and his arm falling apart and lying on the ground destroyed, leaving him with one arm. Fuck. Naruto coughed and had some blood leaving his mouth. Shouldn't have relaxed. He glared at the demon standing there with a grin on his face. The beast was smug, and that was the one thing Naruto wouldn't allow, a smug monster getting away with making him run. Never again. Naruto stood up and after spitting out more blood he smirked and charged at the monster. The beast roared and rushed while having his blood pouring all over the ground, and Naruto saw him throwing his head forward in the hopes of headbutting him with all his might. Heads plated, can't break it, and the horns are just added trouble. Naruto smirked and leaned down. So if I can't go through. Naruto dashed under the beast's headbutt, and when it slammed headfirst into the tower, part of the tower started crumbling from the blow. Naruto picked up his sword he dropped, and with his injured arm, he rushed at the beast in mid-turn. He slammed the blade into the monster's chest once more. But it quickly grabbed him and threw him back across the bridge in a rage. Naruto coughed from the bounce but found his head landing against something, looking, his eyes widened and then narrowed. Have one chance, got to make this count. Without hesitating the beast roared once more, rushing straight at him, but Naruto managed to see his attack coming. As he lifted his head up, Naruto took the monster's club and with one arm he managed to muscle enough strength to swing it from holding the bottom of the weapon. The blow landed at the side of the creature's head and soon it roared. But this hit was so immense that the creature was off balanced by the hit, sending it crashing into the wall, and falling over the ledge screaming as it fell to the ground below. Naruto released the weapon and coughed from the pain and held his stump, feeling the phantom pain of his arm erupting again, coming back around. He just knew that his body was spent, and without his sword, he was not sure if he should continue forward. Seeing nothing else he could do, he decided the best strategy was to go back to the shrine, ignore the assholes, I told you so, and rest up while trying to find another weapon in town that he could use. While walking back to town, Naruto had come across one of the undead's weapons, and while it was a normal straight sword he figured it was better than being unarmed. Advancing to the shrine, Kurama was watching, and he was worried. That creature was just as strong as the one they encountered, but due to the differing arena, Naruto getting careless, and its surprising attacks, he lost a lot in the process. His arm was gone, his sword was gone even though he replaced it, and now he was struggling to make it past something of that nature. He needed to increase his strength soon or they just might die before ever ringing any stupid bells. Turning to his guest, he saw she was watching the whole thing while holding the souls of those that had been slain. While at first, it was barely a blimp in the mindscape, now the damn things made everything almost glow. Hey, goddess. The woman turned. Yes. Is there anything we can do to help the kid? I mean just from that fight, if he continues like this he is going to die before anything major happens, and the last thing I need to find out is if I can survive in this world or if I even will reincarnate in some manner or another." The woman frowned, and then after rubbing the soles in her hand she smiled. "I know one method that should help." "Yeah, what it is, I'm all ears." "Simple, I'm going to help him without him knowing, as I feel he must ring the bells before I reveal myself." Kurama frowned. "You better be the one to explain this to the kid when he finds out, because I refuse to say I hide this knowingly for my own benefit. I did that for years, and you know what, so has everyone else in his life. He is tired of the secrets, lies, and deceit that everyone feels are necessary in his life. So, you know what? He rings that first bell, then you tell her I will." Kurama turned from the woman and walked over to another part of the mindscape, one that was furnished like a forest and far away from the goddess. The woman in question frowned and hugged the soles in her arm, and small tears were released from her eyes. "I'm sorry you all went through this, father truly didn't know this would happen. Please, forgive me for not having faith in the next era and being blinded by my own power." She would continue to beg for forgiveness from the little white lights until they were all gone, fading into the next world while helping this world in the process. Chapter 3. Naruto had returned to the fire shrine and had to avoid the snarky asshole. Apparently he wanted to tell him he said so, but Naruto just glared once and the man backed off. Sitting by the fire, Naruto could only sigh and close his eyes. He was tired and not sure what he wanted to do. First thing, he needed to find a new weapon, more so that he needed to find a better weapon for himself. While the straight sword was not a bad weapon, he felt he needed to find better gear in the long run. The blade looked like it would fall apart anytime soon, which he didn't want to deal with. Looking at the flame he sighed while holding his stump slightly and smiling. "Guess you had the right idea, Sasuke, just lose the arm." He closed his eyes and soon fell into another deep sleep, waiting for morning to come. Flashback. Naruto sighed. He was rubbing his eyes. Honestly, he was so tired it was ridiculous. Just because he had stamina and biju in his body didn't mean he wanted to keep running around all day long. Worse, everyone seemed to think that is all he was good for, more and more missions. If he was honest, he wondered why he even bothered anymore. "I mean, is there anyone in this shithole that I would honestly say I give my life for? This is not what Gigi told me was the will of fire." Naruto looked up and smiled. "Sasuke, good to see you." A man in a black and gray cloak turned around. He smiled slightly. "Naruto, good to see you." Ever since the war ended, the two of them had settled their affairs with one another and agreed to at least try and be good to one another. Especially after Sasuke found out that his Ka-san was Naruto's godmother. Reading this he wondered why he never was brought into the clan, but figured it was another thing that the village did to his family. While Sasuke might have come to terms with things related to his family and what Itachi did, that didn't mean he would ever forgive the people responsible for his family's death and his clan's death. As far as he was concerned, the only reason he had to be loyal was because of his brother, Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha, even though he denied the last name. Over time, they bonded, and soon Sasuke would say with 100% honesty that their lives are better now than ever. But he frowned seeing Naruto's eyes and how he sagged. They must be running him with more missions. He shook his head. Assholes save the world, defeats powerful opponent after powerful opponent, and then gets fucked over for the Hokage position. No wonder he is just so tired. "How you feeling, Naruto?" The man frowned. "Honestly, just so fucking tired and hungry. I have been on the run for the last week and I barely remember the last time I slept or had a good meal." Sasuke nodded his head and tilted his head. "Want to get some ramen?" Naruto waved his hand. "Nah, I can't stand eating at that place anymore." Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "What happened?" Naruto growled. "Choji." Sasuke nodded his head. "I understand. Well, I know this place that sells some good sake and has some good food across town." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Civilian owned." Sasuke smirked. "Nope, Uchiha owned, so if they want to cause a problem they will find trouble with me." Naruto smiled and sighed. "Why not? I could use a drink and some food before going home." Sasuke nodded his head and led Naruto through town. While walking, he looked around slightly and saw some of the villagers just going about their days and some of the clans doing the same. Many of them were laughing and having a jolly day, some were even former friends of Naruto. He saw Hinata standing there in a marketplace with 3 children, one an infant and the other being about 5 and 6. Next to her was Ino, carrying a child in her arms about the same age as Hinata's baby. They seemed to be gathering and gossiping with what looks like Lee, Tenten, and others from their school days. Sasuke couldn't help but shake his head and quicken his step to get away from the group. Ever since the war they have separated themselves from him, which he didn't mind. He never was close to any of them, but just seeing them and how they treated Naruto and how he gave everything for them. It angered him so much. Naruto on the other hand saw them and he just growled slightly before turning away from the group. There they were all having a grand old time and spending time at a restaurant with one another, and even Shikamaru, that lazy prick, showed up with his fiancée Tamari. It annoyed him that when he tried joining up a few times, they all scattered, but when he tried to even invite them out, he got excuses, but when they needed something, they didn't even bother asking him, just telling him. After walking a bit, they arrived at the restaurant in question. Sasuke walked in and was greeted with cheers and bows from the staff. When Naruto walked in, most just turned from him and went on with their doi. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Naruto just sighed, being so fucking used to it all. After taking a sit in a private booth in the corner of the building, Sasuke handed Naruto a menu. "Order whatever you want, Naruto, it is on me tonight." "No, don't." Sasuke glared. "It's fine, plus consider this making up for missing so many birthdays and causing you unnecessary stress." Naruto stared at him and sighed. "Sure." A waiter came to their table. "Welcome Uchiha-sama, what can I get you?" "A bottle of your best sake, a bowl of tomato soup with chicken, and I guess I'll have some of the spring rolls." "Of course, sir." The waiter turned to leave. "Hold it." The waiter stopped and turned around. "You forgot to take my godbrother's order." The man looked at Naruto and saw him staring and he frowned. Uchiha-sama, the cook. "Bring me the manager and cook now." The waiter paled and quickly fled to the back. Within seconds the cook and manager came out. "Why, yes Uchiha-sama, you wanted to talk, is there a problem?" Looking at the manager, he narrowed his eyes. "Yes, you see, I seem to be having a problem with people just taking the order for my godbrother. Now I don't think I have to remind you what happens to those that annoy me in this place, do I?" The manager paled and looked at Naruto and gulped. "No sir, I think I get the message." Sasuke nodded his head. "Good, now take my brother's order, and if I find out there is one thing wrong with his food or our drinks, I can promise you, I'll make sure you are homeless by the end of the week." The man paled and nodded his head. Naruto sighed. "I'll just take another bother of your best sake without the paint thinner or poison you guys like to put into it." The man paled at the sight of Sasuke's eyes glowing. "Then I will take a plate of chicken, pork, and some fried rice." "Of course." The man smiled, turning to the cook and motioned him to get to work, and the man ran back into the kitchen while the manager bowed and left. Sasuke sighed. "People these days, you think they get over shit after what you did?" Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "Story of my life." After a bit, the two of them got their sake and Sasuke tasted Naruto's first to make sure nothing was wrong with it, and after confirming it, Naruto and him poured themselves some drinks. "So Sasuke, how has travel been?" The Uchiha smiled. "Pretty good." He took a quick drink, visited Wave and surprised they built you a statue after saving their country and alike. Naruto smiled. "Cool, but honestly that seems a bit tacky for my taste." Let them, you're their hero." Naruto nodded his head. "Yeah, I guess." Sasuke frowned. "Okay." Pouring another drink. "What's going on, Naruto?" Naruto rubbed the back of his head and took a drink before pouring himself some more. "Well, I guess I'm just tired and angry." Sasuke nodded his head, figuring that was the issue. "I'm so tired, Sasuke. Tired of giving a shit about this village, tired of always being on missions just because I'm not married, tired of being the asshole everyone turns to when they need something but then never want to do anything with after that." "Then why don't you quit?" Naruto just took a deep drink and growled, "Because the fuckers wouldn't let me. I'm their precious little weapon and propaganda tool. As long as Konoha has me, loyally, serving the great Konoha, they would never let me quit, let alone leave. To them, they need me but feel I owe them for just living." Naruto took another drink, this time just straight from the bottle, making Sasuke frown. "I mean, come on, name one thing I haven't done in this fucking shithole. I was alone, lied to, mistreated for years, and then suddenly after gaining all this power and strength it doesn't seem enough. They just want me to be a deterrent for war or even as a sign of power." Naruto calmed down. The blonde heard Sasuke and took a deep breath but took another swig. "Fuck me, it makes me wonder if this is all that matters now. Every time I try to think about what I want from this world, they tell me, think about your parents, Naruto, would they want you doing this? Think about Jiraiya, are you going to abandon his dream? What about becoming Hokage? That is still something to strive for, no. The minute people put that shit on me then I feel guilty, but that feeling is fading." The food arrived and put in front of both of them, with the waiter leaving due to the oppressive aura around the table. Sasuke frowned, taking a quick slurp of his soup. "Then why don't you try traveling like Jiraiya did?" Naruto snorted, eating a piece of his chicken. Tried doing that, got shut down immediately by the council saying they needed me in the village. He ate some of his food and after a minute or so he sighed, dropping his silverware. I'm tired, Sasuke. He looked at his godbrother and saw the bags under his eyes. I'm tired. He sighed, just tired of giving a shit and having people tell me how I'm supposed to live. He growled, I want to find what I want. A world that I want to explore and to live on my own terms. Sasuke nodded his head. I can see that, Naruto. He smiled, I'm the same way. I come back and give reports, but outside of that I refuse to be tied to something in this village that would permanently have me coming back outside of my reports. Yeah, lucky you. Naruto snorted and took another swig of the sake, feeling a bit more red in the face. Come on. He walked up to him and putting his arm over his shoulder, let's get you home. Sasuke picked his brother up and started walking him out of the building and telling them to send the bill to his account and he would pay later. The establishment bowed and thanked him for their patronage. Sasuke carried Naruto down the street and back to his apartment, which he frowned seeing him still loving in such a shithole when he could at least try to move out of the neighborhood and live in a slightly nicer place. I just want to know. Leaning over he saw Naruto dazed and falling asleep. But talking, I just want to be Naruto Uzumaki, is that wrong? Sasuke frowned. No, it is not, Naruto, and that is why I promise I'll be there for you and promise to help you leave if you ever decide to leave. Thanks, Sasuke. His body went limp and the Uchiha smiled. No problem, Naruto. Flashback ends. Naruto woke up. Looking up at the flame he stared at the flames a bit. He honestly was not sure why, but something about that evening changed everything. Maybe it was venting to Sasuke. Maybe it was just his treatment hit a wall. Maybe it was something he couldn't explain. Naruto was never quite sure about it, but he knew one thing, something that night really resonated with him, to finally say, fuck it, and leave Konoha behind and leaving things as they were. He knew Sasuke, while heartbroken he took off. He understood the reason he did, while the rest of the village thought probably he was being a baby and should come back. Fuck that, I'm going to continue on my own journey and I swear no one is going to take this from me again. Standing up he grabbed his stump and saw that it was just numb now. Smiling he proceeded to pick up his sword and walk away from the shrine. He saw some people in the back but he didn't bother addressing them. Especially since they were so far back that going to talk to them was pointless. He was going to pick up where he left off yesterday and see what was waiting for him on the other side. So, walking through the city, Naruto saw that none of the undead were kicking around and he smiled. This was surprisingly easy and he was glad that he wouldn't have to fight the same people again or being similar to them. Approaching the tower he sighed. He really hoped that he didn't run into another one of those big-ass monsters as right now. I don't think I can tackle something like that again. But he heard a screech, so turning his head he saw the black armored figure from the day prior and it seemed to have noticed him. Cursing he quickly pulled out his sword and held it in his hand. The figure rushed at him with a large shield to block and a huge sword to swing. Naruto knew with his current equipment that this fight would be a big challenge for him, so he had to play this safe. The minute the Dark Knight thrusted his sword forward, Naruto went to his right. There he rolled until he was behind the big guy, but he quickly saw him reposition himself and swing backwards. Naruto ducked under the attack and within seconds rushed into him. With one might thrust he pushed his sword into the knight's neck. But he found that it bounced off from the armor plating protecting his neck. Shit. Naruto saw him swing his shield now, but he quickly kicked off the shield, rolling backwards. The knight followed with a massive lunge of his sword, hoping to skewer Naruto. But he quickly capitalized on this, by jumping over the blade and landing on top of the blade. The knight grunted, trying to pull his back, but Naruto smirked. You're pretty slow, you know. The knight grunted, released his sword, and went for a shield bash. Naruto pushed off the blade and pivoted around the shield and got to his side, where he thrusted his sword into his side where he had no padding from the armor. Soon, the knight grunted from the pain and swung his shield, but Naruto quickly rotated around him yet again and this time picked up the knight's own sword before impaling him. He slammed the blade through his back and through his chest. The Dark Knight grunted and soon exploded in a bright light, leaving nothing behind but his sword. Naruto sighed and picked up the monster's sword. Not my style, but this thing is definitely better than the weapon I was using before. Seeing some material on the ground he waved his hand over it and it was enveloped in a bright light, sending it to the storage space. Walking past the knight's hallway he reached an end where he saw something on the ground. Picking it up he saw it was a blue ring. Huh, not sure what you're supposed to do, but I'll hold you for a bit. Naruto proceeded back up the way he can when he saw some kind of chest sitting on a ledge inside. I'll come back through for later. Walking up the tower, he walked around for a bit until finally arriving at the end of the bridge that he fight the Taurus demon. He looked over the ledge and saw nothing but fog down below, so he was confident that the demon itself was long dead, if not, still trying to claw his way back to the surface. Going through the barrier, Naruto walked into a new tower that was very interesting. Another dark hallway, how original. Naruto rolled his eyes and proceeded through the tower, in which he could sense some of the lingering energy in the area, so walking over a bit he slashed through some crated and held his hand out to absorb the lingering energy. He still didn't know what the hell this energy was, but for some reason in this land it was necessary for greater strength, so he just decided to grab as much as he could. Walking down the hallway he entered a crossway in which one direction led to a bridge while the other led to a deck of sorts. So, seeing nothing wrong with taking the small detour, he walked over to the deck and looked out at the land that sprawled before him. It was amazing, so massive and so untamed. He had never seen something like this and he was honestly impressed. Such a beautiful world. Looking down he saw a person standing there. He was wearing a round helmet with a red feather sticking out of the top. He had a sword at his side, a green cloak over his shoulder, and wearing white and red armor underneath with a sun on his chest. Walking up, Naruto asked, "What you staring at?" The man turned his head and gasped. "Apologies friend, I didn't see you standing there." Naruto smiled. "No problem, I just got here. But what are you staring at?" The man laughed. "Why, the world sprawling before me. I have been tasked with living in this land due to the undead curse that has fallen upon me." Undead curse? Ah, you must come from a land where this is not apparent. Naruto nodded his head. "I guess you could say that some people have told me it is what comes to those in these lands, but I don't have it myself." The man gasped. "You have not fallen prey to the curse. How is this possible? Are you blessed by the sun?" Naruto shook his head. "No, I just come from a place where this is not prevalent." "Ah, I see." He nodded his head. "I understand my friend, but forgive me, it would seem you carry a great weight on your shoulders." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "I guess you could say that. I see, so you two are seeking something in these lands." Naruto laughed. "I guess, honestly I'm just looking for something to give my life purpose again. I was nothing but a tool before, but now I'm free and I have a chance to really explore and see things." "I see you seek your own son." "Son? What is your obsession with that?" "Simple my dear friend, I seek my own son. Something to bring light to my dark existence. The same kind of light that was given to Lord Gwyn during his reign, and the same flame that used to bring forth a new era." Naruto raised an eyebrow. Gwyn must have been some kind of king or something, might have to look into this down the line. "My friend, what is your name?" "I'm Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki." "Well then Naruto, my name is Solaris, and if you are ever in need feel free to call upon me and I shall come to your side and aid you in any battle that might come." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Okay Solaris, and if you ever need help feel free to do the same. I'll help you find your son while you help me on this journey to find my own, I guess." The knight held his hands out and stood ramrod straight with his legs together. "Praise the sun my comrade, and may we both find what we seek my fellow warrior." Naruto smiled. "He kinda reminds me." He saw overlaps of himself as a child and Konohamaru, but he shook his head. "No, don't start thinking that." "Well, I shall call on you if I need you Solaris." "Of course, but my friend, I'm afraid you won't get far with your arm missing like that." Naruto looked down at the stump and shrugged while putting the sword on his shoulder. "I've fought in worse conditions before. Plus I doubt I'm going to find someone willing to give me their arms or helping me find a replacement." "Ah, then you should see the blacksmith. I heard rumors that he has all kinds of things in his possession. He might just have something you need if you have the souls." "Souls?" "Yes, those orbs that you get off the undead and alike, those are souls. They are used by the living to increase their overall strength and talent while at the same time offering us a means to trade goods and materials." Naruto paled. Is this what he was collecting all this time? "Do not fret my friend, it is not as dark as you think, as they are all being stuck in this world seeking freedom, and thus doing this allows them find purpose and freedom." Naruto looked at Solaris and sighed. "I'll take your word Solaris. Well, I'm heading off, stay safe and may the sun guide you, I guess." "You as well Naruto." Naruto walked away from the man, leaving him to look out to the horizon, and Naruto to rolls his eyes. Crazy, but I hope he finds what he is looking for. It is strange Naruto, it was like looking at a younger you. Naruto frowned. Yeah, hopefully his story is better than mine. Kurama frowned and stayed quiet. What could he say? Walking up the staircase, Naruto proceeded to the bridge, but while walking he saw some of the undead ready to greet him and he sighed. "I really am getting tired of you guys." He started rushing to them but then heard something in the distance. Looking up. "Oh fuck me, you have to be kidding. Kid, run." Naruto didn't need to be told twice. Without waiting he rushed into the undead, but quickly rolled to the staircase on his right. A large torrent of fire exploded on the ground and most of the undead were screaming in pain from the flames. Naruto could feel the heat from the bottom of the stairs while he is rolling his shoulders and moaning. Geez, that hurt. Looking up, fuck me, are you serious? That flying lizard is blocking the way. Yes, it would seem so, and there doesn't seem to be a direct way around him. So we need to find an alternative form of crossing if we hope to get to the other side. Yeah, but how? Naruto looked around the room, seeing 2 doors that he could walk into and decided to head to the one in front of him. Entering the room, he walked down some stairs until reaching a wooden platform which he saw leads back to the bonfire in town. He quickly kicked the ladder down and smiled. At least I have a place to retreat to when in trouble. True, but we really need to find a way around that fire-breathing creature. Yeah, Naruto rolled his shoulders. I guess for now we can relax. Sliding down the ladder, he sat down at the bonfire and sighed. That damn thing is going to be a problem unless we can do something about it blocking the way. Looking out the door, Naruto narrowed his eyes. There were 2 undeads left alone on a single building across a small bridge. But he noticed that they were almost walking in a pattern around a couple of boxes. Wonder what they are blocking. What happened to getting around that fire-breathing creature? Naruto shook his head. For right now there is nothing we can do. We have nothing to give us an edge against him, so probably best thing we can do is find other stuff to do. Naruto walked out of the room and charged at the 2 undead guarding the area. Seeing them, one aimed a bow and the other rushed at him with a shield and sword. An arrow flew, but Naruto noticed something. The arrow, it is coming at me slower than before. He casually moved his head around the arrow and saw that it was slowly sailing past his head. Weird. Turning his head, he saw the undead with a sword swing. Is it just me or is my reaction faster? Naruto quickly swung his sword with all of his force, but unlike before where it would clash with steel, it broke the undead's weapon. Holy shit, did I get stronger? Kurama remained silent. He knew that it had something to do with that woman from before, but he wouldn't spoil this as Naruto seemed to be enjoying himself now. He is getting used to his improvements, and by the rate he is starting to progress he might just reach his old level again soon. Looking off into the darkness, he saw a now blooming forest that seemed to be covering the woman from all that could see. He knew that the woman had good intentions, spending enough time with Naruto and he could see someone's true intentions. But sadly, he wouldn't dare trust her with Naruto and keeping her word. Too many people have done that and went back on it. So, hell or high water, he was going to make sure she reveals herself if he manages to ring one of those damn bells. Naruto had slaughtered the 2 creatures easily and absorbed their souls, weird for him to think that, and proceeded to smash the crates they were guarding. Breaking through, he saw a staircase leading to a lower floor and into a building. He sighed. Yes, down I go. Naruto walked into the building and quickly walked out to the balcony. There, he saw undead vagrant, or at least merchant, sitting there. He had a smile on his face. Customer hasn't had one in quite some time. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Maybe if you didn't hide yourself deep in the undead's territory you would find more customers. The man laughed. If I didn't, then I wouldn't profit from those that are foolish enough to try and charge headfirst into a battle without thinking. No. Naruto grunted. So young one, what are you seeking? For I have quite the wares. Naruto glared. Show me what you have. Of course. The man laid out his wares for Naruto see, and he just started scanning through it all and frowning. He saw some weapons, a couple of shields, a bow, and some arrows. But one thing that caught his eyes was a key that he had in his possession. What is the key for? I see you're interested, yes. Naruto nodded his head. You see, this key is special. This will allow you to access the lower levels of the city. Places that only the plagued and demonic dwell, you see. Naruto frowned. Are you saying there is more than the undead down there? The man laughed. Oh, my friend, there is more than you can possibly imagine. Demons, dogs, and a sewer system plagued with the biggest rats you would ever see. Naruto paled. Great, more fucking rats. But, he smiled brightly, in those sewers resides some of the best treasures that one could ever hope for. If one is brave enough to venture into the unknown. Naruto frowned. He really wasn't sure about that. Something about this place seemed to off for him, and he was sure there was more than the vagrant was telling him. But if this key really did open the lower levels of the town, he would take it. Who knows what is down there that could be of use to him, or even more so, if there are others trapped and need help. They might be willing to show him a few things and help him in some way on his journey. I'll take the key. Excellent, sir. He held his hand out and Naruto held out his. In a bright light he saw some of the souls that he had collected going into the man's hand. Thank you for your purchase. He held the key out and Naruto snatched it out of his hand. I don't suppose you have suggestions for how to get around that giant red monster guarding the bridge? The vagrant rubbed his chin. I would suggest going back the way you came and going through the other door, as this will allow you to walk underneath the dragon and head to the cathedral, but be wary, there are greater dangers waiting in that place than you could possibly imagine. What more giant fucking rats? The vagrant grunted. I'm being serious, so listen up. That place is flooded with the undead, and not the kind you are seeing around here. These undead, they are equipped with better weapons, armor, and far stronger than the ones you have seen so far. If you go into that place, be very cautious about how you fight them, as they even have other monsters living there with them, protecting it from all that would dare enter. Naruto frowned. Good to know. Naruto turned from the vagrant. I might return to do more business, so don't you go anywhere. The man laughed. Lad, that is something I can't do if I wanted to, but I shall eagerly await your return. Naruto rolled his eyes, he could hear the sarcasm. He'll show him. Walking out of the tower, Naruto proceeded back to the bonfire and climbed up the ladder. There, Naruto looked for the other doorway the seller mentioned and walked through the doorway. Naruto saw that he was definitely under the bridge. Walking around one of the supports, he saw the creature's tail hanging limply over the side of the entrance. Naruto frowned. I wonder. Naruto summoned the knife and aimed it at the tail. With great precision he manages to throw the knife and hit the creature's tail. The creature roared from the pain and quickly leapt off the side of the building and starting hovering over the side of the bridge. Naruto saw his tail was within range, so without hesitation he jumps and impales his sword through the creature's tail. The beast roars from the sudden pain and the extra weight he is feeling on his tail that he starts flying up as much as he could and had his tail landing on the bridge. Naruto, feeling himself touching the ground, smirked and quickly pulled out his sword and swung it at the tail, cutting off the tip of the tail. The creature roars from the pain and flies into the sky with blood leaking down from its open wound. Naruto smiled but then frowned seeing the creature returning to the bridge, but this time landing right in front of him and roaring. Yeah, well, Naruto held his sword to the side and looking down at the tail fragment. I didn't appreciate almost getting roasted, so consider us even. The creature growled, before leaning his head up. Oh no you don't. Naruto rushed forward and without thinking threw his sword straight into the throat of the beast, causing it to gag and cough from the sudden penetration. Naruto smiled. It drops his head downward, allowing him to rush forward with all of his speed. There he pulled the blade out of the beast's neck and climbed up the back of the beast's head. It felt him moving around and raised his head up, but Naruto was sitting on the back of his neck and spun the sword between his fingers, trying to be careful to balance the weight of the weapon. You know I'm done dealing with monsters like you, so fuck you. Naruto raised his spinning weapon and slammed it into the skull of the creature with all of his might and caused the creature to scream in pain. The beast roared loudly and after a few seconds of struggling just fell onto the bridge and exploded in a cloud of dust. Naruto huffed and puffed, having to put everything he had into that attack, and seeing it disappear gave him some relief. Feeling his body exhausted, he stood up and picked up his sword. But he heard a thud and saw a draconic-looking sword and frowned. Okay, I guess that came off the creature I killed. He held his hand out and the blade disappeared. But with that damn thing dead, I can finally move on. He heard shuffling and saw that a few of the undead were waiting him on the other side of the bridge, and he sighed. I'm really done, fellas, so how about you all, fuck off. Naruto took off in a sprint, dodging the arrows coming at him and then impaling one of the undead. He swung his blade downward, cutting through the creature, leaving it screaming in pain. Naruto ignored it and slashed at the other undead, cutting his head off and then spinning around like a top, cutting off the head of the other undead. Naruto sighed and saw there was nothing else on the bridge to deal with, so he turned to the entrance of the building and saw another bonfire sitting there. Too much work, never doing that again. Naruto walked up to the bonfire and after igniting it, he sat down and closed his eyes, trying to recover his strength from this harrowing ordeal. Chapter 4. The First Bell in the Arena. Naruto sat by the bonfire and just sighed. Taking down that dragon had proven to be a nuisance. He was aware that thing was worth more dead than alive, but he couldn't hide his annoyance at the fact the creature had made his life harder in that small instance. He personally didn't care that the drake dropped something after he damaged its tail, he was just happy to get a moment to breath. But after resting on the bonfire, he knew he would have to get moving, and he could only wonder. What is going to be awaiting me at the first bell? Naruto stood to his feet and over to the mechanical switch by the sealed gate and pulled it. After the switch hit the ground, the gate lifted itself up, and allowed Naruto entrance into the new area. Walking up the stairs, Naruto saw an opening with some fire on the ground and a staircase to his right in an entranceway. While at the same time ahead of him was some crossbow-wielding skeletons, some heavier armored undead, and some giant war pig. I doubt you'll taste delicious if I cook you. Naruto shook his head and quickly drew out his new sword that seemed to drop from the creature he killed. It was a jagged blade and had scale-like design, but he didn't pay much attention to it. The first armored knight attacked him the minute he reached the top of the stairs. The being lifted his blade above his head and Naruto thrusted his blade into the face of the undead and pulled it downward, cutting the being in half from the face down. From there, he walked past the dust and souls that were gathering and walked past the arch but quickly heard shuffling to his right. Turning his head slightly he saw another one of the undead charging him, but this time he swiftly slashes the sword across his neck, chopping its head clean off. The body of the creature collapsed and turned to dust, and all Naruto could do is sigh in annoyance. That is when he hears a roar and turns to see the pig charging him. Naruto glared and saw the beast's lowering its head as to run him through with either the charge or its tusks, but Naruto quickly rolled to the archway. There he hid between some pillars that as soon as the creature tried to push through, found itself stuck and not able to move. It released a blood-curdling roar, but Naruto didn't want to deal with him that he slammed his sword into the eye of the giant pig. The creature bucked and fell backwards in pain, screaming in rage from the unbearable pain it was now forced to endure. Sadly for it, Naruto saw this coming and quickly pulled his sword out of its injured eye, letting it fall back into the wall. But before the creature could move further after dropping back down onto all four, Naruto summoned one of his daggers he had collected and threw it into the other eye. The creature screamed in pain and thrashed around. It was trampling all over the area and Naruto smiled while watching it run off in random directions, rushing into walls, crushing creates, and crushing the other undead under its massive weight. The boar was attacked by the archers who were trying to shoot the beast dead but only managed to enrage it further or hit the armor, making the bolts bounce off. Naruto could only smile as the creature just wriggled and screamed in pain. He could see it clearing out most of the undead for him, so he decided one of the best things to do was take out the archers, so pulling out two more daggers he threw them into the head of the archers, making them fall to the ground with a thud and turn to dust before their souls transfer over to him. From this, Naruto saw the pig rushing into the fire and after burning a bit turned around and sniffed the air before rushing to where he was at the stairwell. Naruto quickly rolled out of the way and got behind the pig before slamming his blade into its ass. The creature squeals in pain before collapsing on the ground and turning to dust, and Naruto finding a large collection of souls and smiling. One down, hopefully nothing too crazy happens after this. Turning from the pig, Naruto examined the closed gate and saw a small path leading downward to its side. Walking down, Naruto proceeded to kill his way through some undead and proceeded to climb up some stairs and examine the room he was in. He managed to find some large clumps of souls on some bodies and some hidden spots behind some barrels he had to break. From there, he climbed up a ladder and found another large orb of souls sitting on a beam. After collecting everything in the room of value, Naruto proceeded to climb up another ladder and upon reaching the top looked around to find nothing of value. Walking to the opening he saw a white fog blocking off the exit and he frowned. "Kurama, are you seeing this? Is there anything malicious about this? From the looks of it, the gate is not going to stop you from getting through." "I can't explain it, Naruto, I think you're just going to have to walk through." Naruto nodded his head and after putting his hand on the fog he felt it give and thus pushed through the fog to find himself on the other side. He looked over the edge and saw that he was standing high above the spot where he battled the pig and sighed before walking down the walkway to try and make sense of this place and find some way to open that gate down below, or at least another way around it. But when looking over he squinted his eyes and saw something standing in a lone tower. "Kurama, is that another one of those big black knights we saw earlier?" "Yeah, it looks like it. My guess is that we missed some entrance or something if he is just sitting there high up in his tower." "True, might want to go back for him later, but for now I think it is best we just deal with the gate." "Agreed. Ring the bell and we can take care of that guy later." Naruto proceeded down the walkway and saw one leading to a staircase going up while the other leads to what it looks like a winding path. So, heading to his right he saw an oddly dressed undead. It had a helmet on his head oddly shaped in the form of a cage rather than the dome cap he had seen before, a straight sword in his hand, and a small shield, but it was wearing a red cape marking him as a new enemy or a different kind of soldier compared to his counterparts. Seeing its vision is focused on something in front of him, Naruto walks up to the creature slowly, making sure not to give away his position, slowly inching closer and closer to the knight. By the time he was inches from the knight, it started to notice something or someone behind him and stirred to turn around. Too late. Naruto slammed his sword through its back and out through its chest. Naruto smiled, before pulling his blade upward, cutting through the creature's right shoulder and leaving gasping in pain. It fell to its knees and then onto its face before its souls leave its body and disappears in a flash of dust. Naruto shook his head before walking to the dead body that was sitting there. Guess he must have killed this one, or maybe something in its memories recognized the person on the ground or someone like them. Walking up to the body he saw it was an armored person, but the most striking thing was the colorful shield sitting on its body. Picking it up he examined it a bit before shaking his head, sending the shield away. While he understood the appeal of a shield when combating some of his enemies, Naruto preferred to fight without extra weight, allowing him to maneuver with greater ease. Turning around, Naruto proceeds back to the staircase. Walking up the stairs, he saw two paths before him, one leading another undead with a spear and shield by some barrels, another path leading to entrance way where he can only see the sun in the distance. Walking up to the undead by the barrels, he dashes past the slow charge of his spear and gets behind the undead, allowing him to impale the creature through the back, turning it to dust. From this point, he finds nothing behind the barrels and proceeds down the other hallway. From there, he senses something off, so he slowly emerges from the hall and sees one of the knights with the red cape looking straight at him from his left, while on his right another undead with a spear and shield is standing there and looking at him. Being caught in this, Naruto quickly appears in the opening, making both creatures charge at him, with the one with the large shield raise his sword and thrust at it. Naruto quickly diverts the swing of the armored knight and had it impaled its ally through the chest, making it groan in pain from the strike. Naruto sees the opening in the helmet due to the cage being left up, and without hesitation Naruto thrusts through the face and makes it moan before slumping over. Naruto sighed and proceeded to kick the undead away, allowing him to fall backwards dead on the ground. Walking down the entryway, Naruto notices a path to his left and the one in front of him leading to another open area with two undead and a wooden bridge connecting them. Deciding against going in that direction, Naruto walks to his left and proceeds down the walkway. After exiting the walkway, Naruto saw that he was standing on a staircase leading inside of the church while the other leads down to the sealed gate. Wanting to get some rest, Naruto proceeds down the staircase and slashing through an undead to reach the switch and open the gate. There, easier for me to get back without having to make that grand detour. Naruto turns to the corpse and sees a key lying on his body, and figuring there must be some importance to the key, he picks it up and walks back to the bonfire. Once there, he sits down and sighs before closing his eyes and having a fitful dream. Flashback begins. Naruto could feel his head throbbing and his body relaxing. He had to thank Sasuke when he saw him again, he really needed this more than anything. A banging was made at his door, but Naruto ignored it. The banging grew louder for a few seconds, but Naruto continued to ignore it to try and get some sleep. Finally, after a third set of rapid banging, Naruto just drifted off to sleep, but soon awoke when he felt someone pulling him off his bed. Clearing his eyes, he saw through his blurred vision that it was a pissed-off Hyuga glaring at him with pure venom in his eyes. "Where were you?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Here, sleeping. You know something I haven't done in a few days, since every fucker in this village decides to shove their fucking missions on me when they don't want to do their job but want to get paid." Hiyashi glared harder and his eyes activated. When he was a child, they intimidated him, but now, it was just nothing more than a nuisance. "Bastard, because of you my daughter got severely injured on her mission. You could have helped, instead you were being fucking selfish." Naruto glared, gripping the man's wrist, and without hesitation started crushing it in his grip. The man grunted in pain before trying to send a strike to his chest, but Naruto smashes his head into his nose, leaving a sickening crunch for all in the room. Naruto then pulls him forward and slams his right knee into his balls, making him fall to the ground in a thud. "Fuck you, asshole." Naruto released his hand, and when Hiyashi glared, Naruto just channeled Kurama's chakra into his eyes, making them red. "Try me." "Enough." Everyone turned to see Neji standing there with a glare on his face. Everyone stand down immediately. Turning to Naruto, he saw the blank, bored expression on his face. But he continued to glare. "Naruto, where were you?" Hinata and her team got ambushed on a joint mission with Kiba and his team. She suffered serious damage that might render her without chakra. Naruto yawned, making Hiyashi growl and Neji glare harder. "Hey, I was trying to catch up on some sleep after eating and drinking with Sasuke. It's not my fucking job to be the person everyone asks for whenever the smallest shit happens. Want someone with faster reaction? Then get your fucking Anbu to do something, don't come crying to me." "Naruto, this is exactly the reason that you won't become Hokage. If you don't start changing that attitude, then you'll never achieve it." Neji really wanted Naruto to understand that he had to start thinking about the village's interests even in moments like this if he ever wanted to. "Whoever said I wanted that fucking position anymore?" The Anbu, the Hyuga, Neji, and Hiyashi all stared at Naruto as if he grew a second head. "Do I want to be Hokage anymore? No one has asked that question, but since you brought it up, no, I don't want it. Let someone else deal with the political bullshit of this village. All I have ever been a fucking tool to the rest of you. You aren't my friends and you sure as shit ain't my family. You want a fucking hero that wants to be Hokage? Find someone else, because that Naruto is dead." Neji growled. "Idiot, you were so fucking close." The Anbu were looking at one another in concern. When word gets around and when Suna finds out, there was going to be hell to pay. Gaara had only kept up with his good faith, wanting to see Naruto treated with respect and possibly becoming his fellow Kage, but if he finds out about this, who knows? Gaara might just end their village's relationship and allow Naruto to move to Suna so he can find some peace and quiet. Hiashi on the other hand snorted. Well, who needs a Hokage who can't even protect one team? If you are this selfish to blame everyone else for your shortcomings, then I guess you never were serious about the job and that the third wasted his time on you. Naruto turned to Hiashi and stared at him in the face. Then Hiashi was on the ground with his hand covering his eyes and blood gushing out of his hands. The Hyuga clan members rushed to their clan head's side to try and help him, while Neji stared in shock as Naruto was holding a kunai in his hand and there was evidence of his action with blood dripping off the blade. You know, Naruto growled, the third did me dirty. Yes, he lied to me and deceived me, but the man at least gave two fucks about my well-being and owned up to his lies. That is better than the rest of you fuckers, so here is my fucking warning. Speak ill of a man that gave his soul for this village, speak of my parents, or speak of anyone I hold dear, and I promise, I will fucking kill you without hesitation and make sure your head is sent to your loved ones. Turning his head to Neji, consider this my resignation from this fucking force. Now all of you get the fuck out of my house before I kill you all. Neji stared at Naruto before silently walking out of the building, while the Anbu escorted the rest off the property with one wearing a monkey mask staring at him for a few seconds. Then he nodded his head and continued on his way, with Hiashi screaming in pain and making demands against Naruto, but this only made the clan argue against him. Naruto wiped the blood off his kunai and sighed. What a fucking great night. Flashback ends. Naruto woke with a sigh. Should have killed that fucking Hyuga prick. Standing up, Naruto walked back up the staircase before seeing an entryway to a tower staircase. Walking up the spiraling staircase, Naruto saw that it led to an opening where he saw the faint image of the Black Knight standing there with his back to him. Smiling, Naruto slowly inched his way up, got behind the knight and with a mighty thrust impaled him through the back. The knight grunted but quickly swung around, leaving Naruto's sword in his chest. Great, hey, I'm going to need that back so. The knight slashed downward at Naruto, but he rolled past the attack and appeared behind him and pulled his sword out. The knight grunted before swinging backwards, allowing Naruto to take a step back and dodge the strike by mere inches. But the knight pulled his shield up and prepared to counterattack. Naruto didn't bother slashing at the shielding, knowing he had to wait for his chance. The knight quickly pulled his sword back and waited a few seconds, then when Naruto saw his shoulder push forward slightly and his blade starting to rush forward, Naruto quickly jumped to the side of the sword and without hesitation slashed at the knight's neck, sending him falling sideways to the ground. The knight rolled over, but the minute his face was up, a blade went through the slit of his helmet, making it gush out blood and soon groan from the pain and disappear altogether. Naruto saw the body disappear, but it dropped something in the form of some dark metal and a matching shield for his sword. Touching the shield, it disappeared in a bright light along with the metal ore. Might be useful later, but I'll have to find someone that can confirm what this stuff is and what I can use it for. Walking out of the tower, Naruto proceeded to the front of the church again and sighed before walking into the main entryway. There he saw another one of those knights with the red cape rushing at him. Without warning, Naruto jumped backwards from its forward thrust and thrusted his sword into its face. The creature died with a groan and disappeared into dust. Naruto sighed before walking into the cathedral. But the minute he cleared the main entrance, he heard something behind him and thus rolled forward just enough to avoid something swishing through the air. Another red-cape knight. Naruto was about to lash out at it, but then heard another set of steps and turned to see another one of the knights in front of him. On instinct, Naruto pushed off his feet, sending his head right into the undead's face, sending it reeling back from the impact, before finding his sword running into the hole of his helmet, making it groan and turn to dust. Naruto reacted on instinct, jumped to hide behind a pillar, forcing the creature to dig his blade straight into the stone. But its blade broke upon impact, leaving it with a worthless sword and confusing the undead. Taking the moment of confusion, Naruto rushed and cut the undead's ankles, letting it fall face first onto the ground and then impaling him through the back, killing the creature. Naruto pulled his blade up out of the ground and turned to see at the other side of the cathedral, by some podium or something. Naruto wasn't sure, was another knight, but this one was different than all the other knights. He was bigger, carrying a large shield, a tower shield if Naruto was correct, while carrying a large mace in his right hand. The man was covered in steel armor from head to toe, with only the smallest slit in the helmet pad by the mask covering his jaw. Walking to him slowly, Naruto took in his surroundings and saw a few cues that he could take advantage of, while also seeing the figure just waiting for him to get closer. Naruto sensed something coming from above, so he quickly rolled to his right and looked up quickly to see some kind of being standing there looking down on him. He didn't get a good look at the figure, but he could see it waving some kind of staff in the air and that made him more nervous, so acting on instinct he rolled back underneath the archway to hide from the magic caster. But the thudding steps alerted him to the giant knight at the front coming for him. Seeing this, Naruto quickly put one of the pews in his way, but the man just slammed his mace down and crushed the pew in half, sending the wood everywhere and causing Naruto to watch where the wood went to avoid it getting into his eye. The man lumbered to get his mace back up and Naruto quickly acted on this, slashing at him with his sword. But the man brought his shield up and stopped his strike cold, sending him tumbling backwards. When he raised his mace to slash, Naruto realized that he had to act quick. When the mace slashed, Naruto fell onto his back and avoided the strike entirely. Putting his sword on the ground, Naruto held his hand out and thought about what he wanted. Please let this fucking work. A small dagger appeared in his hand, and he smiled, before flinging the dagger at the small slit in his helmet. Luckily, compared to kunai and shuriken, these daggers were far easier to use and to aim than anything he had thrown before. The dagger went into the slit of the helmet, making the massive, armored man tumble backwards a few steps. Naruto lashed out with his sword, slashing at his chest, making him tumble some more. But Naruto saw that he regained his balance and swung his mace to get him to back up. Naruto did take a step back and avoided the swing. Fuck, I can't find a good opening and that dagger won't work again if he learns like most enemies do. Smiling, so when in doubt, even the playing field. He swung his mace once more and Naruto pushed to the left side of the man where he could see the man's side. But instead of going for his armor, he swung his sword down, shocking the undead with his blade cutting through the armor wrist holding his tower shield. The undead warrior looked at his shield for a second but then turned his attention back to Naruto, who after doing this motioned him with his tilted back head, leading to the knight to release what sounded like a huff. Seeing this, Naruto waited for him to swing, but he charged this time, trying to run him into the wall with his helmet thanks to its odd headpiece design. Naruto, seeing this, pivoted around the charge, and while his head was down, Naruto quickly raised his sword up and then brought it down with great speed, leading to it hitting his neckline. A clang was heard first, but soon the sound of a thump was heard. The knight's head fell to the ground and his body soon followed with a loud bang, leading to Naruto staring at the knight's helmet. Impressive strength you had, and you really made me work for it. But sadly, for you, I'm your worst possible matchup. The body disappeared in an explosion of dust and ash and Naruto felt a large amount of light entering his body and he smiled. Strong enemies have big rewards. Kid is losing his mind talking to himself, but then again probably the only thing that is helping him process this shit. Naruto looked, seeing another one of those black shards on the ground. He touched it and made it vanish inside. Got to figure out what that stuff is used for, but for now, got to deal with my shooter. Whatever he is firing, I don't want to get hit by it. Turning to the front, Naruto notices some kind of odd white energy sitting there and he frowned. While he found others like it before, something about this felt different and so he decided he needed to grab it, but probably on his way out, considering whoever was up there was watching for him. So, walking past the elevator, Naruto hid behind one of the smaller pillars when he noticed the blue light coming straight at him. The pillar blocked the attack, but he narrowed his eyes at the figure standing there and seemingly squirming with his large staff waving around. Naruto knew that he had to kill that guy before he became an even bigger problem, as it was already becoming exceedingly annoying to deal with him or explore with those things coming after him. Walking up the staircase to hide from the monster's next attack, he saw another one of the red-caped knights. He quickly dispatched him by summoning another knife and throwing it straight into his face with enough force to go out the back of his head and sticking into the small roof of the opening partition. Walking up, he held his hand out and made the dagger disappear before turning to see several undead rushing at him. Due to the narrow space of the hallway, Naruto figured they were trying to overwhelm him, so acting on instinct, Naruto quickly started cutting them all down, leaving none of them standing as he walked around the corner and saw the man flinging spells at him. Now that he got a better look at the man, he saw that he was some armored covered figure with a weird helmet that had 6 eyes set into it. Naruto was a bit freaked out by this but shook it off. Avoiding one of his spells, he managed to get around the pillar and without hesitation slammed his blade into its stomach, but it raised its trident into the air and started to glow slightly. Naruto couldn't hear it speak but knew right away he needed to end this quickly, so he figured the best thing to do was run him through. So, he did, pushing his blade deep into his chest and going over the ledge with them both crashing to the ground with a vicious thud, with Naruto on his side holding the wounded spot of his missing arm while the being itself just laid there, his blade sticking out of his chest. This being made no sound, no noise, just died on the spot. But unlike the knights and the others before it, this one didn't seem to disappear, confusing Naruto. He stood up massaging his wound, before pulling his blade out of the creature's chest. Walking back up the stairs, Naruto explored the upper floors a bit, killing another red-caped knight and then finding some more souls that he could put into his body. He eventually stumbled onto a shabby set of wooden doors and cut them open, leading to a sparse room with a staircase. Naruto was confused by the sight of the staircase, so out of curiosity he walked up the stairs and saw a locked room. Sitting there was a man in golden armor with unusual design for his helmet. The man tilted his head up slightly. "Ah, someone new, and you seem to have your faculties about you. If you wouldn't mind, would you lend me a hand? I'm currently stuck at this time." Naruto raised an eyebrow, and while he wanted to help he couldn't help thinking, something is really off about this guy. I might not be able to use my emotional sensing skill anymore, but I can tell there has to be a reason for the man to be imprisoned here. Smiling. "Sure, when I find your key I'll come back and help you." "Thank you, sir. My name is Knight Lautrec of Karam, and I would be in your debt if you do help me." Naruto nodded his head and walked away from the cage, hiding his frown. "Kurama, did you see that guy a second ago?" "Yeah, I did. Do you really think that guy is that off? I mean, people are not exactly normal in this land, and he might just have been a poor fool trapped here." "Maybe, but something about him doesn't make sense. If he made it all the way here, who would be able to trap him in that room? I mean, it wasn't like he locked himself in that cage, right?" "True, hard to say, kid, but it is your choice. Just be careful. The last thing we need is more enemies in an unknown land." "You don't have to tell me twice." Naruto proceeded out of the room and walked into the final room, where he saw a ladder leading to a higher floor. So, walking up the ladder, he saw another one of the smoke doors like before and frowned at why they were just now appearing before him. But he guessed that in this area things were different. Looking at the door he was about to walk through until he saw dark writing on the floor that was glowing. He frowned, before touching it. Kurama slapped his face with his palm, not believing Naruto was that stupid to do something so reckless without knowing what it meant. But he knew he was that dumb even after all these years. Naruto is shocked. In a bright light he saw Solaris appear before him and saw the man brimming. "My friend, I'm glad you have summoned me. Are you planning on challenging the Guardian of the Bell?" Yes. Quick question, how the fuck did you do that?" "Magic." "Yes." Naruto held his hands up. "Fuck it, let's go. I'll learn more about this magic shit, as I'm already dealing with spells. Might as well learn how this summoning stuff works." Solaris laughed before both pushed through the fog door. There they were, standing on the roof of the building, and Naruto saw the entryway to the bell that he heard about and how it was just right there in the middle of some statues of some ugly creatures. Naruto frowned. "Guard up, this is too easy." Solaris nodded. "Indeed, friend, there is something evil here. Wait for us to slip up." Naruto looked around the roof and tried to find the culprit or something that would explain why people haven't made it to the bell or made it just this far in so long. That was until he heard something flapping, so turning his head he saw one of the gargoyles situated on the tower moving and flying downward. "Solaris, above us. It is the gargoyles." The knight turned and gasped. "By Lord Gwyn, this is truly a horrifying sight, but don't despair. Together we can defeat this creature." Naruto nodded his head, holding his sword tightly in his hand as the creature landed on the roof and growled at them. Holding a halberd in his hand and swinging the weapon at them. Naruto rolled under his strike and Solaris jumped backwards, with the creature leaping into the air and flapping his wings while growling. But he quickly landed and took another wild swing at them, with Naruto rolling under him once more, but this time, appearing behind him. Seeing the swinging tail, Naruto narrowed his eyes at it and quickly slashed his blade down, cutting it off and making it drop some kind of weapon on the roof. Naruto didn't bother picking it up, as now the gargoyle turned back to him and quickly lashed out with a powerful slam with his halberd, shaking the roof slightly. Yeah, he didn't like that. Solaris, taking this chance, landed a few quick slashes against the creature's side, making it roar and slash at him, but he quickly blocked it with his shield, but he was sent flying backwards a few feet. Naruto frowned and quickly leapt into action, slashing at the creature with his sword, making the creature growl and swing in a complete circle to try and hit him. But Naruto managed to duck on his spin and slash from a down position into a upward strike, cutting deep into the creature's stone skin. The beast growled once more and lifted his halberd to bring it down on Naruto. Solaris had repositioned himself behind the creature, slammed his blade into its back, making it scream in pain. "My friend, do it now." Naruto nodded his head, jumping up. He quickly slashes at the gargoyle's face to try and end the fight, but his eyes widened that while it cut through the stone, it just smashed him with his shield arm and sent him crashing into the ground. Naruto coughed and looked up. Seeing something flying down, he shouted, "Solaris, behind you." Turning his head, the knight saw another gargoyle appear, but this time, instead of closing the distance on him, it opened its mouth and spewed hot flames at the knight. Luckily Solaris got his shield up in time and blocked the attack, but he was definitely shaken by the move. Naruto saw the gargoyle with his halberd rushing at him while taking Solaris's sword with him, leaving the knight without a blade. Seeing the predicament, he acted quick. Rushing at the gargoyle, he saw it come with a wide swing with his weapon and Naruto cringed. Time this right or we are fucked. It released its sideways swing and aimed for Naruto. Naruto jumped over the attack, managing to dodge the swing by inches, and lifted his blade over his head and slashed down on the beast's hand, cutting it off from its weapon. The creature roared, seeing its weapon on the ground, and reached for it with his shield hand. But found it couldn't do that without dropping its shield. Impossible for him, and Naruto quickly drove his blade through the mouth of the monster, causing it to scream in pain and then fall to the ground, disappearing from his sight. One down. Naruto grabbed Solaris's weapon and saw that he blocked another torrent of flames, but he was starting to get singed. Solaris, be ready to attack, your sword is coming. Naruto dropped his blade and with two daggers in his hands flung them at the creature, forcing it to use its shield to block the attack. While in mid-swing, he threw Solaris's sword into the air. Solaris caught his sword and with one mighty swing he slashed the creature's head clean off and made it drop to the ground in shock and then disappear into dust. Naruto collapsed to his knees and sighed before smiling at Solaris, who held his hand out. That was a glorious battle, Naruto. I hope to join you in many more of these glorious moments. Feel free to call upon me as needed. Naruto nodded his head. If I can figure out how this works, I will, and don't you dare not call on me when you need me or want to talk. The knight nodded his head and soon he disappeared. Naruto sighed, knowing he will have to figure out how that works later, but for now he proceeded into the bell tower, climbing up, and finally seeing the bell he made it ring. The bell's tolling could be heard throughout the land, and all could hear it ringing loud and proud, signaling someone had finally made it to the top. Well, that's one down, one more to go. No doubt this next one will be a true test. Naruto sighed before sitting down and just settling on the edge of the tower, enjoying the scenery and looking up at the sky. Not a bad way to start a fun new adventure, huh? GG. Kurama smiled. Naruto was doing better, and thanks to this battle they knew what to expect going forward. Turning his head, he saw the goddess sitting there with him, having moved out of the forest area, and next to him with a comfy sofa made from the mindscape, he could see she was smiling. Remember, goddess, reveal yourself soon or I will. I know. She smiled and soon tears formed down her face. Truly he is a hero worthy of legend, but I fear what will become the more he learns of this land's dark history. Time will tell, but I will tell you this, if you didn't have direct hand or direct decision on things, the kid won't be too mad. Just don't be obscure about certain things and you'll be fine. The goddess nodded her head and looked at the fox. Is it true that you came from the elemental nations, or as we called it, the land beyond the fog? Yes, how we became that way even I don't know, but all I know is this, we will be drawn back there sometime in the future, whether by the past or by him, but in the end, I will stick by the kid that was with me through my bullshit and through my turmoil. Him. You'll see soon, but for now, prepare, the kid will want answers soon. Chapter 5. Naruto had just finished off ringing the bell and looking out on the horizon. Naruto just took a deep sigh and proceeded down the flight of stairs. But the minute he arrived at the second to bottom floor, he saw a white masked man standing there in a black cloak. He was just standing there with his arms spread wide and looking at Naruto. Also, you are the fabled warrior that has managed to ring the bell. Splendid. Truly splendid. Okay, and you are. Forgive me, how rude of me not to tell you. The man held his right hand over his chest and bowed his head with his left hand spreading upward and backward. My name is Oswald of Cairn, and I'm here to ask if thou wishes to cleanse thy soul. Naruto raised an eyebrow. My sins are from my previous land, but if you want to be technical, they would say I should be grateful for all I have been given, and should do as I'm told. The man looked at Naruto and laughed. What an amusing young man, you truly are a unique individual. Thou hast nothing to worry if all your transgressions are with others in far-off lands. But I must ask, do you wish to partake in some of my wares? Naruto nodded his head and saw most of his stuff, and while some of it wasn't interesting, he saw 3 rings, some kind of black stones, and some kind of small book containing writing on the cover. I'll take those. Excellent choice, my friend, and might I offer you some free solicited advice? Naruto held his hand out and traded the souls to the man while taking the rings, the stones he sent away with his magic, and the book. For the rings, he just put them onto his finger and felt something encompassing him but paid it no mind. What is it? I would be wary of the people you trust in this land, not all can be of great promise. In fact, I dare warn you that there are some that are not all they seem. Be wary and be careful what you share, because it might mean the end of something or a light if you are not close guarded. Fine, not like I wasn't going to do that, but is that all? Yes, you may be off, and do be careful, my friend, who knows what the world has in store for you. No. Naruto nodded his head and proceeded back through the church. After traversing the doorway, he went down the ladder and down to the first floor. There he saw the lingering white soul that was sitting on top of the corpse and the caged-off spot under the staircase. Naruto proceeded to the corpse first, and after putting his hand on the light, Naruto manages to draw it back into his body but felt something was off. Kurama, do I feel any different? No, but for some reason this soul seems to be emanating something else. Best to keep it until we know more. Hey, why don't we take it to that woman in the cage? Maybe this is the stuff she was looking for. Naruto nodded and proceeded to the elevator, and from there traveled down to the point that the door of the elevator opened. Here, he saw he was back at the shrine and smiled. Well, easy enough, I guess. Walking through the shrine, Naruto noticed some people. One was a woman cloaked in white, two knights wearing heavy armor standing there, a man with a red, blue armor set carrying a mace and shield, and finally the golden knight from before sitting by the bonfire and looking outward. Seeing them all, Naruto figured that everyone had traveled here or got here at some point while he was fighting the gargoyles. But he was in no mood to entertain people at this time, so he quickly proceeded through the base of the shrine and walked to the fire, where he smiled seeing the pessimistic man sitting there with a bored expression but looking at him in surprise. Not bad, am I hopeless one? The man snorted. That was the easy one, the next one is in Blight Town and you won't reach it alive. Naruto could only sigh and shake his head before returning to the caged woman while feeling the golden knight's eyes on him as he did. Turning his head, the knight didn't flinch. He just simply sat there with no real movement or expression on his face that could be read. Honestly, it unnerved Naruto. Kurama, that man. Yeah, I sensed it too, something is really different about him, and it is concerning. Should I watch him? At this point he has done nothing to us or anyone, and causing a fight would be a bad idea. So probably best thing we can do is leave it alone unless we want to lose any potential allies in this town. Naruto nodded his head and proceeded down the stairs, arriving in front of the woman in the cage and sitting down in front of her. Hey, I have a question. The woman looked at him and tilted her head slightly. Well, I found this weird soul while I was in the church and wondered if it meant anything to you. I mean, I think you mentioned, or at least showed me, that there is something you can do for me with certain material, right? The woman nodded her head slowly before she sees him holding up the white soul in front of her, making her eyes widen. From this the woman held her hands out and he frowned. You want this for something? She nodded her and pointed at something on him, and he looked down seeing the weird flask that guy gave him a while back. He hadn't used it yet, but he did know the man gave it to him for some particular reason, so he held onto it figuring it might come in handy. Naruto took the flask and handed her the flask and the white soul, and after holding them he saw the white energy surrounding the flask for a brief second before it stopped glowing. She held the flask back to him and he took it out of her hand. She motioned her fingers signaling 3 but then added another finger. So, I can drink more from the flask than I could before. She nodded her head and pointed with her finger at his body and made a drinking motion with her hands. So this can heal me when I'm injured. You do know that I'm not like the rest in this region. She waved her hands. It doesn't matter, it will still work. She nodded her head with a smile. Naruto looked at the flask and put it to the side and sighed. Well, thanks for doing this. Is there anything you need? The woman frowned but shook her head. Okay, well, if you ever need anything I'll be more than happy to help, and I'll also be careful when finding more of these souls, okay? She smiled and nodded her head. Naruto waved to the woman and walked away back up the stairs. There he sees the depressed man just staring at the ground while seeing the golden knight sitting there staring at him. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man and he walked past him. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on him, and if he disappears be sure to hunt him down. Something tells me we need to be more careful around him. Agreed, something about him is off, like I don't know, but remember how Orochimaru felt dark and twisted? Yeah. For some reason this guy seems to radiate in more evil presence. Naruto continued to walk and soon saw a large man wearing a mark of a sun on his chest and carrying a mace and shield. Naruto noticed the blonde man was standing there looking at a group that was standing off in the corner with a woman sitting on the grounds with her hands in a prayer. Naruto raised an eyebrow at them and wondered what their deal was, but figured it wasn't important, and the last thing he wanted to be was intrusive in someone's personal business. He hated it done to him, so why do it to someone else? Naruto turned and decided to head back to the merchant in the dead city, hoping to find more stuff and maybe find more information of where to find this blight town that was mentioned to him. Apparently he couldn't find the entrance while around the church, so it would make sense to check out the city to find an alternative to it. Walking over the rooftops and back to the bonfire, he started looking over the edges and saw that there was streets below him with fire raging all around, and he wondered how to get down there. Naruto remembered the key the merchant sold him and figured it might be worth a shot, so he proceeded past the bonfire and started looking around an adjacent room that led to the Black Knight he fought in a gate door. Okay, let's see if this works. Putting the key in the lock, he twisted it and soon the gate swung open. Okay, so that works. Proceeding down the steps, Naruto encountered one undead walking downwards and quickly cut his head off. Piss off. Walking down the twirling stairs, Naruto saw the streets, but while looking in the distance he saw a pack of dogs wandering around near an alleyway leading to the north. Naruto stared at them and saw something oozing out of their mouths. Poison, great, last thing I want is to take too much of that. Naruto pulled out his sword and walked down the street, and the minute touched the bottom of the stairs the dogs roared at him and rushed him. Naruto watched the movements of the dogs, and when one jumped into the air to bite his head, he quickly sidestepped and slashed the dog in half. Spinning on his heel he slashed through the face of another dog, cutting it at the point of its jaw. The final dog rushed him, but he smiled at this. Sheathing his sword he summoned a throwing knife, and when the dog jumped mouth open he flung it into the creature's throat, killing it on the spot with it falling to the ground with a thud and a small slide. Naruto sighed before watching the dogs disappear and soon a light cover him. Thank God, I love animals, but this is just cruel. Turning his head he narrowed his eyes. What is that? Walking down the street he approached one of the houses and after knocking, via slashing the door to bits, he walked in and saw a man. He had a black hat on his head and seemed to be trapped in a barrel behind another set of barrels. Can I ask how you ended up in a barrel? It is embarrassing, but I might have had a hand in this when I tried hiding from some of the monsters in this city while looking for my master. Okay, but why a barrel? Most don't look in a barrel, no. Naruto's sweat dropped. Right, so need help getting out. I would most appreciate it. Naruto quickly cut through the barrels, got the man out of it, and saw that he was wearing black robes and carrying a staff. Thank you, good sir. I most appreciate the assistance. No problem. So, you said you were looking for someone. Yes, but for now I'll retreat to the bonfire shrine on the cliff. I think I'll be better off there for a little while, especially having gotten my bearings. Naruto nodded his head and saw the man leave, but he shook his head. Man, people hide in the weirdest places. Naruto smiled, glad he is feeling positive, though this whole place feels so bleak, so it is nice. Naruto walked out of the building, and after seeing the street dead ends at a gate he decided against exploration for now and head back the way where the dogs were coming from. Walking down the street he soon felt his instincts kick into high gear and saw three cloaked beings burst out of the houses carrying daggers and glaring at him with dark red eyes. Okay, so I don't think these guys are friendly. Naruto drew his sword and saw that the daggers were covered in some kind of purple substance. Fuck, what is with poison? The first cloaked man rushed at him, but he quickly thrusted his sword through his face, killing him in an instant. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Am I getting faster? Another one rushed him and slashed at his side, but he released his sword and punched him across the face. The creature groaned before Naruto stomped on his neck, killing him and grabbing his dagger. The other two quickly rushed at Naruto, who threw the dagger at one of them while ducking under the swing of one of them and grabbing his sword that was on the ground. Naruto cut the ankles of the one that swung and angled his sword for its face to fall right on his blade, killing it instantly. The creature disappeared in a burst of light before rushing forward and slashing the last one in half. I'm stronger too. Naruto stared at the disappearing bodies and then at himself and frowned, wondering what was going on, as now he felt like he could take on the world. But he quickly shook his head. Don't get cocky, you already had a few close encounters and the last thing you need is to get a swelled head. Plus, looking at his missing arm he frowned harshly. That's what caused your current predicament. Probably should look for someone that could help with this. Naruto stood up and walked further inward. There he saw another one of those fog gates and what looked like a stone bridge and vegetation growing everywhere, and this confused him considering they were deep in the city. But he had to guess maybe nature was starting to take parts back, and thus it explains the vegetation in the area, or there was just a lot of water for the plants to grow. Walking to the gate he pushed his hand on it and passed through. Fuck. Naruto rolled immediately out of the massive swing of two large blades. Looking up he saw three dogs sitting there and growling. Fuck my life. Naruto drew his sword before rushing past the dogs, leading to him being chased by the animals while narrowly avoiding another massive swing from the monster. Reaching the top of the stairs Naruto spun and swung his sword, cutting one dog in half while sending the rest flying. Seeing the dogs dead from the first strike he smiled, but turned to the giant monster and saw that it was a bone-covered creature. It had what looked like a bull skull around its head with two dark yellow eyes. In its hands were two identical large blades, and Naruto saw the creature having a snout for a mouth. The creature itself was quite intimidating, but Naruto tched for another reason. Not much room to maneuver in this place, the staircase is broken, and sadly there is not a lot for me to move around on. Great, so that means he has the advantage in this situation. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the creature as it slowly climbed up the stairs, but he saw that they were cracking and breaking down the longer the creature took to get up. Narrowing his eyes, he slowly sheathed his sword, summoned a dagger into his hand, and threw it at the creature's head. But it simply dropped his head, making it bounce off the skull. Shit. Unsheathing his sword, the creature leapt into the air trying to reach him, but Naruto jumped into the last part of the staircase that was off to the side of the rest of it. The creature fell through the hole and missed him by a mile, and he smiled. Bingo. While the creature landed on the ground with a thud, he leapt into the air and brought his sword straight down into the neck of the creature. The beast roared from the pain, and Naruto pulled his sword out with a mighty thrust, leaving it screaming in more pain and blood gushing out of the creature's body. Naruto noticed the creature's blood seemed discolored, but seeing it standing up straight and him losing his footing, he quickly leapt off the beast and got some distance from him. Naruto saw the beast stand up straight and walk slowly to him. Its tail dragging on the ground and its growl coming through in a low guttural manner. But the creature quickly took its blade and swung them around in a single placed slice across the air. Naruto had to admit it had quickness to catch him off guard, but it missed him as he ducked under the strike. He knew that probably this thing was faster than his counterparts of the monster on the bridge and the one he encountered in the prison. Acting quickly, he pushed forward and slashed at the monster's leg, leaving it growling and slashing at him. Naruto rolled behind the creature before slashing his back, making it roar out in pain and do a complete spin, slashing to kill him. Naruto rolled again under his strike, but quickly brought one of his blades down where he rolled to. But Naruto jumped backwards, landing on his back to avoid the strike, and the creature growled out in what was probably frustration, thinking it would have caught him with that strike. Naruto quickly got back to his feet and dusted himself off. Not bad, big guy, got to say. Compared to the others, you're a better fighter. But it is this arena that is giving you the advantage, not your actual skill, otherwise this fight would already be done if I had my way. The beast roared and leapt into the air while bringing both of his blades down in a powerful set of downward slashes. He didn't see that the human rolled forward underneath him and appear once again at his back, and this time slashed at his ankles, leaving him falling to the ground in a small stumble. But it reached behind itself and slashed at his head, but Naruto moved all the way to its left side and thrusted his sword forward. The beast roared when it was forced to release his blade, causing it to be stuck in the ground. Naruto grinned. Got you now, asshole. Naruto slashed at the hand again, and this time chopping it off, leaving it roaring in pain, but it quickly reached and swung its other blade at his head. Reading this, Naruto quickly ducked so the blade hit the handle of its other blade. The creature grunted, seeing Naruto walk around the sword and staring it in the eye. It pulled on its blade, but it didn't budge. It looked at the blade and Naruto smiled. Fun, right? Hate when your shit gets stuck and you can't pull out. The creature growled and continued tugging on the blade, but soon found something piercing its neck and saw it was the sword Naruto was using. It grunted and soon blood gushed out of its wound and growled, thrashed around to try and free itself. But sadly, it didn't amount to much as Naruto just continued pushing his blade in until finally the ground was coated in the monster's blood and he has some staining his features and hair. Now die. The creature grunted and gurgled before falling over dead. The creature exploded in a bright light that covered his body. He sighed, before seeing something lying on the ground where it stood. Looking, he saw the thing that was on the ground was a key. Picking it up, he frowned. I hate figuring out what shit is good for and what it is not good for. Naruto sighed and sat down on the ground. But probably best now to get some sleep, can't keep running on fumes, and that fucker left me on fumes. Naruto got to his feet, walked out of the lower level of the city, walked past the door, and sat down by the bonfire and closed his eyes. But unlike before, he found himself in an unknown place. Kurama, you here? Not hearing the fox, he frowned. Where the hell am I? I can explain that. Turning his head to the new voice, he reached for his sword but couldn't find the blade. But he quickly stopped worrying about the sword and blushed at the woman that was appearing before him. This woman, striking was just something short of describing her. She was gorgeous to the point that all other women in his life paled in comparison and almost had no value compared to this woman. If he had to be honest, this woman, she was on another level. She had long flowing red hair, darker shade than his mother's but still beautiful, brown eyes that shined, a striking figure that was almost on full display with him having to keep his eyes focused on the woman's near-perfect face. Because her breasts, well, he hate to be a pervert but they were the biggest he had ever seen. Tsunade was a D cup compared to this woman and she wore her beauty proudly without vanity. Naruto stared for a few more seconds before she laughed. My, am I truly that stirring you or rendered speechless? Naruto blushed heatedly. No, I mean yes. I mean, he stuttered for a few seconds, I'm not sure where to start. The woman laughed. Well, I guess names wouldn't hurt, no. Naruto coughed. Right, I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, but you can call me Naruto. Who are you? My name is Guinevere, daughter of Gwyn and known as the goddess of fertility. Naruto's eyes widened. Like a legit goddess. The woman smiled sadly. Yes, unfortunately. She sighed, but at this point that doesn't mean as much with everything that has happened in this land and to the people. From the mistakes we have made as gods. Naruto narrowed his eyes. What did your family do? She smiled sadly. That is a long story, there is so much I can say without a shred of doubt played a hand in the evil and destruction of these lands and the kingdom itself. What happened? Who is responsible and what has this all got to do with the bells and stuff like that? The woman smiled. Almost everything. Do you know the history of our lands and the history of the Age of Fire? Naruto shook his head. Sorry, I don't come from these parts. She nodded her head, already guessing that after talking to the fox for so long. Well, it is a long piece of history, but I guess we can start at the beginning. In the ages of the earliest era where life neither lived or died, just existed. There was a race of dragons known as the Eternal Dragons, being so powerful and everlasting that it seemed they would live for all eternity. However, after ages of being under their thumb, a new era started with the sparking of what we call the First Flame. A powerful flame that created Lord Souls. Lord Souls. Yes, souls so powerful that they can be only used by a handful of beings and can grant power out of this world. I see. Naruto rubbed his chin. I'm guessing that your father was one of the users since you claim him as a god, yes? She nodded her head and using some magic she created a magical portal. There he saw an image of her father. Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight and one of the inheritors of a Lord Soul. He was already a mighty king, but given the Lord Soul he gained greater power than ever before and the strength even to strike down the dragons. She waved her hand and showed a woman wearing a hood hidden from view. Another lord was Witch of Izalith, a powerful woman who can craft fire spells with no effort and tear apart entire landscapes with her flames. She waved again in another image of a being made completely of dark matter and bones. This is Lord Nito, ruler of the dead and inheritor of the third Lord Soul. I see. Naruto looked at the images and frowned. I'm guessing combining their powers they destroyed the dragons and thus ushered in a new era. Yes, the Age of Fire. She waved her, showing all the good that was happening in the Age of Fire and all the god things that came from it, skipping a few key things that she might have missed and even not mentioning the kingdoms that formed from the ashes. But something happened. She looked down and clutched her arm. The better question, what didn't happen to cause this? She looked at him. The truth is that so much was done to try and preserve the age, and prevent the coming of the next era, but the reality is we tried to deny the inevitable. We should have just accepted it and prayed that we could make the next era better for all of us in the end. Naruto saw the woman in tears and walked up to her. Did you personally do anything to the people? She started biting her lip and tears were falling out of her eyes. I had followers I failed to protect against someone, I had a child I failed to care for, and I failed to stand with someone when they asked me to do so and I failed to stop. She fell to her knees. I failed to protect the people against the brashness of my family. The woman broke down crying her eyes and Naruto could see the guilt and shame in her face. Sitting down he hugged the woman. If you truly feel this way, then there is no reason to keep kicking yourself while you're down. The best thing we can do is push forward, try to push to fix the mistakes left at this time and age. We must fight for the future where the pain ends and healing can begin. The woman sniffled. You regret not protecting them, you regret not standing up even if you couldn't do it, and you hate the pain you caused others. Then use this as a chance to make things right, help people and stop the pain. The woman stopped and looked at the young man and could see something she hadn't seen, a golden light around him and the feeling in her heart. It was growing warmer seeing his small smile. You have a way with words, no? Naruto laughed lightly. Yet people tell me that I do and that I can change people for the better. Honestly, I don't think much of it, but if it makes you feel better then that is all that matters, no? The woman smiled and wiped her eyes. Yes, but I should tell you one more thing. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I'm sealed inside of you. This is your mind. Naruto looked around at the forest that was around them and smiled. Better than a sewer at least. Guinevere laughed. Yes it is. Naruto looked at her. So, are you the one that is using all those souls and doing something to me? She nodded her head. Yes, the souls are being used to boost your abilities and skills to help fight against all the enemies that are coming for you and the ones you'll encounter down the line. I promise you, they are only going to get tougher as time passes and we must be ready at all times. Naruto nodded his head. What, you have a fox inside of you since childhood and having to draw on powers to challenge a goddess with some kind of black substance made from her essence, you stop questioning reality too. Okay then, Naruto stood up helping her to her feet. So, now what? Guinevere looked at him and then his arm. We should address your missing arm. Naruto looked down and frowned. Yeah, unfortunately this is becoming a problem and it would be nice to have a second arm to work with. But I don't know where to go to find something to replace this. Guinevere smiled. I know someone, in fact you passed his shop on the way through the church to fight the gargoyles. Oh yeah. Yep, his name is Andre and he resides in the ruins outside the church. Head back the way you came with the elevator and go out the door there, trust me you'll find him, just listen for the blacksmith hitting his hammer on an anvil. Got it. Naruto got up and was about to wake up but then he asked. The Lord Souls, you said there is 4, right? What happened to the last one? Guinevere frowned. That soul sadly is gone and I have no idea where it went, but be warned, those that are touched by that soul are corrupted and transformed. Be wary and be careful when touching it. Naruto frowned and soon found a bright light awakening him by the bonfire, pondering that last bit of information. What was the dark soul and what made it so dangerous? Chapter 6. New arm and new challenges. Naruto had taken directions and managed to make it through the temple again and head off to his right. There he encountered a couple of undead, but Naruto quickly sliced through them and proceeded across the bridge. While walking by he saw a man sitting on a ledge wearing what looked like an onion armor set of some kind. He was not sure what the man was doing, but he was just sitting there with a blank expression. He looked depressed, but Naruto had more pressing things to attend to, such as finding this blacksmith that can help him. Walking through the building he made it to the 2nd floor where he encountered Andre, a burly-looking man with a long silver bear, hitting at an anvil. Naruto frowned. He saw the man didn't carry himself with immense strength like others around him, but he seemed to be sitting there with a very calm expression on his face. So, what do you want, stranger? Naruto stiffened, before coughing. Sorry, you're Andre, right? The blacksmith. I am, and what does that have to do with anything? Well, I was told that you could help me out with a current predicament that I'm facing. Oh, he looked up, saw the young man holding his empty shoulder, and walked over. I'm guessing this person told you I could help with finding you a replacement arm. Yes, I have souls to pay with if necessary, killing those gargoyles did help with this. So that was you then. He frowned. I have something for you, but I have a favor to ask if I do this for you. Okay, what? Below the temple and out the back is a forest leading to an abandoned workshop. There lies something I need. If you were to retrieve it for me when you're in the area, I'm more than willing to hook you up with the new arm and maybe something else. He walked over to his stand and withdrew 2 items after putting his hand on a bag on the ground. One was a metal arm prosthetic that had all the attachable parts and even showed it was made of fine craftsmanship. So much so that he was sure that he could punch a hole through a wall with it if he wanted to. He did want to try, but he also didn't want to ruin the arm. As for the other item, it was a giant sword. It was the biggest sword he had ever seen in his life and he was honestly impressed with it. The weapon was bigger than his entire body, it had massive weight throughout the blade and the handle was made with a fine wrapping allowing for a comfortable grip. From the aura around the weapon Naruto saw that it had some wear and tear, but more from the countless battles and bloodshed. That looks like a giant slab of metal. It is technically, but I refined the stupid thing. He then sighed, but sadly the weapon is so heavy I can't possibly wield it myself. I'm looking for someone that can wield this weapon or use it to the fullest potential possible. And you think that is me? Andre nodded. You conquered the first bell, that is no easy feat. But to get to the second one in Blight Town, you're going to need more than that sword at your waist and your quick feet. You're going to need something to even the odds, something that can chop down the mightiest foes that stand before you. Sadly, that weapon is not it. It is this one. He touched the giant blade. You can imbue it with elemental properties if you bring me the right material. I'll think about it. Naruto frowned. Kurama, can I even carry such a weapon? I mean, yeah, Zabuza's sword and Kisami's swords were big, but this thing dwarfs them. Honestly, I'm not sure. This weapon is something we have never seen before. There is nothing special about it, but for some reason it is giving off an ominous vibe. Yeah, but if the challenges going forward are really that great, then maybe it is time to get something that can even the battle for me in a pinch. Kid, even if you could pick up the damn thing, there is no guarantee that you could even swing it, let alone handle such a massive blade on your own. I guess you're right. Naruto sighed. Alright Andre, if I go into the forest I'll find this blacksmith stuff for you and then you can give me the sword, but for now I think I'm comfortable with what I have now. The man nodded his head and motioned him over. Let's get you situated. Naruto sat down on the ground and soon felt Andre starting to make attachments to his shoulder. He could feel the straps tying around his shoulder and the spikes going through his shoulder to attach to the nerves. He gritted his teeth at the pain, but he endured, because this is something he needed to possibly fight his foes that are coming down the line. If what Guinevere was telling him was the truth, and he had no reason to doubt her, then there is a greater threat to face in this land, and the Lord's souls are the center of it all. More so, prolonging the time of this age might have created a new problem overall. But he was not sure about that. He wasn't sure of anything until he could get more evidence. Feeling the nerves being connected to the arm, Naruto could only sit there in silence and close his eyes. Remembering the final day. Flashback. Naruto had woken up in a foul mood due to the day prior. Apparently, after resigning from the shinobi force, they first called him to the Hokage's office. He figured this might because he mutilated the Hyuga clan head, but he didn't care. He was tired of dealing with people talking shit about him and those that were close to him. If they didn't give two shits, what makes it okay for them to act as if they had in the beginning? Plus he was instrumental in destroying his relationship with Hinata and having her move on to Kiba, so that was more of a swipe at him for that mess. Naruto sighed. Walking through the village, everyone was giving him a wide berth and he could see the angry looks in Kiba's eyes when he passed. Apparently, he heard what he said and was angry that he didn't come to Hinata's aid. Tough shit, not my problem. Naruto arrived at the tower and entered the Kage's office, where he saw in his surprise, everyone from his generation. Neji sitting in the chair, Sasuke standing off at the side with a frown, and everyone else either glaring or frowning at him. Alright Neji, what do you want? The man sighed. Naruto, I understand that last night you quit being a shinobi, but I'm afraid there is a problem with your dismissal. Bullshit, you can't turn that down. It is part of the charter and I'm pretty sure we can take this to the royal court. I'm not saying that, but there is another issue. What? Neji sighed. Naruto, you are one of the last people with Uzumaki and Senju blood in the entire world. The village can't afford to lose you. More importantly, we can't afford for your bloodline to die out, as Minato's blood has shown prodigy level of skill. Naruto growled. What I do with my family lineage is no one's business but my own. My father, mother, my ancestors have done nothing but give and give for the sake for the village, and what did that give them? Their son treated like shit, a life worse than most criminals, and before one of you assholes comments on it, I had to learn everything from fucking scratch. Ask Sasuke, he knows. The Uchiha nodded his head, and his eyes were glowing, showing his anger that was starting to become greater than before. Regardless Naruto, Neji frowned. By order of the council and the will of the Hokage, you are to report to the hospital tomorrow to donate sperm so we may ensure the continuation of your bloodlines and the Senju bloodline. Naruto's eyes widened and soon his chakra spiked. The whole room started to shake and everyone could see just the anger burning through his eyes and how even Kurama's chakra was starting to form around him. Who the fuck do you think you are? Naruto, this is. Fuck your orders. The whole room jumped. This is my fucking point. It seems like nothing I do is enough. It is always, for the village, the betterment of everyone. Well, fuck that. I'm done putting this village first. I'm done having to give up everything for everyone else to live cozy little lives. Not one of you could stop Sasuke if it wasn't for me. Not one of you could stand to Kagaya, and I did. Not a single one of you could have stopped the Ten Tails, Madara, Obito, no one here. It took the combined might of me and Sasuke to do this, and that was after battling for days on end. Sasuke frowned. He knew this was going to get out of hand soon and saw Naruto's anger was just finally through. He didn't want to deal with this, and he didn't want his brother to think that he was part of this mess. As he was against this as well. They had tried the same thing on him, but he agreed to at least sire one child with Sakura to keep people away. But now, he was sure that it was just their means of controlling him and Naruto. Fear was the only reason. No one could beat them. Not the Kages, not the Biju, not anyone. Naruto took a deep breath and soon pulled his chakra back in. All I have done, all I have known, it has been the same shit from day one. The old man once told me to follow my own path, and that is what I'm going to do. Naruto turned to them. Blow this request and order out your ass. I'm done taking it from everyone in this room. Do your own fucking missions, stick your neck out on your own time. Naruto turned on his heels, because Naruto Uzumaki is done being everyone's dog. Walk into the door, Neji shouted. Naruto, if you don't report I will have no choice but to send Anbu to collect it. Naruto turned slightly. Do it, I'll just send them back in pieces. No one controls me anymore. Naruto slammed the door and walked out of the tower. I think it is time for me to leave this shithole. Flashback ends. Alright, finished. Naruto looked at his new arm and smiled. He tested it out. He could bend some of his fingers, but it was taking him a bit more effort to move the arm fully. That's going to take more time to get used to, I'm afraid. Yeah, I know. Naruto flexed his fingers some more inside. Wish it wouldn't, but nothing like good practice to get me back into the swing of things, no. Andre laughed. You ambitious, I'll give you that, but be careful brat, hate to lose a valued customer. Naruto smiled. Understood. Naruto walked away from Andre's shop and back to the surface where he walked through the church, down the elevator, and back to the shrine. Walking around the shrine he saw the man he saved standing there with a smile on his face. My friend, thank you again for saving me from that very uncomfortable position. No problem, and you are. Ah, how rude of me, he bowed. Griggs of Vanaheim, I came all this way to find my long-lost teacher Big Hat Logan. Is that a nickname? Yes. He is a proud sorcerer and one of the best in the world. He is easily on par with Seath in terms of magical knowledge and skill. Naruto frowned. Seath. Okay, so magic, right, you know a lot about it. Indeed, would you like to learn some of the sorcerers that I know? I'll pass on that for now. Not really magically adept, I'm afraid. I know how to randomly use the storage space and that is about it. The man nodded. I understand. Understanding magic is complex and it is draining. Unless you are well versed or have a long time studying it, magic's power is a lost talent. I see, so Vanaheim is where you hail from. Indeed, there is a great school of magic and sorcery there, and something wonderful awaits all that travel there. My master Logan was from there, and so were many others that have learned magic. But I fear that my master, since his banishment, has come here in pursuit of the Grand Archive located near the royal capital. What is there that he would want so bad? Are you kidding me? There is infinite knowledge that dwells in those hollow halls, powerful spells never seen before, and even the power of Sif himself dwells in those hallowed halls. Naruto nodded. Sounds like those scholars that like to drown themselves in knowledge even if it might drive them a little batty at times. Indeed, we should find this Logan if he is still alive and talk to him more about the matter. Will do. Well, Mr. Griggs, it has been good talking to you, but I have other places to be. For example, I have to figure out the purpose of this key I got off a massive demon I saw earlier. Ah, he looked at the key, it leads to the sewers. There is your most direct path to Blight Town. But beware, there are many things that reside in that area that even the most experienced warriors would think twice about facing. In particular, the giant rats, Naruto paled, the many monsters dwelling in there, the undead, and the rumors of a powerful creature located somewhere even deeper inside. Sighing, Naruto just nodded his head and proceeded back through the town. While cutting down most of the undead proved pointless, he was having such an easy time doing it now. Walking to a door located past the area where he fought the demon, he put the key into the hole and unlocked the door. There he saw that it was leading to a flight of stairs. Walking down the stairs, Naruto noticed how dark this place was compared to most locations he had seen before. So he slowly moved down the stairs before hearing two moans, one coming from in front of the staircase and the other coming out from behind the corner of the staircase. Knowing this, Naruto drew out his sword, clenched his new arm, and quickly rushed down. There he saw the first undead, which was impaled with his sword through the chest and forcibly removed his sword from his body. Naruto heard rustling behind him and turned, lifting his arm up, and soon the blade clashed against the metal. The blade snapped in half, leaving the undead to look at its broken weapon almost as if in shock. His head went flying a few seconds later. Naruto sighed. Well, the arm works, probably don't want to make it a habit of blocking weapons with it unless necessary. Naruto then proceeded into another open area where he killed 3 more undead and then walked down the stairs in time to punch a dog into the staircase with his metal fist. There the creature groaned in pain, but he quickly slammed his blade through the top of its skull. Naruto proceeded to walk down this set of stairs and soon saw an opening and a singular doorway leading past the opening. Naruto was sure that there was something in that room he might want to at least try and get before advancing deeper in, as there is no telling what was awaiting him further in. Good thing I stopped by that shopkeeper behind that gate before I got further in. Last thing you want to do is not have the gear necessary to survive in this place. A roar was heard and he ducked under a mighty swing. Looking up, he saw it was a green-skinned undead with a much larger frame and more terrifying presence. Naruto smiled as he started swinging his cleaver around to try and hit him, but Naruto just rolled or jumped away from his attack, and when he saw him slam the weapon into the ground with both of his hands on it, he quickly put his sword through his mouth. This allowed him to kill the monster in a single move, and soon it disappeared like the others. Best to get a move on. Naruto walked into the room he saw and heard a voice shout. Please, if someone is there, please help me. Where are you? I'm in this barrel in the far back, please free me. Don't let that thing get me. Naruto frowned. What is it with people getting stuck in barrels? Quickly cutting his way through, he freed a man stuck inside a barrel in the far back. The man had a short black goatee, wearing a short hermit outfit of a hood, ragged tattered top, and sleeves. He had on his neck some bead necklaces and he is wearing iron shoes on his feet. Is there a reason you're in a barrel or did you put yourself in there? Gods no. I was put into that barrel by that monster earlier. He was going to eat me. Who would think to hide in a barrel? That is pure stupidity. Naruto laughed. Trust me, quite a few people. He sighed. Goes to show the city has made these people soft. He smiled. Thank you for the save. I'm heading to that shrine I heard about where everyone is gathered. Supposedly there is some kind of safety there compared to others. Alright, most of the undead are gone, so it should be a quick and easy trip into the shrine. Check on the maiden there for me, would ya? I saw this guy in golden armor and he seems to be looking at her for some reason and it is making me worried. I shall, since I owe you a favor, and if that woman were to die then the shrine would lose its power. Naruto frowned. More reason not to let him near the maiden then. Absolutely, I shall monitor it and let you know if something happens. Naruto nodded his head. The man soon took off and Naruto sighed. Okay, into the depths and into the horrid sewers. Naruto quickly proceeded into the big room where he slayed 2 more dogs and a giant asshole with a cleaver again and proceeded to collect all the loot in the room. Naruto started maneuvering through the hallways of the sewer while watching his footing for bad placement. But then he saw that he came to a ledge. There he looked over the ledge. There, he saw the biggest fucking rat he had ever seen in his life. Unholy mother of God. Naruto, pull yourself together, it is just. Naruto jumped over the edge and drove his blade straight through its head, releasing a ear-stinging scream, but he pulled his blade out and slammed it repeatedly into its head and soon the beast disappeared and all Naruto could do is collapse and huff from exertion. Naruto quickly gathered himself and soon started looting the room for anything and everything he could, but he did find a black mist on the ground and frowned. What is this? Humanity, Guinevere chimed in. From what I understand, it helps return hollows back to their original form if they have it and use it. For you, it won't do anything, but for others it is a must-have item. Naruto sighed and quickly sent it away while gathering the other materials in the room before proceeding down the corridors. There he slaughtered more rats, got lost down a corridor, killed more rats, and repeated this process. After a bit of killing rats and some creatures that he was calling slimes, he then found more material lying around and finally found an opening where he could see some light. However, the minute he walked into the opening he saw more rats rushing him and one of those monsters from the church standing there throwing spells at him. Naruto quickly ducked back into the corridor and started having the rats filter in. There he would push his blade into their heads or open mouths, leaving them falling to the ground, and then dispersing after death. After repeating this process 6 times, he went out into the open area and ducked behind a wall to dodge a powerful spell fired directly at him. Naruto saw how long it took for him to summon the spell and fire it and he smiled. Duck and roll. Naruto got out from behind the wall and rolled under the spell with his sword in swinging motion to where he cut through the monster's armor and it screamed in pain. But it didn't drop dead, turning around and throwing its trident for his head. Naruto rolled backwards and slammed his sword through the monster's back, making it scream once more. Naruto then pulled his sword out, slashing off his weapon hand, leaving it to fall on the ground before kicking it up and thrusting it through the monster's head. Now drop dead. The monster did just that and dispersed into a bright light. Naruto sighed and proceeded to find one of the nearby corpses had more of that black metal material. He didn't know what it was for but knew it must be important given he was finding them when fighting certain monsters and in certain areas that are tucked away quite well. Naruto from here saw the opening area and frowned. Something was keeping everything away, he could feel it, but there was no point in worrying about it. He had to get down there first. So going up the stairs he walked over to the mist door and walked through, leading to more rats. I fucking hate rats. He spent a good hour or so carving through different rats who were either rushing him or sending others after him, or even a few hiding in boxes. Naruto hated to admit it, but this was getting to the point he was just tired of dealing with shit. Luckily he found one of the bonfires and after settling there for a few secs he proceeded through the hallway yet again and soon found an unusual door. It was locked and he frowned. Sitting there was a merchant, but he wasn't looking at him for a second until turning his head up. Another traveler seeking Blight Town. If you want to get into the town you have to claim the key. Naruto sighed. How much? I don't have it. Then who does? That would be the creature that rules the depths. He pointed back the way he came. Climb down a few flights of stairs the way you came and you shall find yourself in that nice open area. Beware though, it is not a monster you can defeat easily. Naruto smiled. Thanks for the tips. Anything to sail before I get this show on the road? Yes, feel free to take a look. Naruto looked into the inventory before finding a particular box and reading the instructions. He find it is a very useful item, so he says, "I'll take this one." "Excellent choice, good sir. Anything you are carrying shall transfer into this box if you are already at your carrying capacity." Naruto smiled and nodded his head but did wonder, what was his carrying capacity? He shook his head. No time for that. Naruto paid with the souls and was heading back to the area that he was before with the chandelier monster, as Guinevere was calling it. There he found a hidden staircase behind an pillar and started walking down it in another flight of stairs. He saw 2 golden signs on the ground next to one of the pillars, but Naruto shook his head. "Better do this on my own for now." Naruto proceeded down the final set of steps, and after traversing the gate he hears something rumbling. He didn't know what, but it was nearby. Soon a small head emerged from where the water was falling down and he smiled. Cute. The creature soon started emerging more, revealing multiple legs and a gaping chest with massive and sharp teeth. "Oh fuck." The creature roared and Naruto frowned. "I don't think my sword is going to be enough and I don't have anything." Naruto rolled out of the way of the creature's charge, making everything around him shake and rumble and even bring debris down on them. Fuck. Naruto rushed at the creature and slashed at one of its legs, which it lashed out with a massive stomp. Naruto jumped back quickly to avoid the impact but saw that he had barely left a mark on the creature. "Naruto, you can't win against this thing. We need something bigger." "I know, but how do we get out of this?" Naruto remembered the trinket you picked up a while back. The one that had that weird pulsing feeling to it. "Yeah." Naruto rolled again out of the way of its charge and the creature just roared out more, causing more debris to fall. "Use it. It will take you to the nearest fire shrine." Naruto quickly willed the item into his hand and after breaking it, he smiled at the monster. "Don't worry, I'll come back later to kill you." The creature released a powerful roar and rushed at him once again, but he was gone in a blur of white smoke. Naruto woke up and found he was back at the shrine and grunted in anger. "Damn it. Calm down, we had to expect something like this is going to happen sooner or later. It is a good thing we had one of those. Now we can strategize how we are going to deal with him." "Yeah, but we need a powerful weapon to even do damage to that creature and maybe upgrading and repairing our gear to go along with it." "True, Naruto. Head back to Andre and trade some of the stuff we have for souls. There we can use it to repair your armor and weapons, and if we find the crafting kit, we can even get him to level up the weapons." Naruto nodded and his eyes narrowed. "I'll come back for him. I will never run from another fight. Next time, he will die by my hands." Chapter 7. Upgrading and Training. Naruto had retreated from the sewers and returned to Andre. While there, he asked him to do some maintenance on the arm, and he did admit that the arm was in good condition but nothing, a little oil and some basic maintenance. Sitting by the bonfire, Naruto sighed and mulled over the situation in his head with his war council. "So we have a bit of a situation with that thing down in the sewers. Nothing I did scratched that thing on the surface. True, maybe we need to find a stronger weapon to start tearing through the monster's flesh. That won't be easy, that creature a descendant of the ancient dragons. They are known for the durability and everlasting power. But it looks like this one might be a lesser dragon that I heard about. One that mutated to the point that it looks like a vagina with teeth." Well, Guinevere blushes, stranger things could have happened. Honestly, with everything that has happened, I have no guarantee on why it mutated, but it could be that it hungered for more power. I think that is irrelevant to this point. Maybe, but it is something to consider. What could have mutated that dragon so much that it became that? Maybe it has something to do with this curse that is going around. Possibly could the Lord Souls do this? No, most of the souls are still where the realms of those that control the kingdom. But last I heard, after Father left to relight the first flame, most of the lords have remained in their domains untouched. I see, so that means they can't have had a hand in this. Maybe. The only two that I can think of that would do something like this are Seath and the witch, but the later last I heard was having her own issues with something she created, while the former has been locked up in his research conservatory. Huh. Naruto sighed, but back on topic. Kurama is right, we need to do some more work on my weapons as some of them are just not cutting it anymore. How about those weird black shards that we found? What if we gave them to Andre and asked if he can do anything with them? That could work. Also, didn't Andre say that if we did him a favor we can get that big sword that he has in his inventory? That weapon seems to be powerful enough that I think that we can slice through the dragon's skin no matter how strong it is. You forget that I would have to train with the sword and that could take days if not weeks. I'm not sure about you, but I don't know if we have that kind of time, as food doesn't seem to be plentiful. True, but thanks to the Estu's flasks you won't need it. Explain. The flask returns a body back to its normal state. Means that if you drink it, it should remove all signs of fatigue and can even remove your hunger and thirst, keeping your body operating at full capacity while at the same time. We can find food in some places in the realm and with some of the traders if we just harvest some of the undead that are still reviving. True. Naruto sighed, but first thing first, upgrade our weapon and then we go into the forest and see if we can find that blacksmith that Andre was telling us about. First rest. You have been running yourself ragged and we are going to need you at 100% before we go and challenge the forest. So get our stuff up to snuff and then get some sleep. Naruto sighed and acknowledged her point. There was no point in running himself ragged without actually resting a bit to recover from all the fighting. While he did agree with Estu's flask, he felt those should be reserved for when he needed it, and given that the woman in the cage could upgrade it, he was not too sure that he wanted to waste the first dose just because he is hungry. Naruto walking over to Andre showed him the metal and he explained that with them he can upgrade his sword but only to a certain point, saying that the quality of the steel mattered. With it he could make the weapon sharper and stronger, but he says maybe only to about 3 times what it normally was. Other kinds exist out there in the world and if he is diligent he can find more of their kind, and this will allow him to make his sword even stronger than before. He nodded and let Andre get to work with all the shards he had while resting by the bonfire until he was finished. Naruto hated sleeping, but after drinking the Estu's flask at the insistence of Guinevere, he realized that he was feeling lethargic. So closing his eyes he fell asleep. Flashback. Naruto could argue that he should have done more. He should have just smashed the desk and thrown shit out the window. He should have hit his so-called friends and just tell them to fuck off. But he knew all that would do is bring more people to breathe down his ass, and he was sure that the other villages would support his cage's decision. Something that annoyed him: if it wasn't for him then the current cage wouldn't be alive. He is confident to say that if he and Sasuke hadn't patched things up, the village wouldn't exist and everyone just be trapped in an eternal dream realm. But no, Sasuke is given a pass thanks to him, but he gets treated like the solve-all solution. He was tired of this mess, he was tired of being used, and he was tired of giving a shit. After arriving back in his apartment he began packing everything, all of his belongings and all of his knowledge, and turning them into scrolls that he would hide with the toads who were still loyal to him thanks to his partner Gamakichi having become the new head of the clan. While he did ask why, Naruto stated he was just done and that he was ready to take on the next journey of his life. Hearing this, the toad understood and left him to his own devices, but wished him luck and if he ever needed them to call for them. Naruto, after packing his stuff, waited until nightfall, where he walked to the north gate, which was the least guarded of the 3 gates they had. But unlike before, the gate didn't have the guards, but Sasuke was standing there with a smile on his face. Knew you would show up here. Naruto smiled. Why, here to see me off? Sasuke nodded his head. Yeah, I figured you would like to see at least one friend before you walked off. But considering how they are acting, I thought a brother would be better. It is. Sasuke and him stared at each other. You're sure about this? Naruto nodded his head. I am. Sasuke sighed. Can't say I blame you. He smiled. Take care of yourself, I'll keep the guessing for a few days and that should be enough time, no? Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, I heard that wave has some ships that travel away from the elemental nations and end up in some new lands far away. I figured that if I did this, I might be a little more free than if I just moved to another country. True. He smiled, not worried someone will read my mind to find out. Naruto shrugged. Doesn't matter to me, either way I'm not coming back. Turning to the mountain he glared at the faces of the 1st and 2nd, the 5th, and 6th Hokage. You know, I always dreamed of my face on that rock wall, but now I realize it was just that, a dream. Something that I chased to help pursue the idea that people will respect me if I did something amazing. But I realized something that you taught me. Looking at Sasuke he smiled. I realized you were right, respect is earned, not given. If I can't have earned the respect after all the shit I have gone through, then who gives a shit about this place? Naruto looked at his brother. So what are you going to do? Sasuke shrugged. Probably travel. Sakura is getting on my nerves again, and while I get people want me to rebuild the clan, I want it to be my choice and whoever I choose to do it with. Naruto smiled and laughed. You sure you're not gay? Sasuke glared. Watch it. At least I know I'm not a virgin. Naruto glared back. What was his name, Rod? Both brothers glared at each other before breaking out into laughter. The two just smiled and held each other's hand and soon brought the other into a hug. Be safe, little brother. You too, big bro. Releasing one another, Naruto walked past Sasuke and took off in a blur, leaving the Uchiha to have a small tear escape. Is this what you felt, Itachi, when you saw me for the last time? I'm sorry you felt this way. Naruto on the other hand just made a mad dash for the border and smiled. Mom, Dad, sorry but I can't swear loyalty anymore. I want people to earn my loyalty instead of it being given. With this began his journey to find the ship in wave and sail off into the unknown. Flashback ends. Naruto was awoken by Andre shouting for him. Rushing back to the blacksmith, he showed him his sword and saw that it had a distinct air around the blade. Something akin to being sharper and seemed to be better formed compared to the usual. Andre explained that he had used everything he could to upgrade the weapon, so he should be good to go with some of the enemies in the forest. Naruto thanked him and proceeded into the forest, or at least the lower level, where he encountered an unusual sight of a powerful creature dwelling below. Literally only one floor below Andre and his workshop. Naruto managed to slay the monster with a few quick swings and while avoiding its long-range magical attacks. He also found another one of those metal shards that he stumbled on and quickly grabbed it so he can use it for later. From there, he found his way into a dark forest area where he started to see nothing but trees and vines as far as the eye can see. Walking down the path, he saw a few plant beasts that emerged from the forest. They were just giant vines with brush for heads and they swung wildly to get him. Surprisingly, Naruto had to duck closer to the creatures to avoid their long-range swing, but thankfully he managed to wipe out the creatures after performing a few quick strikes, cutting them in half. Naruto marched along the path while finding some off-the-beaten paths and some minor encounters here and there. But he managed to claim the treasures and souls that were lingering in some of the areas. Eventually he found through the path to an opening that showed a walled-off tower-looking building to his left, a giant sealed wall in front of him, and a fog gate, as he was told, to his far right. Naruto walked over to the tower and looked for anything unusual with the wall, but Kurama said, "Swing at it, Guinevere says there is a bonfire lying beyond this." Swinging his blade across the wall, he didn't feel his blade striking anything solid. The wall quickly disappeared, revealing the bonfire as mentioned before, and thus ignited it so he had a safe spot to rest. Leaving the bonfire, he proceeds through the fog gate where he encounters some giant bronze knights with shields and swords. Naruto quickly slices through their ankles and is able to counter their movement with some well-timed rolls and thus is able to cut them down to size. Doing this, he manages to make it through the area without too much difficulty, but the lizards and the tree monsters were just numerous and annoying to him. Collecting everything in this region, he proceeds up the path to the right and there he finds a giant root blocking his path and just settled for slashing at the root. Over a period of 10 minutes he managed to cut through the root and it disappeared, leaving him an opening to head out. From this, Naruto made it into another clearing, dispatching some more monsters and even slaying a mighty stone golem. There, Naruto found a ring that was available to him and he smiled before putting it away in his storage space. He would go through his treasures when he got back to a safe spot. From there, he managed to make his way through the area and slay another giant golem, in which he proceeds past it. Naruto soon arrived at another fog gate, this one showing an arch of some sorts, and Naruto frowned. "Got a feeling we are in for a treat. Naruto, be careful, there is something lingering on the other side, and given that this is a bridge we can assume it flies. I swear this better not be another dragon." Naruto walked through the fog gate and see that he was just settled on a bridge where there was a giant moth-like creature floating closer to him from the distance. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "A giant bug. Naruto, be careful, that is one of Seat's horrid experiments. For real. That poor creature, it was twisted beyond recognition. It must have escaped the Grand Archives and came out here to find something. But it can't recall what it was and now it is just lashing out." "It doesn't matter, it is." Naruto quickly rolled as soon as he saw several magical bolts fired at him. The attack was aimed in a pattern that he thinks is to maximize the range and speed of his attack, but due to how slow it was moving he was able to avoid it. Naruto, after dodging the attack, quickly sees another powerful attack fired at him and he just rolled out of the way again. This process would repeat for at least 10 minutes and Naruto was growling in frustration. "Damn thing has to run out at some point. What is taking it so long?" Seath is known as the father of magic, so it is possible that the creature has a near limitless reserves. Well, it has to stop soon. Naruto continued to dodge more of its attacks and this leads to the butterfly just firing and firing and firing until finally he sees it. The final attack of the creature, which it launches a powerful sphere at him, but due to how slow it was going he was able to roll away from it. But the creature started floating closer to the plants on the bridge. Naruto narrowed his eyes that it was now within attack range, so he slashes at the creature's head and it just continued chewing on the plant. From this, Naruto continued to slash at it, but the minute he saw the creature glowing he growled. "Not this time, you big flying bastard." He took his sword and slashed at the creature's wing, causing it to flurry away from him. Wings that were desperately trying to keep them airborne, but due to the imbalance he was facing, the wings lead to him crashing into the bridge. Blocking his path to the tower, Naruto just sighed. "Sorry, big guy. walking up to the butterfly and he could hear it squealing as if screaming something at him. Naruto couldn't make it out and frowned. I wonder. Naruto touched the creature's head and closed his eyes. Kurama saw Naruto trying to in touch with nature around him and his eyes widened. Senjutsu. Senjutsu. Yes, it is Naruto's technique that he mastered from his master before him. From what I understand, the technique works with him working alongside nature, but this should be impossible. He lost his chakra. Maybe the mana that replaced his chakra is acting as a substitute, so it is having a differing effect compared to chakra. Naruto, however, was seeing something and he couldn't explain it. A dark and empty place. Being with multiple eyes looking at them. Tears streaming down their face. Pain coursing through their body. A white present being holding out its massive hand and all it can feel is pain. Floating through the air, seeing more of its kind floating around. The being flying high in the sky. Seeing a man sitting at the top of a tower begging for his life. Seeing a blonde boy enter the area and firing magic at it. All I wanted is the pain to stop, thank you. Naruto pulled his hand back and his eyes widened. What was that? Kid, what happened? I don't really know. It is so confusing. I think I saw the creature's memories. Naruto shivered. Kurama, they are so horrible. How can someone do this to someone? I mean, even Orochimaru drew the line at certain things, but this guy, he didn't stop. Their screams, their pain, it is so haunting. Kurama frowned. He felt bad for Naruto. Something like that was going to shake up anyone, and from what he can guess, if he thinks Orochimaru is not as bad, then this guy is a real twisted fuck. Guinevere, however, cried. She knew what he was talking about, how couldn't she? She knew the being personally and hated him more than anyone else. Hated him more than her father for what he did in his paranoid state of mind. Hated him more than the 4 kings that betrayed her father. Hated him more than the pygmies who were trapped by her sister and keeping her trapped for all eternity. She hated him so much, she couldn't stand it. She hated him so much for all the evil that he committed. But now was not the time. She was busy holding the butterfly's memories and its essence and started to covet it. Hugging the being's soul, she whispered into the soul. Hush, child, it is okay now. You're safe, I won't let him touch you again. Please sleep now, you can sleep and embrace those that you so long for. Guinevere cried tears and just held onto the soul in her loving arms and begged the soul to forgive her. Naruto, however, had shaken off some of the shock and proceeded through the ruined tower. There he found a blacksmith's corpse sitting there in a praying position, his hammer destroyed, and his smith shop overgrown or ruined. He felt the pain this man went through but quickly swallowed his feelings and retrieved a small stone that glowed, and it looked like a whetstone that he had seen before. But it had a weird feeling to it and it seemed to be deep inside the hands of the blacksmith. Prying his hands free, he took the stone and apologized to him. There he found a key not too far from the body and also found a bone of some kind that had a weird glow. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and sent them away while he proceeded down the tower and walked the way he came. Arriving back, he saw Andre and handed him the stone that he found with the blacksmith. The man looked at it and smiled. Thank you, lad, with this I can make your weapons divine, and thanks to it I can upgrade them even more than before. Naruto nodded his head. Great. Hey listen, I was wondering who was that I took the stone from. He frowned. An old friend. No one I should. You want the fucking sword or not? Pointing over to the giant sword. Naruto could see this as personal, so he opted to let it go, holding his hands up and nodding at his question. Walking over, Naruto grabbed the handle of the blade and with both hands lifted it but grunted from the weight of the blade. Shit, really heavy. Naruto laid the blade on the ground and sighed. Looks like killing the dragon is going to need to take a step back until I can swing this fucking blade. Naruto sighed. Hey Andre, where did you say you got this blade? Oh, some traveling merchant said an old swordsman used it for the longest time, but he gave up on it after he completed his goal years ago. Don't know much other than that the man apparently scattered his armor, weapons, and even his arm. Like the one you were wearing, but his was more diverse in its creation. Naruto nodded his head looking at the weapon itself, but he frowned. He swears he could see something reflecting out of the blade. Anything about this blade that is unique? Other than the fucking thing is heavy as fuck. No, not really. Andre turned. Why? Don't know why, but I swear I saw something in the blade. Naruto frowned and picked the sword up again with both hands, struggling to hold the blade up. Slowly he lifted the blade above his head and then brought it down in a massive swing. Well, I guess, he grunted, nothing better to do than train with this sword, no? Andre smiled. That's the spirit, brat. Keep doing this and maybe in a few days you'll be able to swing that thing around like your other sword. Naruto looked at him and continued to slowly swing the blade in a downward slash. Is there anything that can upgrade this weapon? He shook his head. Sadly that blade isn't compatible with any of the material in this land. Meaning that upgrading it is out of the question, but I have a feeling that thing doesn't need it. Naruto could nod to that. Thing was heavy as hell. Even if it didn't cut something, he was sure it could shatter bones and bodies with ease. While going through the swings and alternating to taking a break or doing physical workouts to improve his body, he started going over things in his head. First we have the other bell tower to reach, but until we can get past that dragon, we won't be able to reach it. Why though the gate is there, isn't it? My guess is that the dragon is there to act as a guardian or something. Guardian? How though? How else do you explain a giant dragon in the middle of a sewer system with no obvious sign of how it got into the city without drawing attention? Quote ellipsis dot dot. Fair point. Yeah, but still, we have to ring this other bell and then what? You'll be able to walk through the gate. The one that man is staring at with no clue how to open it. That gate is sealed until the 2 bells are rung. So ring it, place opens up, walk through more death traps and alike, and then find my way to. Where exactly? To my former home. You mean the capital? Yes. Naruto frowned. Guinevere, I was meaning to ask you something. Yes, what is it? What happened to the pygmy people that you mentioned? The ones that touched the dark soul? Actually, that is a good question. We've talked about it while you were busy, and she told me that they were all touched by it and supposedly they were well equipped to handle the next era that is to come. Which is the reason for the extension of the Age of Fire. Yes, father feared the next age, didn't want the pygmy race to challenge him even though they were loyal to a fault and even capable of being better than some of our best troops. They were well equipped and their armor was powerful enough that even the gods feared them. Mostly because it came from the abyss. Abyss? Yes, it is where all being originated from, but those of us from the Age of Fire fear it due to the danger that dwells there and how our powers don't work as well compared to others. I see, so the pygmies can dwell there thanks to their connection to the dark soul, thus when the Age of Fire ends, they have the chance to reign supreme over all the realm. Indeed, that is why my father banished them to the furthest reaches of the world with their own kingdom and everything. But he made sure they could never challenge him. They are a cursed race, not knowing that they were betrayed by the very people they worshipped and followed. But that was your father, dear. Kurama stared at the goddess who looked back, still holding the soul of the butterfly. Your father and his allies made those decisions, not you. Your siblings had nothing to do with it, you didn't do it, and no one that had no voice in the situation did this. Remove the guilt you feel in your heart. What happened to them was paranoia and greed built up from generations of domination. Nothing more. Kurama's right. You have guilt, which means you're more of an ally to those around you than those that try to hide their mistakes behind some divine ideal. You take responsibility and you are the one that stands the most to help fix the mistakes of the past as best as you can. Guinevere smiled and cried. Thank you both. I ask you to continue on this journey so we may do just that. Of course, what are friends for? However, I fear what is to come. Why though? Is there someone in the capital we have to be weary of? Yes, whether they are actually still there or not is unclear, as again I haven't been around to see what has happened in the last few hundred years. Well, I guess we'll find out shortly. Naruto sighed and laid down on the ground by the bonfire and looked at his newly acquired sword and could only frown. Still, the world is bigger than I thought and some of the stories are even darker than our own. But it is worth it. I think this is better world than my own. No deception or BS, just people doing their own agendas and not trying to pretend that they are your friend and keep up the ruse continuously. True. Indeed, however, I do wonder, if the dark soul does exist and it seems the most flexible of all the souls, does this mean that the soul is lingering somewhere in the world and we just don't know it? What about the kingdom of the pygmies, could they hold it? No, the pygmies are byproducts of the dark soul. They are connected to it in some manner or another, but they are not in possession of the original. Last I heard, Artorias conquered the abyss, revealing that he slayed a mighty being that is considered the first pygmy, so if I had to hazard a guess, more than likely Artorias is the only one that knows what happened. But he perished ages ago. Naruto sighed. Well, we'll find out sooner or later. Call it a hunch. Naruto closed his eyes and smiled, enjoying the warmth of the fire while ignoring the tingling feeling on the side of his head. Something that was gnawing at him and he was not sure what. Father, please stop. I'm sorry, but you must perish. Images of a white bearded man, a flash of yellow and a pair of female hands held up with a scream. Naruto jolted awake, sweating and hyperventilating. What did I just see? Chapter 8. Training and Mastering. Naruto sighed after a night of resting and got back into the swing of training. Literally, given that the giant sword was still too much for him even with 2 hands. Naruto just continued to do downward slashes to help hone his speed and timing with the blade. More so, to help with his control and become more accustomed to the heavy weight of the blade itself. When not swinging he was doing a lot of upper body workouts such as push-ups, handstands, and more. This was to build up his upper body to help address the insane strength needed to wield and control the blade. Sadly, he was having more difficulty with this than he thought and realized how much he was reliant on chakra to get through some of his situations, as while he was familiar enough with swords, he was not familiar with giant blades. It reminded him of Zabuza, his sword, and Kisame and his, and he wondered if there was a trick to using big blades like this. Naruto sighed. Well, nothing to do but keep training. As soon as I'm confident that I can carry this sword without trouble, I'll switch over to practicing against moving targets. Probably for best. At this rate we are going to need a while to train just to carry it effectively, let alone use it. Maybe down the line we can find another that isn't as heavy in requirement when managing its physical strength. Maybe. Naruto sighed, continued his downward swings, and soon switched to side swings. Hey Guinevere. Yes. I was wondering if you could tell me more about the land before the collapse. I mean, this must have been a pretty serious situation if you guys were this desperate to keep your age and period of time going. You're not wrong. I too was afraid of the next age and fearful of what it would bring, as it is called the Age of Dark. Age of Dark. Yes, as I told you before, there was the age that was ruled by the eternal dragons, and then there is the age here that is ruled by us. But the next era, the one predicted called the Age of Dark, is supposedly going to be ruled by the pygmy. As the Dark Soul allows them to survive without the requirement of a Lord Soul, it was shareable with all the people unlike ours. Interesting. Does this mean that the Dark Soul technically is in everyone? I'm not sure. It is a very vague concept that even we gods don't know anything about it, but to be honest, if the Age of Dark was to follow, it would have been better than prolonging the age. Naruto frowned. You mentioned the flame was dying, right? I remember you said that it was the source of the age and that came, and then after it passed, you guys tried to reignite it. Not so much dying but more turning off in a sense. It is speculated by some of the other gods that the first flame would reignite sometime down the line and begin a new age, but everyone was so fearful of the what-ifs that they didn't bother to consider maybe things will be okay. I was among them, wanting to avoid the end of the Age of Fire, but over time when I saw how far people were going to try and preserve it and what was coming of it, I just started to grow more and more hopeful that our age would end. More, I feared the backlash of going against nature and time itself. True, while I don't hold any feelings on fate, I do believe that nature always finds its way. As a sage you learn quite quickly, you can't control nature itself, you have to work with it and guide it. Not control and manipulate it. Yes, and that is what the lords tried to do. They tried to circumvent the natural order and how that one age had to end for a new one to begin. That is the worst part. It is what tore my family apart, it is what started a rebellion, and started nothing but endless bloodshed in this land. Now that you mentioned this, is it possible that all the undead are a byproduct of nature lashing out against your world? More, they are punishing you for trying to extend your period beyond what is natural. Yes, I have come to the same conclusion, and many scholars did as well. My former friends did as well, but my father would hear nothing of it and struck them down for daring to even think against relighting the first flame or recreating the event. Someone tried to recreate a natural event. The witch did. She had attempted to create something akin to the first flame, but sadly, that didn't work. In fact, last I heard before I passed, the witch had succeeded in creating something, we don't know what, but she made something. But it didn't work as the first flame did. It didn't become a guiding light that was to save our era, but something far more twisted. Naruto frowned. Twisted like those creatures we have been seeing. Naruto thought back to the Taurus demon, the Asylum monster, and the Capra demon. Yes, all of them are byproducts of this flame, and while the flame is supposedly suppressed in their kingdom, we don't know the true extent of the damage done to their realm. But thanks to it, we have demons roaming the land, and while my father managed to defeat most of them and even tame some of them, sadly it has all been for naught. If it is so bad with the demons, why don't those other figures help? I mean, aren't they worried about their own realms? No, father had given up his Lord Soul so he can relight the first flame in a desperate attempt to extend the Age of Fire. He broke his soul into 5 pieces. Hold on, how is that possible? I mean, you mentioned only the Dark Soul was in pieces in a sense, so how would he be able to do with this with something like a Lord Soul? I don't know honestly. Father never explained it much, and I think even he didn't understand the full extent of his soul's strength. But he retained his power, and soon things started to deteriorate faster than before. He had banished one of my siblings for betraying him, another sent to control the pygmy, and what he did the last of us, it was horrible. Naruto was doing a handstand and frowned. I'm sorry I asked. It's fine Naruto, you were curious. But going back to your original question, the Lord of Death Nito, he is residing in his land of the catacombs. Last rumor I heard is that he just rests there and lets the world play out. As more people die, the stronger his position grows. As for the witch, she still resides in her capital surrounded by demons and her children. Finally, my father's soul was turned into fragments inside of Seath in his grand archives high above all in the Four Kings. Who were they? They were 4 lesser rulers that followed my father into battle along with the other lords, but sadly, they had become consumed by their own desires and power. Father mentioned he never trusted them and ensured they could never oppose him, and even set their kingdom up to be flooded if necessary. Which did happen, slaughtering so many innocent people in the process. City and water and more people of the undead residing there. Along with the other evils they delved into due to them having a pact with the abyss. So, basically everyone was betraying everyone. Yes, the daughter of the sun sighed, I too was betrayed by father when my servants were experimented on without restraint and he offered no apology for it or safety. Then, when I tried to leave, father he. Naruto sat on the ground and smiled sadly. He killed you, didn't he, telling you it was for the greater good? How did you know? A hunch, but your father strikes me as someone that will justify his reasons in such a manner. But either way, I'm glad that he did betray you. Why? Because then we wouldn't have met, and I think that would have been something I wouldn't want to miss for the world. You have a way with words. The woman blushed darkly but soon shook her head when she heard Kurama snickering. Naruto sat down on the ground and looked up at the ceiling while resting in between his workouts. So, 4 souls. One is around but in hiding, another tried to do something with theirs and got turned, and the last one is shattered into pieces for his confidant and 4 people he didn't trust completely. On top of that, the dark soul seems to have grown over time, but the main piece is missing even after all this time. Naruto sighed. Hopefully we can learn more about the fate of some of the people in this land and maybe find a solution that we can all be happy with. Maybe, but be warned, the challenges only get harder from here and I fear what we will find in Blight Town. No point in stressing about it as we haven't reached it yet. More so, we have that big-ass dragon to deal with first. Naruto's right, for now we should continue training and hopefully we can deal with it soon. Naruto leaned back and kicked up to his feet. Well, back to work. Time skip, 2 weeks. Naruto had returned to the sewers near the entrance to the dragon's lair. He had managed to finally get the training down to the point that he can finally use the sword. Thanks to his prosthetic arm, he didn't feel the same weight in that arm as he did in his original one. But he still had to be careful with his usage of the blade as he only had about 4 ways he could swing or thrust the weapon in certain situations. Plus, using it without restraint or control in his body will exhaust faster over time. But he was ready after cutting his way with the returning undead and dealing with Somio the people by the shrine. He talked to some priestess that was going on a long journey into the catacombs to find some kind of temple she needed to pray to. Apparently it was a rite of passage she had to embark on for herself and others. At the same time, she had escorts with her that he talked to quite a few times. But sadly, they weren't that interesting in his mind, but he was wary of the blonde man he saw before. Apparently the rumor from the Golden Knight that was staring at the fire shrine lady was that he was not all he cracked up to be. Naruto was hesitant, but he left the matter alone as it was none of his business and he wasn't invited along. But he would watch for them in the future. On top of that, the fire user thanked him for saving him from the barrel and explained that the gold-armored man had been watching the maiden for quite some time and that he moved right in front of her recently. Naruto asked him to keep a close eye on the situation and if the fire goes out, do what he can because he feared what this could mean for the rest of them. The man agreed but stated that if he was interested in learning some pyromancy to come and see him as he would be willing to train him in this art. Apparently it is a popular form of magic that was practiced the witch and her followers, so those of the swamp adopted this as well. Stating it was more useful in terms of magic than other forms of magic that require staffs to use. Naruto smiled at this information and agreed with his assessment. But he turned down the teaching as he wanted to focus on his sword due to the fact the blade itself is more than enough trouble for him. Plus, he wasn't ready to start training in something new again until he had mastered his close-quarter fighting. Now back in the sewer, he faced down the fog gate from before and took a deep breath. Alright, time for round 2. Naruto walked through the gate and saw the dragon standing on the other side of the arena and it let out a massive roar. Bring it on. Naruto summoned the giant sword into his hand, held it with both hands, and waited for the dragon to come to him. He didn't have to wait long as the dragon started dragging its entire body along the ground and charged straight at him. Naruto rolled out of the way of the charge to its right side. The creature itself failed to connect on the charge, but it quickly lashed out with massive stomps after running into the wall and roaring louder than he could recall. Alright, got the timing down now then. Naruto rushed to the side of the dragon but soon found it raising his leg up and quickly pushed off his heels and avoiding the slam. The dragon slammed against the ground multiple times and it repeated the process with its other legs. Okay, so it has a way to keep me away from his side or keep me more honest with my aggression. Unlike the others, he has the size, strength, and versatility when it comes to his moves to deal with any kind of threat. Naruto saw that the creature slowly shuffling to the side to aim at him again, but Naruto seeing this slow movement quickly rallied to its side again and this time sliced at its side. The beast roared again and this time resumed a stomping barrage which Naruto rolled away from again and waited until the final stomp was made. There he quickly slashed at the creature's side again. Furious, the creature rushed forward again and slammed into the wall and knocking down some of the nearby pillars. But it quickly rotated around to charge at him again. Naruto dodged and rolled out of the way while aiming a slash at one of its feet. The move missed due to the stomping of the creature knocking him backwards. G's note to self: don't charge him while he is charging. The creature soon floated in the air, before turning to face him once more. Okay, so he can float too, good to know. Naruto narrowed his eyes as it raises his head up and slams it and his jaw stomach thing down onto the ground and Naruto saw his head available. Rushing, he swung his blade at the head but the creature roared and rushed him. This time hitting him straight on with his charge, knocking the wind out of him and leaving him crumpled underneath its girthy body. Luckily Naruto, after taking the hit and having the wind knocked out of him, quickly rolled under the body of the dragon. He avoided most of the damage that came his way, but sadly, the creature continued with his charge and right as he got out behind him, it stopped. He swung his tail sending Naruto flying backwards and grunting at the feeling of cracking in his chest. This is harder than I thought. Naruto's eyes widened when its jaw opened up and he saw some green liquid explode out of his mouth. Not wanting to be hit by it, he quickly rushed around the attack into the dragon's left side. He slashed the creature's side and this time made it scream in rage and start stomping the ground repeatedly. He rushed behind the dragon and saw its tail laying there on the ground while it was stomping its feet. Not wanting to get hit by it again, Naruto leapt at the dragon and landed on his tail and claimed part way up its back. The dragon tried to shake him off but Naruto wouldn't have it and this led to him seeing the tail raise itself and with one might swing he cut through the scales and meat of the dragon. Its tail hit the ground and it roared out louder. The underground started to shake, the building started to have rocks falling from the ceiling and he saw it slamming its feet more. G's got to end this fight quickly or it could get more dangerous. Naruto aimed his sword straight, time to go straight through the monster's mouth. He pushed in a forward thrust with his sword. But he found himself bounced into the air, losing his balance. Huh, what the he? Naruto saw the dragon jump up into the air sending him flying higher and with a mighty spin slammed its body into him. But he was caught on one of the teeth and it cut through his arm. Rolling across the ground, Naruto quickly got into a kneeling position and looked down at his arm. The damage wasn't terrible, he could see that it cut deep into his flesh and that it was only skin deep, but that was still not good. Fuck, got careless, the thing is aware I'm trying certain strategies but he is reading my movements. Naruto narrowed his eyes and saw the dragon release another roar. Hail Mary, it is then. Naruto picked up his giant sword and with two hands he lifted it above his head. Once he had pulled the shoulders and hands over his head with his blade touching the ground behind him, he then lunged forward and without fail sent the blade flying. The dragon's mouth was open but sadly for it, that was a bad decision. The sword went through the creature's mouth and out the back with it impaling itself on the ground behind him. The creature roared in pain, the dragon just couldn't bear it anymore and it started thrashing out some more. Naruto, seeing his chance, summoned his other sword before aiming for the toes of the creature's feet. But it saw him coming. Its arms rushed to him and tried to grab him. But Naruto saw this coming and without hesitation rolled under the creature's grab and rotated around and slashed one of its hands off and the creature once again started spewing more blood. This time covering Naruto from his head and covering his eyes. Naruto glared at the dragon and soon slashed at its exposed bottom portion of its mouth and it roared and slammed its feet some more. Naruto didn't hesitate and slashed at its legs, cutting a certain part of the leg that went stomping again, it snapped. Naruto quickly rolled under the creature as it tipped over to the right side. Seeing it on his side, Naruto rushed to the dragon slayer and pulled it out of the ground before impaling the blade through the abdomen of the creature. Stay down now. Naruto then pushed and dragged blade all across the stomach of the creature, making it release one more mighty scream before collapsing motionlessly. Sighing, he pulled his sword out and backed away from the dragon. Only for it push itself upright and float upwards thanks to the wings on its back. Naruto saw the dragon coming down straight on him but he quickly put his blade upward and when the creature came down, he impaled through his stomach. The creature screamed in pain and soon blood was covering him head to toe while inside of the dragon's body. It was lashing out as Naruto kept pushing his blade through his stomach and intestines, but in the end, the dragon fell to its side once more screaming in pain. Naruto pushed his blade more and more until finally it saw it rip through the top of its back and it could see the light from the open ceiling. Naruto shoved his blade upward again and forced it out of the body while he pulled out a small dagger and started slashing at the insides of the creature, making it scream more. After about 10 minutes of this repeated process of messing up the monster's insides, he finally managed to break out of the creature's stomach. It laid motionless on the ground and Naruto just crawled out of its body with him covered head to toe in blood and destroyed organ flesh. Fuck, it hurts and burns. Naruto sighed, but finally it is over. Naruto crawled over to the sword and groaned at the burning sensation on his flesh and the feeling of his shoulder being numb. Fuck, it all hurts. Naruto quickly drink the Estus's flask, it will heal your injuries. Okay. Naruto took a quick sip of the flask and found himself groaning as the wound on his arm healed and soon the burning sensation on his skin was disappearing. He felt his flesh returning to normal and his body slowly recovering. Taking another sip, he felt his stamina and body recovering faster and soon he was sitting upright looking at the remains of the dragon. This guy was a pain, but at least the fight is over. True, but that was close. Next time, be more careful with your swings and tells. Something tells me that we are going to have more trouble with enemies like him in the future. Don't I know it? But this is a good learning curve for me that I can't power my way through. No, but at least we came out of this slightly unscathed. Naruto sat up but soon saw the dragon's body explode in a white cloud of dust and soon felt its soul merging into his own body, but soon his head started ringing wildly. Gray oppressive sky, stone pillars standing tall almost reaching the sky, and dragons flying through the sky. Other dragons gathering around and conversing with the smaller beings. Lighting raining down from the ground below, dragons being attacked by the lighting and soon more people attacking the dragons. A white dragon with unusual features crushing the bodies of the dragons around him and screaming something at the other dragons. The smaller beings creating large balls of flames and a black being made of bones gliding through the area making their bodies disappear. Seeing the white skin being again and this time finding it putting some kind of crystal into his body. Forced to face down an old man who was shouting something at him. Finding itself trapped in the ruins below, countless nights, smells that made it want to puke, no light in sight. Nothing other than the shuffling of the people above and the shuffling of the people below. We were betrayed. Naruto's eyes widened and he looked at the spot where the dragon was once and frowned. Betrayal. Pardon. The dragon, I think I just saw its memories. I saw it in the other dragons. Are you sure they were a threat? Yes, that is how father and the others always talked about it. There was nothing but darkness for us and the dragons would eat us if we dared to stand against them. So with the Lord Souls we were able to finally find our own freedom. At least, that is how he told us it went all those years ago. I'm not sure that is accurate. The dragons seemed to have a different account of the events. I saw it conversing with humans with other dragons, it seemed like they were friendly and then the fighting started. That makes sense. Some of our kind managed to get on good terms with the dragons and even allowed to settle in places far away from the dragons to avoid potential conflict of resources. While nothing could die or would die, that didn't mean they weren't careful. Naruto shook his head. It looks like the so-called heroes attacked the dragons wanting their land and resources, but the weirdest thing is that I saw some kind of white being with them killing the dragons. It looked like a dragon but for some reason its body was different. Quote ellipsis. That was Seath. Wait, hold up. Kurama turned to his house guest. Are you telling me that this guy is the same Seath that is running that grand library? Why would your father trust him with not only a powerful position but also his soul? Father promised him his own conservatory so he could perform magical research and all the resources he could ever want. On top of that, he offered him a high-ranking position to keep people from trying anything against him and to give him legit standings. Sadly, this only gave the dragon a swelled head. But he looks so different. I know that is the reason he betrayed his kind. He didn't have the same immortality they did, so he sought out means to keep his existence ongoing no matter what and to avoid possible death at the hands of his own kind. Without their powers he had to get creative with his pursuit. I see. Naruto sighed. Well, looks like this poor dragon was another victim of his experiments and he was locked down here by the looks like of a white-haired man with a golden crown, which I'm guessing is Gwen. Yes, that is him. Meaning that he was the one that put him down here, which is why no one knew and why he was a guardian of sorts in this ancient tomb. Meaning father knowingly put all these people in danger. Hate to say it, lady, but it sounds like your father was trying to keep them in line with the threat of the dragon and also to unleash it if necessary on the people of either Blight Town or the ones above. The goddess nodded her head. Did you see anything else? Only his pain and suffering being in this cavern alone for so long, and his last words were, "We were betrayed." I think there is more to this story with your father and the souls than we know. Indeed, maybe that is why he Naruto raised his eyebrow at the silence. He who? The woman refused to answer and Naruto decided to leave it as is. Seeing the key in the water he sighed before picking it up and a new weapon he got for cutting off the dragon's tail. There he picked up some other collectible items and left the opening heading back to the giant sealed door. Putting the key into the lock he quickly opened the door and was forced to gaze upon a horrid sight. Decrepit wooden planks and boards, barely held together bridges, and what looked like sickly figures walking in the distance. You know what? Maybe I should replenish my resources. Good idea. If this second bell is supposed to be harder to reach than the first, then maybe it is best we prepare as best as we can. Agreed. Head back to the bonfire shrine and we can assess the situation. Okay. Naruto turned on his heels, quickly retreated to the nearest bonfire, and fell asleep after his long battle. While the sewers were not the best place to rest, it was better thanks to the bonfire, and it was a good place to find some warmth instead of trekking all the way back to the main shrine on the surface. A man standing on a massive creature stared down a man with a golden crown. You would betray me. To protect her I would. There is a way to change this and conquer the abyss, and I will find it. You traitor. Mark my words, you will never hear a whisper of your name again. So be it. For the safety of my sister and the rest of my family I shall do so. I also know what you really did, father. You're lower than scum in my eyes. You arrogant little shit. He channeled a bolt of lightning into his hand and threw it, but the man quickly swiped it away with his spear-like weapon. Farewell, father, sister, may we meet again under better terms. He found himself in a throne room and the man with the crown frowned. She failed. That fucking witch failed to fix the problem. So-called master of pyromancy. Turning to the figure in question he growled, go and find that useless husband of yours. He is supposed to be a god of fire. No. Have him address the situation with the flame. The man now stood over the deceased corpse of a man wearing red armor. Worthless. Turning to the person he glared, don't think this can't happen to you, dear. Nothing matters, the age of fire must persist. Yes, father. Chapter 9. Blight Town. After a night's rest, Naruto proceeded back to the shrine and Andre to trade up some material he found and some equipment and material he didn't need. There he earned some souls and traded them for increasing his abilities before leaving for Blight Town. But he ultimately learned nothing new at this point while in the town, other than occasionally he heard that the priestess was gone to the catacombs now and he wondered how she was doing. The fire user did tell him that the Golden Knight wasn't moving and not to worry, he would keep an eye on him, but does ask him to stay safe. Warning him about the horrors of Blight Town, and Naruto thanked him for the heads up. He also got access to something called purple moss and he was warned that it would be useful in the case of this place. Stating there is something in Blight Town that is unusual when it comes to poisoning and infection. Naruto was curious about this, and while he is not a doctor per se, he was wondering if his senjutsu could figure out why it was happening in the first place. Arriving back at the entrance to Blight Town, he saw that he was required to maneuver himself across a circular edge until arriving at a ladder. Proceeding down the ladder, he saw that it was leading to some rickety bridges and scaffoldings. Another ladder, and he eventually landed on another rampart path. Walking down the path, he could barely make out a large figure lumbering their way to him. He saw they were carrying a club in their hand and Naruto narrowed his eyes until they widened. The man was covered in something. His eyes were red and his entire body was covered in something he couldn't make out. It looked like a pus kind of infection, but it was covering his body and seemed to give his body an almost slimy look. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he lumbered to him. Due to the narrow spacing, Naruto had to patiently wait for him to swing his club. When the swing came, Naruto sliced off his hand with ease but saw something spewing out of his wound and he quickly dashed around him and slammed his blade through the back of his neck. There Naruto watches as he collapses to the ground. Seeing the being turn to dust, he then turns to move on. But he didn't wonder for long as he soon heard more moaning and saw another one of the lumbering monsters rushing to him. Using a similar strategy, he slashed off his hand holding his club and this time slammed his blade into its back while kicking it off the ledge, sending it falling to the hole below. Naruto didn't hear anything, but he knew that as far down as the hole was going, more than likely it was dead from the fall. Proceeding further, another one of the monsters showed up and Naruto simply waited for the downward swing, then reacted. He jumped on the monster's wrist, pinning it to the ground. Opening its mouth, he slammed his sword through and out the back of his mouth. The creature moaned from the sudden move and fell to the ground in a heap while he just ripped his blade upward through its skull. It soon disappeared in a cloud of dust, but soon he had to leap back when another being jumped out of the shadows. Naruto narrowed his eyes at this one as it was fairly different to his heavy counterpart. It had a smaller, thinner frame, was carrying a knife in his hand, and had more of a purplish-pink skin tone with yellow eyes. Naruto had to admit this one was faster than his counterpart, and when he leapt into the air he saw he was trying to grab him. Seeing this, he quickly dashed to the side and slashed at it, but the creature jumped back and growled. Naruto frowned seeing the monster now raising both weapons and rushing at him. He countered this with a quick slash at the chest level of the monster and managed to cut a gash along its chest. The substance in his chest spilled out, signaling something else was in his body other than blood. Taking the opening, he slashed it through the creature's neck, leaving its head to fall to the ground. After vanquishing the monster, he proceeded down the walkway and saw how old and imbalanced the walkway was, and it worried him that it might just lead to him falling through a hole to his death. So, he slowly stepped across the boards with another one of the skinny monsters rushing at him, waving his weapon wildly. The weapon this time being a spear, but he soon saw something fly by his head and saw in the dark another creature in the distance, and it was seemingly firing something at him. He quickly rolled under the strike but saw the monster standing above him at the end of his roll and slammed down his spear. Naruto kicked the knee of the monster, causing the spear to miss him by just a hair, but he saw a scratch appear on his face and feeling a bit woozy. Shit, it must have been coated in poison or something. Naruto rolled on the ground, slashing through the creature's neck, leading to him seeing it disappear. Naruto, eat that purple moss that they gave you. Okay, I hope it at least tastes good. Naruto took out some of that moss and ate it but started gagging. Fuck, it tastes like shit. Move, Naruto. Hearing his voice, he heard the soft sounds of the whistling on the wind, meaning something was flying through the air. So rolling again, he managed to hide behind a wooden wall that was haphazardly made. Naruto sighed before rushing around the wall and quickly slamming his sword through the chest of the dagger-wielding infected being and throwing him to the side. Naruto quickly rolled under the dart fired at him again. This time, however, he vaguely saw the creature firing it wearing some kind of makeshift helmet from what looked like a bucket. Naruto quickly pushed the creature off the rampart and down to the ground below. But hearing shuffling behind him, he saw another one of the dagger creatures coming up behind him and leaping into the air. Lowering his blade, he quickly sidesteps the jump, and after the creature lands, he brutally kicks him off the ledge. Another 3 of the dagger creatures and one with a club appeared, and Naruto took a quick breath before holding his sword with both hands and smiling. You guys gonna try, or do I need a book? The creatures roared and charged him, but Naruto evaded all their attacks and jumps before rolling around them and smiling. He quickly darted down the rampart, leading to them rushing after him. Naruto put his foot underneath the spear and kicked it up into his free hand, and without hesitation threw the spear with all of his might, impaling one of the monsters through the neck. It flew back a few feet before lodging itself in another monster's neck. They both choked on the blood and bile before vanishing in a burst. Before long, he saw the last 2 of the monsters rushing at him, and once the one with the dagger came forward swinging, he sidestepped and kicked him into a wall. The creature roared, but the one with the club quickly jumped into the air. Naruto then threw his metal fist out and grabbed him by the throat, stopping his jump, and then slammed him into the ground with a vicious thud. Naruto swung his fist and slammed it into the jaw of the dagger creature, sending it sprawling. Naruto slammed his sword through the neck of the club wielder and picked up his club and swung it around, hitting the dagger one, forcing a sickening crack and it collapsing down dead. Huffing, he took a few sharp deep breaths and sighed. Man, what the hell were those things? The infected. Sadly, they are byproducts of the witch's failure. Blight Town was a town that was built next to the city in the depths as a form of banishment. For those that live here, they were miners mostly, or barbarians that were outcasted here due to their rowdy nature. Sadly, the case remained where even the depths or the people residing there didn't want anything to do with them, so they built that gate. Which is why I think the gaping dragon had the key. It is not only a means to protect the path to the bell, but also to prevent people from Blight Town from getting through. If there are any survivors, which I doubt. Yeah, makes sense. Naruto sighed before looking around and noticing how dark everything is and how dreary it is. But that still doesn't explain their looks and how they are acting. That would be an infection. I heard a rumor before I left the capital that there was some kind of byproduct form, the witch's attempt of recreating the first flame, that not only affected the capital but Blight Town as well, bringing a poisonous curse with it. I know there are those that are Priomancers loyal to the witch's family that reside in the swamplands and seek out the witch's family from time to time. But sadly, due to the loss of the capital, there is no way to find them, or those that managed to scatter before everything fell apart. Wait, isn't pyromancy the same thing as magic? Yes and no. They both use mana, but pyromancy is not the same category as magic, which has its own origins. I don't follow. Naruto, as much as a history lesson would be fun for me and you, I think you should focus on the task in front of us. Right, ringing the bell. Naruto marched through the rampway after clearing the path and continued down the path to see his path to the bell. Walking down the ramparts, Naruto saw an opening that led to him going one way or another, but both would require him to jump. So looking to his left, he took a few steps back and rushed over the ledge and jumped, just landing on the platform below him. There he found a corpse with an interesting weapon on it. Picking it up, he sent it away into his magical space before proceeding down the right of the platform and finding a bonfire not too far from his location. There he lights it in case he needs rest and starts looking around a bit. From here, Naruto saw that he could go to the left or right, but conveying wisdom made him head to the right, where he walked up a ladder and ran into 2 more of the dagger enemies. Naruto quickly cut through them and found some stuff lying around the area. Mostly it was just more souls that he could use, but when turning around and crossing a narrow bridge, he saw one of the club guys jumping out of the shadows above him. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the creature, and when it landed he waited for him to jump again. Naruto dashed to the side and this time kicked him off the ledge. Another one charged, but he quickly rolled under the swing of his knife, slammed his sword into its back, and then kicked him 2 off the edge. Turning from the ledge, Naruto walked and eventually climbed to the top of a nearby ladder, and after looking around the area for a bit before finding an opening behind the makeshift wall. Walking around, he soon arrived at the ledge leading down to a nearby platform with a corpse. Sliding down, he quickly took the clothes off the body but decided to examine them later as he didn't really have time to look at them. Falling down some platforms, Naruto arrived at the edge of another platform. He jumped over the ledge leading to him, landing on the outer rim once more. There, he proceeded to walk across the ledge but found another dark flung at him and 2 more of the knife wielders appearing behind him, but they had some kind of red rat creatures with them. Seeing himself in a precarious situation, Naruto changed fronts and quickly rushed past them and the rats back down the rampart to the bonfire, hopefully to avoid the shooter and to get some of the group to break up. It worked, with the rats reaching him first, and without hesitation the minute they jumped, he grabbed one with his metal hand and threw it over the edge and punched the other one over the other side. One rat went deeper into the depths of Blight Town while one just went over the rampart heading in the direction of the wall. Soon the 2 dagger monsters showed up and rushed him, but Naruto killed them in quick succession with one just being kicked over the edge. Going back, Naruto rolled out of the way of the shooter while slashing the head off of one of the monsters that came out of the wooden buildings. Naruto quickly steamrolled his way through the rest of the area, slaughtering more of the monsters on his way while arriving at a new area after climbing up a few ladders to an upper floor. After clearing one more monster, he found himself going in a circular motion until he saw a stone rampart that he was sure was meant for water or something leading downward. Following the path, he saw some kind of red monster sitting on the entrance to the rampart and frowned. "Great, this is new. Kit, use that big ass sword of yours. I think it could clear the way easily if you just rush it with the blade. Maybe, but if it goes off the edge and the sword is stuck, then it is gone for good. Maybe, but it is the quickest solution." Naruto sighed and knew his friend was right, but he didn't want to risk it. But he quickly summoned the Dragon Slayer sword and aiming it at the creature, he roared with a mighty thrust. The creature screeched as it was impaled through by the blade, but Naruto didn't hesitate and quickly ripped the blade upward, cutting more and more of the creature as he did. After reaching the ceiling, the creature's body started to pull away and Naruto withdrew his blade from the monster's body and saw it disappear in a cloud of dust. But in its wake he saw it drop a red book of some sort. Naruto picked it up and saw an emblem for fire on it and was confused. "Naruto, that is a pyromancer's tome. It will be useful if we can find someone that can help you use pyromancy." "Okay, so store that for later then." Naruto unsummoned the Dragon Slayer and sent the tome into his storage before sighing and turning to his left, seeing more of the ugly bastards waiting for him. "Great, more monsters, how lovely." Naruto quickly cut his way through the monsters with minimum exploration. He managed to make it into another stone area where he found another piece of unique armor and managed to make it back to the fog gate that was blocking his exploration. He did encounter some kind of pyro-empowered spiders that were spewing fire at him, but he managed to just slice through them and even jump on top of some of them before making it back to the ladder leading to the gate. After passing through the fog gate, Naruto found another bonfire and activated it before resting at the gate. Going through his inventory, he found that he had 2 new armor sets and a book for him to use, while also having the souls that he collected while exploring a bit handled by Guinevere. It would seem that unlike the butterfly and the dragon and Guinevere herself, he can't see or read the memories of these souls in particular. He thought of that as a blessing, as he wasn't able to put together all the memories of the other ones just yet. Ever since he attempted his senjutsu and started using his mana through this method, he seemed to gain more insight of the beings that he killed, or at least those with mighty souls. There he looked at the book and had to admit that pyromancy would be something interesting to learn and it might help in some of his battles for the future. So he made plans to find a teacher and see what he can learn from them. Magical spells, however, he wasn't sure, as he didn't like the idea of having to learn a completely different style of fighting with his method already working. He might buy the tomes for those down the line, but for now, he was comfortable learning some pyromancy to help offset his swordsmanship. He thought about the pyromancy and that one guy he met and had a favor from seemed to carry himself differently, so it wouldn't hurt to see if he could help him with the pyromancy. Especially since Guinevere mentioned that he had the look of someone from the swamp lands. Walking away from the bonfire, Naruto explored a bit of the system that he was in and found what looked like a dragon scale hidden in a chest and decided to keep it, knowing it must have importance. Exiting out into what he could guess was a giant swamp area, he saw one of the fire creatures from before and quickly swung a dagger he had summoned into his offhand through the hole. This caused the fire attack it was building up to miscalculate and explode, causing the creature to die and turn to ash. Naruto sighed but soon heard something in the distance. Turning his attention, he saw something he didn't expect to see. It was a naked woman. A naked woman carrying one big-ass knife and wearing a sack on her head. The fuck? The woman quickly rushed around the barricade, when close enough leapt into the air and brought the blade down with authority. Naruto quickly sidestepped the attack, pulling his sword out. Hey, chill out. Die. Give me your humanity and souls. Naruto narrowed his eyes and sighed. What a waste. Naruto quickly rolls out of the way of the attack again, and when she swings side to side with the knife, he just pushed back. The swings miss, and right after he saw her pause after one of her swings, he acted. First summoning another dagger into his hand and throwing it at her knee. She screamed as the blade pierced her flesh. Bastard, give me your humanity. Naruto summoned another dagger and flung it into her shoulder, making her fall over in pain. Naruto rushed over but had to jump back at a quick swing of the blade, forced a cut on his cheek. Shit, that was close. She roared again, quickly removed the dagger from her knees and shoulder, and rushed again. This time thrusting the blade forward. Naruto sidestepped and swung for her head. She ducks under the attack and rolls her wrist to bring the blade up in a crescent movement to uppercut. Naruto backs away from her attack. Another dagger is flung, and this time into her elbow of her offhand. She grunts and tries to stand, but Naruto throws another dagger into one of her feet. This stops her from moving, and Naruto grabs some dirt on the ground and charges at her. Seeing him coming, she screams while swinging the blade upward, but the dust soon hits her face and she slams the blade back down and soon feels a cut on her neck. Looking down slightly, she sees her neck opening up and blood spurting onto the ground. No, my souls, my humanities, I can't lose. Naruto jams his dagger into her head and she collapses, disappearing into a burst of dust. I know the kind of person you are, and the world is better off without you. Naruto sighs before picking up all his used daggers, with one that is no longer usable due to the crack it had, and thus tossed it at a flying bug. For the next 2 hours Naruto explored the area, finding all kinds of loots, metals, and other important artifacts and clothing. Due to the exploration, he found a path that leads out of the swamp and out to a place that he heard was called Valley of the Drakes. He didn't know what a drake was, but he was sure he would find out. Naruto found an open gate to a tower, and after going through the tower and onto the lift, he found himself back at Fire Link. Seeing himself there and needing repairs, he rushed over to Andre to have his weapons repaired, used the time to upgrade his weapons, and used the dragon scale on one of his unique weapons he picked up, not knowing if someone might find this weapon useful. Mostly he was focusing on upgrading his swords and daggers that he had on hand, and also repairing all of his gear. There, he walked back to the shrine and conversed with the pyromancer. I don't think I ever gave you my name, young one. No, I do know that you're a pyromancer, since you look like the ones I heard about from the rumors. You're from the swamps, no? Yes indeed, you're very insightful. My name is Laurentius of the Great Swamp. I came to this land due to becoming undead, and I seek to find my own glory in using pyromancy. What is your opinion on pyromancy, as many look down on us for the greater studies of magic and sorcery? More so now that our founder and the source of our power, the Witch of Azalith, has become the source of demons appearing in the land, and think it is because of her power over fire. Well, everything has its uses. Magic is magic, pyromancy is pyromancy. At the end of the day, how you use it determines the kind of person and how your power is interpreted. Ha, well spoken, child, indeed you have the right metal for how pyromancy is seen. Naruto nodded and summoned a book into his hand. I happened to stumble upon a pyromancy book while I was traveling through Blight Town recently. I wondered if you could translate for me and maybe teach me a little. The man took the book and his eyes widened and started reading the book with astounding speed. This is power within. It is considered a lost pyromancy spell. Where exactly did you find it? Off of a giant red spider monster in the caves. Quote ellipsis. You're joking. No, I'm not. I see. The man closed the book. Since this is your book, I can help you learn this spell for free, but as for the spells, I know I will require some payment of souls for them. Naruto sighed, figuring the case, but he figured with all the monsters and souls he encountered, he could at least dole some out to get them. First, take this. He forms a small ball of fire and hands it to Naruto, which takes up his right hand. His metal arm starts to heat up due to the flames, but he could tell it wasn't melting the armor on his hand. This is the pyromancer's flame. You will need this if you plan to use pyromancy. Come to me when you want to fine-tune the pyromancy flame and I shall help adjust it for higher level of impact and power. Naruto nodded and soon started experimenting with controlling the ball of fire. Surprisingly, it didn't take him long to get the hang of it. He managed to control the ball in his hand within a few hours and then started learning how to use power within. It was a buffering spell which increased his attack power and his stamina for a duration of he estimated 100 seconds, so 1 minute and 40 seconds. But the problem with this spell, it burned his body and it slowly was draining his health. Naruto recognized if he could get gear to offset it, then it would help in the long run, but he figured if that is the case then it would be better finding either something else to boost his strength without the same risk or only using it in pinches during a battle and having the resources on hand to survive. Next he learned the spells that Laurentius knew. He first taught him how to make a basic fireball. This spell forms a ball of flame and when he throws it, the ball explodes on impact, damaging things within a certain distance of the explosion. He got this technique down thanks to his own knowledge of fireballs, given that he had quite a few slung at him over the years. After this spell he learned combustion, which itself was just a similar principle, only that it creates a flame that spreads out from his hand for a short duration. He learned fire orb, same thing as the fireball, only bigger. Iron flesh and flash sweat were defensive means he learned as well from the swamp master, learning that iron is better used against physical attacks rather than lighting, stating it just increases the amount of damage he will take on. There he learns that it also makes him harder to hurt and stagger, so he knew that would be useful. Flash sweat made him more immune to flames for a period of time, more accurately he took less damage from flames that were sent his way. Overall he had mastered most of the basic spells required for pyromancy and was somewhat proficient with them to be usable in battle. Naruto knew putting them into practice was the most important thing now, but he would take his time. He also had some extra souls left over and spent on having his flame expanded on and thus increasing the overall power of his flame hand. He estimated at least 5 times his hand upgraded as Guinevere told him that he had run low on souls and can't do more yet. Before heading back to Blight Town, he went to the Firekeeper and offered up another Firekeeper soul he found while exploring the town's lower level and had his Estus flasks upgraded once again. Now that he was sure he completed everything he needed to, he wandered back into Lower Blight Town, where he found himself confronting some of the monsters he had slain before but was able to cut through them quickly. While looking back, he found a sorcery book, a new armor set, and some other collectible. Arriving back at the previous bonfire, he rested there for a few minutes before heading out into the swamp once more. There he saw a path he had not taken, which was just a giant spider web, or at least spider silk area. He hadn't seen this place before, but he figured that is probably the path he needs to take for the bell. So climbing through, he saw 2 men-looking creatures with giant balls on their backs having their hands together in some kind of prayer and mumbling something. Naruto saw they weren't making a move at him or anything, so he decided it best to leave them alone and head to the fog door. Upon arriving he took a deep breath and passed through the door. Inside he saw cocoons all over the place with nothing but some stone flooring being the only sign of being a building of some sorts. That is when he saw something emerging from the far side. It cracked and crackled in the distance, but soon he got a good look of a creature emerging from what looked like a staircase. The creature was a giant fire spider of sorts with a hardened head, its back completely covered in flames, and some of its tendons covered in flames. The most shocking thing was the woman situated on the creature's head and back. It was a woman with long black hair and black eyes. She had a glow about her and a small smile on her face, but what he was trying to do is not stare at her chest. She was bearing it all to see, and he admitted that while Guinevere beat her out in sheer size, they were still pretty good. The creature slowly started walking toward him and she raised a flaming sword in her hand, aiming at him. Naruto frowned. Something is off. Her power. It is higher than most of the creatures I have encountered up to this point, but for some reason it feels off. Like something isn't fully right with her. Maybe she is not as powerful as the dragon we encountered. No, this one is stronger, I can sense it too. Her power is easily greater than those, but for some reason she has a human female on top of her head. Boys, that is one of the daughters of the witch. Seriously. Yes, I remember her. When the witch visited from time to time she would bring her children with her. I think this one's name is Quelaag, the Chaos Witch. I heard that some of them managed to escape the capital after it started to fall to ruin, but it looks like they couldn't escape the flames she created. These flames, did they gain a will of their own or something? You keep talking about it like it is sentient. In a sense it is. The creature you see before you is born from this affliction. When the witch tried to recreate the first flame, she created something else. Whatever this flame is, whatever it is called, is irrelevant. What matters is dealing with this one. Yeah, but something just doesn't feel right about this situation. She had more than ample time to escape this place or even move further away, so why is she still here? Naruto didn't get a response as now the chaos witch was on him. He quickly ducked to right side as the spider started spewing fire from its mouth. Slashing at the creature's side, it raised its legs and pushed back to get some distance from him. Naruto pushed forward with great speed but soon saw her raising her flaming sword and rolled underneath the attack. The wide swing released a torrent flames on the end of her strike and he could see the heat burning the floor. Geez, she makes the swamp master look like a child playing with a match in comparison. Naruto quickly rolled to the left side and threw his sword into its stomach, and this made the creature roar out once more. Naruto pulled his blade out and slashed at it a few more times but soon saw a bright yellow light forming in its belly. Sensing danger, he rushed away from the spider and was glad he did when it released a powerful explosion of pure fire. So she doesn't like it when I get close or I'm not in front of her, huh? Better keep the strategy up. The woman again swung her sword to hit him but Naruto rolled under the attack again and soon was at her side and continuing his slashing. She screamed in rage and soon held her sword in the air and soon the air grew thicker. Naruto's eyes widened as she took the blade and screamed. The blade sunk into the spider's back and he saw it glowing brighter and brighter with each second. Shit, got to move. Naruto rushed away from the spider demon. A massive explosion came, the flames burst from its bodies, melting even the stone floor and causing the cocoons to melt from the heat's intensity. Quelaag collapsed to the floor, the flames on its body disappearing and its sword turning a black charcoal. Naruto on the other hand managed to make it to the edge of the arena but found that his leg was badly burnt and that his body was drained from the intensity of his movement and the attack. Taking out the flask, he took a big sip and felt the wounds on his leg healing. After taking a few seconds to ensure he was okay, he headed to the witch. He saw the woman panting and groaning. Her human body tried to lift the sword but failed and it fell to the ground with a thud. Naruto frowned at the woman and raised his blade up to bring down in a downward slash. But the eyes, he could see her eyes. Something wasn't right and he just felt it in his chest. Lowering his sword, Naruto stabbed it into the ground before he reached out with his good hand and touched her forehead. She reached up to scratch his arm but soon stopped when she sensed something coming off of him. Naruto activated his senjutsu and peered into the demonic witch and sensed it. Something chaotic, something untethered by anything. It just twists and convulses all over the place. This thing, it was becoming more chaotic by the minute and it seemed to be harming the woman in question. He wasn't sure what it was exactly but he knew that whatever it was, what she was afflicted with. Kid, I know what you're thinking and don't. We have no idea if the process is the same as if we were doing it with chakra instead of mana. I mean, come on kid. Reading their souls is one thing but the thing you're thinking about. There is no telling. I'm doing it, Kurama, so shut up. The fox was shocked by his bluntness. It had been a while since he just outright told him to shut up. But he knew when the blockhead is like this he is going to do it and no matter of arguing was going to stop him. Guinevere was worried tremendously, more so with how this is going to affect his mind and body. She knew that the flame inside of this woman was dangerous but there was not guarantee that doing this won't mess up his mind or cause him to go into a frenzy himself. It was no guarantee that she would actually survive the process or return to normal. But she could see he was going to do it either way, not because he had to. But because he wanted to give her a chance, and that is more than enough. She had never seen someone so selfless before. It was actually astonishing. It reminded her of him. So courageous and willing to face opposition no matter what for what they think was right. That is something she knew they had in common. But with Naruto, he quickly started pulling on the dark flame inside of her. He could feel the voices of the flames screaming in his head, lingering, whispering, and taunting him. They took the form and shape of the people he knew, of the village, of Kurama before his time, and even his father and mother. He could hear them shouting at their shame, their guilt of having him, and how he abandoned their home. He ignored it all. He pushed the flame out, pushed it into his opposite hand and soon it formed into a ball of flame. One contorted into a dark orange and yellow glow. The whole thing was haunting and he was not sure what to make of this horrid encounter. But he knew he had to finish quick. Pulling more of the flame out, he could hear the witch screaming and writhing in pain. The spider beneath her was screaming and writhing as well. He could feel them pulling apart, the pain, the irritation, and the hope. It was all there and Naruto pushed more. After several minutes he finally gathered all of the flame into an orb in his hand and with a mighty swing thrusted it against the wall, making it explode. The flame quickly dispersed and Naruto collapsed to the ground on his ass looking at what he had done. The woman in question was standing there. She was looking her hands over her face and feeling her legs. She was smiling and crying and Naruto could only smile back while coughing hard. The woman heard this noise and quickly rushed over to him. She touched his head and saw he was hot. "I'll be fine, give me the Estus flask please." The woman nodded and quickly handed him the flask and allowed him to take several drinks. "The damage is still there. Of course this is going to take longer than just some drinks from your Estus flask to heal. Your plan worked but the flames went out of their way to leave their mark on you. Any permanent damage? No thankfully, but you should rest, sleep it off. Because if you strain yourself now you might die." Naruto frowned and nodded. "Hey." The woman looked at him, "Would you mind taking me to safe spot so I can rest? I'm afraid that due to the damage of removing that flame I'm unable to move around a lot." The woman nodded her head but soon glared. Turning her head she saw the flaming spider growling at them and now slowly approaching. "Great, just what I needed." Naruto struggled to his feet but the woman stood up and held her hand out. "You dare stand before me?" Her voice was smooth as silk. "Know your place, filthy creature." With her hand held out, the creature screeched and rushed. A torrent of great flames appeared where it was charging to and soon the spider was caught up in the flames and screaming and screeching at the pain it was in. After a few seconds she snapped her fingers, revealing nothing but scorch marks remaining. "How pathetic, you were only powerful thanks to me." Turning her head she smiled, "Thank you my savior. Please I shall carry you to a safe location." Naruto looked at her and noticed that the carpet matches the drapes. "Right, how about some clothes though?" She shook her head. "No time, more demons might come and we need to get you to safety." Picking him up on her shoulders she slowly started walking into the direction of the staircase and fog gate. But the pain he was in, the exhaustion of exploring the town, and also dealing with the weird flames he encountered, it was all too much. Naruto's body slumped and soon he fell asleep. The woman smiled and quickened her pace. "Please I hope you can help her like you helped me, my savior." Guinevere and Kurama could only frown hoping Naruto knew what he was doing saving this woman's life. Chapter 10. The Kind Lady and Reunion. Naruto had awakened by a bonfire. He didn't know how he got there but he knew that he was there. Sitting there, he saw the woman from before and that there was another one of those puss man he saw before. However, he seemed to be conversing with the woman and he, Naruto wasn't sure if he was seeing this right, was in tears. "My lady, it is wondrous that you were cured of your ailment to the cursed flame. Thank you Iingi, however I owe it to this man. He saved me from the flame and separated me from the flame spider. Indeed, it concerns me that you brought him this way. How do we know he won't put the fair lady in danger? Simple, he saved me when he could have just killed me." Naruto up slowly and groaned. "Man, that sucks." The woman turned and rushed to his side. "Savior, you're awake." Naruto looked at her and his eyes averted, which confused her. "What is wrong? Does my appearance displease you?" "No, but it wouldn't hurt for you to have some clothes." The woman looked down and took in her appearance before smiling. "Do you desire me? If you wish I shall lay with you if that is your desire." Naruto's blush intensifies. "No, that is not the case." Naruto summons some armor and clothes on hand and lays them out in front of her. "Just choose something to cover yourself, it is hard to talk to you otherwise." Naruto looked away and the woman had a smile on her face before finding one of the red robes and putting it on. Dressed now in the red robe, Naruto turned to face her and she had a big smile on her face. "I thank you my savior." "Naruto, just call me Naruto, I haven't been one for formalities." "I understand, thank you Lord Naruto, you have saved me from my eternal torment. I feel now I can defend my baby sister better in this state." Naruto frowned. "Is she suffering like you were?" She sighed and turned her head to the back of the room. Naruto narrowed his eyes and his eyes widened as he saw another woman spider hybrid. But this one looked more frail, her body withered, her legs unresponsive, and her body seemingly glued to the spot they were in. She had her eyes closed and her hands in a prayer. My God, what's happened to her? That is the price for her good deed. She stood up and walked over to the man with the egg sacs on his back. As you can see, the blight puss that has afflicted this area has turned some of the pyromancers into these sorry creatures. My sister, not wanting to see them in pain, removed the poison in their bodies and took it upon herself. Wait, really? She can do that? She nodded her head. Unlike the rest of my sisters, the fair lady, as they call her, is a soft heart and cares for the people in need. She also has fire that is more about healing and recovery rather than burning down everything around her. It is one of the reasons when we lost our mother to the chaos flame that we fled. Chaos flame, someone I think mentioned that a dark flame formed in the capital with the witch of Azaliath, but I didn't know what it was called. She nodded her head. Quelaag answered definitively. Yes, our mother, the witch, created what is now the chaos flame. It is a flame that fits its namesake. Nothing but madness and insanity. It is a flame that lashes out and rules over anyone that is near it. My sister and I noticed this and many fled the capital when the flame started to expand. However, 2 of my sisters remained behind with mother to try and control the output of the flame, and our mother tried to condense it to allow everyone to escape. Sadly, that is not the case, as some of us were still touched by the flames due to our pyromancy. In time, my body had fused with the flame spider you saw, and my sister did too. One of my sisters seemingly managed to remain untouched by the flames, but she has been missing for ages. I haven't been able to find her since I turned into that thing. She frowned. I was aware of my actions, you know. Then why did you attack? To protect her. She walked a little closer to her frail sister and reached out to touch her but pulled back. If something were to happen to me, then no one could protect her. Not anyone here, even though they all are strong pyromancers, none of them could fight off someone that was able to best me. I did everything I could to try and kill you because of how annoying it was, but in time I realized it was all for naught. Then she smiled, but then you did something so miraculous and saved me from the flames that were controlling my body and keeping me tethered to that spider. Thanks to you, I'm now free of its influence and can start protecting my sister more effectively. Forming a large ball of fire in her hand, she smiled. With this form, I'm back to my full strength and can handle anyone that dares to come for her. But she frowned. However, that would mean I would have to remain here longer and watch my sister slowly wither away. Naruto frowned, and after steadying himself he walked over to her but saw the man with the balls on his back grab his ankle. Please, please don't harm mistress. She is a kind soul, a loving soul. Please, don't dare harm her. Naruto looked at the man and frowned before leaning down slowly and touching the man's head. Rest assured, I have no intentions of harming your mistress. I just want to get a better look at her if you don't mind. The man withered on the ground and cried. Please, don't harm her. Naruto smiled before Quelaag interrupted. His name is Iingi. He was a master pyromancer back in the Great Swamp. However, he was banished from his land due to creating a poison flame that was considered heretical. Is it? She sighed. I don't know anymore. Looking at her sister, she bit her lip. Who is to say what is anymore? After what happened to our mother and how everyone was so bent out of shape to preserve this age, I wonder if this is divine punishment from those that rule over us. While Gwyn and the others claim to be gods, I just don't know anymore. It feels like the world is angry that we went this far to preserve out dynasties and didn't accept that nature eventually has to move with the times. She looked down and cried, if this is the cost to keep our age going, then I would have rather been in the dark. At least there I would still have my family. Naruto frowned and touched her shoulder before walking slowly to the younger sister and looking her over. This stuff is all over her. It is, from what I can guess, it was like she sucked it into body too many times or too often that her body didn't have time to burn away the blight. Meaning that she got this way because she just couldn't say no. There is no telling if she would have been able to do this more if it wasn't so often. But at the same time it is not clear if she could have stopped the plague from spreading. Yeah, but looking at her I can tell she is attached to the body similar to Quelaag, meaning if we somehow manage to sever her ties to the body we could in theory get the poison out of the body and leave it in the spider's half. Naruto, I beg you, please think this through. We have no idea what could happen if you try this. I mean, think about it. You got lucky with Quelaag when removing the flame from her body and expelling it outward. At the same time, we are talking about someone that not only has this flame but some kind of virus that spreads the body rapidly. Without Kurama and myself there is no chance this would work, and even with us I don't think it will work. You could be taking a big risk for nothing. Naruto frowned at the thought. Could he pull this off? They were right. Since using senjutsu he was able to remove this chaos flame from the body and expel it outward, but the pain and suffering he went through was so gruesome and over the top that he wasn't sure he could survive too many close attempts, especially back to back. I know that there is a big risk here. He smiled, but I can't ignore this woman. Why? Why would you risk so much more with her than anyone else? Hero's complex. I swear kid, you got a death wish. Maybe it is, but at the same time, I won't know something is impossible unless I try. Besides, I have a powerful fox and goddess on my side. Kid, if we are doing this then we need a strategy because this is going to be harder than the other one. You both can't be serious. I mean, I feel bad for the child too, but this would put us all in danger, and unlike others Naruto is still alive, meaning that we have no idea if he will survive this process or even return as an undead. Guinevere, when you've been with this idiot as long as I have, you'll realize that he is part plan and part luck. Whether someone likes it or not, he is going to help them if he can, and if not then he is going to do right by them. Naruto sighed and walked up to the girl and smiled at her. You were so brave, you did so well surviving at this time. But rest assured you are loved, your sister continues to watch over you even to this moment. Naruto reaches out and gently touches the girl's stomach, feeling her stiffen a bit. She then reaches down and touches his hand. Rest easy now. Naruto closed his eyes and started up his senjutsu. Kurama got ready for the flames and Guinevere while against the idea got ready as well. While she might not have her powers she did before, she was still a goddess and she at least had some ways of fixing the issue with her own powers if necessary. Naruto grunted, he could feel the flame coursing through his body and his body was shaking rapidly. Quelaag saw him shivering and his body shaking badly. She held her hand in prayer and looked on intensively. Naruto could feel it, the rush of the flames just entering his body, and this one seemed even more intense than before. But he was ready for it this time and quickly suppressed it deeper inside of him with Kurama and Guinevere. While this is going on, Naruto could feel the blight pus starting to enter his body and he started to cough and his choke on the feeling of the sickness. This is bad, this is worse than I could think of, but I have to keep trying. Naruto pushed more of his energy into the girl and soon, he felt all the poison leaving her body. Slowly but surely it was creeping into his own and more coughing was heard. Quelaag had gripped her hands tightly to the point that she was digging her fingers into her hand but heard footsteps behind her. Turning around she narrowed her eyes before pulling out her sword. But she was shocked at the robe-wearing woman standing there, she had a shocked look on her face seeing her and both of them just stared. Quelaag, you're alright. Yes, she smiled and rushed to her sister and hugged her. It is good to see you, Quelana. A scream ripped the two apart and both turned. They saw their sister whose entire upper body was on display gripping her hands on her head and screaming bloody murder. Quelana seeing this rushed at the boy that was touching her sister, but when she tried to touch him Quelaag slashed her sword down between them. What are you doing? Move. I won't. He is hurting her. He is saving her, he is trying to do the same thing he did for me for her. Please have faith, sister. I won't, not when she is like this already. Quelana rushed once more but Quelaag slashed her sword in front of her. You won't be allowed near him. I'm sorry sister, but I have faith this man can save our sister from her suffering. He is doing everything he can for her and us. Please, be patient and wait and see if he can do it. Quelana growled, but then she gasped. Quelaag looked behind her and she dropped her sword in shock while the man just screamed. Their sister, the kind and frail sister they knew, her body fell off the spider's body and not onto the floor. Her lower body showed legs that were incredibly frail, unable to move on their own, and both sisters rushed to her side. They picked her up and quickly dragged her away from the spider's body and over to the bonfire, but when they turned back they saw the boy standing there and he is coughing and convulsing before falling to the ground. He huffed and coughed rapidly causing Quelaag to rush to his side. No, don't you dare die. You saved us so you don't get to die without me being by your side. She tried to think of something, anything, but all she could do was hold his hand tightly. But then she saw his metal hand go up and aimed at the ceiling, and without warning a ball of fire shot out. It hit the ceiling and she saw that the attack had scattered across the ceiling, but the flame itself, remnant of their mother's cursed flame. It started to disperse along with a green energy that seemed to come from the body. Looking down she heard his shallow breathing and quickly reached for his Estus flasks and started pouring it down his throat. Come on, you got to be alright. She kept pouring more and more down his throat until the amount ran out. Quelana, seeing her sister in such a desperation, walked over to her and checked on the body. She could see the cracks forming on his skin and his body convulsing. This is bad, the blight pus is spreading through his body, something is suppressing it but it is not unable to stop the spreading completely. Damn it, there has to be something we can do. SS sisters. Both turned their heads and saw that their youngest sister was looking at them. Her eyes were opened but they could see she was not seeing them clearly due to how foggy they were. Please, bring me to him, I can help. Her voice was hoarse and she coarse, but the sister could hear her plain as day. No, you have been through enough, please don't make us watch this again. I can stop it from spreading. I found a way but I took too much. Please let me help him. Quelaag looked conflicted, she wanted to help him but at the same time she didn't want to risk it. But if her sister was saying there was a way, she had to take it. She couldn't lose more people that are trying to help her, she just couldn't. Walking over she quickly picked her sister over her shoulder and carried her slowly over to him and laid her next to him. There the sister touched his chest and she smiled. My savior, thank you for what you have done. Please allow me to show you my gratitude. Her hoarse voice soon started mumbling something and this led to her hands glowing white. Her flames started covering his body and in time the flames just rushed over and soon extinguished. Quelaag looked at him and saw no signs of the poison in his body but she could tell he was breathing shallowly. So, thanking her sister, she and her other sister, Quelana carried them back over to the bonfire and let them rest there. Inside of Naruto's mindscape he had seen the healing done to his body inside. He was glad that she had an answer to this as he wasn't sure that he did. More so, he wasn't 100% sure that he knew how to stop the plague from spreading through his body. Normally he would have had Kurama try his hand at it, but he didn't have his powers anymore. In fact, he barely had enough power to keep his normal form and to communicate, so it wasn't like he could flush it out of his system anymore. As for Guinevere, she was trying, honestly trying, to find a way to purge it from his bloodstream, but it was spreading at an alarming rate she couldn't fix. When the flames washed over it and destroyed the cells, she was glad and saddened. She had tried so hard but still failed and almost lost another person. If only I was stronger. She gripped her fists in anguish and just settled back into her forest with Naruto sitting next to her. Well, you were right. Naruto looked at her. That plan failed epically. It did. She looked at him. If it wasn't for that healing process she did, you would surely have turned into one of those infected people. Naruto sighed. Yeah, but in the end, we did manage to cure her and save her life along with uniting their family. While it is a job well done, I don't think I'll be making that stupid mistake again. You shouldn't. She stood up and slapped him. Do you not realize that you put all of us in danger? Your actions, while noble, reflect on us as well. We have gotten this far, but since the gaping dragon in the witch, you have failed to see the danger you are putting us in with your reckless actions and challenges. We need to be more cautious going forward, as the challenges only increase from here on. Naruto sighed and nodded his head. You're right. Also, I highly advise against doing that senjutsu again. Huh, but. No, she glared. Not only do we not know the full scope of the power now that you are using mana instead of chakra, but we don't know if this is having long-lasting effects to your health. As of this moment, you are forbidden from using it. Is that understood? Naruto stared at the woman. He wanted to yell back at her, but he noticed the subtle shaking she was demonstrating. Walking up to her, he hugged her. I understand. The woman hugged him back and the two enjoyed the embrace. But after separating, Naruto returned to his consciousness while leaving the goddess to reflect on their talk and why she was so passionate with him, and her heart seemed to flutter the more she thought about it. Kurama made a joke and she sent a bolt of lightning at him, making him shut up quickly. Back in the real world, Naruto's eyes opened and he saw the three sisters sitting together. The youngest now sitting in the lap of Quelaag, and Quelana sitting there rubbing her sister's legs, trying to do something to them. He wasn't sure, but he knew it was something to help her. Sitting up, he saw the sisters look at him. Quelaag smiled. I'm glad you are awake, Lord Naruto. No, Lord, please, and thanks for watching over me while I was recovering. She shook her head. After what you did, we owe you a great debt of gratitude. Naruto smiled and looked at the youngest. How is she? The two looked at her and smiled. She is mostly sleeping, but we have managed to heal her eyes and part of her body, but her legs seem to be taking the most time to recover. If we only had some way of healing her faster. Quelana shook her head at Quelaag. That would require humanity, and I don't have any on me, and neither do you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Humanity? Isn't it that black stuff we have found all over the place? Yes, humanity mostly is meant to boost your abilities while also helping to manage your ability to find things and even regain your mortal form. But considering you really aren't using the amount that we have, I say that giving them to the girl wouldn't be a bad thing. Plus, it isn't like we aren't going to find more over our journey, so a few here and there is not a bad thing. Ladies. Both women turned to him. If you would like, I have a bit of humanity on me, so if your sister wants, she can have them if this helps with her recovery. The girls looked in shock and Quelaag smiled with tears in her eyes. Yes, please, she only needs a little bit, 3 or 4 at the most. Naruto nodded and summoned the humanity to his hands, thanks to Guinevere's guidance, and handed them over to the sisters. They quickly put them near the youngest and they absorbed into her body, in which she stated to glow slightly before she started to move. Looking up, she stared at her older sister. Quelaag, is that you? She touched her face. I can really see you. The witch cried and hugged her sister, and Quelana joined in with both of them, crying over the suffering of their youngest sibling. Naruto smiled at the scene while his heart ached, as this is something he always wondered about. If his parents had survived, would he have more siblings to play with? Would he have tender moments with them as well? Shaking his head, he stood up to his feet. Well, I'm happy for all 3 of you. But I must be off. I got to ring the second bell as soon as possible. The sisters looked at him and frowned. Are you on the path of the tarnished to follow in the path of Gwyn? Naruto frowned at the way Quelana made it sound. I guess, you could say that, but I'm more just trying to find out how I can help this land and solve the issue more than anything. If I'm being honest, I was thrown into this mess without a second thought. Naruto explained to them briefly how he arrived, and the sisters were shocked to hear of a place with no undead curse and people were just living their lives normally. But they did notice a slight tension in his tone, so they decided something happened that forced him to leave. But they would let it rest, for now. Naruto the youngest stood up on wobbly legs and smiled. Lord Naruto, her voice still hoarse but slowly recovering, after everything you have done for us, I feel the least we can do is accompany you on this journey. Naruto waved his hand. Oh no, I'm not going to drag you women into my mess. By the sounds of it, this journey will be long and hard, no joke, and I don't want you getting hurt because of me. The women frowned but the youngest returned with a smile. I don't think you understand, we are going with you. Staying in Blight Towns runs the risk we might be exposed to the virus again, and while I'm happy I could help some, I don't want to get infected again with maybe no chance of being saved. Turning to her dear friend who was crawling on the ground, she smiled. Besides, he told me to go on, leave this place and not to look back. He wanted me to finally be free and I want to take him on this suggestion. Quelaag smiled and stood to her feet, standing next to her younger sister. I agree with her. We have been stuck in this place for quite some time and with our mother and home gone we have nowhere to go. I think it'd be best to follow you as it seems you have a destination in mind. Plus, she blushed lightly, I still owe you for saving my life and my sister and I must repay this debt by any means. Naruto sweated at this comment. Guinevere tightened her fists and lighting started to crackle around her. Kurama was sweating as well, more in fear of the goddess and seeing the raw power coming off of her. While she said she lost some of her strength years ago, she was definitely showcasing she was far from frail. He was terrified what that meant if she ever got her full strength back. Quailana sighed. I guess it'd be nice to travel again, more with my sisters. She smiled, plus, I guess it wouldn't hurt to help you see this journey through to the end. Naruto looked at them and while two were shining brilliantly the other was having more of a neutral expression on her face. Seeing this he saw there was no way out and sighed. Alright, fine. The girls laughed at him just giving up. But we make sure we practice safety and train before certain encounters as I won't be risking anyone's life recklessly. The girls nodded their head and soon after saying goodbye to the people there, they left the chamber for the last time. Naruto walked all the way back to the bell and quickly pulled the switch to ring it. The girls heard the bell ringing wildly and Naruto smiled at this. Alright, now it is done. Naruto looked at the girls. So where to next? The girls looked with Quailana sighing. From what I heard from some of the undead that tried, apparently it is supposed to open Sen's fortress outside the temple, so we should head that way. Naruto nodded and began his trek back to Fire Link Shrine with the sisters in tow. Upon arriving at the shrine, Naruto noticed that the swamp pyromancer sitting there with a look on his face of shock. He rushed up to him and then to the women, before bowing. Greetings and salutations my ladies, it is an honor to meet daughters of the fabled witch of Azalioth. Naruto looked and saw the woman smiling at him. It is nice to meet you as well, what is your name? Quelaag twirled her hair a bit while Quailana just sighed. Laurentius of the Great Swamp, I have come to these lands after becoming undead to hone my craft and learn the ways of fire. If you three would part some of your wisdom and knowledge I would very much appreciate it. Naruto saw them contemplating with the youngest nodding her head and slowly and steadily instructing him in using his flame and being more flexible and creative with it. Even teaching him one of their sacred arts, Giant Chaos Fireball. Naruto saw the concept was the same as the fireball and fire orb, but this attack in particular was powerful that it created a patch of lava as an after effect, meaning that if the attack hits then so do this lava. They spent an hour working on this spell and Naruto and the group soon parted ways with the man of the swamp, stating he would remain in Fire Link and eagerly await any more of the great spells he can learn down the line. The sisters mentioned that it wasn't uncommon for the people of the swamp to revere them and see them as the highest order, especially true when they can control fire better than most. Naruto learned that with more practice with his fire magic, he can learn to even enhance his flame through their guidance and reach a higher level of flame than ever. Naruto knew that it required more practice, so he would keep it and maybe start using it more in combat against enemies that didn't have fire on them or use it themselves. Naruto walked his way to Andre, while on the way Quelaag and Quailana both demonstrated their mastery of pyromancy by literally incinerating all that dared to get in their way and even demonstrating their control over flames in doing it with the least amount of mana. Arriving at Andre, he got his equipment repaired and even learned that if he ever finds one of those stones he did before, he would make him even better equipment and even enhance his weapons more down the line. Naruto thanked him and soon they were on their way to the open gate. But seeing the fortress and still feeling the effects from earlier, he turned. Do you girls mind if we settle by the bonfire for a bit? I think I need a little more rest before we tackle this. The girls looked at one another and nodded, retreating, but Naruto noticed two things. One, the man that looked like a rotund knight was gone and seemed to have disappeared as soon as the gate was opened. 2, he had noticed that the wizard from before, whose name escapes him, was approaching him from across the way. Naruto. I'm glad I caught up to you. Okay, what can I do for you? Listen, I was talking to the guy at the shrine and mentioned a man that looks like Logan. Apparently he went into Sen's fortress but he hasn't come out or been since he did. Wait, how did he get into the fortress without ringing the bells though? I thought that was the whole point of the Path of the Pilgrim. It is, but Logan has always been a genius, so maybe he tagged along with someone who was getting through the fortress, or he could have just as easily found a way around this. I'm not sure, but I think that my master, he must be inside of the fortress. If not, then he must have made it to the capital. Please, if you see him, please send him to Fire Link so I may speak to him again. Naruto nodded his head and soon the wizard took off with the girls. Look at him. Not sure why, but he really wants me to find this guy, Big Hat Logan as he is called, but other than that, nothing else. He said he could teach me sorceries, but sadly I don't have a skill for them yet. Ah, I see. Quaylana frowned. I recall seeing a man traveling with a group to the fortress after walking through the swamp a while back, but surprisingly, they were all very weak. I'm surprised they even made it past Quaylog. Quaylog snorted. I didn't care at that point, as after they rang the bell, if they came near sister then I would have smashed them, but luckily for them they didn't. Lucky for you or them. The two sisters started having a small shouting match at one another while they reached the bonfire and sat down while the youngest yawned from her exhausting ordeal. Quickly laid down with Naruto, who was laying out on the floor. There he closed his eyes to get some rest while she rested on his chest, snoring lightly and listening to his heartbeat. The arguing sisters soon stopped and just laid down next to them, with Quaylana next to her baby sister and Quaylog next to Naruto with her hand on his ass. Guinevere growled at how flirty and forward she was being and was ready to smite her. Kurama was just panicking as lighting was starting to fall everywhere in the mindscape, praying that this chick would stop pissing her off. You sent sister to the Ring City. Yes, just so she could keep those filthy pygmy from making any sudden moves against me. Father, isn't this all a little much? I mean, brother already resents you for doing this, why are you trying to anger more people? You wouldn't understand, dear, it is all for the greater good. It is for the age of fire, my age, an age that is the greatest period of all time. We must ensure that it continues and thrives. At what cost though? Father, rumors are spreading of the undead emerging from graves and battlefields to ravage the lands. Nothing but superstitious nonsense, people just creating rumors to suit their means and to try and undermine me. If that is the case, then I shall show them what happens when they speak ill of me. Father. Enough, I have a task for you as well, my daughter. What task? I want you to go and see Seath. There is something he wants to experiment and he states he needs your help. After he has captured my maidens and tortured them for his own experiments, is that not enough? Don't argue with me and do as you're told. Go to Seath at the observatory and do as you are required. He was instrumental in the war and he is an asset to the kingdom. He is a monster who betrayed his own kind. He is someone that understands the order of this world. Stop arguing and go. She appeared in the conservatory and soon she saw the white pale creature approaching her and she just screamed. She is found in her bed with her father sitting next to her holding a child in his hand. This abomination must be dealt with. Wait, father, please don't. She was standing in the throne room and yelling. Why did you get rid of my daughter? She is a threat and that is all there is needed to be known. I hate you. A stinging sensation hit her face. You will do well not to anger me further. Lighting gathered into his hand with fire swarming around him. I don't take kindly to traitors and those that fail their duty, just ask your dear husband. Chapter 11. Sen's Fortress. Naruto awoke from his sleep and finds the girls were all sleeping near him or on top of him in the terms of Quaylog. He rolled his eyes, but feeling her hand on his ass he quickly and quietly separates himself from them before rolling his shoulders and heading over to Andre and talking to him a bit. So heading into the fortress are you? Yeah, at this point I don't know what to expect, but from what I heard people have made it through before. Ah, they have, but that is not due to the lack of trying. He sighed, while slamming his hammer down on a sword that he was crafting. In truth, that place is a nightmare. Nothing but traps and monsters everywhere, and then there is an iron golem and giants that are waiting for you on the surface. I should tell you that those monsters are the real problem of this place. Please, be safe, young one, I would hate to lose a good customer. Naruto nodded his head. No problem, I'm planning on taking this one slow as possible. Ah, because of that young one. Sorta, she is better, but we don't want to push her too far before she is ready, so we are taking this trial slowly so to get a better idea of how to fight effectively. Well, I wish you all the best of luck, and if you need anything do let me know. Actually, do you know what I can do with the souls of some of the creatures that I defeated, as some are lingering still and seem more powerful than others? Ah well, if you want to use that you have to keep upgrading your weapons then, but I have a feeling that sword of yours is not going to be compatible with the souls in your possession. Naruto looked at his sword, and while it was not his strongest weapon compared to his greatsword, it was getting the job done, so there was no point in worrying about it, and thanks to some of the stuff he has picked up, he has upgraded his other weapons he picked up recently, so it is not that much trouble. Heading back to the girls, they gather together and go over their strategy. Okay Quelaag, you and I will take the front since we are using more melee fighting compared to your sisters. She smiled and held her sword close to her side with a smile. Her flames formed in her offhand. Turning to Quailana he continued. You can play the role of long-range support, so you can cast all the fire spells you know and use them to take down enemies we either don't see or are just making our lives hell with ranged attacks. Quailana nodded. Turning to the last one he smiled. It'd be best you bring up behind Quailana. We don't want to put you in pointless danger, and if you can help with support that'd be great. Yes, she smiled, her voice slowly returning, but the gravel sound is still there. I can use my flames to enhance you all and even create barriers to help protect you. Also, I have the power to enchant your weapons and even heal you as necessary from any of your conditions. Okay then. Naruto looked at them. So are we ready to tackle Sen's fortress? The three nodded and soon they began their trek. Arriving at the bridge they saw the opening where the gate was up and now there was a way through. So walking across the bridge Naruto pulled out his sword and narrowed his eyes. It was too easy and he wasn't about to think there wasn't anything waiting for them on the other side. Quelaag drew her own blade and soon flames started forming in her offhand. Quailana quickly formed her flame and it burned more brilliantly than his own while the youngest stayed in the back and observed. Out of the shadows came a tall figure. It appeared more clearly once it passed the gate, showing a quite haunting figure. It was a snake being, with its neck stretched long, wearing nothing but a loincloth, carrying a shield in his offhand and a sword in his other, and having more green scales with yellow eyes. The creature hissed at them, before lunging forward with a straight stab with its sword. Naruto had his blade up and ready to stab forward, but soon saw a fireball about as big of a small ball pass his head and hit the creature in the face. It screamed in pain with Quelaag rushing in and slashing it across the chest, leaving it falling to the ground. The smell of burnt reptile was horrible and Naruto wasn't sure what to make of the quick movement, but soon heard more hissing. Turning his head he saw another snake man rush them. This time he was ready. Pulling out one of his daggers he threw it at the snake, making it raise its shield to block, but soon threw another knife behind it and it went into its foot, making it hiss in pain. Seeing Naruto rushing him, it quickly lunges forward with its head and tried to bite him. However, he managed to pivot around the bit and bring his sword down, cutting through its neck with ease. The creature spasmed for a bit before it stopped moving and turned to dust. Naruto sighed and looked at the girls, all of them looking calm about the situation while the youngest was just staring at him with admiration. Okay, from here on we proceed cautiously. Turning to the youngest, don't do anything that you aren't sure about it, okay? She nodded her head. The four of them proceed into the fortress, finding the place to be barely lit. But, it was lit enough for them to see where they were going and to see the swinging blades in front of them. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Okay, turning to the girls, I'll go first, you three watch my back. If I shout for you guys that means you can cross. Just be careful with the blades. The girls nodded. Naruto started walking through, mostly watching the blades slowly sweep left to right, but Naruto got the timing down. The minute the blade went above his head to the right he smiled and rushed along before finding something coming his way. Ducking his head he saw a bolt of lightning pass his head. What the fuck? Turning his head he saw another lightning bolt flying through the air. Ducking under the blast he managed to avoid the blow and rush through the rest of the trap. There he managed to reach the second floor before carefully peering around the corner. He saw the snake creature standing on the other side of the bridge, but this one had more of a cobra head. In his hand was 3 curved swords while the other hand was free. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Guess this is one of the long-range fighters then. Naruto held out his metal hand and formed a ball of flame in them. No better time to test this out than now, I guess. Naruto quickly ran around the corner and saw the creature hissing at him. This creature blasts a bolt of lightning. Rolling under the attack he quickly swung his hand sideways and a ball of fire emerged from his hand. This ball hit the snake directly and soon the flames covered the snake's body. It screamed, the hissing and thrashing was rapid and Naruto saw it was barely hanging onto the ledge. Throwing another ball of fire the creature seemed to jump to the side of the attack. But the jump had cost it, as the creature was falling into the abyss with no sign of the end. Looking over the edge Naruto sighed before turning off his flame and pulling out his sword with his opposite hand. Hey, watch the blades girls and I'll wait for you at the end. The girls nodded their head and quickly went through the trap themselves. In a few minutes they were standing next to him and smiling at making it through this one death trap. But when they walked into the other room they heard hissing in the distance, so Naruto held his finger to his lip. Slowly he sneaked across the floor, seeing a small stone button on the ground. He smiled. Quelana, the girl perked up, have a fireball ready as this depends on you. The woman nodded and gathered fire into her hand and waited. Naruto walked around the corner slowly before seeing another snake man carrying a shield and sword in his hands. Naruto walked onto the bridge, making the creature hiss. Rushing to him, Naruto quickly ran back into the room while standing right in front of the switch. The snake appeared in the room and hissed once more before swinging at his head. But the swing missed as Naruto crouched under the strike, but it stepped on the trap on the floor with soon holes on the wall opening up. The attack soon burst out of the wall and hit the creature in the side with hardened bolts as if from a crossbow. Naruto rolled backwards and a ball of fire went past his head and hit the snake, making it fall to the ground. The creature could only hiss and shout at the pain it was in, but soon the creature stopped withering and vanished in a burst of dust. Naruto sighed. Good job. Quelana smiled softly. Naturally, as I am the founder of pyromancy after all. Naruto nodded his head and Quelog puffed her cheeks. Jealous of the praise for her sister. The youngest giggled at how silly her sisters were being at the praise and the adoration for the man. Naruto proceeded into the open area where they saw an opening, but standing there was a snake creature. It hissed and running to them. But then something to its side hit it and soon the creature was gone. Naruto's sweat dropped. What the fuck? Naruto and the girls walked to the opening and slowly peered their heads out and saw that the snake creature was long gone, but above them they could hear something rumbling. Turning their heads up, they saw a giant ball of earth sliding down the stairway and they went back into the hallway. Okay, so a stone boulder trap, huh? Naruto sighed. Okay, so I'll go first. Take care of anything in front of us on top of the boulder. Then when I'm sure I found a safe spot you girls come, but make sure you hide in between when you can to avoid the boulder. Quelog snorted. Wait and observe. Walking out into the hall, Quelog drew out her sword, which soon was covered in flames. Are you sure? The boulder came rolling down the hallway again, leading to Quelog slashing at the boulder. The ball of earth exploded at the sudden attack, leaving nothing behind. Naruto's eyes widened. Whoa, that is crazy power. Thank God we didn't have to fight like you are now. The woman smiled and blushed. Don't worry, as long as I can stand with you I shall be at your disposal in any manner you require. She winked at him. Naruto blushed and quickly rushed past her, leaving her smiling. The sisters either rolled their eyes, Quelana, or smiled, the youngest. Walking up the stairs, Naruto heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, they saw the man sitting on the bridge before the gate opened. Greetings. I can't believe you managed to destroy this boulder. Truly that was a wondrous display of magical power that I have seen. Quelog puffed her chest out. Well, of course, we are children of the Witch of Azaleath after all. Anything less would be shameful in my eyes. The man was in awe but then huffed. Yet I couldn't do something akin to this or handle a situation similar to this. How shameful that I required help. Quelog frowned. What is that supposed to mean? The man waved his hands. Nothing against you, ma'am, but the truth is that I must have accomplished this on my own, but due to this I was unable to bypass the trials. My pride will not allow such shame to fall upon me, and thus I must continue to push on. The man rushed up the stairs and encountered a lighting serpent, which he quickly did battle with. Naruto wasn't sure what to make of the oddly shaped warrior, but he just left him be. The girls followed his lead and followed him out of the hallway, only to see another boulder rolling past them as they walked to the opening. From there, it felt like a huge repeat cycle for Naruto and the girls. They had to proceed through another rolling stone trap, but with the twist that he had to pull a switch to manipulate which hallway the stone went down. Figuring that each way serves a purpose, Naruto manipulated it to roll in each direction at least once or twice. There, Naruto would have answers to anything that might lay in wait. Eventually they made it down one hallway where they heard someone's voice. Hello, is there anyone there? I could use some assistance. Naruto and the girls proceeded down the bridge and saw a man wearing a large hat on his head and carrying a staff in his right hand, along with having some kind of book on his side. He is wearing some dark robes and seemed to be quite proud of them, given that they were very clean, especially given his current predicament. Hello there. The man waved. If you wouldn't mind, would you lend me a hand? Being trapped in this cage with no way to move forward is maddening, and I don't feel like remaining here longer than necessary. Naruto looked at him before turning his attention back to his hat. I'm guessing you're Big Hat Logan. The man smiled. Yes, sorcerer extraordinaire, I see my reputation precedes me. I guess. Honestly, someone from Vanaheim asked me to find you here in the fortress. Where's the rest of your group? The man sighed. I should have figured someone from the academy would follow me out here, especially since the Grand Archives is here. Right, sadly it would seem that my party thought I was more useful for a distraction than an actual combatant. Bunch of blockhead, sword-wielding morons. He huffed, I'm one of the greatest sorcerers of my time, and yet I was relegated to being nothing more than cannon fodder. Naruto sighed. Okay, so where is the rest of your party? Most likely in the belly of some of the beasts around here, turned hollow, or were killed by that creature on the bridge guarding the exit. Monster. Yes, you see, Sen's fortress is the last frontier to reaching the capital city of Orlando. But to reach it you must defeat this ancient iron golem that is guarding the passageway. Sadly, only 1 or 2 warriors have bested that creature, and last I heard neither one of them came back from the capital. Meaning that besting the creature is a rite of passage. I see. Naruto rubbed his chin. Anything unique about this golem-like weapons or enchantments? Yes, there is a giant that seems to throw boulders unless you take it out before you fight the golem. Also, the platform in which it resides is small, so fighting it there is going to be difficult. Oh, I also heard from survivors or those that were killed by it and fled back to Fire Link years ago, apparently the creature loves to throw people into the chasm below, so if you are close to the edge, don't let him grab you. Naruto nodded his head. Thanks for the information. Now can I leave this horrible cage? Sitting here with nothing to do is maddening. Naruto nodded his head, and after fiddling with the lock on the door for a bit, he managed to open up the cage. Many thanks. Now since I can't make it through this place on my own, I shall retreat to Fire Link. I'm curious to see who has followed me all the way out here, and also to see what has changed since I have been there last. Hey, do me a favor, would you? Of course. Watch over the fire keeper there. Apparently some guy from Lothric is watching her creepily and is even sitting in front of her cage. If he does something to her, then the bonfire will go out, and I don't think that benefits anyone, no. The man nodded his head. Agreed. Don't worry, I shall ensure her safety if I must. But if he really is a knight from Lothric, then that would explain a few things. Really? Yes, they are known for their more, shall we say, fanatical beliefs. They are dangerous and unpredictable. Word of advice, this man is after something related to the firekeeper, and it is best to be ready for the situation. Naruto nodded, and with that Logan departed back to the shrine while they continued exploring the fortress. Other than finding some unique items and weapons and gear, not much to speak of. There was a moment where they fell into the lower levels of the fortress and were ambushed by the cobra lighting throwing creatures, but ultimately, it didn't matter as Quailana and Quailog managed to dispatch them with their sister buffing up their flames. They soon encountered more of the Titnite golems wandering the lower levels, and after they cut through one, blasted another to pieces, and managed to slice another down, they returned to the upper floor. Eventually, after enough exploring, they found the giant that Logan mentioned before, and Quailana asked to take care of this one on her own while the rest of them head out to deal with the golem. They agreed with the promise of meeting up later. Naruto and the group head to the final fog gate. There Naruto took a deep breath and looked at the girls. Alright, listen up. This is not going to be easy, so we need to be prepared. Turning to Quailog, make sure you have all the fire attacks you want to use ready, and make sure you're on your toes, as this guy is going to take up a chunk of the entire arena by the sounds of it. Quailog nodded while having some fire enchantments put on her sword and her holding the blade tightly in her hand. Turning his head to the youngest. Stay out of range of this guy, watch where you are on the platform, and more importantly if you are able to use some buffs to help us in this fight. The girl scrunched up her face and nodded. You got it. Naruto nodded and did a quick check of their gear and fixed up his sword before they walked through the gate. There standing before them really was a golem, but Naruto had to admit he was bigger than expected and much taller too. He was carrying a giant axe in his hand, and Naruto saw a boulder fly down from above. Naruto, looking up, saw it was another giant, and he cursed for missing this one. Watch your movements. The girls each took up positions, with the youngest being by the fog gate, while Quailog joined him in the front and charging the golem. It took a slow swing, but Naruto saw it emit some kind of shockwave into a long-range attack. Seeing this, both him and Quailog rolled under the attacks and proceeded to move in on his ankles. The golem quickly jumped into the air for a second and slammed down, creating a shockwave, sending them both tumbling backwards. He knew the plan. Naruto smiled and saw it lift its axe in the air and bring it down with a chop. Rolling under his strike, Naruto swiped at his ankles. Only for the golem to kick him away yet again, and this time, the golem brings his axe up and swipes downward at a downed Naruto. However, its attack missed. Naruto quickly rolled around and sent away his normal sword and pulled out Dragon Slayer. There, he hefted the sword onto his shoulder and quickly swung at the golem's ankle again. This time, he managed to slam his blade into the leg, but the being just jumped into the air once more and created another shockwave. This move got both him and Quelaag off of him, but he was behind him while he was in front. Naruto nodded at her and motioned with his eyes at the monster's ankles. Quelaag nodded with them both, feeling a small buff around them, and they smiled knowing that the youngest was increasing their overall power and speed. However, Naruto could feel the burning sensation around his body, so he knew he had to work quick. Another boulder hit down beside him and he jumped backwards and glared at the giant that was throwing them. Need to get rid of that guy. Turning his head back, Quelaag was already on the giant golem and slashing at his ankles once more, this time with her flame sword. There, the blade was cutting through the ankles of the creature, and it just tumbled around for a few seconds before swinging its axe while turning to face her. Naruto heard a roar above him. Turning his head slightly, he saw that the giant had disappeared and he smiled knowing that Quelaag managed to finally get that damn monster. From this, he turned his attention back at the giant and rushed at him, slamming his blade into his ankle once more, forcing him to one knee. Quelaag now. She quickly went to work slashing at the monster's left leg and Naruto started working on his other leg. Between the two of them they were doing a fair amount of damage to the monster, but it roared and without waiting, it grabbed Naruto. He was being choked in the grip of the monster as it plodded to the side of the arena and saw that he was planning on throwing him over the edge. Naruto frowned and struggled to get loose. But the creature in question didn't seem to be struggling against him, so he was really getting worried. A ball of flame hit the monster in the head. The heat of the explosion knocked the monster to the side, allowing Naruto to escape his grasp and land just before the ledge. Shit, that was too close. Naruto quickly rolled once more between the monster's legs when it reached down for him once more. Naruto did a spinning slash of his sword and cut the back of the giant's ankle once more, leading to it tumbling and falling. This time though, the giant went over the side of the arena and fell into the dark chasm below, and Naruto and the girls gave a sigh of relief. Sending his sword away, he saw Quelaag rushing to them and checking on the youngest sister, who was just huffing after using so much mana at once and being a little terrified after going through the situation. Naruto on the other hand just sighed. Fuck, that was too close. If I didn't have the girls I would have definitely died. Yeah, we have to be more aware of our surroundings. Seriously brat, what the hell is wrong with you? Your senses are better than that. I guess relying on chakra for everything has dulled my natural abilities and senses. Well, lesson learned, got to sharpen them and make sure I'm aware of everything going on in the fight. So, with this we finally are going to clear this fucking castle. I think if I see one more fucking trap like we did throughout this place, I'm going to be sick. Yeah. Turning to the girls he smiled. Thanks for all your help girls, that would have been worse if I was alone. The three smiled and nodded, with the youngest eating something and soon her body glowed with more energy than before. We are here for you, please don't think twice about calling on us. Quelaag nodded. Yes, after everything you have done, the least we can do is share in this journey with you. However, I do fear that going to Orlando is going to be quite the long journey and one we can't return from. So if there is anything you wish to take care of, you better do it now. Naruto nodded. Yeah, we should probably get our equipment repaired and work on our pyromancy and making sure we are ready for the upcoming battles. The girls agreed, and thus they made the trek back to Firelink, where after talking to Andre and getting the repairs they ran into Logan, who was conversing with his wayward student. Naruto saw that the conversation was deep and personal, so he just left them alone for now. But he did see he was keeping his promise and watching the situation around the shrine, but he was worried. As when he went to talk to the firekeeper, he saw the Golden Knight still sitting there. He was watching her and he bothered him that he wanted to ask, but the man just refused to speak to him. This was particularly bothersome in his mind, but he would deal with it down the line. Upgrading his flame proved useful, as now he was one step away from earning the right to a higher tier flame, but Quelaag stated that he had to earn this flame, so it was best they wait until in Orlando. That way he can earn some practice with his pyromancy, due to it probably crawling with all kinds of monsters and enemies still. However, Naruto was worried he hadn't heard a word from Guinevere, not even mentions of the capital and what it meant. Walking back to the fort, Naruto thought about the dreams and visions he was seeing. He saw more of what happened to the dragon and butterfly, but for some reason, he was having more clouded visions of Guinevere and her past. From what he could tell so far, she was married, had a husband that was a god of flames, and he was killed by Gwyn for his failure to assist in his need to preserve his age. She saw someone flying off into the distance that she called brother, blamed the witch for her failure to produce a new flame, had an argument with her father related to this Sith figure, and finally apparently she had a child. This child he didn't see, but for some reason it caused controversy with the rest of the beings in Orlando. From this, apparently her anger and hatred for her father grew. From there, he saw she was struck down for some greater good, something his village liked to say to justify what they were doing. But in the end, he didn't know more about it other than that, but he was fearful what this could mean for him if the visions continue. Arriving again at the golem's arena, they found the golden ring on the ground, and after touching it, they heard the sound of wings in the distance. Turning around, Naruto saw some winged creatures flying straight to them and he was on edge. Naruto is about to draw his sword, but he saw the creatures bow to the girls and screech something at them. Relax, they are just here to escort us to the capital. Stating it is the will of Gwyn that we arrive in one piece. Naruto frowned but adhered to Quelaag's comment. The creatures grabbed all four of them and started their flight, in which was taking them far from the fortress and far into the distance. Naruto wasn't sure how long the flight was, but they had not been in the air for too long and soon, they saw it in the distance. A giant capital, a city of such splendor and glamour he didn't know how else to describe it. More so, he was shocked to see how massive the buildings and even the castle were, as it made the undead parish look like a small hut village in comparison. That might have been the point. The sun was brimming in the background, which surprised him considering the rest of the world seemed to be so bleak and dreary. Yet the capital stood tall and proud over the rest of the world and made it clear they are happy to greet all guests. He was not sure how true that train of thought is. Landing on the outskirts tower of the city, the creatures gently put the girls on the ground while waving at them, while Naruto. He was just dropped on his ass without an ounce of regret and flew away. Naruto gave them the middle finger. The girls laughed and soon took in the majesty of the capital. Been a while since we were last here. Quelaag frowned. Still the same city after all this time? Quelaag nodded. Yeah, still has that sense of touch that Gwyn liked to put on his shit. Shiny and holy, looking to make it clear, I'm better than you, and to shove his glory in your face. The youngest frowned and nodded hesitantly. Naruto sighed. Well, I guess we are here, might as well see what the city has in store for us, as this undead pilgrimage must have some meaning other than ringing the two bells. The girls nodded. The four proceeded down the tower only to run into a smaller iron golem wielding a halberd and shield. Naruto sighed. I'm really not in the mood for this shit anymore. Holding out his hand, but it is good practice, I guess. Naruto quickly formed a large ball of fire in his hand and without warning chucked it straight at the monster. This caused to fall to the ground with its weapon on the ground and the flame slipping into the core of the armor. Naruto smiled seeing his ball of fire work, and after chucking a second one, the monster dropped dead. Turning into the entranceway, he saw two more iron golems and motioned for Quelaag to join him on this run. Both quickly formed fireballs and started chucking big fireballs at the iron golems, which both creatures started falling on top of one another and eventually collapsed to the ground dead. Naruto sighed before walking out of the building with the girls grabbing whatever they needed from the building, and soon they arrived in an open area. Naruto took in the beauty of the city and how it just was so majestic compared to the rest of the world, but after walking away from the edge, he ended up by the bonfire and the group decided to rest there for a few hours. Guinevere stood in the middle of the Grand Archive. She was glaring a white figure that was towering over her, and it was just wandering around the halls with its creations at his side. Seath, is there no end to what you're doing? HMPH, as if I have to explain myself. Your father allowed me to build this place on my own terms and run it as I see fit. Still, my priestesses. What about them? They should be glad I found some use for them. All that worthless praying, all that crying, and all that screaming. It was quite annoying. Now they are serving a greater purpose as my new experiments in reaching the next step in evolution. It turned to her, why can't you see that? Because they are still my people. You have done such horrible things for what? More offensive magic, more spells that you just create after sacrificing hundreds. They should be happy, at least they are stronger and more useful to everyone now rather than just wasting away. Seeing the blue tentacle beings, Guinevere just cried. Please forgive me for not protecting you. KKK, kill me. Please my lady, LLL, let my suffering end. Very well, how fucking dare you. It was for best, they no longer are in pain. She felt something wrap around her body making her glare at the being in question. If it wasn't for me, your kind would have never survived the war. All I ask is that you all help me pursue absolute knowledge and strength. Is that so hard to fucking ask? Not at the cost of my priestesses. The being growled. Very well, if you don't like seeing them in pain, you can take their pain. Guinevere is crumpled on the ground in tears. Now then, the being glared, don't you ever question me again. She saw the horrors inflicted on another human and she couldn't help but look away from the monstrosity they have become. Being with multiple eyes, metal bodies, and seemingly no free will of their own. She saw more of her priestesses abused and misused before the white creature shouted. I have achieved it. Guinevere looked back at the Grand Archives before turning to her right. How would like you to kill a dragon hovel? If it is Seath, then all you have to tell me is how and when, Lady Guinevere. Chapter 12. Exploring the capital and learning the truth. Naruto and the girls had settled out by the balcony, mostly taking in the sight of the city, and Naruto having to admit leaving that room was for the best. Not only was it far away from the everything else, but the biggest problem he had was the woman situated there. He didn't get too much of a look at the woman other than the iron helm she was wearing. She didn't say anything to them as they rested, she just stood there unmoving and unflinching at their presence. For some reason, he wasn't sure why, but he felt her presence was more than enough to ward him off along with the rest of the girls. Mentioning there was a coldness they couldn't explain. From there they returned to the balcony and looked out on the city, and Naruto had to admit the architecture is pretty. Man, this city is massive. There is so much here and yet so much to see. Yes. Quelaag frowned, Gwyn's greatest design. Sadly, this city was built on something quite horrid. Huh. Quailana grunted. It was built on the graves of dragons. Apparently Gwyn decided to really stick it to the dragons after winning the war by using their former nesting grounds as his home and showing them that he didn't care about the corpses that remained. He even had Nito break down their fucking bodies just so he can incorporate their corpses into weapon and armor. Now, he just uses them as some of his troops and even makes it a taunting tool when he even kept the skull of a mother dragon trying to protect her children. Quailana shook her head. Mother said that was one of the earliest signs she remembered of Gwyn's true madness. Someone who just hated when people stood against him or didn't stand with his ideals. Geez, Naruto looked out on the city and, hearing this, painted a new perspective on things. If Gwyn did build this majestic city purely out of spite and just to fuck with the dragons, then what else was he truly capable of? Was he really this benevolent leader that everyone made him out to be, or was it just propaganda to cover up his more sinister intentions? Plus, it isn't like the other lords were here much anyway. Quailana stood at the edge of the balcony. Our mother didn't step foot in this place until signs of the first flame diminishing started to spark. He demanded our mother find a solution with her pyromancy magic, but ultimately she failed. She gripped her fist. That's what led to the creation of the demon race and many of our family falling into absolute despair and even mutations. Quelaag nodded. Yeah, thanks to you though, we managed to avoid being cut down due to this. She smiled. So, where to next? Naruto frowned. Honestly, I don't know. Looking out on the world, he frowned. The truth is, I'm not 100% sure what we are supposed to be doing here. From what I can gather from both the bells and this whole pilgrimage. There is something in this city we are supposed to collect, but what it is, I'm not sure. But there is something else that has been bothering me. Looking out, he frowned. Have any of you noticed that this place seems almost homey compared to the rest of the realm? I mean the undead city, the church, and Blight Town. All of them seem to have more trouble than any of them can handle. But at the same time, they were all dreadful, while this place seems to be completely untouched. I mean, if Gwyn was still here I can understand that, but he is not. True, the girls frowned. Do you think it is the monsters and warriors in this city that are doing this? Naruto shook his head. From what I can tell, most of them are golems and those bat-like demons, meaning that if they were the only means of defense, most warriors might not have a hard time with this. Even larger parties would have an easier time of this. He sighed. I guess we will find out the further into the city we go. The three nodded their head and quickly head to the left. There they continued into another building where two golems stood at attention. Naruto and Quelaag made quick work of both of them, with Naruto cutting through its ankles and making it fall over while slamming his sword through his neck. There, Quelaag would enhance her sword with flames burning through the metal and piercing the creature's core, making it disappear. From this, they exited out of the building after killing a mimic chest, which almost ate Naruto by chance if not for Quailana. But they were ambushed by another golem, but Naruto just managed to summon Dragon Slayer and sliced through its legs, making it collapse. There, Quailana point blank exploded flames into the armor's slits, destroying the magical core inside. Seeing a dead end, they returned to the balcony where they saw a ground floor next to the lift. There, they walked onto the lift and traveled downward, eventually reaching a gargoyle with a halberd and shield. Seriously, what the fuck? Naruto quickly drew out his Dragon Slayer and rushed the monster, which flew into the air for a second and came down with a mighty swing of his weapon. But it soon found itself falling to the wayside due to the weight of the blade carrying itself through its body and making it collapse into nothing. Naruto saw the creature explode into dust, and soon a halberd was sitting there on the ground. Grabbing the weapon, he sent it away and pulled out his normal sword and replacing Dragon Slayer with it. Walking to the end, they saw that it was an elevated platform preventing them from moving forward. Hey! They turned to the youngest, who pointed at the church next to them, and they saw a path that was leading from a lower part of the path into the church balcony. There, they quickly rushed through and found themselves standing outside the second floor of this church. Looking inside, Naruto frowned. There are enemies inside, and by the looks of it we are going to need more mobility to traverse our way across. Meaning that two of us are going to have to make it through while the others follow behind after we are finished killing the enemies. Quelaag agreed to stay behind while Quailana joined him on his excursion. Naruto and Quailana walked into the church where on the ground floor Naruto frowned seeing a statue of Guinevere. Guinevere, is this your place of worship? It was. Sadly, this is just a poor reminder of my betrayal as this is also where my father murdered my husband. Husband, the Lord of Fire, right? How did you know that? Naruto gulped. I might have been having some weird visions of what looks like your past recently. For how long? Since I have used senjutsu on the butterfly. What have you seen exactly? I saw some kind of white beast, you had a baby after that, you and your father arguing about something, him killing you, and your time with the thing that was called Seath I think and how you were planning on having someone kill him. I see. So you know most of my history since my father and that is how you learned of my husband. Yes, saw his killing of your husband and something about won't tolerate failure. Sadly yes. What you saw was most likely the history in a nutshell. More, my life is Seath's little mate, the birth of my child that was taken from me, the death of my servants who were morphed in him raping me, and also the death of my husband for failing to recreate the first flame. I'm sorry I should have. It's fine, we'll talk about it later, but for now you should know that my father did kill me as more time passed he stopped being the man I once knew as an honorable king. Naruto nodded and got back to the objective at hand, which is fighting some of the white-cladded figures. While they proved to be more mobile than most of his opponents they needed a higher level of durability. Luckily Quailana was able to counter his movement and even create a small fire trap on the floor that when he stepped on it, the trap exploded killing him in an instant. Nice. Thanks, first time I was able to use the fire trap spell that I created but I think it worked perfectly. Considering he is dead, yeah I think so too. The two of them quickly ascended to the next floor, taking them over the beams. Naruto and Quailana carefully traversed the beams in fear of falling off, but Naruto had Quailana ready as they noticed two more of the white figures ahead of them. They quickly cleared the ceiling after a few well-placed fireballs sent them falling over the ledge into their deaths below. At the same time, Naruto and Quailana made it across, landing at the foot of Guinevere's statue. There they shouted for Quelaag and the youngest to come over, which they were able to do without hindrance. Arriving by the statue, the group decided they needed to figure their way out of the building, so they started by going down left only to find some chests and equipment material. So, backtracking to the statue, they found that their path to the right and quickly traversed through the narrow halls without trouble. At the end of the hall they saw a fog gate and walked through only to find themselves back outside where they saw a single stone walkway. Walking to the end of the walkway they found a wheel in the center of the pavilion with a staircase at the bottom. Naruto looked at it and then looked at the area around it. It seems that this connects to multiple locations. So, turn it then. Quailana frowned. We can handle anything coming our way right now, so as long as the three of us are here there is no trouble. Naruto shrugged his shoulder and pushed on the metal line. There, the entire tower twisted to the left. This action led to the tower connecting to two lower bridges, one to a massive palace-like building to their left while connecting to another building to their right. However, Naruto didn't have a chance to think on that as a screech was heard. The girls looked up and saw another gargoyle flying around them and landing next to the spinning wheel. Geez, do you guys ever get bored of being killed? The gargoyle swung his halberd. The youngest backed away while Quailana chucked a fireball at the creature, which it promptly blocked with its shield. Quelaag rushed the creature with his fire sword, but it blocked with its halberd after tilting it sideways. The creature opened its mouth, forcing Quelaag to jump backwards. A bolt of lightning erupted from the creature's mouth. Naruto, seeing this, went through his inventory and found one of his daggers and threw it into the creature's mouth. Making the creature choke is the best word he can come up with. He wasn't sure a stone creature could choke, but it seemed they could choke. Given that the knife going down its gullet forced an end to the lightning blast. Quelaag launched an immense attack with her sword going down its mouth and her pushing her pyromancy into the blade and soon incinerating the creature from the inside out. The monster vanished a cloud of dust like its predecessors, but Naruto could tell that this one was far weaker than his counterparts. More so, while he had some of the same weapons and skills, his abilities were far more limited in comparison. Naruto and the group went down the stairs and headed into the church. There they saw a horde of the white-robed figures and Naruto just sighed. This is going to be annoying. He pulled out his fire and motioned for them to follow. The girls did, with the youngest quickly supplying some replenishing flames to help with their fatigue and to give them more durability going into this battle. Naruto and the girls quickly got to work with Quailana, landing powerful balls of flames and those that got close eating large torrents of flames in the face. Quelaag was moving around the room with lightning speed, cutting down the guards with ease and incinerating those that got impaled on her blade. From this, one tried to do a backstab on her but she quickly ducked and rolled under the strike before cutting it off at the kneecaps. When its body hit the floor it screeched in pain but she slammed the blade through the back of his throat making it go silent. Naruto was using his fire as effectively as possible, casting fireballs at some while hitting others with torrents of flame. He managed to kill 2 of them with the fireballs as they were caught off guard by the attack but the rest were dodging his movements. Naruto soon had to use his sword to cut down the rest of the enemies. With his sword dug into the chest of one of them he held his other hand out and hit one charging him from behind with a torrent of flame making it scream in pain. Naruto pulled his blade out and slashed off the head of the other. The room was cleared. Naruto and the girls looked around the room and found some stuff that could be useful to them down the line but Naruto did find peculiar armor that he wasn't sure who it belonged to. Looking up he saw that he was right below one of the rafter banners, leading to him concluding that he must have slipped and fell to his death. Naruto silently prayed for him, picked up his armor, and put it away in his magical space. Once they had cleared the temple Naruto looked at the statue one more time and walked out so that they could make it to their next destination. Naruto and the girls decided to turn the wheel again as they noticed there was an opening on another building that when turned would lead to safety and a bonfire. After turning and reaching the bonfire, Naruto took a seat on the ground and closed his eyes telling the girls he was going to get some sleep as they had more ground to cover in a bit. They agreed and got to work either sleeping or preparing the material they would need. Naruto in his mindscape saw Guinevere tending to the larger souls that he had gained and smiled. "You're really good with caring for those in pain at a time." She smiled. "Yes, it is the only way I can somehow redeem myself from the mistakes of my people." Naruto frowned. "Guinevere, this seems to be more than just a simple feud or something akin to what I would say a pissing match. What is really going on? What did your father do during the war that made him so distrusted by the others? I mean, obviously you have your reasons for what Seth did to you and your priestesses and how he did that to you after ended some of their suffering. But this feeling with your father, it seems deep." She sighed, sitting down on a small log she formed. "Because it is. It's true that my father and I didn't always get along but there was more to the reason why I hate the man after all this time. More so than him just killing me out of spite. The truth is, I hated him because of what he was becoming and what he did to people." Naruto motioned for her to continue. "As you know, father was fearful of the pygmy race, he viewed them as the greatest threat to the people in his reign. More so, he viewed them as a blight on the world and feared what they would bring to them. As during the war they proved not only the most numerous in numbers but the most valuable in the war effort. For some reason the dragons were struggling against them more than his own troops and some of the other figures of the war. It was only thanks to them that we made it this far. Sadly, those that were loyal to him were blinded by the idea he would honor them or how he would honor them. As for Seth, that fucking parasite was a different story altogether." She glared down at her hands, clenching her fist. "He was a dragon. One that was born without the normal features of his own kind. No eyes, no scales, and no lower body like the rest of them. He was just a writhing mess and something akin to a dragon but not an eternal dragon. He envied his own kind and feared what this all meant for him. So in time, he grew more and more resentful to the point that when father and he meet, they hit it off. Seth provided them with sorcery, a powerful form of energy he created that anyone can learn. He created spells that would allow their mana to pass through the scales of the dragons and kill them as necessary." She sighed. "This intrigued my father to no end so he agreed to whatever demands the dragon had in exchange for this information. Seth wanted nobility, the grand archives to research to his heart's content, and access to anything and everything that he would need to further his own studies and help the kingdom. I'm guessing he agreed. Wait, if you guys had sorcery, why would you need him? His sorcery was effective against all enemies, not just normal races or just dragons. It was powerful magic that we can't even fathom. Sadly, he was more interested in the archives and destroying his own kind as a way of supremacy." "So that is how you guys won the war?" "Yes, sadly the eternal dragons were chased from the lands to near extinction. Some still exist but they are hard to find as they choose to live outside Gwyn's eyesight. He never bothered to chase them, feeling he proved his point, and thanks to his allies he honored his agreement to Seth, thus giving him nobility and the achieves." "Exactly." She sighed, standing up. "From there he performed horrid experiments, captured people for his research, and when the time came he was curious if he could procreate. So father sent me to procreate with the monster. Once we confirmed a pregnancy I had to carry my child." She rubbed her stomach with a sad smile. "I promised I would protect them from their father and my father, but when she was born, they feared her. Fearing her power and fearing what she could do just as an infant. So, father took her and locked her away from me, forbidding me from raising her or even having communication. My husband begged for my father to overturn this decision but he stood by it. From there, she was permanently sent away and I was forced into depression. That is when I was forced to return to help Seath further, but as you can guess, it led to me finding my priestesses and saving them from their torment, but in the end all I got was raped again. In time he claimed he accomplished his goal and he was now finished with me, sending me away and now just reading and researching all the magic he can and creating new spells to go with it. Then you talked to Havel, right? Yes, he was a loyal subordinate of my father, but he grew to distrust Seath due to his treachery in the war and wanting to kill the dragon instead of allying with it, finding him more trouble than he was worth. Sadly, Havel and I's plan was found out right before the relighting and thus he was sealed away in a tower in the undead berg while I was killed for my actions. Whoa, that's heavy. Naruto sighed. I'm sorry you had to relieve all of that. She shook her head, turning from Naruto. Naruto, I know I can't make you do anything, but would you do me one favor if we continue? Of course, what is it? If we have the chance to let the flame die out, please do so. Why? Because it will be the only thing that I can still take from my father that meant so much to him. Doing this will ensure the end of the Age of Fire and the end of my father's tyranny. For what he did to the witch, for what he allowed with Seath, and what he did to all of us. She clenched her fist. It has gone on long enough, it's time for it all to end. Naruto nodded his head. Okay, if the chance comes I will. Naruto smiled. You know, I feel like there is more to the story about the pygmy and their city and these cases of your family. But I think, we should leave it. This obviously is bothering you. She smiled. Thank you Naruto, I truly appreciate it. No problem, we'll talk later. She waved at him and sat down again and frowned. Naruto, there are dark forces in play, even we feared what they were doing. Please be ready because I think that even the abyss has a hand in your path. Guinevere, the city was sprawling out before her, she could see everything clear as day. Looking back into her room she saw a woman wearing a pale white veil and covered in a white cloak. Sister, would you give me a few minutes alone? You mean to plot father's demise? Sister. I understand your reasoning, but the Age of Fire is everything. If it stops, who knows what will come from it? What has come from it? Our brother is gone, our sister is forever asleep. You were casted into the shadows and beaten by him. Havel is thrown away for his treachery that I instigated, and Seath is made into a fucking hero. A hero that has students in another nation learning everything he has been leaving behind his magical studies. Tell me, what good is coming of this age if all it is father's own instruments of deception and chaos? If you are talking about New Londo, then you should know father planned for their betrayal. More than anything he knew they would attempt to summon on those dark powers to overthrow him. Why do you think he made their city that way? And there lies my point, he gave them a piece of his Lord's soul, branded them heroes, and then submerged them even vaguely when they start planning something. More so, I saw what he did when he learned about the abyss in that other nation that formed years ago. He basically sent Artorias to his doom without any help whatsoever. It was all his will. Sister, you must learn to accept this. I refuse. She turned out to the city. All he has ever done is try to take us all down his road of madness. Giving up his fragments to that fucking parasite rapist and those 4 delusional kings, I have nothing but disdain for him. She frowned. Maybe an age of dark is what the world needs to set things right and put the natural order of things in place. Be careful sister, that train of thought is dangerous. Turning, the woman left. For what it is worth I shall safeguard the key, protecting her from those that would do her harm. Thank you Gwendolyn. Chapter 13. Traversing the capital in double trouble. Naruto woke up from his rest and found that the girls were talking. He didn't bother disturbing them, just gradually standing to his feet and looking at their position around the area. He was trying to figure out if they should just keep turning the wheel as means to keep them going in the right direction or if they should just leave it where it is. For now, he just settled on heading back to the wheel and figuring out what direction they needed to go into. More, he knew that most likely if they run into people trying to kill them, they are probably going in the right direction. Quelaag noticed he was up and about and motioned her sisters it was time to go. They both quickly got to their feet and the 4 of them head back to the top of the tower. Naruto, looking around, he frowned and saw they didn't really have many options at this point. Well, we can spin the wheel and turn back the 2 routes we had before, or we can leave it as it is. Quailana frowned. There is no point in overthinking it, we best turn the wheel and head in the direction of the castle. Pointing over to the monumental building behind them and showing that it was definitely a castle. Seriously, what the fuck, why is everything so big? Quailana sighed. That is because it was meant to accommodate Gwyn and his family as they were larger than average than some of the other races. Also, giants in the early years would come to lend aid to the city and even serve as military. However, I heard that some of the giant races left and went out on their own, finding their own locations and even finding places to set up their own settlements. However, no one has heard from the outside in ages, so we are unsure if they are still thriving or just there. Naruto turned the wheel. So basically giants and other races helped with the extermination of the dragons, right? I'm just so confused about that. What did the dragons do that was so bad that warranted them being massacred? I mean, I understand that when Gwyn and the others got their powers they were working to start a new era with it and that other races joined in. Plus I know that Seth figure also joined in to help in their effort and help turn the tide of the war. But I just don't understand what did the dragons really do to warrant this treatment. Quaylana frowned, Quaylog bit her lip, while the youngest sighed. We don't know, to be honest. The youngest frowned. Personally I have had suspicions that we were not told the entire reason for the attack on the dragons. While it was true, most races grew tired of living under the dragons, it wasn't all bad. Many of us had great lives even without the power of the Lord Souls and without coming to the surface. Quaylana nodded. Yes, our mother forged out an entire kingdom in the underground and never needed pyromancy to do so. Quaylog however frowned. However, there were those like Gwyn that always dreamed of having more. Quaylog turned to her sisters. There is something mother told me in private ages ago. About some of the factors that triggered the war. What? Naruto watched as the bridge extended in two directions leading back to where they came from with the tower while the other went to the castle. Mother had told me that there were attacks by the dragons, on the nearby settlements that were allowed in the surface. Apparently the dragons were razing them to the ground and leaving nothing in their wake. Destroyed homes, burnt bodies, and just crisp bones to be seen by all. Naruto frowned. That does sound harsh, but what did the dragons say about this? She shook her head. No one ever asked. You're kidding, you just took the word of someone that said it was dragons and just started a full-fledged war on that. Naruto couldn't believe the stupidity of this. As a shinobi he knew that planting false information and framing was paramount of moving the masses. Planning a village massacre and make it look like the dragons to bring allies to your cause. Yeah, that could have been done in this situation, thus allowing Gwyn to rally people to his cause. We didn't think much of it at the time as there were cases of dragons doing this in the past to some towns, but the strangest thing was, these were towns with dragons' protection. Meaning the dragons would steer clear of one another in order to allow them to be safeguarded, and since no ever died, there was no fear of losing their protector. People on the surface, you mean? She nodded her head. Yes, while the dragons were eternal we weren't, and when signs of death were becoming paramount, that is when the destroyed village showed up. What about the dragon that was guarding it? He was dead. Naruto frowned. I'm going to take a guess and say that Gwyn is the one that was pointing the finger. She shook her head, shocking him. It was him, his uncle, and Seth. All of them were claiming this as truth, and sadly, everyone was so angry about the massacre that they got swept up in the mess with the war. Afterwards, in a few centuries past, Mother started having doubts about Gwyn's claim, and seeing what he did to the people of the Ring City and other regions, she had more thoughts of betrayal in her mind. Quaylana frowned. She suspected that Gwyn lied and orchestrated the whole thing. She thinks the others were involved: Nito, Seth, Gwyn, everyone that wasn't Mother or the pygmy people. Naruto shook his head. The more I hear of him the worse it gets. Naruto turned from the girls. It looks like this age is just breeding more and more destruction, and maybe it is time someone ended it. Naruto glared. Let's head into the castle. If we are careful we can find out more about this trial that was set up for the pilgrim traveler. The girls nodded, and soon the four of them proceeded up the steps. Naruto and the girls saw two more golems guarding the upper floor of the building, and Naruto just sighed. Quaylana quickly dispatched the giants, allowing them the breathing room to take in where they were supposed to go to next. Walking through an opening on the right, they exited to another balcony area where they turned and saw more of those bat-like demons standing there waiting for them. They each had spears in their hands and seemed to be posed in a hunch-like state. Naruto frowned. You think you girls could try to talk to them? Quaylog shook her head. No, it is clear they are made to be guardians of the city, so I don't think they will respond in kind to us. Naruto sighed. Worth a shot. Forming a fire, Naruto started chucking fireballs at the creatures, making them scream in pain. They went over the ledge and Naruto could hear them scream for a bit longer before he heard nothing. Walking down the stairs, Quaylana held her hand out and a bat creature soared at them. Only to find an explosion of flames making it scream in pain and roll around on the ground. Quaylog ended it with a single strike of her sword through its neck. Quickly they proceeded across the beam of the building and soon found themselves confronting two more demons, but when Naruto hit one with his fireball he heard something whistling through the air and quickly ducked near a pillar. A loud crash hit the pillar and Naruto frowned. A spear tip hit the pillar with the demon screeching in his face. Quaylog slashed the demon in half and soon hid behind an opposite pillar with Quaylana and the youngest hiding at a different pillar. Hearing another thud, Naruto looked around the pillar and saw two more armored figures standing up to the roof. They each had a bow in hand and were firing straight at them. Naruto hit his head and saw the arrow slam into the ground next to him. The cracks from the strike were clear and Naruto sighed. Just what we need. More fucking archers. Looking around the corner he saw one fire another arrow and he ducked back. Geez, turning to the girls, any ideas? We could try firing pyromancy at them. Too far, Quaylana. She snapped her fingers while the youngest looked between them. We could try and split up and take one each. Naruto shook his head. Too dangerous, it leaves us open to the other hitting the one running if we are not careful. The youngest voiced. I can handle this if you want. Naruto shook his head. Look, as nice as it sounds, buffs aren't going to cut. The youngest held her hands out and soon he saw her flame take shape. It soon morphed around a bit and soon hardened. After a few more seconds they saw she had formed a dark black bow with glowing etchings that seemed to breathe with flames. What in the fuck? I don't remember people with pyromancy being able to do something like that. She smiled. It is something I learned to do with my flames. Mother taught us that we can each come up with our own weapon concept, so I created a bow as I don't want to be close to people if I have to kill them, and plus, close combat is not my speciality. Naruto nodded his head, before looking around his pillar and saw another arrow hit the ground next to him. Do you think you could hit them though? This is pretty far distance to ask for you to do it. She shook her head. If I was closer then I could pull it off. Naruto groaned. Well, I guess then we have to make a decoy. Turning to the sisters, I'm going to try and draw the archers to me, you two guide your sister to there. He pointed to the next pillar further up. From there, you two need to distract one of them long enough for her to get a good shot on one of the knights. If we can dispatch at least one, that would help with the attacks. The girls nodded. Naruto peered his head out again and saw an arrow rushing at them. Frowning, he pulled out his sword and got ready. The arrow hit the ground once again, but Naruto sprinted up the walkway, making the other archer take aim. But Naruto saw this coming and quickly rolled behind the pillar, causing the archers to fire into it in hopes of luring him out. Naruto could hear the thwacks against the pillar, but he smiled seeing as the girls pushing their youngest sister up to him. Then he heard an arrow soar through the air, but he saw it hit the walkway. Naruto's eyes widened and looked to see the archer on his left was aiming for her. Cursing, he quickly got from behind the pillar blocking the shot of the other one, and seeing the arrow flying through the air, he cut it in half. It turned out the arrow was harder than the ones before, but he managed to get through it with him cursing at using more arm strength than he thought possible. He was worried at how much the attack damaged his blade, and he grew more concerned seeing the archer staring at him with his bow pulled back. Knowing he had to move, he quickly rushed to the side, but soon he screamed in pain. He collapsed at the ledge and looked to see the arrow tore right through his leg and cursed. He tried dragging himself to the pillar, but he saw it was too late. The archer was ready to fire again, and this time he wouldn't miss his mark. But it soon was hit. Something made of fire hit it in the chest and a massive explosion followed. The knight collapsed to the ground covered in the flames and soon disappeared in a cloud of dust. Turning, he saw the youngest having her bow pulled back and aiming at the knight in question with a frown on her face. Rushing to them, Quaylana and Quaylog quickly pull him behind the pillar and check on his wound. It's fine, just pull the thing out and hand me the Estus flask. The minute the arrow was pulled out, he screamed in pain. It hurt so fucking much and the wound seemed to keep bleeding profusely. Taking the flask, he took one big gulp and moaned at his leg, seemingly mending itself, and soon the steam released to show he had fully healed. Another explosion broke out and Naruto saw the youngest aiming her bow at the second knight, and from the screams he was hearing, she hit her mark. That's all the archers for now. She walked over to the group and frowned. Can you continue? Do we need to go back? Naruto shook his head and stood up. Thanks to the flask we won't need to, but we need to be careful from now on. We can't afford small mistakes like that, as it could lead to us falling off the ledge and to our death. The girls nodded and they four quickly proceed up to the spot of the archers, collecting some stuff that was left behind and proceeding around the corner. After traversing for a bit, they managed to make it to a balcony in which they hopped down, with Naruto catching the youngest and setting her down, and proceeded into the hallway. Naruto opened a nearby door and walked into the room to see a bonfire and a familiar face. Solaire. The armored knight turned his head. Well, if it isn't Naruto. How are you doing, my friend? I'm glad you seemingly made it to the capital of Anorlando. Naruto smiled and shook his hand. Yeah, took me going through that fortress, but after that it was a pretty easy walk. The knight nodded his head. Good to hear, but who are your friends? Naruto turned his head. Oh, that's Quaylana, the pyromancy specialist. Bowed her head. Quaylog, she waved her hand, and the youngest pouted. You don't know your companion's name. Never came up to be honest, all I know is she is the youngest of the sisters and seems to have unique pyromancy like her sisters but also gifted with archery skills. The girl continued to pout. I see then young lady, what is thy name? She smiled. Keteva. Ah Keteva, it is an honor to meet thy. Turning his head to Naruto, it would seem that you managed to make interesting friends. Yeah, any issue with them being the daughters of the witch? The man shook his head. Not at all, although hearing what happened to their homeland and the demon scourge that has poured out of that land recently is quite disturbing. Also, I can see that these three are still good at heart, so there is no reason for me to be apprehensive. The three smiled and thanked him. Also, he turned to Naruto, isn't this quite the sight? A majestic land that's seemingly untouched by the hands of mortals or even the darkness. Nothing undead residing in these hollow halls. It is quite the sight. Naruto frowned. Solarius, you can't really think that. I mean those knights and the monsters guarding outside, they aren't human. They never were, the knights maybe, but they aren't alive at all when it comes to the giant creatures. Intriguing. He shrugged, oh well, either way it is still a majestic sight. I wonder if I will get to see the vestige of Guinevere while I'm here. Guinevere. Ah, you didn't know, Lord Gwyn supposedly killed his daughter, but it was a lie to fool those fiends in New Londo. Apparently they were planning on something related to her, but he managed to fool them thinking she was dead. Only those that walk these hollow halls and those that are loyal to the Lord of Sunlight know the truth that she lives. Naruto frowned, now he knew that was a lie. Guinevere herself resides in his seal, so how could she also be in the capital, and what was this about New Londo? It would seem there was more to that city and the reason for its fall than just some general betrayal. Something he would have to look into soon. So where is this goddess located? The sisters frowned, did he truly believe in what he was told? Ah, you seek an audience with her. Good showing, old friend, I heard she is residing outside the main auditorium. You will have to defeat the guardians though. Apparently they are some of the most feared fighters still residing in this city. If you manage to defeat them, then maybe it is you who will follow in the path of Lord Gwyn. Naruto shook his head. Maybe, maybe not. First I want to find out where this goddess is and what she is protecting, as this has my interest piqued. He nodded his head. If you need help, call upon me. I will, but I want you to stay safe, Solaire. Oh, don't worry about me, Naruto, I shall be fine. I will explore the rest of the city and then head off on my way. There I will train further and seek deeper into the lands to find my son. Naruto nodded his head. I wish you the best. The man nodded his head and proceeded out of the room with him, giving the women each a cheer. Naruto sighed. Poor guy, I really want to tell him, but I don't think he would believe me without proof. Keteva nodded her head. Sometimes it is better to let them discover the truth themselves. But I am confused, all the realms seem to be in chaos minus the catacombs. Is Nito not being hounded by the same problems as the rest of us? Possibly. Quelaag grunted, that overgrown back of bones and dark puss always had his own agenda in mind. As long as people are still dying, it just adds to his army and his collection. Why should he care about us? I mean, it is all about him. He was like that before the war and he was like that after the war. All that was given to him was the catacombs. After that, he never bothered to help anyone or any other lord. Not even Mother when she asked for his aid in dealing with the growing demons that were starting to get out of control. Naruto nodded. It would seem that all the lords were all absorbed in their own agendas and that all lead to this mess. He turned to them, we need to find out about this plan that Gwyn had in place and see if we can do something about the problems plaguing this world. The girls nodded. Proceeding out of the room, the group headed through the hallways and soon found themselves encountering Silver Knights. They proved to be more formidable than expected, but Naruto and the girls were more than ready for them. With Keteva picking off some of them with her flaming arrows and Naruto and Quelaag cutting down those that tried to get close, and Quailana providing extra support at range, it was easy feat. The four proceeded through the rooms and floors and headed up a flight of stairs, arriving at a clearing in which they took out the remaining Silver Knights. Going down a tower staircase, they found Sigmire standing there with confusion written on his face. Oh, it's you again. Hey, you in trouble again? Quelaag was bumped by her sisters and she stuck her tongue at them. Yes, it would seem I'm in a bit of a predicament with these knights. They seem to be relentless and it is not allowing me the chance to carve my way through them. Naruto shook his head. Well then, how about fighting with us and we can help clear out this room faster? No, I must do this myself. So please leave me to my thinking. Naruto shook his head. Sure. They proceeded into the room with Naruto ducking under a swing of a spear and slashing at the knight. He blocked with his shield and Naruto saw his sword cracking and he frowned. Don't have time to play nice. Naruto took his metal fist and punched the knight in the head, knocking it back, and soon shoved him through the window, sending him falling to his death. Quelaag quickly slashed the spear with her sword, melting the metal bar holding the type of the blade and leaving the knight looking at his weapon, only to eat a fire arrow to the face and explode in a torrent of flames. Quaylana set a trap for hers and made him trip and fall onto the bed, which she ignited, making the knight scream in pain and try to get up, but she set her fire trap on him. He stepped on the trap and exploded once more, leading to the knight disappearing and dispersing the flames after the successful encounter. Walking back into the room with the Onion Knight. "Hey Sigmire, we finished that fight for you. You can go through." "What?" he grunted, "you couldn't have at least let me think of a strategy?" "There is no shame in asking for help, we would do the same in your position." He grunted, hefting his sword on his shoulder. He walked by the teen in question and Naruto just sighed. "Man, stubborn blockhead." The group proceeded back the way they came, heading into the building and down the staircase. There they encountered two more Silver Knights, with Naruto quickly dispatching both of them with a few quick swings of his sword. But then it happened, his sword broke. Naruto looking at the broken remains of his blade sighed before sending them away. He then held his hand out and soon came Dragon Slayer. "This is going to be a bitch to carry. If you want you could use one of my weapons, Naruto." Quelaag held out a katana in her hand and Naruto shook his head. "Nah, thanks for the offer, but I'll just use this big guy. Once we find someone who can work on armor and weapons, then we can get it fixed, or I can at least find a replacement weapon." The girls nodded and Quelaag sent the second weapon away. The group took in the mounts on the wall and saw small what looked like reptile creatures hanging from them, and Naruto had to guess they were some kind of dragon-like creature, if not dragons themselves. They soon picked up another armor set in the area and proceeded into the opening, in which they encountered another Titaniate monster roaming a large church of some kind. The girls quickly took a step back as Naruto watched as the creature rushed him, swinging his spear-like weapon wildly. But Naruto reacted and brought Dragon Slayer into the creature's side, making it release some kind of noise. Here, Naruto dragged the weapon through the monster's stomach and soon it tore through to the point that it collapsed in half. "Whoa, that is a powerful sword you got there." Naruto smiled. "Yeah, but don't it fool you, the thing is heavy as fuck." He heaved it on his shoulders. "Alright, let's move." The group proceeded out of the door they came from and went up a few steps. There, they managed to find themselves up at a stained glass window where an opening could be seen. Naruto sent his weapon away and had Keteva jump on his back as they jumped down several levels, reaching the other side of the balcony they were on previously. There they saw something that made Naruto smile, a giant man working at an anvil. The girls followed him to the giant and he just turned slightly. "Present thy arms, thy shall be renewed." Naruto held out his broken sword. The being looked at it for a second and with great skill and delicacy, he was able to fix his blade. He also did some refinement work on the Dragon Slayer sword and smiled seeing all his weapons and gear fixed up. Naruto thanked him for his services and soon they proceeded up the staircase. Once at the top of the staircase, they walked out and saw an empty hallway where there are giants standing there wandering around, and Naruto could only sigh at the annoyance. "Okay, you girls ready to start picking them off?" They nodded and Keteva quickly got into position and started firing her arrows, hitting two in the head, causing them to die on the explosion. Next, Naruto took out Dragon Slayer and cut down one by slashing through his chest. Next, he cut one at the ankles, making him fall, and Quelaag falls with a powerful fire sword strike. The youngest killed the last of the golems and they proceeded to explore the hall before opening the door and revealing the front of the building. They realized this is now the quickest route in and out of the building if they needed to head this way. Turning around, they walked up the flight of stairs leading to a fog gate and passed through. The four of them saw a giant hall with pillars all around. Standing in the middle of the room was a giant golden man with a larger-than-large body, a hammer bigger than his head, and his head having a golden mask with a blank expression. He swung the hammer in his hand a bit before showing off his gripping on the weapon. Next, a man wearing a golden lion mask and armor jumped down from the second floor carrying a spear weapon in his hand. "Shit," Quelaag frowned. "Ornstein. Who?" "He is one of the dragon hunting knights, supposedly he was the leader of them and one of the mightiest warriors. He was heralded for his power of the spear and manipulation of lighting along with being fast and agile." Quaylana frowned and grimaced. "That must be Smo then. I heard the rumors that the man is a cannibal, says that he grinds bones into his feed just for shits and giggles. That and he apparently likes the change of taste it has on his food." Naruto gagged. "Great, an honorable knight and his psychotic ally." Naruto frowned. "Regardless of that, I can see they each have their own skills and talent. One is fast and agile with lighting precise precision while the other is nothing but brute power. Yes, we are going to need to work together." Actually, Naruto drew out Dragon Slayer, leave the knight to me, you girls handle the mammoth. Naruto, that's crazy, he is a legend. Yeah, you are going to need our help taking him down. If we fight with both of them or one of us takes our eyes off of one of them, they could kill us in an instant. The best thing we can do is divide and conquer. Besides, he smiled and held his blade forward, I'm looking forward to clashing with a legend. The knight stared at him and swung his spear around before returning the point with one of his own. Naruto and Ornstein soon settled on one side of the room facing down one another while Smo just grunted and rushed at the girls with wild abandonment. Naruto narrowed his eyes, held his sword in his hands, and gripped them tightly. Bring it, Dragon Slayer. The knight swung his spear before gripping it in both of his hands and rushing him. The clashing of steel rung through the room and soon the battle of the factions began. Chapter 14. Dragon Slayers Clash, Calming the Moon. Naruto stared down the spear user. He had a menacing aura, different from the golem, the dragon, and everyone. It was insane. Naruto was sure feeling the same emotions he did when facing Madara and Obito during the war. Ornstein rushed forward and brought his spear in a straightforward thrust. Naruto sidesteps and swings his sword. Ornstein jumps to the side, missing the cut by inches. Damn. Ornstein swung the weapon around and brought it down on Naruto, who blocked with his sword turned to the side. The strike hit the sword and forced him to bury his feet in the ground, struggling against the power of the strike. The spear quickly twirled through the air, slashing sideways at Naruto. Quickly jumping backwards, he avoided the strike, which led to the spear hitting the pillar. Ornstein looked at the pillar, pulled his blade loose from the pillar, and brought the pillar down with another swing. Naruto stared at him. Fuck, you're not messing around. The spear user twirled his weapon again and lunged forward. Naruto again sidestepped, but he had to jump back as he put his feet together at the end of the charge and swung to the side. Naruto lunged forward with his sword aiming for the spear user's chest, but he quickly twirled his spear and redirected the blade away, making Naruto lose his balance. Ornstein kicked him in the chest, sending him skidding backwards and gasping for air. He is a lot more refined than I thought. Naruto, this man was one of the most trusted knights in the kingdom. He was the head of the dragon hunters and he served under my father directly. This man had even Artorias beat in many situations when it came down to raw skill. Well then, this should be good practice with the Dragon Slayer, no? Naruto saw the man lung again with his blade. Naruto rolled under the lunge and this time swung at his ankles. Ornstein reflexively leapt into the air, dodging the attack and raising his spear in a downward strike. The blade hit the ground with a thud and soon Naruto saw something sparking at the end of the move. Jumping back a few feet, lighting exploded out of the ground, kicking up dust. Damn, he is really trying now. Naruto squatted, avoiding an insanely fast swing. Shit, is he even faster now? Ornstein's spear soon came back in view with him spinning the blade above his head and then thrusting it downward. Naruto rolled under the thrust before kicking at his left ankle, knocking him loose and forcing him to a knee. Naruto held out his hand and formed a fireball in it and released it straight in the knight's face. The explosion caused the floor to shake, and Naruto jumped back from the man, holding his blade with two hands. Did that at least hurt him? The smoke cleared and Ornstein looked at him with his spear in hand and his helmet barely scuffed. Fuck, are you serious? What is that armor made of? Naruto, there is heavy resistance to flames in his armor. I didn't know that Ornstein's armor gave him that, but given his fights with the dragons, it makes sense. Please, we need to be extremely careful. Brat, this is going to come down to pure skill versus skill, and I hate to say it, when it comes to the spear, he is far beyond you. Thanks for the confidence, Furball. Naruto rolled his eyes. Ornstein stood up and spun his spear in the air and soon lighting erupted around it. He then slammed the hilt of his blade into the ground and lighting started protruding from the bottom of the weapon. It was more intimidation than anything for Naruto, but he knew that he was coming and he was going to be trying now. Naruto quickly readied himself and waited for the knight to rush him again. But this time he barely saw the spear in front of his face, before ducking down and avoiding the attack altogether. Shit, he is. Naruto rolled under another swing of his spear but soon ate a knee to the face, sending him back. Naruto saw Ornstein leap into the air and with lighting at the end of his blade he knew that he was aiming for the killing blow. Jump forward, he manages to avoid the attack but only barely. Lighting again exploded, shaking the floor from the impact. Naruto, seeing his blade stuck in the ground, spun around, and slashed at his back. But Ornstein already anticipated this move and quickly jumped over him and landed behind Naruto. Turning on his heel he swung his blade with all of his might but Ornstein fell onto his back. He was laying on the ground while the strike flew over him before he kicked Naruto's knee and then pushed off with his hand, landing a brutal kick to his face. Naruto flew to the side of the room, landing in a heap against the wall. The knight saw the damage, walked over to his spear, pulled it out of the ground, and spun it. He walked to Naruto and gripped his spear, forming lighting at the end of his blade. He lifted the weapon up and thrusted the tool. But his blade was hit with an explosion, sending it flying into the air. The knight looked on in confusion but soon found himself coughing from a powerful blow to his stomach and something protruding out of his back. Looking down, he saw a short black sword similar to that of the Black Knight sticking out of his stomach. Reaching down, he tries to remove the blade but soon finds himself jumping backwards. Looking up, he saw Naruto barely standing there with blood dripping down his face and mouth, smiling. "Damn, almost had you." Ornstein stared at the man and removed his sword from his stomach before throwing it across the room. The weapon cluttering across the floor and landing near the fight with the girls and Smo. The knight looked at the hole in his stomach and touched it, seeing the blood seeping out of his wound. He held the blood close to his face and then stared back at Naruto. "Well, that fucking hurt either way." Naruto stared at the knight. "I can see why you hold such a legendary status, your skill is insane. I think you could give some people I know a run for their money." Naruto saw the spear land on the ground before him and walked in front of it. "Want it back?" The knight stared at him, before slowly walking to him. "Not so fast." Naruto swung his blade at the knight but in a flash, he was gone. "Huh." Naruto felt something cold and wet behind him, his back was touching something and he slowly turned around. Standing there was Ornstein with his spear in his hand once more. It was insane, his speed was something to be feared. How the fuck? Naruto quickly shook off the thought, spun around, and aimed the blade at his legs. But he again was gone, and this time standing in front of him. What the fuck, can he teleport? No, it isn't teleportation. It's familiar. Ornstein is using his own lighting to manipulate his body's movements. He is basically enhancing his speed and reaction time to be higher than average. Ornstein already was fast and quick on the draw, now he seems like he is vanishing out of sight and out of mind, but it is just lighting enhanced speed. Yeah, the Raikage did something similar, but I don't even think he was this good with it. Mana works differently, as we can tell. From your senjutsu and this guy's lighting control, there is no doubt. He is working on a different plane than the Raikage. Naruto nodded and took a quick drink of the flask before staring down the knight once more. He spun his spear in a rapid circle before lighting started to surround his body. Shit, that's not good. Naruto quickly pulled out one of his daggers and threw it. The dagger went to pieces and Ornstein slammed his spear in the ground, causing it to crack and crackle due to the lighting impact. Ornstein, the legendary Dragon Knight, the Dragon Slayer of legend, was now fighting at full power. He was pushing every ounce of lighting control through his body and he was glowing to the point that the floor was reflecting the lighting. At the same time, the floor was cracking slightly from the raw power he was emanating. Shit, this is bad. Naruto narrowed his eyes and Ornstein pulled his spear slowly before holding it tightly in his right hand. Naruto soon found himself skidding across the room and coughing up spit and blood. Looking down, he saw that he was hit in the stomach, with no sign of movement or action. Just the power of the blow to go by and his mind just now processing the pain he was in. Fuck, he's too fast. I don't think I can keep up with him. Naruto looked up and saw the knight slowly walking to him. His spear in his hand, holding it sideways, before appearing above Naruto again. He quickly lashed out with the greatsword, but Ornstein deflected and slammed his spear down into the floor beside Naruto's head. Dodging at the last second, Naruto kicked at his leg, only to hit air. Ornstein stood a few feet away from him again and swung his blade around faster than he could see. He soon gathered lighting at the edge of his weapon and lunged at him. Naruto rolled under the attack, barely dodging the lighting, and letting him hit one of the pillars. The explosion roared through the room, tearing through not just this pillar but the other pillar on the far end of the room and hitting the wall, making it crack from the impact of the attack. Fuck, he is too strong. Naruto watched as the knight turned to him and swung his blade at him with him barely dodging the movement. At this rate I'm going to die. Kid, listen to me. We can win this, still you need to think, what can you do that can make this fight on even footing for you? There isn't anything. Dragon Slayer is too slow to catch him and his reflexes are better than mine, and not only that, his mastery of his lighting mana is better than the manipulation of my fire. Naruto's eyes widened. Shit, that's it. Holding out his metal hand, he remembered the incantation of the fire spell, and after slamming it against his chest, his body erupted in a giant torrent of flames. The knight stared, seeing the raging inferno forming around him and Naruto standing up while his body slowly burned from the flames. Intensity. However, he had to raise his spear up as Naruto appeared above and brought his weapon down in a massive clash. The floor cracked under the pressure of the strike and he soon found himself falling down to one knee grunting in pain. Naruto soon rotated around the block and appeared behind Ornstein, who then disappeared and appeared above Naruto. But this was countered with him dashing around his downward strike and then slamming his sword into his chest, sending him rolling to the side. But he jumped to his feet again and rushed Naruto with another powerful bolt of lightning at the end of his spear. Naruto generated the flames around his sword and brought it down at the tip of the spear, and the two attacks created a massive explosion, rocking the room further. The girls were seeing the fight unfold and having to deal with Smoke proved easier than expected, as while powerful he was slow, and thanks to their combined effort they downed the giant after a few well-placed precision strikes to the body and to his hands. After Losine his hammer, he didn't really have much offense to go on. But now they were focused on this fight between the Dragon Slayer and Naruto, the hero of the witches and the man that has reached the farthest on this path. The fight intensified yet again, with Naruto pushing the spear down and stepping on it, keeping it in place as he swung his blade at Ornstein's neck. But his foot hit the ground as he vanished once more and was behind Naruto. A blade soon hit the spear, redirecting it into the floor. The floor exploded again and Naruto rushed the knight, who jumped through the air and landed a few feet away from him, having to abandon his spear once more. Naruto narrowed his eyes and flinched. Fuck, the damage is getting to me. Got to finish this quickly. Naruto, drink the flask, you still have a few more drinks that you can take. No time, this guy is relentless and if I let up for just a second he will catch me with a killing blow. Naruto narrowed his eyes and inhaled. Flames explode once more around his body, the heat intensifies, and Naruto could feel his body slowly succumbing to the pressure of the flame. But he then felt a calming sensation and looked and saw Ketava holding her hands out, and soon his body felt lighter and the flames didn't hurt as much. Kichi is using her flame skill to heal you and reduce damage you take from the flames. Now's the time, you got the advantage. Naruto nodded his head, before rushing at the knight once more. But he felt a metal hand grab him by the throat and his body slammed into the ground with a fist soon colliding with his nose. Naruto groaned from the pain but jumped up to see Ornstein reaching for his spear. Only to be hit with a fire explosion, sending him tumbling backwards. Naruto slams his sword into his side and he grunts in pain before releasing a powerful burst of lighting. Looking at the knight, he saw him collapse to his knee, but it didn't stop trying to reach for his weapon. Naruto intensified the flames once more and reappeared between him and his weapon, slicing off his hand. Ornstein grunted from the pain and seeing his hand on the ground turning to dust. The knight, however, lashed out with his other hand, grabbing the weapon's handle and swinging wildly at him. Naruto blocked the strike but was sent skidding backwards. Shit, he still has that much strength. Naruto could feel his body growing numb. The flames might not hurt as much as before, but they still stung and his body was growing heavy from this fight. Taking out his flask, he took a quick drink before putting it away. He saw the knight standing there, but he was shaking. Like Naruto, he was on his last legs from the intensity of this fight and literally throwing their entire beings into this battle. Standing up, both warriors stared down the other. Within a moment, Ornstein exploded in a cloud of lighting once more. Naruto intensified the flames one more time, making all the numbing effects disappear. Both stood there with their weapons aimed at the other and the room remained quiet for the precise moment. The moment where the final strike would land. Both warriors pushed off the ground and disappeared from view. Only with a loud sound of piercing flesh did the group know someone had landed the killing blow. Naruto and Ornstein stood there, with Ornstein having Naruto's sword through his chest, going straight into his heart and coming out on the other side. But he was not alone in the pain as his spear tore through Naruto's right side, leaving him gasping in pain and coughing up blood. Falling to his knees, Naruto soon grasped his wound and tried to stem the bleeding, but due to the exhaustion of the fight, the usage of his flame, and the pain he was in and being out of Estus, he wasn't sure he was going to make it. Ornstein, on the other hand, he stood there with the sword in his chest. A few seconds pass, but soon his body starts to crumble, dust takes part of his body away and soon, he vanished entirely. Naruto's sword hits the ground and Naruto removes his weapon from his side and gasps in pain. Fuck, that was too close. Naruto soon fell face first into the floor. Quelaag rushed to his side, tending to his wounds while Queltiva was healing up his wounds as best as she could while giving him more of her mana to heal his injuries. Quelana, on the other hand, looked down at the remains of Smo, who was gasping from the pain he was in, and without warning she created the most powerful fireball and incinerated him on the spot. Seeing nothing remaining of the lump of flesh, she walked over to the group and began helping him heal. Nothing was working much, but they knew he was stabilized enough that they could move him. Grabbing the fallen warrior's spear and his ring, they proceeded up the opening stairway to the elevator. It took them up a few floors where they arrived at a bonfire which lit thanks to Naruto's presence. While down and injured, he was able to start up the bonfire and groan in pain. Sitting next to the flames, Naruto closed his eyes and tried to sleep off the fatigue and the pain. Naruto, you were lucky in that fight. I know. If you hadn't caught him off guard with separating him from his weapon and that hole in his stomach from earlier, he could have killed you with more accurate precision. I know. But it goes to show that Ornstein is the same as he was when I last saw him. A true knight that will fight with everything and anything he can in order to protect what he believes is right. Yeah, but this goes to show I have more room to improve. I need to get better at using the Dragon Slayer and getting used to other weapons in my arsenal. Also, I need to become more aware of mana usage when it comes to human enemies. So far, the monster enemies and golems have been easy to overcome to a point, but now the human enemies and those of greater strength. They will require more work, training, and versatility. Indeed, we should take the time in Anor Londo to prepare for such battles. The knights around the city should return over time, which should give us more than enough practice. True. Hey Guinevere, who do you think is making people believe that you're still alive? I mean, you were killed and it seems even the witch's daughters knew that, so why do some people think you alive as a deterrent for the four kings? The story I don't know honestly. My father might have made up the story to keep people devoted to me and himself. More so, he might have thought I was conspiring with the four kings and thinking they might use me to get to him and stop the relighting of the first flame. Would you? No, as much as I hate Gwyn and I hate Seath, I would never ally with the four kings. There was something about them that was darker than most. While they served us, they were never loyal. More, they were self-serving, and from what we knew they were employing methods and tactics known as hexes, something only seen in the abyss. Soul-draining powers, powerful illusions, and skills to avoid detection by even the most advanced scouts. Father feared that they were planning something and that it was in relation to the Dark Soul and the Age of Dark. Then why gift them a fragment of his soul? I wish I knew. Near the end even I didn't know what father was thinking. Sounds like he was not clear-sighted about his goals and direction. Meaning that most likely he had something else planned in mind, something akin of keeping them closer rather than far away. So keep your enemies closer. Yes, maybe with the Lord Soul fragments with them, he could keep them leashed to him in some manner or another. But until we know more why the city was flooded and what this great pilgrimage is all about and what the goal is, we can only speculate. True, in time we might learn what sealed me into you and why it did so and what it said to you that day to make it send you here. Yeah. Naruto never forgot that day, that giant serpent that appeared out of the ocean. The power it radiated, the aura it gave off, and the feeling of dread and confusion it gave. Naruto could vaguely remember something in its words, but he needed clarification, what it was exactly. So, he decided not to think about it and just focus on his recovery. That's when he saw it, inside of his mindscape, two souls lingering in the distance. Ornstein and Smo. Naruto became more adept at reading souls thanks to having time to process the train of thought in his sleep, and with Guinevere to guide him, he touched his soul. A lone knight stood in the middle of the throne room. You are to head up the dragon hunts. Until we force them out of these lands, our people will never be safe. Is that clear, Ornstein? Yes, Lord Gwyn. A battlefield full of dragon corpses and seeing a man standing there with long flowing hair. Ornstein, never betray the ideals that believe in. I will never, young lord. Shall we continue with the dragon hunt? Yes, for peace we must continue moving forward. Ornstein sitting against the wall, his master betrayed them. How could he? Why would he betray them all for the very creatures they hunted? A knight with a blue scarf walked up to him. Pathetic, Ornstein, is this all you are going to amount to? He looked at the knight. Artorias, do you not feel saddened at our lord's betrayal? I do, but that doesn't change anything. By my will, if you can't continue on your role as our leader, then I shall remove you now. Ornstein stood on top of Artorias. Never question me again. There is the knight I know. Ornstein snorted, walking away. Thank you, friend. Ornstein stood there, watching as conflict erupted between the princess and her father. He was all alone and listening to the arguments. He was the last dragon slayer. Artorias was lost, his lover was lost, his master was gone, he was all that was left. He watches as Gwyn strikes down the red-haired princess and spits on her body as it disappears and leaves. Ornstein was given orders to watch over the castle with Smo, told to protect the lord's sacred item until the time comes. Ornstein looks back on the castle and turns away. I'm coming for you, my liege. Naruto released the memory and his mind was abuzz with information. How does that work? How the fuck does that work? Guinevere, who watched Naruto go through the soul, frowned. What is it? Ornstein, the memory, there must be something wrong. How so? The memory I watched. I saw your death, I saw him talking to someone in the Battle of the Dragons, and I saw him walking away from the castle saying he was going to find his liege. I see. Guinevere, this makes no sense, how could he have left the castle yet still be in the castle simultaneously? Guinevere frowned. The same way I'm still here as well. Naruto frowned. You mean, something else is in its place? No, I believe, we have to confront me, only then can we find our answers. Naruto frowned and nodded his head, retreating out of the mindscape. Upon waking up he stood to his feet, stretched out his body, and pulled out his weapon before walking up the stairs to the big double doors. The girls followed him into the room where, upon opening the door, they were greeted by the most magnificent sight. Guinevere, in her giant beauty and large breasts on display, laying on her bed staring down at the group that appeared before her. Greetings, undead. I'm pleased to see you have made it this far. Come forth, as you have proven your strength and valor through your journey. Naruto stared at the woman and the sisters were staring at her in shock. Is it possible that she did survive? Quaylana was not sure what to believe anymore. Quaylog just glared at the giant breasts in front of her and how Naruto seemed entranced by them. Ketova was just staring at Naruto, noticing he didn't seem impressed. Given he almost died, she guessed it'd be hard to do so after fighting a legendary knight, but for some reason his reaction was even more confusing. Naruto took a kneeling position in front of her along with the girls, and the giant woman continued. I bequeath to you the Lord Vessel. Naruto soon found a giant dish bowl in front of him. There he could feel the power of the bowl and made it vanish into his inventory. I beseech you, you must succeed Lord Gwyn, ending the age of twilight and bringing an end to the sacrificing of the undead. Naruto gripped his fist. Is that all? Naruto stood up and glared at the illusion. I will admit you're good, but Naruto created a ball of flame, chucking it at the illusion, making it disappear. I know you're not Guinevere. The girls stood up in shock. Wait, she was an illusion. Naruto nodded his head. How did you know though? Quaylana frowned. None of us could see through it. The thing seemed so lifelike to the original. Naruto remained quiet and walked past the woman's bed. How dare they to tarnish the great godmother's image? The group turned around the room to find the voice. I am the Dark Sun Gwendolyn, and you shall pay for these transgressions. If that is the case, come out of hiding and face me, you coward. Though are not worth thy time, feel my wrath by those that are loyal to the one true Lord. Naruto growled. Dark Sun, your ass is mine. Naruto and the girls soon saw the light disappear, the world got dark, and they could feel the oppressive air around the room. What the hell? Quaylana and Quaylog looked at Naruto. Are you saying that we just angered a god that is still in this city? Yeah, Naruto sighed. On top of that, he casted an illusion on this city, hiding the fact that the city is no longer in its heyday. Meaning, everything we have seen up to this point, it was all an illusion. Ketova was gasping at the notion. Such powerful magic, even master magic users would have been fooled by such power. Naruto sighed. Yeah, but that means we have to find this Dark Sun and beat him if we want to leave this city alive. Walking out of the castle, the group saw that the area was now pitch black and there was nothing heavenly around or about the location anymore. Looking down though, they saw someone standing at the bottom of the staircase. Thou has transgressed against our Lord. You shall feel our Lord's wrath and show penance for your sins. It is the least I can do to help you atone. Naruto got ready to pull out his sword, but Quaylog stopped him and stood in front of the woman. You deal with the Dark Sun, we'll handle this one. Quaylana joined her sister and powered up her flames while the youngest pulled out her bow. You guys sure? Quaylog summoned her sword. Oh yeah, now go and beat that god. Naruto nodded his head and quickly traversed the bridge. The minute he tried to rush past her though, she rushed at him only to be stopped by a flaming arrow and explosion. Those shall suffer as though mother suffered. The sisters glared and soon saw Naruto moving the wheel and smiled. They charged her and she returned their charge with equal vigor. Naruto had returned to the bonfire, which he was sure was the direction of the voice he heard, but he saw nothing but the Gwyn statue standing there, and this left him unsure where to go. Looking around the room, he tried to find out where he was supposed to go and how he was supposed to do it. After several minutes he just grunted in frustration. Damn it, there has to be a way. Raising his sword he slashes at the Gwyn statue in frustration, but he then saw something happen. The statue disappeared and revealed a staircase going downward. What the? He smiled, clever, hiding it behind an illusion. Naruto walked down the staircase, finding himself facing another illusionary door. Taking a deep breath, he walked through the door and found himself in a hallway. You have transgressed against the godmother, and now you dare to sully the halls of the great lord. These sins shall not be forgiven. Out of the darkness Naruto saw a woman appear. Dressed in a white robe, wearing a white mask of some kind and a crown, he was sure this is the dark god. But he was confused as below there were no feet but tentacles that were keeping them elevated off the ground. Face the wrath of the heavens, for this is the judgment of all that dare to sully this sacred place. Naruto glared. Bring it, Dark Sun God. Chapter 15. Hallway of Illusions. Naruto stared down the Dark Sun. They were standing at the end of a far-off hallway and it was annoying. Rushing down the hall, Naruto drew out his sword ready to swing, but soon saw him waving his hand in the air and soon some white orbs came flying. He rolled quickly under the attack and avoided a barrage of bolts flying at him. Naruto worked around the arrows and hid behind a pillar to avoid another powerful burst of magic. It hit the pillar and he heard him hissing. Coming around the pillar, Naruto rushed once more, but Gwendolyn saw this coming and opened fire with another burst of magic orbs. Naruto had to dodge each orb with precise running and rolls. However, he saw that Gwendolyn started glowing gold and he tried to swing at him when in range. But his attack went straight through him. He ended up hearing the hissing noise all around him and looked down the hall for him. In both directions he couldn't see a thing and it was terrifying. Where did he? Naruto heard the hissing noise again and soon felt something moving to him. Ducking down, he rushed to the two pillars, avoiding a barrage of white orbs aimed at him. How sad, I will die here a herdic. Naruto growled. I'll show you, bitch. Naruto saw another set of orbs flying at him, but this time he could trace the trajectory to further down the hall. There he saw Gwendolyn reappear and Naruto could only continue rushing. Dodging the spells, he managed to avoid getting hit by any of his attacks and taking another swing at him, but soon he felt something stopping him. In front of him he saw a metal arm guarding him and he was confused as when he looked up he saw a familiar golden giant. What the fuck? Naruto jumped back and avoided a giant hammer slamming into the ground. How are you alive? The giant in question grunted before rushing at Naruto with his wild swings. Naruto just rolled under one of his swings and sliced at his armored legs with his sword, causing some blood to spurt out and cover his face. Ignoring the blood, he then saw the monster tumble to the ground, with him slamming the blade through one of his eye holes. Naruto grunted as he twisted his blade and the being screeched in pain before disappearing in a flash of light. Turning, he saw the man standing there with a blank expression. Though are impressive. Sad you didn't swear your loyalty to us. Now you must perish. They waved their hand in the air again and fired another array of white orbs, but Naruto just rolled under them. Throwing a dagger, he managed to cut the cheek of the Dark Sun, angering them and releasing more powerful blasts of white magic. Naruto threw another dagger while rolling around his attacks, but soon the dagger pierced the side of the Dark Sun. It screeched at the pain and soon vanished once more. Naruto grunted. This is getting tedious. Naruto felt something behind. Quickly swiping backwards, he slashed a screeching Dark Sun and they collapsed to the floor. The damage extensive and it gushing blood all over the floor. Naruto stood on his chest and removed the talisman in his hand before aiming his blade at the god. Well, it would seem this hide and seek didn't last as long as I thought. Kill me, thy filthy enemy. Know that the wrath of the sun shall never allow you to leave this world in peace. Naruto frowned. I would have killed you, believe me, but I know someone that would be upset if I killed their family. Who would I be talking about? Guinevere, of course. The god writhed and growled. You lie. Sister has long since been dead after betraying father with that filth hovel. She tried to usurp power from him and with hovel she planned on killing Seth for the atrocities he committed. She is dead, but she is also alive. I know, I talked to her. Where is thy? You have no proof of this claim. Now finish me and be punished by the sun. Naruto sighed. You promised her. The god raised an eyebrow. You promised her that you would protect her child. The one that Gwyn had sealed away somewhere. You made that one promise knowing that your father was going to kill her. Gwendolyn's eyes widened. How? I told you, she told me. Where? Gwendolyn writhed on the ground. Where is my sister? Naruto sighed. I can tell you, but it is a bit unbelievable. I don't care, speak your piece, herdic. Fine. There Naruto recounted his tale to the writhing god. Telling them about how they got to these lands, the dark creature he saw in the distance all that time ago, the sealing of the goddess inside of him, and his journey through the pilgrimage and claiming the Lord's soul and being able to read the memories of the souls of people he killed. At least the more powerful ones. Gwendolyn didn't believe the story, but hearing him recount certain events and certain memories, they had no choice but to accept the reality of the situation. I see, forgive me. The Dark Sun writhed less. I have failed to see your reason for lashing out. You knew my sister, meaning that you knew the truth. So, you saw it as blasphemy, please forgive me. It's nothing, but I am happy that you're reasonable like your sister, ma'am. Gwendolyn nodded their head and after being brought back to their feet, they motioned him to follow back to the castle. There they encountered the girls having the fire keeper at her wit's end, both groups sporting injuries from their brutal encounter. Enough. The group turned to see the god standing before them. Stand down everyone, these four are now our special guests. But my lord. Speak not, he has revealed something to me that proves that he didn't lash out at the illusion without reason. We shall convey in the castle. As you wish, my lord. The woman bowed to the god and allowed him to pass with Naruto right on his heels. The girls stared at Naruto in confusion and he motioned them to follow with the fire keeper heading back to her post. Arriving in the main auditorium where he fought Ornstein, the god turned to the group. Please forgive the illusion, it was the last order father gave me before he departed to relight the first flame. It was a means to ease the undead in their journey through the capital. To motivate them to help the gods in their quest in the continuation of the Age of Fire. I see. The girls frowned, but why are you being cordial with us? A minute ago you were trying to kill us all, but now you want to roll out the welcome mat as nothing happened. The god chuckled. Contrary to what you may think, Quelaag, I have no intentions of doing such a thing. However, knowing that my sister has returned and that this young man is her chosen champion is more than enough. The sisters turned to him for an explanation. Long story short, came from across the ocean, ended up encountering some creature along the way. It spoke to me, and I woke up in the prison with the goddess inside of me. The group was shocked. Well, Quelaag frowned, that would explain why you seem to be getting stronger after each battle and seem to understand certain aspects of our history. Also, it seems you are more equipped to survive than most undead linger in this land. Naruto nodded. Yeah, sorry for not telling you girls, but I thought it'd be best to keep this to a need-to-know basis in case someone was after her soul. The girls nodded. It's fine, just don't keep us out of the loop about certain things like this again, okay? Sure thing, Quelana. The god chuckled. How sweet, such a tender moment among the party. It frowned, however I believe it is important we get to the crux of the issue you are facing. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I want to know about this pilgrimage. This whole trial, it seems insane to ask just one being to complete it and arrive at the capital without a scratch on them, let alone make it this far without complications. I remember this night at the prison told me about it, but I didn't understand what its goal was. Ah, I see. You heard from an outsider then. Well, to put it bluntly, that is to relight the first flame. You see, turning their head to the side, the Age of Fire is dwindling again. The age won't survive much longer without the relighting of the first flame. But without father to do such a thing and the Lord's souls not being passed on, there is no way to do it. So, I created the legend of the pilgrimage and spread it through speakers, in the hopes that this would bring people to us. Those powerful enough that they could go looking for the souls themselves and defeat father in the cradle of the first flame. There, they would continue the Age of Fire, giving us a greater future to behold. Naruto sighed. So basically, this thing, he summoned the bowl, is meant to hold all the Lord's souls and allow me to face Gwyn in the cradle where I must kill him and claim the last fragment before sacrificing myself to relight the flame, correct? He nodded his head. That is the goal of all that pursue this cause. Naruto shook his head. Well, sorry to tell you I have no interest in relighting the flame. Ages end, new ones begin. The longer you fight against this process, the worse your era is going to become. People will die, the undead will grow in numbers, and greater atrocities will befall this land. The truth is, if you don't stop relighting the flame, who knows what you will unleash on the world. Gwendolyn chuckled. I am aware. Then why continue on this path? For it was Lord Gwyn's wish. I have no control over his wishes, no more than when he murdered sister in cold blood. They frowned and turned to the window once more. Do what you must, I care not. Relight the flame or let it die out and begin the Age of Dark, I don't care. At the end, I have completed my role in this matter. Naruto frowned. What is it with you? For a daughter of Gwyn you sure are different. Maybe because I is a boy. Naruto deadpanned. Fucking figured. He sighed, another one turning out as a dude, it just must be my luck. Quelaag lifted up her shirt. Naruto, there is no need to worry about me. I can assure you I'm 100% woman. Naruto stared at her breast before turning and hearing a smacking sound. Sorry about that. None taken. He smiled. You are taking this well, but hearing you have encountered a situation like this before, it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, Naruto frowned. So what will you do now? The god frowned. In truth, I shall reside in the capital until the time comes and our age ends. At this point, it is my duty to protect this kingdom from all that would dare to trample its hallowed halls. But you are welcome to return and plunder all its secrets to your leisure. He smiled. Victor goes the spoils. Naruto nodded. I see, thank you. Oh, Keteva raised her hand, interesting the god. What about the souls? You never told us where they are exactly. The god shook his head. You shall soon see, but as you can probably guess, Nito, the Witch of Azalioth, Seath, the Four Kings, and the Dark Soul is all needed to fill in the Lord Vessel to reach Lord Gwyn. Naruto frowned. So, where should we start first? Gwendolyn shrugged. The choice is yours. Go to whichever you wish to pursue, but be warned, tread carefully when traversing the abyss. As Ulasil failed to heed this warning and soon paid the price. Ulasil. Yes. A kingdom in what is known as Dark Root Basin, it was once a thriving nation with powerful magic and great enchantments. However, ages ago, they traversed the abyss and awoken the being that resided there. In moments its rage exploded out of control and soon its touch was reaching everything in sight and no one was safe from the abyss and its minions. However, Artorias managed to defeat the demon and save the kingdom. What happened to Artorias then if he managed to save the realm? Gwendolyn shook his head. No one really knows. He faded before we could see him again, and it led to further loss of morale for those that knew him and were becoming more questionable when it came to my father. I see. The Dark Soul is found in the pygmy, but there is no path to the Ring City that I can surmise from here. Meaning, if you wish to claim the Dark Soul for the ritual, you will have to find one that doesn't linger in this world and some of the undead pygmies that are running around. Naruto frowned. Now that is going to be a bitch. Thank you, Gwendolyn, but one more question. He motioned him to go on. I was wondering, if we have people in need, can we send them here? I would hate to send people out into the world not knowing what might lie in wait. Gwendolyn frowned. As stated before, victory goes the spoils, so if you wish to send them here, I shall accommodate them. Thank you. Naruto turned and walked away from the throne room, leaving the god alone again and sighing. Sister, you have chosen an odd champion. Looking over the walls he stared into the distance. Maybe he is the one that will defy the fates. He smiled. We shall see. Naruto and the girls walked to the bonfire, and after feeling the power of the Lord Vessel, they touched it and could feel the heat of the flames. There, he saw images flash through the flames and realized that he could go wherever he was before. So, touching the flames, he passed through the images of the different bonfire before landing at Fire Link. There, they were covered in smoke and reappeared at the familiar place. Arriving at the shrine, Naruto was frowning as he saw Lothretic of the swamp and Logan on the ground with bloody injuries. Logan, Lothretic, what happened? Logan coughed. That night you warned us about. He killed the Fire Keeper. We tried to stop him from escaping, but he had allies and we were taken by surprise. He killed my student in the crossfire before fleeing. Naruto growled. I fucking knew it. I knew we couldn't trust that asshole. Logan groaned. Yes, it would seem that he is fleeing to the capital now that the gate is open. I fear what he has in mind there. You must return soon and deal with him. Naruto nodded his head, turning to the girls. Heal them up and head to the nearest bonfire. We are going back to the capital. The girls nodded and got to work healing Logan and the pyromancer. Naruto walked down to the Firekeeper's shrine, seeing the blood in the cage and nothing left behind but a small bloody piece of cloth. I don't get it. Why did he do this? What did he possibly gain from murdering the Firekeeper? I mean, she wasn't a real threat to anyone or anything. A Firekeeper's soul is powerful. It is something of great power and immensity. Naruto, we might have to accept that he already devoured her soul. Yeah, I know that, but why kill her? What did he gain from this, and who were those two allies that they mentioned? No idea, but whoever they are, they must have some kind of motivation in joining in this crazy quest. Plus they must be powerful. Yeah, that pyromancer and magic caster are no slouches. There is no doubt they could easily have handled most of the enemies we have encountered on this trip. We should tread carefully when we go back to the capital. Right. Naruto walked back up to the group and saw Logan and the pyromancer sitting there with frowns on their face. Obviously their bodies were okay and now they were just resting, but Naruto quickly dragged the girls with him and they headed into the city. There they cut their way through the undead before arriving at the first bonfire and scrolling through to find their way to the castle. There, Naruto pushed the bonfire to take him to the castle, and they arrived in a haze of smoke and flame. Alright, let's go. Running out of the room, the group returned to the main hallway where they see the Golden Knight. He was standing there with two others and just muttering something to himself, and in his possession Naruto sensed it. The soul, he hasn't devoured it. Odd, why wouldn't he do so? Doesn't matter, we have to kill those three and get it back. If Firekeeper's souls work to where they are connected to the bonfire, then technically speaking that means we can possibly bring her back, right? In theory yes, but we. Good enough. Naruto narrowed his eyes at his two partners. One was a sorcerer wearing some red robes with unique stitching pattern. On the other side he saw a knight with a sword and shield, and both men were standing with the Knight of Lothric, and he was confused as they seemed to be arguing. Motioning the girls quiet, they slowly move across the floor and Naruto can vaguely hear them speaking. You told us this would work. It did. No, it didn't. You said that killing the fire keeper and escaping would be easy. You didn't mention that we would have 2 people breathing down our asses. We had to kill someone at the shrine before we were chased off by that bird. Yeah, now we can't return there. It doesn't matter. All we have to do is bring this soul to New Londo and the 4 kings will give us a place in their new world order. Bullshit, we don't even know if we can get close, and I told you I had no intention of returning to that cursed city. Your lord and master is the only reason it happened. PFF'd, maybe so, but at the end of the day we buried New Londo and killed anyone that lingered there outside of those damn shadow wraiths. Now, you want us to make the trek there after coming here. Yes, the rumor is that the god Gwendolyn still resides here, and if not her, then the child Guinevere. If we can claim their souls, we can gain tremendous power and skill to help aid our question into New Londo. Naruto heard enough. He motioned the girls into place, the youngest forming her flaming bow and firing a single arrow at the mage. The arrow pierced his chest, making him cough up blood and fall to his knees. Explosion rang out through the hall, leaving nothing but a crispy corpse in his wake. The warrior and Lotharic knight both saw the direction of the arrow and pulled out their weapons. Naruto jumped down the staircase and brought out his sword. Well, if it isn't the Golden Knight. I see, so you're the reason those 3 attacked me when I took the Firekeeper's soul. Yeah, and now I'm going to take your soul as compensation. But first I have to ask, why do you need her soul and the soul of the gods? The knight cackled. Isn't it obvious? I need them for one reason and one reason alone. To reach the abyss that is in New Londo. Rumors are there is a power so great in New Londo that Gwyn feared it. It is the reason he flooded the city. In the hopes this power never reemerges and threatens his domain. But he failed. The abyss continued to thrive in this city even now. It is said that the kings were taught this power. That being still exists, and I want to see them. So they might teach me the way to ascend. The souls of the god and the Firekeeper are just minor compensations that I must give to achieve this goal. Naruto sighed. Sacrifice others for your own blind ambition, huh? He shook his head. You're a waste of energy. Naruto held his sword straight. Come at me. The knight cackled more and rushed at Naruto. Thanks to the fight with Ornstein and Smo, Naruto had gained enough in terms of power and speed that this fight was nothing. The pure brutality of the battles really showed him how much he had to improve, and thanks to Guinevere he had now achieved the level necessary to survive future battles without being in such tight spots. Naruto saw him swinging his 2 blades at his head and his body, hoping to hit one or the other. Naruto backstepped from the attacks before slashing at his armor, forcing him back. The knight rushed to help his ally, but Quelana threw a fireball, forcing him away. He growled. Fuck off, you heretic witch. She rolled her eyes. Got anything original? The knight roared and charged, but soon found a fire arrow at his feet, exploding, sending him flying backwards with a sword going through his back. He coughed. And not like this. I can't afford to. He turned to dust and the girls turned to Naruto's fight. He was dodging the wild swings of the knight before cutting through his armor on the return and leaving him bleeding all over the floor. The knight collapsed to his knees and saw his blood oozing out of all of his wounds, and he wasn't sure what he can do in this situation. But he quickly jumped at Naruto in the hopes of hitting him. He sidestepped the jump while watching him roll through his motion. Ultimately, the move failed, and when he turned around he was met with a blade through his mask slits, making him scream. Until a sword pierced his throat, making him gurgle on his own blood. See you in hell, traitorous knight. He gurgled more blood before his body vanished. The souls and armor dropped to the ground, and Naruto saw that the Firekeeper's soul was in one piece. Reaching down, he held it and felt the life in the soul before picking up the armor and making it vanish into his storage space. There, they returned to the bonfire where, after putting her soul into the fire and the cloth, they saw the fire spiral and soon rematerialized the woman's body. She was on the floor, collapsed from exhaustion, and Naruto smiled seeing her seemingly unharmed from the experience. But with her passed out, there was no way they could talk to her, let alone move her, so he put her up on the nearby bed in another room while they all decided to get some rest for the upcoming few days. Naruto sat by the Firekeeper and smiled as she was snoring slightly. Glad she is all right. Indeed, you always did have a soft spot for those that were wrongfully persecuted. Yeah, Naruto frowned and leaned back. Wake me up if she wakes up. Got it. Naruto closed his eyes and soon drifted to sleep, with the girls also finding rooms to do this, with them all sharing one bed like they used to. City covered in darkness, water filling the streets. Nothing but corpses floating in the water, and the sound of silence filled the air. They saw dark figures emerging from the water, those cloaked in darkness and carrying dark blades. Each one wearing dark cowls covering their faces from view. He saw one of them grab one of the survivors by the face, and soon their screams ringed in their ears. But after a few seconds they collapsed to the ground with a thud and their eyes showing no sign of life. The figures continued to patrol the area, ghosts started appearing, and more dark figures emerged from further into the city. Dark eyes emerged from the darkness. Come seek me, Dark Lord, I know you will cometh and soon we will enter the age of humanity, the age of the dark. Naruto jumped out of his chair and was panting. What was that? Kit. Naruto sat there, never answering the questions of Kurama or Guinevere. All he could remember from that dark memory were those glowing orange eyes and the looks of giant teeth. Chapter 16. Meeting the Toothy One. Naruto had woken up after a few hours and went into the throne room to talk to Gwendolyn. The god seemed to be just staring out the window in boredom. For some reason Naruto was sure he was looking directly at something in the sky, but he wasn't sure what it was. Hey Gwendolyn. The god turned slightly. Ah, have thou come to see me so soon? Actually we had a bit of a problem. Yes, that knight and his allies. Thy was quite loud in their approach. Naruto nodded. Yeah, unfortunately we got the drop on them, and after fighting your Ornstein, I didn't really struggle that much against him. No surprise. Thy is quite strong in your own right, and with thy sister managing your souls and increasing your power and abilities, it is no surprise he would be simple to defeat. Yeah, we found the Firekeeper's soul and he was talking about something related to New Londo and that had to relate to the Abyss and the Four Kings. What was that about? Gwendolyn looked out the window. It is a dark piece of our history. Thy should ask sister about this, but I guess I can elaborate. The truth about New Londo's drowning was more systematic than one might think. Huh. Gwyn had learned from an ally that someone was guiding the Four Kings of New Londo, teaching the ways of the Abyss and the powers that dwell inside of the absolute darkness. The kings themselves gained access to a power that would allow them to manipulate the souls of those that they encounter and even teach their soldiers how to steal souls. Yeah, the Knight Wraith's right. I saw them in one of the memories of the wizard I killed. Ah, that one, he was there. He was one of the many that abandoned New Londo and allowed it to become more festered with the undead and the shadow beings all over. Naruto frowned. Are there more followers that are still there? No, most have fled or abandoned their duty, and those that didn't flee either went hollow themselves or were killed by the many creatures that wandered into their land. He turned to Naruto. Be warned, New Londo is a dangerous place. With the wraiths you have no guarantee to survive a one-hit encounter. Naruto nodded. Well, I wasn't planning on visiting that city, but I do remember something else I saw in the vision. Something that has me a bit disturbed. The god stared. I saw these dark orange eyes and large set teeth. They were looking straight at me and it was talking about the Dark Lord shall see this vision. Or something like that. I see. The god sighed, so it was true. What? Beware Naruto, if you plan is to really end this age and begin the next, beware the serpents with silver tongues. They will try to manipulate you and guide you down their chosen path. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this comment and wondered what this is leading to. Naruto though should head back to Fire Link, only there will you find the next step to your journey. Naruto frowned at the comment, but he sighed, no point in arguing. Walking to the nearby bonfire he teleported to Fire Link, where he saw the depressed guy from before was no longer there. The cleric was gone along with this other group that had arrived a while back, and Logan had disappeared with him. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Guess they moved on due to the lack of a bonfire. Definitely. What do you think Gwendolyn meant by this place being the next step in your journey? Probably something related to that warning he gave me. Naruto walked through the shrine, but soon he came across something quite terrifying. It was a snake with a fat head. It was just popping out of a hole and just gently moving to side. From this, he saw the creature had larger than life teeth in his mouth while his eyes were more orange compared to the red set he saw in the past vision. Greetings, young undead. You have secured the Lord Vessel and thus have been chosen to take on this great endeavor. I'm guessing you're a guide of sorts. Not entirely, young one. For I, Frampt, am here to speak of the next step on thy's quest into the unknown. For if one wishes to follow the path of Gain, they must embark on the journey to find the Lord Vessels and return them to the cradle. Okay. As you know, Gwyn had relit the flame and has continued the prosperity of the Age of Fire. However, there are those that sought to extinguish the flame, leading an unknown and terrifying age known as the Age of Dark. Yeah, I know. Good, then thy knows that the only path forward is to maintain prosperity is by relighting the flame as the Lord of Sunlight did long before. Naruto nodded, but on the inside he rolled his eyes. The Lord Vessels must be gathered to help relight the flame. You must claim the souls of Lord Nito in the catacombs, the soul of the Witch of Azalioth in her kingdom of Azalioth, and you must claim the fragments of Gwyn's soul that are held by the likes of Seath in the Duke's Archives and the Four Kings of New Londo. Naruto frowned. So basically you're saying I have to wage a one-man war path down into the unknown, defeat beings that brought down the eternal dragons, and basically do all of this before the flame dies out, which is who knows how long. Yes, thou understands one's role perfectly. Naruto sighed. Okay, yeah, no pressure, so which one should I start with in your opinion? Thou may choose one's path, for I have completed my role. Farewell, young one, may we meet once your path reaches its end. Soon the serpent returned to the underground, vanishing in a manner that Naruto questioned the snake's size. Am I the only one that questions how this snake is able to pull his head down through a well as if it is nothing? Framped, I knew that snake had something to do with this mess. You know him? Know him, no, but I heard mentions of him from Seath and my father from time to time, stating that he appeared a few years ago just before father went about relighting the flame. I have long since held the belief that he was the one that told my father how to go about doing this. But why? What would he gain from the continuation of the age? Who knows, Naruto? Some beings have their own madness that makes sense to them, and for others it is just that, madness. Naruto sighed. I guess you're right. But still he looks almost identical to the one from the vision I saw. But he wasn't talking animatedly about the Dark Lord, so is it possible that this one is a different serpent? More than likely. I heard that there was a race of talking serpents that survived the age of the ancient dragons, but no one knows who they are or what their goals are. Personally, I think they are just creatures vying for power in some manner or another. And one is using the Age of Fire to do so. Yes, sadly even I don't understand why or who is in the right. At this point, Naruto, I think it is best you come to your own decisions. Yeah, I kinda have. This age needs to end. As much as I understand the prosperity of this land during its time and how people are afraid, I just can't stand by this mess anymore. I mean, look at this. He looked over to the city. The undead are rampant, madness is everywhere, death is polluting the area, and some people are even falling to shambles. Naruto sighed. At this point, I think this is just nature striking out against all who dare to defy it. He frowned, but still that doesn't explain that one incident. Naruto shivered. He could remember it clear as day. The giant sea monster that emerged from the oceans and radiated power, it just stared him down as if he was nothing but a bug. But something it said, he couldn't remember, something it was pointing at seemed to be driving him. As if, he orchestrated his arrival in this land and wanted him to accomplish something for it. But what could that thing be? Naruto rubbed his head. Guess there is no point in thinking about it. About what? That thing we saw the first time we left. Kurama frowned and said nothing else. Guinevere frowned but figured this was a personal subject and to leave it alone for now. But she had questions she would try to ask Kurama later. Going back to the bonfire, Naruto returned to the capital of Orlando. He saw that the girls were still resting and that the fire keeper was still sleeping. He figured that this journey and little sleep has been rough on them, so it would make sense that they would need the time. Walking to the throne room, he saw Gwendolyn continuing his observation of the landscape and decided to leave him be. Leaving the castle, he walked around the city's upper areas for a bit, but for some reason he was drawn back to the church. Entering, he saw the statue of Guinevere and he could only stare at it. Hey Guinevere. Yes. What was it like, being loved by a lover? It was nice. Naruto, my husband, it was a relationship that is hard to explain by modern standards. Were you arranged? Yes, but that didn't mean I didn't try. I swear to you. You don't have to justify your feelings, Guinevere, I was just curious. As I have never known that kind of unconditional love. He frowned at the statue. My whole life it feels like I was alone. The only person in the world who understood me was gone. Most of my time growing up in the leaf and tried to tell me about the bullshit the leaf spewed. But I didn't listen to him. That was my greatest fault and the one thing I wish I could have changed. Listening to him, as he was right in the very end. Guinevere frowned. Naruto. Sorry, got a little melodramatic there. Just seeing this and knowing you had at least someone or people that cared about you, I was curious if it was always bad. No, it wasn't. Father wasn't always like this, but for some reason, his paranoia and fear became all the more real when he finally destroyed his enemies. Many of us wonder, was this always him, or did he become this way because of the influence of others around him? Did achieving everything he ever wanted drive him to this? HMPH, I think Gwyn was always paranoid. You said it yourself, he was the one that really pushed for the war to start. In the end, he was looking for any reason to gain more power than before. But when he conquered his enemy, he realized that he had no one to really oppose him and thus his power was secured. But in time, he knew that the end would come and those that were allies would eventually try to overthrow him like he did the dragons. So, I think it just grew worse as time passed. I have seen it, people who achieve this level of status and power equivalent to kings and gods, they lose themselves in the end. Kurama thought about the old man. ever since staying with Naruto and seeing what he went through and the old man saying it was all necessary. He wondered if the man got deranged or so detached from the world that he didn't realize his decisions and actions caused so much pain. More, did he ever wonder how he felt with the sealing of the Biju and if he left the notes behind to do this to them? If so, were they also a means to end? He had a long time with Naruto to think about this, and after seeing how people treated him, he wondered more and more, were they all just tools for his so-called peace? The more he thought, the more it hurt. Kurama. Yes. You seemed to go quiet for a second. Sorry, was thinking about something. I see. Either way, I've made one promise to myself, finding my reason to keep moving forward. I have people who care about me and wish to follow me, but in the end, I guess like Solaire, I'm looking for my own sun to guide me. Naruto. The young man sighed and turned from the statue before staring at the painting on the other side of the wall. How long has that been there? All the time, Naruto, you were just too busy to notice it. Really, weird. Naruto narrowed his eyes and stared at the painting. It was an image of a snowy landscape with a castle of some kind in the distance along with a long rope bridge. Walking up to the painting, he put his hand on it and his eyes widened. What is this feeling? Naruto, it is mana. Seriously, that means that this thing, it is something more than just a normal painting. Kurama deadpanned. Congrats, Captain Obvious, you stated the obvious. Shut up, Kurama. Naruto took his hand off the painting and narrowed his eyes. I need to talk to Gwendolyn. About what? Naruto turned around in shock and saw Gwendolyn standing there with a blank expression. When did you? I sensed you touched the painting. Walking up, this painting is special. Yeah, I can tell by the mana flowing from this. Gwendolyn sighed. Yes, though is correct, this painting is special. The mana is meant to keep those that dwell in it inside. Naruto frowned. Seriously, why did they do something? Gwendolyn looked at the painting. Being born. Naruto growled. Gwen. Only one was put there by Gwen, and she was a young child when this happened. A young child. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, are you talking about Guinevere's daughter? Guinevere shook. Yes. Gwendolyn touched the painting. This painting is the home of said child. While exploring this realm, she created her own little kingdom and invited those that were outcasts and freaks to come and live there. Most that came were those that were seen as monsters or abominations to the rest of the world. Sadly, they had no place in this world, but in the painted world, they at least had a home to call their own. With her, ruling over them and guiding their every step. Naruto nodded. So she really is inside of this painting? Yes. How do I get her out? Gwendolyn snapped his head to Naruto. How dare? Naruto turned his eyes to him. You said by right of conquest the capital is mine, correct? Yes. Then that means, the painted world too, since it is in the capital. Gwendolyn hissed. Yes, that is true. Meaning if I wanted to know how to get her out of this painting and make the capital her home, I can. Gwendolyn slouched. Yes, you are the new ruler of this city, so I can't deny your points, but at the same time, I do know Lord Gwyn feared her release. Something she could do was so terrifying to him that he couldn't bear to see it come to harm his realm. Naruto shook his head. Fear what you don't understand. That seems the course for him. Glaring at the god, tell me how to enter this. He tapped on the painting. Gwendolyn looked at him and turned his head, before slithering away. I can't, the one order Gwyn had for me was to make sure that no one entered the painting world. Naruto opened his mouth. But, Gwendolyn continued, I do know that before she was there, she was in the undead asylum. He continued to leave while Naruto narrowed his eyes. So, there is something in that prison that can allow me to access then. Yes, but I think for now we should wait. As much as I want to see my daughter again, I think it is best we focus on dealing with one of the Lord's souls first. Okay, so that means time for some upgrades and some new equipment. Better head back to the Firelink Shrine and figure out where everyone is. Yes, Gwendolyn, while loyal to father, he is willing to help you if not covertly. But I must thank her, as she kept her promise and protected my child. She watched as people kneeled to her, praying and begging for her aid. She was saddened she couldn't help them. She was terrified of the thought she couldn't help them and was on the end of their screams and shouts. Pain coursed through her body as she could continue to watch as they feared it, the coming age ending and the eventually hollowing of all of those that dared to exist. Death would not come for them. Walking into the throne room, she saw her father sitting there with a stern expression on his face. It is time. He stood from his throne. I have discovered there is a means to continue the Age of Fire. She raised an eyebrow. How? Simple, all I must do is go to the cradle of the first flame and use my power and relight the first flame once more. With this our age shall continue, and in time others will follow in my wake to continue this day and age. Father, are you sure this is wise? This person could be lying to you. He growled. Unlike you, right? Huh. You think I wouldn't find out how you were helping Havel and the kings of New Londo? How you were planning on killing Seath all because he made you sire his child and punish you for interfering in advancing our country? Father, he raped me, you took my child from me out of fear. More, Havel always hated him, he was going to go after the dragon in time. Plus he is right, how can we trust me if he was so willing to betray his own kin? It doesn't matter, he honored his deal with us and I shall keep mine. Havel has already been punished for his actions being sealed in that tower near the Valley of Drakes. But you, he sighed, you have failed to learn from the mistakes of those before you. Because I refuse to turn a blind eye to things anymore. I'm tired of seeing our people suffer because you fear what might come. I'm tired of seeing my priestesses tortured and experimented on. I'm just so tired, Father. Tired of just seeing this age of fire turned into nothing but a nightmare because you can't accept it as ending. It will never end as long as I have a saying in it. Lighting tore through the throne room and fire started to engulf his throne. Storming to his feet he growled, my age will live forever. People will follow in my footsteps. They will do what is right to protect the brightest age in all of existence. Brightest? I don't see that, Father, I think you're just blinded by your own light. He roared and rushed to her, and she flew into the wall within seconds. I tried being patient hoping you would understand, all you have to do is listen. But in the end you're just as stubborn and I wonder where I went wrong with raising both of you. He glared, but it doesn't matter, after this the kings of New Londo will no longer have their pawn to use. The kings? Don't fool me, dear, I know you're in cohorts with them. There is clear evidence with the occult appearing in your chambers. Guinevere stared at her father. You're mad. That is all you have ever been, is mad. Damn brat. Soon he raised lighting in his hand while Guinevere still tried to beg her father to stop. He didn't, and soon the world started to turn darker. It is done. He turned to the now fading remains. Soon the age of fire shall continue into the next era, but first I have to deal with those 4 kings. Chapter 17. Naruto had quite a bit of a trip. Heading back to the first shrine he found that most of the people were missing. Only the fire specialist remained, but he stated he had no reason to leave this spot now that the fire had returned and that there was comfort here. Naruto could understand that and told him to head to the capital if he ever got tired of living there, which he agreed. He mentioned that Logan went off to find the Duke's archive, stating he wanted to learn magic from that place. Naruto sighed, he should have known, but he figured he would learn on his own the dangers of the road ahead. However, he did have a weird moment of realization. He needed a new sword after the fight with Ornstein, and he needed to get better equipment if he is going to head after a Lord Soul next. After arriving back at the capital, he asked Gwendolyn where the girls were, and he stated he did hear the girls were moving around the grounds and exploring the castle's interior. Naruto walked into one of the rooms past the bonfire that he reached once they got past the archers and found a secret passage the girls discovered. It was hidden behind a fireplace leading to a very vacant room minus a few chests. Naruto turned down the stairs and sweat dropped seeing a dying mimic box that was burnt to near crisp. He knew messing with the girls was stupid, but they must have been pissed at this creature. Keteva was by one of the trunks and frowning at some of the stuff she found. Quaylana was working on one box on the far side of the room. Hey girls. Both sisters turned and smiled. Naruto, glad you're here, we found something. Naruto raised an eyebrow when Naruto saw Keteva holding up a helmet, but it looked to be made from scales or bone. Okay, what's with the freaky helmet? Oh, this is the armor of a famous warrior. Havel the Rock. Naruto raised an eyebrow while Quaylana shook her head. Havel was a warrior that served under Gwyn. From the stories I was told, he was one of Gwyn's most loyal soldiers and the man that stood by him through all the madness. It was said that he was helpful in taking down dragons and enemies that came from all sides while never losing his footing. I heard that he took the scales and bones of the eternal dragons and crafted armor from them. From this, he created a club made from the claw of one of the dragons and uses it to bash his enemies in. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't something like that be extremely heavy? Yes, but Havel apparently had the strength to wield it and carry the armor at the same time. It kinda remind me of your Dragon Slayer sword. Naruto nodded. The thing, while powerful, was heavy as fuck. However, Havel had another specialty as well. What magic? The youngest shook her head while pulling out the armor set, but she struggled in holding them in her hands, leading to Naruto and Quaylana helping her. No, of all the things, Havel hated magic and he hated Seath the most. Naruto figured, given the history of the dragon and how Guinevere and Havel were supposedly going to work together to get rid of him. You have to understand that unlike pyromancy, she held her hand up, magic works fundamentally differently. Seath is known as the father of magic and sorcery, because most spells known through the world were created by him. It was one of the reasons he was so feared among his own kind and why an entire school was dedicated to his teaching. Quaylana rolled her eyes, but the truth is that only few could master some of the magic that Seath created. He was a researcher, a mad one, experimenting on people and turning them into things beyond imagination. Naruto frowned. The butterfly monster that I saw in the forest, was that one of his creations? Yes, and there was a minor dragon that was captured by Seath and pushed into the sewers of the undead burg guarding the path to Blight Town. Yeah, the dragon with teeth on its body. Yes, the gaping dragon as some have come to call it. Sadly, the creature itself is monstrous, but it too was a victim of Seath. Priestesses of Guinevere and rumors of Guinevere herself were victims of his insatiable desires and beliefs. Naruto clenched his fist. Yeah, but what about Havel? You said he specialized in something else. Yes, enchantments and blessings. He made it clear that he would use them to counter the magic of the so-called Great Dragon and end his reign in this world. Naruto sighed. But Havel was captured and so was Guinevere, believed to be allying with the four kings to usurp the throne from Gwyn and destroy Seath at the same time. Yes. Quaylana frowned, pulling out the flag of the four kings. This is probably another reason for the belief. Naruto shook his head. If that is all that was used to convict him, then it is amazing anyone got a fair trial. That could have easily been planted by Seath to frame Havel if this is really his room. I mean, between the armor that could be manufactured and this, none of this proves a thing. True, Quaylana put the flag back. Honestly, I heard stories of how much of a monster Seath was. It makes me wonder why he was so cruel. Does it matter? Naruto sighed. At this point it is clear now. Seath set up Havel and Guinevere to look like traitors to Gwyn during his more paranoid episodes after conversing with the Immortal Serpent. Immortal Serpent. Naruto turned to the girls. Yes, I heard from Gwendolyn, and I heard from Guinevere that they are creatures that lived during the age of the Eternal Dragons. But for some reason only two have appeared now. One became an ally to Gwyn while the other is responsible for what happened in New Londo. Keteva nodded her head. That would explain the changes in Gwyn's behavior, as he first made it our priority to find a means to continue the flame or recreate it, but when that failed suddenly rumors started to burst. That there was a way to continue the Age of Fire, but no one knew where he got the information. She sighed, but by that point we had been corrupted by the Chaos Flame and were overwhelmed with the poison that was spreading through the realm. Naruto nodded before turning back to Quaylana. At this point it seems like everything comes back to the serpents and Gwyn and Seath. But the question is, who is telling the truth? The girls shrugged and Naruto could only sigh before they proceeded out of the room. By the way, where is Quaylog? I figured she would have glomped me by now. Oh, she is talking to the blacksmith. Apparently, he has the power to use one's soul to create weapons and she is taking part of her soul to make a new sword for you. She saw the panic in Naruto's face. Don't worry, the process is harmless to us. I see. Naruto released a sigh. Good, I'll go and check on her, but in the meantime check on the priestess, I think she is recovering nicely. The girls nodded and proceeded to that bedroom while Naruto walked over to the other side of the castle. There he saw Quaylog rushing him with a weapon in her hand. Naruto. She quickly glomped him and he sighed, feeling her rubbing her face against his own. Quaylog, your sisters told me you were working on some kind of weapon. Yep. She quickly jumped out of his arms and held out a katana. This is my personal weapon made from my soul. Now you can use it however you see fit. Naruto raised an eyebrow before pulling the blade from her hand and saw how light it was. The weapon itself had a certain feel. Light as a feather to swing, but he felt it was stronger than most katana he had seen over the years. The weapon had a black metal hue while having coursing streaks of red and orange in the blade. While he couldn't feel fire coming off the blade, he could feel the power flowing out of the weapon. Thank you, Quaylog, it is a powerful sword. Yeah, be careful though, it has a draining effect to it due to how powerful it is. The weapon can deal massive damage, but if you are not careful it can drain your life faster than you can swing it. Naruto frowned. Got it, make sure to swing when I have an opening. Naruto sheathed the sword before attaching it to his side. Come on, I want to meet up with your sisters and discuss what I learned from Frampton, what we need to get done. Quaylog nodded and followed Naruto into the castle. There they arrived in the empty hallway where they fought Ornstein and Smo. Alright, first things first, we are going to the Duke's Achieves. It is the closest location to our position here. Plus, I want to see this all-powerful dragon that everyone keeps talking about, especially since he is considered the father of sorcery. The girls frowned. Well, there is an entire school based around him. Yes, so, we should be prepared. He sighed, so let's get going. The group of four walked out of the castle and back to the bonfire with the Moonfire Keeper. Turning to their right, they headed up past where the two golems were and proceeded to their right and proceeding up the stairway. There, Naruto saw the entrance way. From what Gwendolyn told him, there is a barrier that would have prevented him from traversing, but since he has the Lord Vessel, he is allowed access to this place. Walking up, Naruto frowned. Warp Pig straight ahead. Quelaag and Quelana sighed, while Queltiva pulled out her fire bow, releasing a single powerful arrow. It tore through the air before hitting the pig square in the head, killing it on the spot. Seeing it turn to dust, the group traversed deeper into the hallway but had to move. Another Warp Pig roared at the sight of its brotherman killed and wanted revenge. Naruto, acting quick, took out his sword and with one mighty slash downward the pig was sliced in half. The two parts falling to the ground in a thud and its body turning to ash. Well, Naruto sheathed the sword, this is a powerful weapon for sure. Thanks, Quelaag. She smiled, no problem, a blush formed on her face, maybe you could give me a reward later. Sure, but later. Naruto turned ahead, for now we need to head into the archives. Exiting into the main room, Naruto lit up the bonfire. Somewhere to retreat to in time of crisis. After settling there for a minute, they walked up the stairs, finding a lift. Naruto grabbed the handle and pulled it back, but he had to put more effort into it. For some reason the handle seemed to be stuck part way. They heard the gears crack and shift before they felt their platform lifting them up. All the tumbling was heard, the sound of the machines hitting against the metal, slowly carrying them to the top. Once the machine stopped, Naruto's eyes widened. Duck. The girls dropped down and saw something flying over their head. Looking up, everyone saw a being standing there holding a bow in their hand. Another one was rushing straight for them with a sword and shield. What the? Quelana didn't hesitate, she fired a powerful ball of flame at the creature. The blast itself hitting the monster and knocking it back. Feet skidding across the floor, and when the smoke cleared everyone saw the monster and Naruto's blood ran cold. It was an undead, like the ones he had seen before. But this one, it was more distorted than the rest of his kind. Light blue crystals were all over his body, from his head to his hands to even his back. They were growing all over and seemed to be giving off some kind of light. Naruto could see the anguish expression on the undead's face. While some had the look of fury or pain, this one was carrying a look of pure agony. The monster ran again, this time with his shield up, and thrusting his blade in a straight line. Aiming to take out Quelana in short order. Naruto cut off the creature's sword hand with a downward strike, then twisted the sword around and brought it upward, cutting through the creature's neck. His head flew before his body fell to his knees. The monster released a final hiss, then his body started to dissipate. Giving a silent prayer, Naruto saw the one with the bow was still there. So, he raced to him. But he heard the clashing of steel. Turning to his right he saw Quelaag holding back another crystallized undead. This one having a crystal growing out of his head and one out of his neck. Don't get distracted. Naruto was embarrassed, that was a rookie mistake. He felt a breeze of heat passing by his head. Soaring through the sky, he saw an arrow of fire tear through the air, hitting the crystallized archer in the chest. It groaned and stumbled, but it remained upright. The creature then pulled an arrow from its quiver, slowly knocking back the string, and aiming at them. Another flame arrow flew past his head, impaling him through the neck, leaving it gasping for air. The creature stumbled around, then turned to dust. Naruto sighed before hearing shuffling. Turning to his right he saw another crystal being running at him. He thrusted his hand out and fired a ball of flame, turning the creature into dust. Another crystal monster jumped over the railing with another following behind him, and Naruto sighed. How many more of these things? Quelana quickly fired 2 fireballs at the monsters, and while their shields held up at first, the impact was too much. They were sent tumbling to the ground with a thud. Naruto, rushing to the monsters, threw 2 daggers into their open eye sockets. Their moans echoed, but their bodies dissipated, leaving nothing behind but the clattering of his daggers. He grasped the weapons and put them back into his pouch before they gathered at the top of the stairs. Peering into the room, it was nothing but large bookshelves, thousands of books, and tables covered in either books or crystals. Naruto had to admit if Orochimaru was here he would consider this a paradise, considering the amount of research he could try and perform. The knowledge in this place alone gave Naruto a clear idea of how far this dragon has gone in his search for power. He heard chanting and humming, metal clacking was heard, and the sound of something hissing in the air was prevalent. One of those trident men. Naruto frowned and quickly rolled under a crystal spell, aiming for his head while the girls leapt to opposite sides of the room. Quelaag was battling off crystal monsters while Quelana and Quitava were firing fire spells. Naruto unsheathed his katana and slashed at the monster's chest, making it groan from the pain. The trident flipped upside down with the spear parts aiming for him. But he quickly parried the blow away, leading to him adjusting his katana. Aiming the blade straight up and impaling the monster through the throat. It gargled from the blade, before Naruto forcefully removed it from his throat. Another crystal warrior was aiming a bow down at him, but he quickly threw a dagger making it hit the monster's chest. Its aim went upward and the arrow fired into the air. Naruto rushed up the staircase and sliced through the monster horizontally. Looking back, he saw the girls having cleared the bottom floor. He motioned them to follow him. Reaching the top of the stairs and seeing the lever, Naruto quickly pulled on it, taking them up a few levels through the archives. Reaching the top area, Naruto and the girls were shocked. There was nothing but crystals and metal all over the place. The walls seemed to be covered in them and they could see more of them scattered across the floor and onto the railings. Naruto wasn't sure if this was just madness that took over or if this was something else. Because this was all too much for him. Leaving the room, they proceeded down a dark hallway where Naruto fired a single fireball at another one the undead before walking up some stairs. Reaching the top of the stairs they saw a fog door. Naruto sighed and looked at the girls. Listen, whatever happens, prioritize your own safety. Do you understand? I don't want you girls sacrificing your lives for nothing. So, if something happens run for safety, understand? Quailana nodded but Quailog and the youngest frowned. Naruto sighed and pulled out Dragon Slayer, then pushed his hands against the fog gate and saw it. A room filled with nothing more silver crystals. The floor, the ceiling, the walls, everything was covered in them. He had never seen anything like this. But he found himself lifted into the air. His body was immobile, and he couldn't seem to break free of whatever it was that had him. He struggled, but the binds were too tight. Forcefully turning his head, he saw the girls hadn't entered the room with him. For some reason the fog was not allowing them to pass through. Why though? They never stopped them before, so why was it happening now? Naruto found himself slammed into the wall of the crystals coughing up blood, before being sent to the other side of the room. The slam makes his ribs crack and his vision blurry. He tried to keep his eyes open but soon found himself slammed into the floor after being put against the ceiling. Naruto groaned from the pain and tried to stand up but found himself frozen. His body couldn't move from the ground, and he couldn't pick up his sword to use to get himself up. Fuck, what is this? A blow to his back rocked his senses and he blacked out. His mind had completely turned off and he couldn't even gather what the hell just happened. Sitting there, a white being stared down at his intruder and snorted. The white wolf failed to jump the moon. A white, slithery tentacle moved across the floor, wrapping it around the boy in question and stared. Familiar fragrance you have, but nevertheless, white wolf will be useful for discovering the answers of the ocean. The creature slowly moved across the floor, slithering without a care in the world. Chapter 18. Traversing the Horrors and Lord Soul. Naruto's mind was a blur, his vision was unclear, and his face hurt. The pain was centered around his nose and his jaw, but he was able to move. Shit, that didn't go as planned. I doubt it would, friend. Naruto's eyes widened and quickly reached for his katana and dashed to the opposite side of the cage of the voice. There he rested his hand on the handle of the weapon. Looking up he raised an eyebrow. A man wearing stone dragon skin armor with a giant tooth or claw sitting next to him. He was sitting against the wall and seemed to be situated there given how comfortable he was. Who are you? The man sighed. Hovel. Naruto's eyes widened and he stood up straight. As in the man that was betrayed by Gwyn for Seath. Yes, unfortunately. The man sighed. It would seem legends of my betrayal have changed in the last few years. Naruto nodded. Actually, I had met someone that knew the truth behind your betrayal, but I'm surprised. How are you here? I heard that you were locked up in some tower somewhere. The man rolled his shoulders at first, but then Naruto noticed that the armor was trembling. I was originally locked in that damn tower near the Valley of Drakes. However, Seath, the cunning bastard that he is, came there and took me away. Made me sit in this damn archive while he performs his experiments. Even claims that Gwyn approved of what he was doing. His helmet rattled. Even after he impregnated his daughter he still was trusted. What a foul monster. Naruto couldn't help but agree. Gwyn was a monster, but to hear the story of how he got here was a shock. If he was brought here, does that mean Gwyn knew? What about Gwyn? Did he know about this? I don't know. He sighed. Honestly, I have been here so long I don't know much about the outside world anymore. He slumped, his armor cracking against the joints. In the end, I guess it doesn't really matter. Actually, it does. Because you should be aware that Gwyn is gone. He sacrificed himself to relight the first flame. I see, so he wanted his age to continue, did he? The man laughed, his armor rattling once more. What a fool, at one time I thought of him as a friend and ally. I would never have questioned his decisions, but now, I wonder if I ever knew the man who claimed the throne. Naruto shrugged. From the sounds of it, his own kids didn't even know the depths the man would go to, in order to improve his own status and gain greater power. True. He looked up. I'm guessing you were one of those foolish children that came for Seath and his lord's soul. Unfortunately, but he got the drop on me I guess. He used some kind of magic that kept me from moving my body and just threw me around like a ragdoll. Yes, Seath is the father of sorcery, and he has spells here that even the school has never seen before. Makes sense that he would keep this power from all those that dared to follow him and even more so from his enemies. So, are we stuck here until he comes for us? Havel shrugged. I don't know, that damn dragon hasn't come to see me in the last few years. At one time he would just drop by day to taunt me with information and what he was doing. Including what he did to those poor priestesses of Guinevere. But in the last year or so, he seems to stay away, locked away in some other place. What he is doing is a mystery, but for some reason he is just distant. Naruto figured that is the case. Do you think he finally fell into madness? Possibly, but either way, if you want that dragon's soul you're gonna have to break us out of here. Us? Yes, I have a score to settle with that damn monster and you want his soul. Our goals are aligned, so it would only make sense that we seek out the dragon together and kill him. You get his soul and I get closure before heading off on my next expedition. Naruto agreed with that sentiment, and plus without the girls around he wasn't sure who to turn to in this place. Alright. Good, now we have to find a way out. Turning his head, I would guess that guard right there might have a key, but I can't reach him. Naruto looked at the snake man standing in front of the cage with his back to them. Pulling out his katana he aimed the blade at the back of the creature. Grab him when I pull him back. Havel got out of his seating position and walked near the bars. Naruto quietly counted down and then thrusted. The creature released a violent hiss and saw a sharp tip pointing out of his chest. It reached for the tip, but it found itself being dragged backwards with the momentum of the weapon. Feeling this, the creature quickly scrambled to get away. Havel got a hold of the monster's neck, and while it lasted about, he squeezed until it stopped moving. The monster slumped before turning into a pile of dust. Reaching out of the cage, Havel grabbed a worn key and inserted into the lock outside. There the cage door clicked and swung open. We are free. Havel turned to Naruto and bowed his head. Thank you friend, now let's go kill us a dragon. Hold on, we should find a bonfire just to be safe. Havel grunted. There is one at the far end of the cage. Naruto walked over to the bonfire and put his hand on it, lighting the bonfire up. Okay. Naruto walked back to his ally who had his club on his shoulder, a shield in his opposite hand, and a talisman around his neck. What is that? Havel looked down. This is a talisman that was given to me by Gwyn. It bestows blessings on those who use it and who it is directed to. It helps in avoiding some of the more annoying status effects. Since I can cast it on someone it lasts for an entire day. Interesting, can you do that for me before we clash with Seath? Of course. He put his club down and held out the talisman. After chanting a few words, the item in question gained a golden glow. Soon energy seeped out of the talisman and wrapped around Naruto's body, giving him a sense of calm and peace. There, that should do it. He put his talisman back around his neck before picking up his weapon. Now shall we proceed? Naruto nodded while having his katana at his side and making sure he has Dragon Slayer at the ready in the back of his mind. He was sure that the katana, while useful in battle, Dragon Slayer might be needed when fighting the dragon. Plus, now he can test it out and see if it can really slay a dragon. Walking out of the cage, both men stood on the staircase and took in their surroundings. Until they heard a horn sound, and soon the entire archives were on alert, with sounds of doors opening and an unusual sound being heard. Naruto sighed and had his katana at the ready. They were greeted quickly by one of the snake men who had a shield and sword. Havel quickly took care of him. With one mighty swing of his club, he knocked the beast over the railing into the ground below with a splat. Another rushed him and swung his sword down. He blocked with his shield and pushed him backwards. The monster was stunned by the sudden change, before finding the shield slammed into his body and pushing him into the nearby bookcase. It screeched and stretched its neck. The creature zoomed down on the man's neck and bit down with all its force. However, the creature found that its teeth breaking on impact, leaving it screeching in pain. The shield was pulled back, before slamming into the monster once more. This time, killing the creature. Havel rolled his shoulders and turned. Piskas are coming. What? Monsters created from the priestesses that were dragged to this horrible place on the orders of Seath. Naruto frowned. Meaning Guinevere, they are your... Yes, they are my followers. Naruto, please. I'll make it quick. Naruto sheathed his katana and waited, the monster slithering across the ground, slowly approaching him. The monster raised its head up, its tentacles moving around, and a mouth appearing beneath the mass that makes up its head. He dashed. The weapon shimmered through the air, before it passed through the monster itself. Naruto stood behind the creature. Rest now, you are free. The monsters screeched before collapsing to the ground and turning to dust. Naruto frowned when he saw a second one approaching. Pointing his weapon, he saw it repeat the same lunging movement with its slithering body. Its mouth aimed for his head, but he moved slightly, allowing his blade to go through the mouth of the creature, tearing through the back of its throat and popping out on the other side. The creature screeched before falling and turning to ash. 3 more scurried up the stairs and one began their run, but was stopped by a shield bash. Havel had pushed the creature back before heaving his club in a downward strike. The creature was crushed under the impact, killing it on the spot. But when another leapt at him, Naruto cut the creature in half with a single sword strike, before rolling his shoulders and bringing the blade down on the monster's head. The 2 men quickly cut and smashed their way through the rest of them before arriving at the bottom of the staircase. There, Naruto stared in shock at 2 more of the creatures sitting there near a large cage. However, they were facing away from them, seemingly unmoving and unresponsive. Sighing, he walked up to the creatures while slowly removing his blade. The monsters, hearing the movement, turned around slowly and Naruto tensed while Havel tightened his grip on his club. "Kiki, kill me." Naruto stared at the monster. "Kiki, kill me please, it hurts." It slithered closer. "P, please, make it stop." Naruto closed his eyes and put a hand on the monster's head. "You have suffered long enough." His sword plunged through the monster's head. "Guinevere is sorry, and she is waiting to accept you in her embrace." Thank you." The creature turned to dust while Havel walked over to the other one. It stared at him, and he sighed. "I'll make this quick." He put his club on the ground before taking out a basic iron sword before impaling it through the monster's head. It groaned and disappeared. "Seath, you bastard, how could you be so cruel?" Havel's armor clattering. "I don't know how someone lives with this, but I can tell you this much, the dragon will die today." "Good." Havel picked up his club and noticed a tome on the ground. "Interesting." He wiped off the dust. "It looks like another blessing that can be learned." "Interesting, I can store it." Havel nodded before throwing it. "Take it, I have everything I need and more." He turned to the cage, "But I think we should address our poor friend." Naruto, sealing the book, turned to the cage. "Logan." The man with the big hat looked up. "Ah, Naruto, I see that you were captured by our illustrious master. Seath truly is the father of magic." Naruto frowned. "Yeah, I guess." Walking to the cage, he put his hands on the bars. "How did you end up here? Last I saw you, you were at Firelink." "Ah, that," he sighed. "Well, after my apprentice was killed and the flame went out, I and many other decided to depart." "And you just happened to walk into the Duke's archives?" "Yes, I got here the same way you did. Those winged creatures brought me to this place, but when I arrived inside of the archives I was attacked." He chuckled. "Luckily dispatching most of the crystal monsters in this place was easy, but sadly, Seath proved more than a match for me." He rubbed his chin. "The strangest thing is that the more spells I fired, the more they seemed to be ineffective. As if, I don't know, they weren't reaching him." "Wouldn't know." Naruto shrugged. "Got knocked out before I had a chance to fight him. I guess he was using some kind of magic to make me heavy as possible and fling me across the room." He sighed. "It was embarrassing, I didn't even see him coming until it was too late." Logan nodded. "That is tragic, all the monsters and beings you have defeated, and this is what it comes to." Naruto growled. "Well, once I see that fucking dragon again I will not be caught off guard. And I will show him the might of my steel." Logan put his hand on the gate. "I don't think it will be that easy, my friend." As using magic proved fruitless against him. His power is on another level, and he seems to have an immunity that could cause him damage. He rubbed against the bars. "Truly, he is a monster, but it seems almost impossible to imagine. Given he didn't inherit the same invincibility that the ancient dragons did." Naruto thought about it and then he recalled something from Guinevere's memories. Wait, is it possible that he found a way to remove his body from feeling damage and having it sent somewhere else? In theory, Logan rubbed his chin, it would be possible. Which would explain something I saw while I was exploring the caverns not too far from the archives. You see, when I entered the library he had not seen me or cared to see me. But once I entered the caverns and managed to make it to sealed off room, he was on the prowl. As if something there, something he didn't want me to see. Havel raised an eyebrow, maybe something to tie him to this world. Perhaps, there was a crystal in that room. Something about it, it was ominous. If I had to guess, if there is something to protect, that is the most likely culprit. Naruto shook his head. Great. So that means we must trek all the way to this cavern while fighting off who knows how many of the hordes before we find this mystical crystal. Something that we are not 100% sure is his weakness. True. Havel shrugged, but if he was willing to expose himself to someone like Logan when there, that means something. Naruto couldn't deny that. Looking at the cage, Naruto put his hand on the lock. Stand back, Logan. The mage took a few steps back and saw Naruto push the heat into the lock on the cell. The metal started to heat up until he saw it slowly starting to melt under the intensity. There. You are free, but I would suggest you don't go too far, Logan. Especially since we don't know where Seath is and what other experiments he has running around this place. Don't worry, friend, I'm not going to test my luck. Best of luck, and if you are ever in the neighborhood to come and see me, I would love to pass on my knowledge to someone. Naruto smiled. Sure, I'll think about it. Naruto and Havel turned from the powerful sorcerer and proceeded up the ladder. Reaching the top of the ladder, Naruto saw 3 snake men with swords and one that could throw lightning. Havel gets ready. Naruto reached the top before dashing behind a pillar, narrowly dodging a bolt of lightning. Seeing the attack miss, Naruto saw the 3-sword snake men rushing in his direction. Time to roast. Naruto gathered the flames in his hands and quickly chucked a fireball at one of the snake men, making him fall to the ground with a thud. Another swung his sword down, but Naruto stepped to the side before putting his hand to its chest and covering him flames. Nice. A hiss drew him to the last of his attackers, but he was sent flying back into the open room. Havel stood there with a grunt. Keep your guard up. Right, sorry. The two entered the room with Havel blocking a bolt of lightning. Naruto chucked a fireball at the lighting thrower and made the creature shriek in pain. Havel saw the sword user getting up and he quickly swung his club down on the monster's body. Let's check the chest. Walking over, they found a key inside. Might be useful. Havel walked over to the switch and pulled it back in place, turning the alarm off. Once they were done checking the floor, they proceeded back to the first floor before walking back up the staircase. Eventually arriving at another ladder which they had to climb to reach a large set of doors. Naruto pushed against the door, but it wouldn't budge, so he decided to try out the key they got. After putting it in the lock, he twisted it, allowing the tumblers to move and finally open. Well, I guess we are on the right path. Naruto motioned for Havel to follow. Walking down the hallway, they saw that it led to an outside balcony, but Naruto could feel there was something waiting for them on the other side. So, he went first and found a crystal monster waiting for them. He slowly raised up his sword and Naruto parried his strike, sending it flying over the railing into the ground below. An arrow came soaring through the air and he quickly rolled under it, sending a dagger into the crystal monster, causing it to fall to the ground with a thud. Luckily, he managed to hit it in its neck rather than the crystallized parts. Naruto collected his dagger before finding himself looking into another room and motioning Havel to go in first. The man nodded. Walking into the room, he shouted, "Chanter." Naruto's eyes widened. He ran into the room and before summoning another ball of flame and throwing it at the monster. The spell in it crashed and exploded in the walkway, making them take a few steps back. But luckily, Naruto was ready for this and rushed past Havel and slammed his sword into the crest of the monster and pulled the blade in an upward arc. The monster screeched before falling to the ground and dying. Geez, what the fuck are these monsters? I mean, I have killed so many of them that this is just ridiculous. They are known as the channelers. They serve Seath. Havel growled. The most these monsters do is kidnap women from nearby lands for experimentation and assist the dragon in being his eyes. His eyes? Yes, the dragon is blind, so they serve as his eyes while out in the field. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Then how does he know what he is aiming for? Don't have an idea. For some reason that dragon works in mysterious ways that allow him to move around on his own. Or his other senses are compensating for the change. Geez, is there anything this monster didn't do? He didn't treat people with kindness, he didn't stop manipulating people, and he didn't ever allow one of his experiments to die. He looked at the library as a whole. There is nothing here but horrible tomes filled with his sick experiments. All in the pursuit of being even more powerful than his so-called dragons and ascending to the highest plane possible. Naruto shook his head. Those that seek immortality are doomed to lose everything in the pursuit. True. The two trekked through the entire library, going through different platforms and different locations. Cutting down all the monsters that came their way, from the channelers to the crystal men. They spent about an hour clearing the entire place out of these monsters and still couldn't find the entrance to this cavern that Logan mentioned. They settled by a bonfire for a bit of a rest and reprieve before finally heading into one of the rooms off to the right. There, they found a hidden staircase that was hiding in plain sight, and after traversing to the next floor, they found a fog door. Pushing past the door, they found themselves standing on a wooden platform overlooking a tree and grassy plain. Climbing down the ladder, the two of them looked out at the crystallized giants roaming the area. More of his experiments. Havel nodded. Don't know how it works, but somehow he gave the crystals sentience. Some, I think, can store things inside of them thanks to their structure. Naruto nodded his head. Interesting. The two of them progressed through the field before stumbling upon a golden crystal monster. That's new. Indeed, Havel smiled, may I tangle with this monster? Naruto shrugged before taking a step back. The giant seemed to notice his opponent approaching and slowly ran up to the man. The minute he was in range, it slowly reached one of his arms back and Naruto raised an eyebrow. He can block that easily, hell he could dodge it. A long crystal blade exploded from the arm and swung sideways. What the fuck? Havel grunted, blocking the strike with his shield and skidding backwards a few feet. Damn, you're stronger than you. The monster was on him again, this time bringing the bladed arm down, causing it to clash with the shield. Naruto frowned, don't have time to drag this out, Havel. I know. Havel pushed the monster back, its body slowly stumbling. With a mighty roar he swung his club sideways to the monster, sending it falling over. Some of the crystal fragments broke off from the impact of the blow. It groaned before it disappeared. Well, that was, Naruto raised an eyebrow, okay, déjà vu. Standing in place of the golden giant was an armored knight. One that was in a familiar onion shape. Naruto figured that it must be Sigurd who got stuck again. Hello, Naruto's eyes widened. Huh, who are you? Havel stared at the woman. Hello sirs. Thank you for saving me from the golem. I don't know how I got in there, but I was stuck for quite some time. Thanks to you, I am free, and I owe you both a debt of gratitude. She put her hand over her chest. Please forgive me for the late introductions, my name is Sieglind of Katarina. Naruto nodded. My name is Naruto, and this is Havel the Rock. Greetings. Oh my, it is nice to meet you both. Naruto raised an eyebrow, so how did you end up trapped in that golem? To be honest sir, I don't know. I was traveling and suddenly I was taken into a crystal monster without knowing the reason. It wasn't terrible mind you, but it was an unusual experience. She picked up her claymore, but now I must continue on my quest. Quest? Havel frowned, are you two seeking the death of Seath? Oh heavens no, I'm nowhere near powerful enough to do something like that. I'm here looking for my father. He is wearing a matching set of armor like me. I see. Naruto sighed, well last time I saw him he was in the capital of Orlando. If you head there you might find him there. Thank you kind sir, please, take care. The Onion Knight soon turned on her heels and walked away from the two. Quite the peculiar armor they have. Naruto looked at Havel while looking at his armor. Are you one to talk? Shut up. The two continued their trek before finally finding a large hole in the ground surrounded by more crystal golems. Cutting them down proved nothing special before they arrived at the entrance to the cavern. Naruto frowned. These must be the same stuff Seath was experimenting with. Indeed. Havel jumped down the ramp and proceeded into the cavern. Naruto followed behind him quickly. Walking through the cavern, Naruto noticed the place was full of the golem creatures and thankfully they didn't have too much trouble with them, with Havel just hitting them with his club and knocking it off the crystal. From there they traversed lower down until they ran into an unusual situation. No exit seemed to exist, and they were standing a few feet from a familiar monster. Moonlight butterfly. Naruto raised an eyebrow, there were more. Yes, Seath liked to make multiples of his creations. My guess is one got out of the cave and traveled to the forest. Damn. Naruto turned back to their predicament. So, any ideas? None. Havel looked at the open area. Logan said that he made it to a room where there was some kind of crystal that Seath was guarding. Meaning there is a way across, we just can't see it. Naruto nodded. Yeah, he figured that as well, but he wasn't sure how to go about it given this is an unusual situation. But then he saw some light dust, he guessed, dropping from above, and then it exploded a few feet in the air. What the? Naruto walked to the ledge and saw another speck hit and explode. He wasn't sure what it was, but he knew a hint when he saw one. So, he put his foot out and touched the air in front of him. Knowing he won't slip off the edge if there is nothing there. But that would mean more exploration. His foot landing on something hard and his eyes widened. Havel, the way across is invisible. Truly. Havel walked over and saw Naruto now putting both of his feet out in the air and seemingly balancing in the air. Interesting. Naruto smiled as Havel slowly walked across the walkway. Do you think that the path was invisible before Logan got here? Probably, but if it wasn't, Seath made sure that no one could find their way across no matter what. True, but with this we now know where to go. Both warriors slowly and carefully traversed their way across the invisible walkway. It took them several minutes, with Naruto having to help Havel more than once as he accidentally put his foot at the ledge and nearly fell off. Luckily, after a bit of luck, they made it across. But Naruto looked back into the cave and saw all the butterflies and frowned. Poor souls. Yeah, they are tragically lost thanks to Seath, but we can do them justice by ending the dragon. True, but I still pray for their souls as no one deserves this fate no matter who they were in life. Havel said nothing and just continued forward. However, both warriors gained a tick mark seeing more monsters in the cavern below. I'm really not in the mood for this mess. Both quickly cut their way through the clam-based monsters, focusing on their legs to help them tip over. Then they struck through the clam shell allowing them to die. After slaughtering a few of them they arrived at the center. At the far side of the room was a crystal that seemed to give off illuminating gleam. Interesting. Naruto slowly walked into the room with his sword drawn. This is like Logan's description. Yeah, Havel looked around the room. Which means if this crystal is so important to him, then that means he will be coming down here soon. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I remember a memory I saw. A memory? Yeah, a memory. It showed that Seath was excited about finding what he was looking for. It was something in his hand and he was just giddy. He looked at the shine. I think this is it. This is what he covets more than anything in the world. Makes sense. Unlike the rest of his kind, he wasn't blessed with the same eternal scales and power, which means he most likely had to find some means of extending his life. Yeah, Naruto quickly sliced through the crystal shattering it, releasing a pure white light into the room. Too bad for him, he made an obvious mistake in its location. Sweet carrion, put the mashed potatoes into the oven. Naruto and Havel swiftly turned to gaze upon a serpentine entity descending from the heavens. Its pallid skin gleamed in the light, while sinuous tentacles comprised its lower body, and its head bore a striking resemblance to that of a dragon. Naruto noted that the creature's skull lacked eyes, yet it sported tentacles sprouting from its head, accompanied by robust limbs to balance its insect-like wings. The pudding is running hot. Chapter 19. Clashing with Riding Terror. Naruto and Havel took stances. The dragon had finally appeared, and Naruto had to admit this was quite the intimidating figure. Living up to his name, he quickly saw him wave his hand around and saw things popping out of the ground. Thinking on his feet, Naruto dashed to the right side of the room, avoiding the oncoming spikes on the floor. Havel on the other hand just put his shield down and casted some blessing on himself. There the crystals hit his shield and while they pushed him back, he did manage to hold out to the brunt of the attack. Seath. Havel charging through the crystals, today is the day I finally end you. Whiskers on the shores, ending with the sound of milky bones. Naruto sweat dropped but got into position, behind the dragon. He dashed to its back but found himself cut off. The beast saw him coming with its slithering tail slapping him backwards. Naruto grunted but landed on his feet while Havel, he slammed into the front of the beast with the full might of his shield. Seeing ducking flies is sad for the muumuu. The tail struck out again, this time coming for a downward slam. But Naruto managed to roll to the side of the attack and lash out with his sword. This time cutting the flesh of the tail and making Seath shriek. Cosmic origins are centered to understanding the lady parts. Havel slammed his club into its stomach. Quit speaking, you fucking lizard. The dragon growled before holding his hand out. Havel held up his shield but found something hitting it and making him dig his feet into the ground. He was trying to stop himself from falling over but it was too much, leading to him falling backwards rolling into the wall. Fuck, he coughed, looking up, and growling. You are fucking dragon, I always knew you created more sorcery than you released. Naruto slashed at the tail again and this time he was able to cut all the way through making the monster shriek and roar. Raining cats and dogs. Now that was a phrase Naruto was familiar with, but he had no time, a bolt of lightning missed him by a few inches. Seeing that Seath was holding his hands up, creating a storm cloud above his head, he saw that he was targeting them with lightning attacks. Dashing around, Naruto watched for indications of where the bolt was coming next. Luckily the floor darkened a bit, meaning this is where he was going to hit. But he knew that he won't always be fortunate, or he could change up the speed of his attacks if he really wanted to. After dodging at least 4 bolts of lightning, suddenly ice pillars appeared on the floor making Naruto jump back and check on Havel. You okay? Yeah, damn dragon caught me off guard. He stood with his shield up and his club on his shoulder. Seems like he has more to show than we thought. Of course, damn dragon probably created a wide variety of spells and hoarded them here to make sure no one dared to challenge him with magic. He growled, but then again he didn't count on this. He started chanting something and soon both were covered in a white luminous glow. Whoa, what is this? A blessing I learned, not widely used but it helps shield us from his magic, meaning he won't fry us on the first hit. You didn't think to warn me about this or use it before we got here. We were in a hurry. Damn it, this would have been helpful soon. Both men rolled out of the way of a powerful ball of fire that hit the ground. Okay, so you can use pyromancy, huh? Naruto looked at the scorch mark and narrowed his eyes, or an off branch I guess. Not really, Havel growled. He infused his magic into the attack, meaning that this is more magical flames than actual pyromancy. Damn dragon never could learn other arts other than the ones he created. Naruto smirked. Is that right? Naruto held his hand up and gathered his flame. Then shall we see whose flame is stronger? Havel turned, and then grunted. So, you know the way of the witch, do you? Yeah, but I don't think now is the time to give you the history lesson. Just hit him with everything you got. Naruto nodded before rushing at the monster yet again. But he saw this coming and created an ice wall infused with crystals around his body. Havel slammed his club into this wall, and it shook his entire body. Damn it. My turn. Naruto pulled his hand back and poured more power into the fireball, making it even bigger and hotter, before chucking it. The ball of flame hit the dragon in the torso, making it screech. The pancakes are burning. The pancakes are burning. The wall of ice and crystal collapsed to the dragon, falling backwards from the attack, leading to Havel swinging his club into the stomach of the monster, making it lurch over. Naruto rushed to the side and slashed at the creature's neck, causing it to cut through the tough skin. Too shallow. The dragon grabbed Naruto and flung him across the room. Naruto grunted as his back hit the wall and he fell to the ground with a thud. Fuck, that hurt. Then again, he is a great dragon whether he has the scales or not. Naruto got back to his feet and saw Havel had slammed into the dragon some more with his club, making it lurch and fall forward, but it quickly retaliated with waves of magic spells and power. However, it opened its mouth and Naruto saw that it was condensing something inside of it. What is it? Naruto. Seth is trying to gather all the magic he can and fire it out as a large beam. The amount he is gathering is enough to wipe out the entire area. Shit. Naruto quickly gathered more flame into his hand and dashed to the dragon. The creature saw him coming and waved its hand, making stone rocks appear out of the ground. Naruto dashed around the rocks, before jumping up the last stone rock pillar it created and throwing the fireball straight into the dragon's mouth. The flaming ball flew, and Seth tried to wave his hands frantically to stop it. But it was too late, as the ball reached his mouth and hit the large energy gathering in his jaw. The creature roared and soon a massive explosion ripped through the arena, making Havel and Naruto fly back. Havel hit the wall with a grunt while Naruto hit the wall and almost screamed from the sudden sharp pain. Fuck, that was probably stupid. You are fucking think. The smoke covered the arena and Naruto slowly got to his feet but noticed that metal arm was twitching. Of all the things that can go wrong, Naruto sighed. Well, hopefully that attack weakened the dragon, that we don't have to fight him for much longer. Naruto, did you forget? That dragon not only is a grand master of sorcery, but he is also a possessor of one of the Lord Soul fragments. Meaning his power is amplified even further. Naruto paled a bit. He forgot about that. If he got a fragment of the Lord Soul in him, then his power had to be greater than just what they have seen. The smoke cleared. Seth, he was standing there with some minor cuts and bruises all over his body. He growled and stood tall once more. Guiding piggies to the house of fire, bring forth ends with sands asunder. He held his hand out and a long blue great sword appeared in his hand. It had a light blue tint to the blade and its handle was wrapped in a black binding. Well shit, this looks bad. Naruto sent away his katana and summoned Dragon Slayer into his hands and heaved it. But this just means it is time to slay you with the blade that has the name's sake. Havel stared at the sword, and he could see something on the weapon. Could it be? He shook his head before standing against the dragon once more. I shall ask later. Flying squids scored across the heavens on the wings of peacocks. The dragon heaved his sword up in the air, and a light blue glow soon coursed through the weapon. It then pointed the tip of the sword at Havel. Death to the monkey's slaver. Havel held his shield up and pushed forward. But a powerful beam of blue energy slammed into his shield and pushed him back into the wall. Havel grunted from the pressure of the attack and tried to push forward, but nothing was happening. Naruto dashed to the dragon and brought his weapon in a wide swing from his right side. With a roar he tore through the air and slashed his blade against the bottom of the dragon's crystal body. But the blade bounced off the crystal bottom, leading to Seth's tentacles slapping him away. Shit, his body is a lot harder than I thought. He gained his footing and saw Havel struggling to get close as the dragon fired another pure blue beam of magic at him. He blocked it with his shield, but the pressure was starting to wear on the man known as the Rock. The attack was relentless and soon he fell to one knee. Naruto held his hand up and summoned a giant fireball into his hand, before flinging it at the dragon. It slashed through the fireball and summoned more blue energy into his sword. Death to the monkeys of Sparta. Naruto dashed at the dragon, but soon the blade's glow changed. The blue light changed form and soon took on a yellow hue. The dragon roared before slithering closer to him and slashing. Naruto met his strike in mid-swing, and the clash released a large bang. Naruto screamed and was sent backward due to the power of the sword, making him fall on his back. His body spasmed uncontrollably, his nerves were on fire, and his body was unwilling to answer his demands. Trying to stand proved to be difficult while the dragon seemed to be laughing, gloating at his success, before holding his sword up again and gathering more energy into the blade. What is that energy? Is that just him gathering magic out of the cave? Possible, but from the looks of it he is maybe charging the sword and then using whatever is stored inside of the blade to attack. Yes, that is what I can surmise as well. The hue changed when he channeled into his sword before launching his strike. When it clashed with your blade it released the power inside of the weapon and fired lightning through your entire body. Yeah, figured that out. Naruto slowly got back to his feet and sighed, before taking a drink of his Estus flask. The sword changed color once more, but this time turning red. That probably means fire. Naruto smirked, perfect, I can use that against the big lizard. Kurama sweat dropped knowing this is going to be one of his crazy moves, which should get him killed, but knowing his luck, he will survive this. He sighed, sometimes he wondered if there was a screw loose in his head. Naruto quickly summoned a small flame into his hand and watched as the dragon approached him. It was dragging itself across the floor with its wings barely flapping behind him. His white skin seemed to shine brightly thanks to the crystals in the room, but he wasn't focused on that. He was watching as his sword was raised above his head and he swiftly brought it down. Now. Naruto released a torrent of flames into the sword, making it contact the flames being released from the weapon. A large explosion roared from the impact of the two fires contacting one another. The dragon screeched in pain and slowly pushed away from the original spot. Naruto on the other hand was gritting his teeth in pain. Fuck, it hurts. Looking down he saw his hand and he could only continue to curse, great, my hand is fucked. Not only is most of the skin missing from my fingers but some are even broken. I can't move most of them and that means I must swing my sword with one hand. Great, just fucking great. Naruto looked at the dragon and saw that he was missing one of his hands and the sword was lying on the ground while it screeched at the pain. Well, the good news is that I took the sword out of his hand but still this fucking hurts. Naruto put his sword down and quickly drank one of his Estus flasks. But his hand didn't heal. Shit, is this something beyond that? Naruto, I think that it takes more than just one drink of the flask to be effective, or it takes the practice of a specialized healer. Unfortunately, we don't. Naruto grabbed his blade and rolled backwards, avoiding a strike. The dragon was screaming at him. Roaring mice should be given oral transplants. Don't know what that means, but I can guess he is pissed that he is missing one of his hands. Oh really, what makes you think that? Shut up, sarcastic fox. Naruto got to his feet and gripped his blade with his damaged mechanical hand. Shit, this is going to be difficult, but if I can just time this right, I can use the momentum to carry my swing. He sighed, before rolling again, avoiding one of the tentacles. However, the dragon roared as he stumbled for a second. Turning his head he growled. Hovel. Don't forget me, Seath, you worthless sack of shit. I'm here to end your reign of tyranny once and for all. Fucking pig guts of the Alabasta continent. Hovel swung his club once more, slamming it into one of his tentacles, making the dragon scream but then holding out his remaining hand. A powerful ice crystal formed, before sailing through the air and hitting Hovel's shield. But thanks to the blessings he managed to block the attack before slamming into him once more and hitting him in the core of his lower body. This led to the dragon roaring and releasing a torrent of crystals and sharp metal spears. They came up from the ground, but Hovel was able to get around the attack before slamming his club into the dragon's stomach. However, the attacks proved fruitless as the dragon just blasted him away with a gust of wind. Naruto grunted at the pain and quickly pulled up the blade with his damaged arm. But the hand was struggling to grip the handle and hold it up properly. He did manage to heave it onto his shoulder, but he could just feel the weight on him, and the fact that he didn't have his other hand to work with was even more troublesome. Luckily Hovel was able to push into the dragon again, and this time it stumbled over. It released another beam of pure white energy at Hovel, who blocked it with his shield, but this beam was far more powerful than before, and pushing him to where digging his feet into the ground didn't help. Forcing his body to slide against the floor and his back hitting the wall with a thud. The shield was shaking in his hand due to the immense pressure being released at once. Naruto finally pushed forward with the blade on his shoulder and a grin on his face. Timed this just right and all. A tentacle wrapped itself around Naruto and his eyes widened. Shit. He felt the tentacle move up, sending him flying into the ceiling. He grunted from the pain and could take the blood pouring into his mouth. Not yet, I still have to win. The butterfly's memories, the others in the cave, the dragon in the sewer, those poor priestesses that were transformed, and Guinevere. Just thinking about all of them, everything that he did, it just lit a fire in him he didn't have before. Now you die, Seath. Naruto pushed off the ceiling and started spinning in a circle with the blade fully extended. The dragon turned his head and roared, while releasing a powerful white beam of magic. The attack hit the blade in mid-spin, but Naruto could feel his body being burnt by the energy being released. But he roared, spinning through the air, ignoring the tearing of his flesh, the cracking of his bones, and the feeling of his body giving up on him. He just focused on the dragon, aiming for his neck. It released more of his beam of magic and tried to push Naruto's spin to a stop or to kill him before he can land. Havel slammed into the dragon once more and slammed his club right into the glowing crystal on the bottom half of the dragon before slamming his shield into his flesh, making him screech in pain. Naruto finish him. With one mighty roar, Naruto soared through the air and his blade contacted his neck. The blade struggled at first but tore through the tough flesh of the dragon in seconds, cutting through his spine, and pushing completely through. Naruto passed through the dragon and crashed into the floor, rolling around until he came to a complete stop on the ground. Fuck, my body. Naruto groaned, my ribs are definitely broken. Seath's head hit the ground with a massive thud and his body fell over in a slump. Finally, he's dead. Naruto, thank you. Guinevere was in tears, finally the monster is gone, and the world is a safer place. Naruto grunted, yeah, glad I could. His head hit the ground and his mind went blank. On the other side of the room, Havel collapsed to the ground and groaned. My blessings held out, Gwyn, your pet is no more. I wish I could see the look on your face. He smiled under his helmet, it would have been worth it. Falling over, Havel passed out from his injuries catching up to him. In the darkness of the cave, no one sees the bright blue sword glow, turning into a small particle of dust, and slowly floating over to Naruto. It shined brightly for a few seconds, before vanishing into nothing. Quelig and Kalana enter the chamber and see both men's condition. It had taken them longer to get here, but luckily they arrived just in time, to find both men unconscious from their long-prolonged battle with the dragon Seath and now passed out on the ground. Quick, we need to get them back to the capital and get some treatment. Kalana nodded before rushing over to Havel, removing his armor to make him lighter to carry, and heaving him onto his back. Alright, let's get moving. In the recess of Naruto's mind, Guinevere noticed a bright light that formed in the middle of the mindscape. It was glowing with an unusual brightness and radiated a power she had not felt before. So, this is the Lord's soul. Guinevere nodded, yes, this is a part of it at least. The other fragments are with the four kings. Geez, after this fight the kid might need to take some time to train himself up and learn some new tricks of the trade. This fight was far too close for comfort, and I fear what is going to happen to him if he doesn't start working out. Indeed, but I fear something worse, the Lord's souls themselves. What is happening to them and what is Naruto seeing in them? Kurama shook his head, I'm sure the kid will tell us in time, but for now our best bet is just to wait. Come, we should get to work on moving around the souls to help increase his overall abilities to hopefully survive the next encounter. Guinevere nodded before retreating to the forest to begin her work, never seeing the Lord Soul moving ever so slightly, as if it was looking at them. One bright flash and then it returned to being unmoving. Chapter 20. Origins and Truth. Naruto groaned. His head hurt, he wasn't sure why though. Sitting up from the floor he looked around, frowning that he was in darkness. Complete and utter darkness. No sound was made, no noise could be heard, nothing, just an empty space. Getting to his feet he sighed. Man, my fucking head. He rubbed his temple, that fight with Seath really sucked. His eyes widened, wait. Looking down he saw that his prosthetic hand was moving without any hindrance while his other hand was fully healed. The hell, what is going on? Naruto recalled his battle with Seath, how he and Havel passed out on the floor of his cavern, and how the fight was more devastating than they could have predicted, with the dragon destroying both of his arms and almost crippling him from a few of his blows. Thanks to the attack that had him clashing with the blade he was using, his hand was probably ruined. But now it was healed. What is going on? Greetings. Turning on his heels he saw, well, he wasn't sure what he saw. Standing there in the darkness was a small ball of light, maybe fire. It was floating there and seemed to be looking at him. He wasn't sure if that was accurate, but he was sure that the orb is the one that spoke. Who are you? Salutations, young one. You have managed to clear the first hurdle in completing the path that was set before you. Come again. Wait, before that, what happened to me? I mean, my body was wrecked in my fight with the dragon and I was in a cave full of crystals, not a black void. Looking around, I mean, how did I get here? Calm yourself, young one. To answer your questions in order, you were brought into a special part of the mindscape where we may converse privately. Far from the prying eyes and ears of that beast and the goddess. As for your body, the state of your mind is clear, so your body is clear without any deformities. However, your body is still damaged outside here. But luckily it would seem that your friends found you in the cave and brought you back to safety where you are being healed. Thankfully by that cute little fire keeper you saved. As for this void as you called it, I guess you could say this is a plane of existence only those with a Lord soul may venture to. For every fragment you gain shall come here and merge together until it recreates the Lord souls of old. Wait, I thought the original Lord souls were broken into 4 pieces, with the last one the dark soul being small and unnoticeable. True young one, that was the case. However, the Lord souls were broken apart from the original shape it took. The first flame. Naruto understood that much. So, this means that the first flame was what came into existence where then it broke into fragments granting what is called Lord souls. But then what was the purpose of the dark soul if it was barely noticeable and not needed in bringing the first flame back into existence? Now then, I believe it is time we get to the point of this discussion. First I wish for you to see the soul of the dragon you slain and see what you must see. Once you are done you may return to me. The room glowed and soon he found himself staring at flashing images in front of his eyes. Seeth, you are not born with the same attributes as the rest of us. You shall forever be known as the writhing horror. Be gone and never return to our nests. You cowards, I shall pay you back for this insult 100 times over. In time you shall be begging for your lives at my hands. Seeth appearing before a man with a beard and wearing royal garbs. I can assist you human in destroying the dragons, however I wish for my own location to study magic and the crystals of the realm. HMPH, very well dragon, but no, if you dare to betray me I shall make sure your ashes are scattered across the ground. The dragon smirked. Of course, I would never dare cause any harm or distress to you my dear friend. Lord Gwyn. Time passes, he is in the archives holding something in his hand. This child is something of an abomination. She inherited some of my traits but also her mother, take her away. One of the chandelier men walked up and took the baby into his arms, sent her to the prison, let her stay there and regret not being worth more than she is. Another vision passes. So, Havel, how does it feel to know that Gwyn trusts me more than he trusts you? You fiendish dragon, one of these days I shall slay you and Gwyn. You manipulated me and Guinevere for your own purposes. Of course, it was easy to fool Gwyn into thinking you betrayed him, but I never imagined you actually planned to kill me. Thanks for making my job easier. Seeth broke out in a deep laughter making his archives shake. Time passes and soon Seeth is standing before a magical circle. Now is my chance, I must ascend to the next level. Holding his hands out, the circle starts to glow before a bright light opens the room and Seeth finds himself in the ocean. What is going on? He feels something. Naruto's hairs stand at the back of his neck and Seeth slowly turns around. Floating there was a massive serpent. One that was bigger than any creature he had ever seen, even making Seeth look small in comparison. The creature moved slowly through the water until what appeared to be the head appeared next to him. You, how dare you? One of its eyes opened and all he saw was darkness. Tarkli Salkor Kishampra. The cats are climbing up the chimney. Rain down the French stockings. Seeth is sitting in his cave shivering and speaking gibberish. Naruto found himself flung out of the memory and landing on the ground with a thud. His body was sweating, his mind was racing, and his breath was uneven. What the fuck was that thing? He swore he saw that thing before, but he wasn't sure that thing was the same as before. Something was different about it. Just more ominous than anything. Did you enjoy your trip through the dragon's memories? Naruto turned to the floating orb. What the fuck was that thing he saw? I'm sorry, what thing? So, the memories only affect him. That was good to know for the future. But for now, he was going to let the matter slide. There was no point in worrying about something that wasn't in front of him. Now then shall we begin our journey. Into the Lord Soul. The being floated to him before it pressed against his forehead and his vision was covered in a bright light. The light blinded Naruto and soon felt the world around him, moving. He wasn't sure but it felt like things were shifting but due to the intensity of the sunlight, he wasn't sure. You may open your eyes now. Slowly, Naruto opened his eyes and looked up to see that he was in a familiar place. This is the main throne room of the castle. Indeed, the being floated above his head. This is a recreation of a memory from the Lord Soul. Sadly, we can only view this memory as we don't have the rest of the Lord Soul fragments that make up this one. Figured, Gwyn broke his soul into many pieces including himself, Seeth, and the 4 kings. Meaning that he would need to find the kings and Gwyn himself to reform the original Lord Soul. This memory should interest you as this should reveal something you have pondered for quite some time. Looking around the throne room Naruto saw Gwyn sitting on his throne. He was bigger than he could tell in the other memories. But then again he was sure that was probably more akin to him being seen through Guinevere or Seath's memories. For the most part at least. He was tapping his fingers on the rest and looking down at a smaller man on the floor with a glare. Is the report accurate? Yes, Lord Gwyn, from what we can tell the flame is dimming. Meaning that the age of fire is starting to reach its end. Gwyn gnashed his teeth, his hand gripped the rest on his throne, and he glared down at the man. You damn fool, didn't you try to tend to the flames as I asked? We have, sire. But nothing we are doing is stopping the flame from dimming. I'm afraid the flame might wither shortly as foretold by the prophecy. No. Gwyn slammed his hand on the throne. First that traitor dared to side with the dragons and now you are telling me that my reign might be coming to an end. I refuse. I shall fight the tides of change no matter what, for I am the ruler of this age and the true god of the sun. I understand, Lord Gwyn, what do you wish of us? Go to the witch and inform her that I wish to ask for her aid in either strengthening the flame or recreating the flame in another matter. Thus we will be safe for another few generations before this one fades. My lord, is that possible? The man stared up at his king. With all due respect, while the witches are masters of pyromancy, it is unclear if their flames will have the same effect as the first flame or even the same power. Then she better find me a solution. After you see her, call Seath, Nito, and those blasted humans to throne room. We must commune on other options that can help us. Understood, my lord, but what do we do about Ulikal? They report that there is a dragon flying through the area and causing chaos. Gwyn sighed. Those fools can handle the dragon on their own, and if worse we can always send Ornstein or Artorias to go deal with him. He rubbed his beard, although, now that you mention those fools, isn't their territory right on the border to the entrance to the abyss? Yes sire, I think it is. Why? Send an excavation team. I want them exploring the abyss to see if there is a means to prevent the flame from disappearing. If not, then we need to find out how we can counter them in times of crisis. He growled, I will not be at the mercy of those pathetic little creatures. At once, your highness. The man left the throne room in a hurry while Gwyn was left to mull over his situation. The memory soon came to an end and Naruto found himself back in a bright void. You have seen some of the true history of this world. The truth of Gwyn's obsession and where it started. I can't believe it, he knew the flame was going to die out and he was doing everything he can to stop it. But why? What was so bad of the next age that he feared it if the flame went out? That is the one thing I don't understand. The creature gave a light chuckle. Of course, you don't. You're not from these territories and weren't around when the war happened. In the ancient times, a small projection appeared in the sky showing a battlefield. Many dragons lying dead on the ground while some were struggling against beings wearing dark armor. The armor was pitch black, darker than the night sky, and they seemed to have an aura of power. The humans, or pygmy as Gwyn called them, were fighting on the front lines with the gods. Gwyn himself was wary of their strength and power due to the fact they were numerous and all of them contained some fragments of the dark soul. But even more, they had the power to harness the abyss and use it without any form of restriction or challenge. If I'm being completely honest, this strength in numbers is what made him fearful of the future. As you know, the dark souls of the humans was feared as they would lead the next era. To avoid this, he sentenced them to the Ring City, saying it was a gift, but it was a prison he built. Even sending his own daughter there to trap them in this world without a chance of finding freedom. What happened after the war, one don't have the memory for it. But you should be careful, child. Many challenges still lay ahead, and if you get more of the soul, you shall learn more of the truth and what really happened during the time of the Gwyn. The light started to blind him again and Naruto found himself awakening from his deep slumber. Looking around the room, he saw that he was resting in a luxurious bed with the sisters overlooking him and the shrine maiden resting her head on his bed. Seeing everyone so tired and that there was no reason to get out of bed, he decided a little more sleep wouldn't hurt. Closing his eyes, he had to wonder, what was in the abyss that made the humans so powerful? He truly wanted to know. Chapter 21. Naruto felt his eyes flicker and he was met with the light of the sun. It was strange considering the last time he saw that was around the point he was in that illusion of the city. Luckily for him, it would seem this light was real. Looking around, he saw the girls were in the room with him, all crowded together in a corner of the room in chairs. He frowned and looked down at his body and saw that most of his injuries were gone if not fully healed. His metal arm was missing, but he figured that would be the case after the fight. Sitting up, he pushed the covers off his body and smiled. Kurama, you there? Thank fuck, kid, what the hell happened? You were out for at least 4 days. That long? Indeed, as Kurama put it, your whole body was in shock and it would seem that you were deep in sleep. Yes, sorry about that, got trapped seeing the memories of Seath and seeing something that disturbed me. Apparently for some reason, after he tried some kind of ritual, Seath saw some kind of being deep in the ocean. I don't know what it was, but the minute it opened its eyes his mind just went rampant. I see, so Seth ultimately tried to go beyond his normal status of a mortal dragon and tread into the unknown. It would seem he got what he desired, but ultimately it cost him everything else. How strangely satisfying. Regardless, that should have only taken you a little while to see, even with healers around you. Yeah, that is because the Lord Soul spoke to me. Now both beings were interested. It was showing me fragments of the past, something to do with Gwyn and learning about the Age of Fire going out. How he was fearful of this and worried what it could mean for his domain. So he sent out orders to find a solution through the other lords and even demanded they meet with him. But he also mentioned Ulikal and sending a scouting party there for some reason. That meeting does sound familiar, as I think this is around the same time that we learned that the Abyss was starting to act up. Then we sent Artorias to deal with the problem. Luckily he managed to slay the Abyss, but the question remained of what caused it. That doesn't matter, what happened in the past has happened and all we can do is piece this puzzle together. The question still remains of how Gwyn learned of lighting the flame with his own soul and how that worked, along with, why did he break up the Lord's soul? That is the one thing I didn't learn. But it doesn't matter, that fight was too close and I need to figure out how to improve my odds for the future battles. Naruto. Turning his head he saw Quelaag rushing to him and hugging him. We were so worried. Naruto nodded and hugged her back. Soon the other two sisters joined her, and after a bit of a fight removing their sister, the sisters sat down with Naruto. He explained everything that happened and how his encounter went, along with revealing what he learned from the Lord Soul. I wonder. Quelaag frowned. Is this the reason Gwyn was so forceful against our mother? Probably. Quelaag snorted, that asshole never did treat people the same. As far as he was concerned we were at his beck and call, like good little dogs. Quelaag nodded before Naruto asked, how long was I out? About 5 days. Geez, the damage was that bad. The girls nodded. Naruto shook his head, but then his eyes widened. Wait, where is Havel? Here I am. The door opened and standing there was Havel with his helmet removed and his body covered in his armor. Unlike you, I took the least amount of damage thanks to my armor. However, you seem to have taken longer than expected to heal. He shrugged, but it is good to see you up. Thanks, so how you doing? Better, knowing that fucking dragon is gone and all that is left is to hunt down Gwyn and his descendants. You do know that Gwendolyn is here. I know, but I have no qualms with him. I meant Gwyn and that one bastard child of his. If I plan to end the cycle I have to kill them. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Bastard. Havel shook his head, his beard shifting with his face. That's not important, but I am here to tell you that your swordsmanship with that great sword is terrible. You are more reliant on using it with momentum, you don't know the first thing about swinging or using the blade. Naruto sighed, you got me there. I did basic swinging training to get used to the weight, but I have a long way to go before I am capable with the blade. He turned to the girls, which is why I think I need to take a small break and hone my skills before attempting another one of the Lord Souls. Given what we have seen so far, if Seth was not the most powerful of them and that is what came with his soul, who knows what else I'm going to face. The girls nodded, mentioned their own training was going well. Good, that is good to hear. Also, did you notice something dropped in your inventory while you were out? Naruto raised an eyebrow before looking through his inventory and finding something that wasn't there before. It was the blade Seth was using in their battle. The fuck, I don't remember picking this up. Probably it went to you. Quelaag pointed to him, you defeated its master, so it would make sense that you would claim the treasure. However, the reason the blade would agree to join your side is probably it saw your potential. You're acting as if the blade is alive and not just a magical sword. Because some are. Now this piqued Naruto's interest. What are you talking about? Well, rumors are that the Moonlight Great Sword was not something Seth made, but he found. Apparently it's some kind of powerful and legendary blade that was broken from an original great sword. The story goes that it was forged from the body and bones of a powerful being akin to a god. However, the blade was shattered into pieces and sent around the world. Seth was obsessed with finding the rest of the weapons, but I guess his pursuit for immortality was more important. Naruto frowned, a weapon forged from the body of a being like a god. Is it like that being I saw in the ocean? Naruto shivered. Well, either way, Havel turned to him, come outside when you're ready. For the next month or so we have some time. So I'm going to make you an expert at using heavy weapons before I leave. Havel turned on his heel and walked out of the room with his steps thudding along the way. Naruto sighed before closing his inventory before getting dressed. His armor was heavily damaged in his fight, but luckily they fixed it, allowing him to wear his leather armor from before. However, he was worried that soon he is going to need better protection from his enemies as time passes. Walking outside the room and onto the clearing, he saw Havel with his club in hand and his shield in his other hand. He stared at him. Come. Naruto didn't need anything else, he quickly summoned Dragon Slayer and soon began his training. Hours later. Naruto groaned as he laid on the ground looking up at the night sky. Honestly, the training was harder than he expected. He didn't know there was so much more to swinging a heavy weapon around, compared to the fact that he was showing him different methods of using his sword. More, he was learning how to swing more accurately, faster, and how to redirect an attack in case he missed or gets parried. This is something he was invested in, but he had to admit this was more work than he realized. Slowly as the day went on, he felt his arms getting heavier, his reflexes slowing, and his body growing numb. He had to get used to the burning sensation, but after 3 hours of swinging the heavy weapon and sparring with Havel, he finally had enough. It was amazing how his stamina was affected so differently than when he was using quick and precise movement with smaller weapons. He sighed before watching the night sky and wondering what to do next. Interesting night, no? Naruto shot up, before turning around. He started to relax when he saw it was the Fire Keeper from Fire Link. Hey, glad to see you doing better. The woman smiled bashfully. Yes, thank you for saving my soul. I truly appreciate the kindness. You're welcome. The woman slowly walked up and sat to his right. What are you doing? Naruto frowned, going over my training and resting my body for tomorrow's training. Ah, I see. She looked up at the sky. I guess that is understandable given how much you struggled in that last battle. It wasn't just a struggle, it was luck that got me the win. Considering he had dead to rights earlier, he could have killed me if Havel wasn't there. But even with him there, we barely surpassed the dragon and avoided near death. He sighed, which means I have more work to do before even thinking about going after one of the Lord's souls. Ah, she nodded, yes, and given one is very close to the shrine it makes sense. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You mean the witch? No, she shook her head, I mean Nito, he is underneath the shrine deep in the catacombs. I see. Naruto frowned, good for the future. He was sure that the snake told him, but he was glad to have more confirmation. By the way, if you don't mind me asking, what was the story of you becoming the Fire Keeper and that Golden Knight looking for you? It wasn't mean personally he was hunting. He was aiming for anyone that could fit the role of a powerful soul. Mostly, he wanted to claim my soul and the soul of Gwendolyn, stating that it would serve him for when he goes to see the ruler of the dark. At first, I didn't understand what he meant, but after spending time here and learning the stories of the man that they call Frampt, I think I understand. He was talking about someone that is like him but deep inside the Four Kings territory. Naruto frowned. Was that the eyes he saw after he killed the knight and his allies? If so, that means that the Four Kings, no, he wouldn't think about it. As for your earlier question, she frowned, I was made a Fire Keeper against my will. Against? Yes, you see, in our village there is a priest that came to visit. They were searching for potential Fire Keepers, those that would be worthy of helping to preserve the Age of Fire. However, unlike the rest of my village, I grew suspicious of why this Age of Fire had to continue. So when I was chosen, I was the first person to say no. The villagers were outraged as this meant a big boon for them, with Gwyn giving them many things worth investing. She sighed, however, I continued to refuse my duty and they didn't take kindly to my tongue. She held out her tongue, so they cut it off. Geez, all for not wanting to take the role. I mean, aren't there other candidates they could pick? She shrugged, I don't know. We never were told how the role of the Fire Keeper was made. Only that it was always women and their job was to tend to the bonfires. She sighed, after losing my tongue I was sent to Fire Link to keep the flame going, but I attempted to run the first time. Without a tongue, yes, it was bad, but I refused to be anyone's puppet. Sadly, they found me quickly and imprisoned me in that cage you saw. My only job was to keep the fire going, it wasn't to actually sit by the flame. She growled, there I sat for years, only the barest of people coming to see me and asking for my help without considering my feelings or wanting to help me. That is when you showed up, you attempted to be kind to me and that meant the world to me. She smiled, even as I was dying at the man's hands others came to my aid on your request. I truly thank you for that and am grateful that you saved my soul from damnation. Naruto smiled, it was nothing, but you should be careful from now on. With your tongue back, who knows what is going to happen. Plus, don't you have to go back to the bonfire? No, thankfully it seems to be working even without me being there. I guess it is due to the Lord's soul being collected or you being given the Lord's vessel. She shook her head, I don't know. But in the end, I don't have to return to that awful place and I truly am delighted. Then what are you going to do? I think I shall remain here. This place seems more peaceful thanks to Gwendolyn's guidance and power, while also, I feel that returning home is no longer an option. You mean your village is not there? No, just that returning to a place that enslaved me is not something I want. Naruto nodded his head. Understood, well, either way, glad to have you here. The woman smiled, "Thank you for saving me again." She stood up, "Don't stay out in the cold night air, you never know who is watching." True. Naruto got up to his feet and raised his arms above his head. Naruto retreated into the castle and found Gwendolyn once again looking at a large painting on the wall. One that he was sure is the place that he stated was where the daughter of Guinevere is being held. Gwendolyn. The feminine male turned. "Ah, Naruto, how are thou?" "Sore." Naruto rolled his shoulders, came down from the training spot near the top of the building. "Honestly, a bit of a trudge if I'm being honest. Thou should be grateful that trek is normally more hazardous." "Yeah, I know." Looking at the painting they fell into a comfortable silence. Just taking in the silence and the ambiance the place was giving. "So, I think I'm going after Nito next." "Why him?" "Because I know where he is. Apparently his catacomb lair is not too far from Fire Link, so a little work there and I should reach him." "That might be true, but thou should be careful, as there are more than monsters residing in that realm. Nito has many minions, and after the undead risen, they have become even more massive." "You make it sound like Nito had a hand in the undead curse." Gwendolyn shook his head. "None whatsoever. Nito has stated that he doesn't know where it started from. In fact, he was curious what caused it and has been studying the passage of time. Thou is sure it has something to do with a land far from this one. Though, it is just a theory that my father learned and didn't want to investigate." "I see. Also, Nito is more neutral to us. While he did help in the war, it was more for his own domain. Thou should be careful, as Nito has proven to be the most difficult when it comes to hurting him. Because of his army. No, thy is made up of corpses, nothing can hurt him physically, meaning thy blade is useless." Great, Naruto needed a new strategy then. "What about pyromancy?" "Yes, it should work, but it would take too long and his skeleton followers are too numerous to deal with." He then turned back to the painting. "However, there is one person that could help in defeating the monster." He smiled. "She would be a valuable ally." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "What makes them capable of doing this?" "Why, their power allows them to directly hit and manipulate souls no matter who is front of them. The only people she can't control are those that are immune or are greater in terms of power." "So where can I find this person?" He put his hand on the painting and sighed. "Thy wish is to recruit them, it will be a difficult task. They have lived in a world that fears them, Lord Gwyn mistreated them, and locked them away. Thy mother was unable to see her beloved child and was on her own for most of her life." "Okay." Naruto looked at the painting. "I get it. You're saying that Guinevere's daughter could help me in this regard?" "Yes." He turned from the painting and slithered to the exit. "The key to enter that place is lost, but it can be found in where your journey began." Naruto looked at the ruler of Anor Londo and nodded. He had to go back to the undead asylum, which meant he had no time to waste. But he also wanted to get better at managing his sword and learning how to use bigger weapons. "Thou shouldn't rush, the fire hasn't gone out and won't fade for quite some time. Thou should focus on improving thy chance of survival." "Thanks, Gwendolyn." Naruto turned back to the painting and put his forehead to the wall. "Wait for me, I promise I'm going to get you out of this place." Turning from the painting, Naruto retreated from the room and proceeded back to his bedroom. Gwendolyn remade his knights to guard the grounds and the castle for intruders while ensuring the safety of his guests. Or should he say the new rulers of the castle? He wasn't 100% sure, but he knew it was his duty to maintain the place. Naruto laid down in his bed and fell asleep once more, and soon silence was all that was left, next to the heavy thudding footsteps of the guardians of the castle. 2 months later. "Well, Naruto, I shall be off." Pavel held out his hand. "Take care and make sure you end this horrible age." Naruto gave a sad smile. "I will do my best, but are you sure I can't convince you to stay?" "No, a greater enemy calls for my attention and I must find them soon." He turned on his heel and waved to the girls, who returned it. As the man they called the Rock left, Naruto reflected that his training had paid off. Not only was he better at using pyromancy in both hands, but he was able to even match the youngest sister in terms of speed and power. He had learned how to harness the flames and control the range and overall output without any hindrance. Next, his swordmanship improved both with his katana and his great sword. Turned out that he had a high aptitude to both. With the katana he could cut down most foes with ease and had little difficulties in managing the output of the blade. Mostly, the draining effect was not a factor, and since he wasn't going to draw unless he can hit, there was no reason to worry about the backlash. Finally, the Dragon Slayer had become easier to swing and use. He was confident that if he were to fight Seath again he would hold his own better without so many suicide attacks. He mastered the overall swing of the weapon, timing, and even how to use and control momentum. Overall, his performance had improved and his armor had been upgraded with better lining protecting him from more threats. While he wasn't any softer than someone wearing a set of light armor, he was better off with more resistances in his armor. Thankfully the blacksmith who didn't speak much was able to work on his clothes and even managed to remove the bonuses of the trinkets and place them into the clothing. Some it didn't work but others he was able to get. Naruto quickly walked to the bonfire and waved to everyone. "Alright, I'll be back in a little while, got to take care of this mess." The group frowned and nodded while Gwendolyn's subtlety nodded. Touching the fire he found himself wrapped in the flames and popping up in a familiar location. It was the first bonfire he made back when he first survived the undead jail. Remembering what Gwendolyn told him, the item he was seeking was in another part of the jail. However, reaching it was a slight trounce through the unknown, and at the same time, there was no telling how many undead were still in the prison. Heavy footsteps were rushing at him. He frowned. Turning his head slightly he saw Oscar, the knight that freed him from his cell and allowed him to survive in this place with the Estus flask. But Naruto saw his movements were rigid, his body non-responsive, and his mind blank. "Poor fool, I'm sorry I couldn't save you." Naruto drew out his katana and quickly sidestepped his stab. While he was rolling past Naruto, he found himself stabbed in his side and falling to his knees. He grunted at the pain, but Naruto proceeded to remove the sword and put it through his back. This time in his heart, rendering him dead once more. "May you find peace in the next life." Naruto walked away from the fire and entered the main area once more. The same place where he defeated his first monster all that time ago. Slowly walking into the room he proceeded to feel the floor crack, and before he had time to react he was falling. He quickly rolled backwards, seeing another demon similar to the one he already killed. But this one had a much more powerful air about him. "This is the one I saw from my first exit of the prison." He narrowed his eyes. "I really don't have time for this shit." Holding his hand out he gathered as much flame as he could and chuck a fireball at the monster. It singed the skin and it roared in pain from the attack. Naruto quickly summoned the Dragon Slayer and dashed to the monster's feet. The creature raised his club high in the air and gave one mighty swing. Naruto managed to get inside of his range before the attack could even reach him. His blade soared through the air and sliced through one of his ankles. The monster released a piercing scream, falling to his side, and landing on his hammer, preventing him from attacking with the weapon. Naruto pivoted and brought the blade down with a mighty swing, going through the monster's neck and leaving its head falling off. Naruto sighed before looking at the disappearing monster and smiling. "Well, my strength really has improved." Kurama rolled his eyes as they saw the creature vanish in a pile of dust. Naruto picked up everything that was there and proceeded to climb the ladder, where he dropped down into a familiar hallway. "This is the first place I explored." "Yeah, nostalgic Naruto, come on, find this doll and let's get out of here. I hate being reminded how we got here." Naruto sighed, before seeing one of the Black Knights walking in the hall. "I really don't have time for you." The knight held his shield up and his weapon drawn. Naruto shook his head and quickly charged at him, Dragon Slayer summoned at the last second. The sword rammed through the knight's shield, tearing through his armor, and popping out on the other side. His body fully impaled on the large sword and him wailing around in pain. Naruto watched for a few seconds, before noticing the knight's body stopping and him dying on the spot. Naruto watched as he disappeared in a flash of white dust and proceeded to his old cell. There he saw a peculiar green doll that was sitting in the lap of the decayed body. Reaching down he looked at it. It was not that interesting or impressive, but it seemed to have a tail and was given tattered clothing. Guinevere. Sniffles could be heard and Naruto knew it was probably best to wait. Naruto trekked back to the bonfire where he then returned to the capital and sighed. Now came the hard part. He was going into the world that was created to imprison Guinevere's daughter and hopefully get her to come to his side. Unknown, unknown. A soft whistle could be heard on the winds. This was coming from on top of a large mountain that was overlooking the land. Mostly, looking down at the kingdom before them and watching as the capital had become livelier than it had been in the last few hundred years. They had to admit the kid was doing pretty good and seemed to be doing everything he could to better himself. Now the question was, could he survive the next feat? The person smiled and their eyes glowed gold. "Continue to entertain me, Naruto, maybe you'll be an interesting pawn." Chapter 22. Traversing the Painted World. Naruto returned to Orlando fast. For the most part, everyone was gathered there waiting for them. Even the swamp pyromancer. "What are you doing here?" The man smiled. "Greetings, friend. With the fire gone at the shrine I feared staying there, so I decided to find a new location. This place has proven best for me given that I can test my skills against some of the illusions. On top of that, I can grow my overall power and even get advice in creating new forms of pyromancy." Naruto nodded. That made sense. Ever since the fire went out he wondered where everyone was going to end up. Logan was at the archives last time he checked, so chances are he was still there going through Seath's research. He had to go and check on him to make sure he didn't try anything that Seath did that eroded his mind. His apprentice was dead, the priestess and her guards were gone, mostly for their own journey, and that other paladin-looking man was gone. From what he can gather there was something sinister about him behind his carefree facade. More so, he seemed committed to some weird cause that he couldn't explain. Like, he was after something, and given that the man that pardons people warned him, that was more than enough to be suspicious of where he went. Finally, there was the sullen guy he first met. He knew that guy would leave the area once the fire went out. But for some reason he didn't give any indication of where he was going, and given that he had no direction, Naruto was worried about him finding direction. In this land it can lead to fanaticism. Well, I'm glad you are here safe. I hope the trip wasn't too much trouble. He shook his head. No, but I did see a man wearing heavy armor passing through the area. While I was questioning who he was, the man didn't deem to respond to me, stating he was after someone. Naruto sighed. Yeah, that was Havel the Rock. He is fixated on someone or something, so he isn't really the most hospitable person. I see. He sighed. Well, don't let me keep you, I'm going to be training in the throne room with Quelana. Okay. Naruto walked across the bridge and arrived in the temple with Guinevere's statue standing proudly for all to see. Crossing the room, he saw Gwendolyn standing next to the large painting. Ah, thou have returned with the doll. Even faster than expected. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, I struggled in the last few fights, but this is the easy part. Naruto held up the makeshift doll. I found what you were talking about, although you could have warned me about the wild demon in the underground. I didn't know that there was another demon. Thou think too highly of how much I can perceive in the world. Naruto sighed. Fine, whatever, holding the doll to the god, so if I just hold this doll I can what? Bypass the barrier of the painting. Gwendolyn nodded. Naruto slowly walked up to the painting before slowly putting his hand on the surface. But when he did, he felt something tugging on him and then a sharp pull. Covered in a bright light, Naruto covered his eyes and moaned. Fuck, that hurt. He had landed on something hard, and he wasn't sure what. Rubbing his eyes, the blurry part of his vision started to slowly clear up, seeing something white in front of him. Snow. Yes, stranger. Naruto jumped to his feet and turned on his heels, reaching for his sword. Whoa, friend, apologizes for spooking you, I mean no harm. Standing there was a person, or at least it was a person. Something humanoid at least. The person had the head of a crow, wings instead of his arms, and a pair of clawed feet. Okay, Naruto glared, who are you? Apologizes, my name is Rashuk, OC, may I know your name, stranger? Naruto, I'm here to see Priscilla. The being stiffened. Oh, why? I'm here to return something to her. He pulled out a doll and showed it to the crow man. He stared at the doll, his black eyes narrowing in on the design and the small inscriptions on the foot of the doll. Interesting. The crow beast nodded. I shall return it to her. Thank you for your service, Lady Priscilla will most appreciate it. If it is all right, I would like to give it to her myself. The man cawed. No, you are not permitted to do so. Naruto sighed. Look, I'm not here to pick a fight, especially since someone close to Priscilla wants to speak to her. I can promise you that I won't mean any harm, and we can take all precautions that are necessary for this. He pulled out his katana blade and made it vanish back into his dimensional space before holding his hands out. I will come unarmed. Unarmed? You are very trusting, considering we could kill you and just take the doll. Naruto shook his head. True, you could do that, but we both know that your lady would be angry that you did this without giving me a chance. After all, isn't that what she gave all of you? A chance to be free from the prejudice of the outside world. The crow man cawed, shaking his head. I believe you speak the truth on this subject. However, to meet Our Lady, you must also agree to having these put on you. He gagged a few times, his stomach gurgling, and finally his mouth opening. A piece of bile-covered metal hit the ground and Naruto had to hold back his lunch. Does it have to be covered in stomach bile? No, sorry, I don't have pockets or a dimensional pocket like the rest of you humans. He cawed. Just clean the handcuffs and put them on. They will prevent you from using magic or summoning any of your weapons while wearing them. Naruto shrugged. Fair request. After locking the cuffs on his wrists, Naruto followed behind the crow man and saw that while the castle and town wasn't in great shape, the people looked happy. More, it is clear to Naruto that everyone just seemed more content in this world. Talking, conversing, trading, and more. Which was confusing. You were wondering about our world and how it evolved differently from those in Lordran, yes? Naruto turned to the crow man who was looking at him. Yeah, as far as I can tell the world is suffering from the undead curse, but for some reason your realm seems untouched. In fact, everyone looks healthy as can be. Yes, thanks to the wonders of Our Lady. He caught at a nearby crow man wearing small armor. We were blessed to know that Our Lady cared for our well-being and was capable of helping us. How so? As you probably heard from the stories, she was feared by the gods for her unusual power of life drain. However, her power is more attacking and manipulating one's soul. Naruto's eyes widened. There was a power like that. I mean, he saw some of the beings, using things like lighting, magnification of certain living creatures, and more. But to hear someone could attack and manipulate someone's soul, that was insane. I know there is doubt in your mind, but rest assured she has mastered this power. So much so that she even was able to separate us from this undead curse. The man cawed, waving his wings at some nearby human children. Freeing us from the eternal suffering of the outside world and giving us a new home to call our own. But still, doesn't this mean she could destroy the undead curse on the outside world? Not true. You see, those that are undead already and have no will to live, those souls are forever lost. They can't be recovered no matter how many times she tries. So, she would be forced to destroy their soul, instead putting their bodies to rest. It is one of the reasons that some of the souls in this world return after so much time has passed. That fascinated Naruto. If that was possible, then that meant she could be even more helpful in dealing with the Lord's souls, or at least someone like Nito. As far as he can tell, the man was the first of the undead and had no physical attached form, meaning that physical attacks won't work on him. So, knowing this power exists is a good thing, but he knew his primary objective had to be completed. After traversing the castle and the small town, they arrived at a high peak, peering over a small pit on the other side with a wooden bridge. Standing there was a tall woman. She had an ethereal glow, long white hair, lizard yellow eyes, and was wearing what looked like a fur white dress. Behind her was a short white tail that moved slowly around her body. A tiara adorned the top of her head, and she had a scythe resting in one hand with the butt of the weapon in the floor. Who is thou bring before me? My lady, we have brought you someone that wishes to speak to you. Though has quite the intriguing feeling. She lowered her head to Naruto and stared into his eyes with her one golden eye. Tell me, why have thy come seeking thy? Naruto sighed. This is going to be difficult to convince her. Lady Priscilla, I first have come to return something that belonged to you. He then looked at his cuffs. Unfortunately, I can't retrieve it from my storage space. Her right hand lashed out. It touched his chest and soon his eyes widened. The green doll that he found in the asylum appeared in her hand. This belongs to thy. Where did you find it? I found it in the undead asylum. The woman tilted her head. You came to return it to thy. Yes. Naruto looked to the birdman at his side. So does this prove that I'm not threat to your lady? No, sorry, we can't risk the chance. I believe you. The woman brought the doll close to her chest. Your soul rings true, all you speak is truth. She smiled. Release him. The man stared at the young man. He hesitated. I will not repeat. Please forgive me, my lady. He bowed his head to her, but we would be more comfortable that you aren't exposed to any possible danger. The woman hummed. He speaks truth, and you doubt thy. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Have you come to assume I can't handle thyself? Naruto felt the hair on the back of his neck stand. This pressure, her aura, it was faint, but he could feel it. The lingering sense of death. The feeling, the sensation of fear that would appear in the presence of someone truly powerful. He hadn't sensed anything like this in quite some time. But for some reason, he could sense her faint presence. How strong is she? He looked up. This isn't the presence of someone weak. This is someone that can't be sensed, Naruto concluded. Her presence was so great only those that were truly sharp could feel her power. Given he had encounters with Seath and other beings of similar or slightly lower stature, he could tell, she is the strongest so far. Please, my lady forgives me. The bird man kneeled to her. I didn't mean to question your request, but we are grateful to your presence. We don't wish to risk losing you. It's fine. Naruto sighed. I'm fine if this makes them more comfortable, keep me cuffed. Priscilla stared before slithering back over. You have a good heart. She gave an ethereal smile. I appreciate thy gesture. However, thy can't remain in this realm. I know. Naruto could sense that the world didn't want him here. It wanted him to leave, quickly as possible. But there is another reason that I am here. Priscilla raised an eyebrow. Your mother wanted to see you. Naruto's heart sank. Her eyes dilated, her slits glowed, and her body started to shake. The world, it felt cold, colder than anything he had been through. Colder than the land of snow, colder than land of ice, and colder than the caves underneath the Duke's archives. He was freezing, and his armor wasn't protecting him. You dare. Her voice barely a whisper. You dare speak of her when she abandoned thy. She didn't, your mother was killed by Gwyn and Gwendolyn was trying his best to protect you from Gwyn's wrath. Impossible, she never came to look for me. She only ever gave me this. She held the doll in her hand, this is all that I have of her. Naruto figured that'd be the case. I'm telling you she did not forget you, she did look for you everywhere. Naruto coughed, he felt his body growing cold. Looking down he was shocked to see a sharp blade piercing through his stomach. It was part of a large scythe in her hand. Those shouldn't have lied. Naruto coughed more and was feeling darkness taking over. Priscilla on the other hand. She found herself in an unknown plane. She looked around and frowned. Though has quite the messy soul. Priscilla heard movement, turning around she saw a large orange creature in the distance, and it was glaring at her. You got balls, Gaki, if it wasn't for her I would have torn you to pieces. Priscilla frowned, before turning from the creature. I can sense your true power, your soul is crippled and weak, you wouldn't be able to harm me. Kurama growled, he really hated that she was right. Ever since that fucking thing attacked them his chakra was gone, his power was gone, but somehow he was surviving in this new world without it. He didn't know how the fuck it was possible, but it was happening, and he had to accept it. A soft tune carried on the air and Priscilla's body froze. She had heard it once, in a very old and very distant memory. It was one of the few happy memories she ever had. Turning, ever so slowly, tears started to form. Mother. Guinevere smiled before rushing to her daughter and pulling her into the biggest hug possible. Priscilla was about to say something but saw her shaking and tears were starting to stain her shoulders. While outside she was enormous by most standards, in here, she seemed to be about average height for a human or at least as average as a 7-foot-tall woman could be. However, the goddess didn't care. For the first time in hundreds of years, she was finally holding her precious baby in her arms again. I have missed you my little dragon. Priscilla, she didn't embrace. Pushing her back. Don't you dare call me that. She frowned, though abandoned me. I didn't. I tried to find you, I really did. But your grandfather, he went out of his way to hide you. He feared you. Because of thy lineage. Priscilla always knew that, ever since she was a child she knew people feared her. Feared her power, feared her abilities, and feared what she could become. Especially, she had the power to one day become the ruler of the world. But she never had those aspirations, but that was more than enough. For them, it was a clear sign she would disrupt the Age of Fire. My dear little dragon, I never hated you and I never stopped looking for you. But by the time I found you, I was made aware that you were sealed in the painted world. I tried and prayed that I would find a way through, but I never knew what the key was. That was, until I discovered certain beings are allowed entrance into the place and I begged them to find you. But since none ever returned I had to accept they might have perished or become undead. She gained a big smile, seeing that you actually diverted their curse and freed them from the burden, I can't be any happier. I didn't do this for thy, I did it for me. I know, but in the end, I'm still proud as you took after me rather than your father. Priscilla snorted, father, yes she was aware. Why are you here though? Due to some circumstances out of my control I was given to this young man to help him on his journey. But over time I have seen he carries compassion in his heart for those around him and for those that wish to be loved. She blushed slightly, he also helps me forgive myself for some of the failures of the past, but this is one I know I had to make right. She turned to her daughter, no matter how much you hate me I want you to know you're the one thing in this world that means more than even the stars. I only wished I could have done better. Priscilla remained silent through this speech. She was trying to read her soul, looking for even the slightest hint of a lie or deception. But her soul never wavered, she truly meant everything. If thy is telling the truth what thy friend's goal is. He plans to end the Age of Fire once and for all. Guinevere, I have seen it in his eyes, he truly wishes for this age to finally come to an end. Something to finally bring peace to the land and for everyone to find hope for the future. Rather than facing the current situation and embracing the dribble your grandfather spilled, he wants this to be an age that finally ends, and a new one can take its place. He is confident that no matter what happens next the world will reset itself and in time, a new peaceful era will emerge. Priscilla frowned, she did like the idea of this age finally ending but she wasn't sure this young man could pull it off. Thy doesn't seem that strong. True he isn't now but in time he shall grow and when he gets strong enough he will finally end the age and put an end to Gwyn. If thy wishes to support him I shall endeavor to do so as well. She turned from her mother, I don't trust thee but if he has proven worthy of claiming the mantle of the next age, I shall do everything I can to help. But I shall not endanger my people. That is all I ask and maybe one day, we can finally free you from this place and you and your people can find a new land to call home. Just promise me that you'll come and visit as I want to make up for lost time. Priscilla nodded. While she hadn't forgiven, she understands the truth in her mother's words and thus she will give her a chance. But if she ever falters again, she will know her expectations were already set. Naruto felt himself exhale after the side was removed from his gut. Priscilla pulled away from him and he looked to see that he had not wound. What the? They felt thy soul being damaged, yes. Yeah, is that how you managed the undead curse? Priscilla had a small smile. Yes, I grasped the pieces of the undead curse and after many attempts, I managed to separate it from my people. There I destroyed the undead cycle and allowed my people freedom from the curse. Sadly, if those afflicted have turned then there is no reason for me to attempt anything. As they will just return as tortured souls awaiting their permanent end. I see. Does this mean you can affect things of the same nature as the Lord's soul? They can. I have never encountered it, but it is possible. She raised an eyebrow. Why are thou curious about this? Because I think you are the only one that can help me in the next part of the quest. You see, I have come to terms that I have to defeat Gravelord Nito, the one that is the first of the dead. However, from what I have learned and what people have told me about the man, he isn't human and has no solid body to damage. Meaning all my attacks will do nothing to him and I can't afford to waste my time and the lives of those around me on a fruitless battle. I see, so you are hoping that I will assist in defeating the Gravelord. Naruto dropped down on his knees. I ask for your assistance. In return, once I leave these lands I shall ensure your people have land to call your own and rule at your discretion. Priscilla stared at Naruto. His offer was like her mother, and she can't say the possibility of leaving this realm and living somewhere where they can find peace wasn't a nice concept. But at the same time, she wasn't sure that would be possible if the lords are still around. Very well. She held her free hand out and created a golden rune in the air. This will allow you to summon me to assist with Nito and only Nito. Do not waste it on summoning me for anything else, are we clear? Yes, thank you, my lady. Priscilla nodded before sending the rune to Naruto and it is vanishing into his body. How this works he didn't know but he wasn't going to question it. Now leave. Naruto nodded. Having completed his objective he walked over to the wooden bridge and looked into the mouth of the chasm before him. Take care of my mother, fool. She wishes to court you and if thy wishes to impart children on her, note I will judge if you're worthy. What? Naruto turned deep red and was about to confront her. Only to lose his footing and fall into the chasm. Priscilla smiled. Too easy to tease. She turned and proceeded to head out of her tower. Knowing that it was time to talk to her people and explain the deal she had made for their future. She had doubts, but a part of her wishes for a new reality and she might just get it. Honor Londo. Naruto groaned as he found himself looking up at the ceiling. Fuck, that hurt. Slowly sitting up he sighed. Well, that landing could have been better. Naruto. Naruto turned his head and saw Quelaag rushing to him with concern on her face. I'm fine, can you help me with this though? The woman immediately burnt away the bondage around his hands and checked him for injuries. More to shove her chest into his face and possibly tempt him. How was the journey into the painted world? It was good. Naruto smiled. I managed to contact Priscilla and after some time conversing, we managed to reach a deal. With it I'm finally ready for the next Lord Soul. Quelaag frowned. Are you sure? Nito might not be as all-knowing as Seath, but he isn't someone to underestimate. I'm sure after all I have an ace now. Naruto stood up and stretched his hands over his head. But I guess we should go and speak to the others and get their input as I want this to be a group thing. Quelaag nodded before walking with Naruto back to the main hall where Quelana and their sister Ketava. So, I guess your journey was a success. Yes, Quelana, now we are ready to go after Nito. Quelana rubbed her chin. If memory serves me right we have to go back to the undead parish and investigate the catacombs of the giants. Catacombs of the giants. Ketava nodded. Yes, ages ago, there was a race of giants that lived underground. They were more like dwellers and were known for having a diverse system there. However, Nito wanted to claim the place for himself, so when the giants refused to leave he attacked them and after wiping out most of them they fled the caves. This led to him using the corpses as reanimated skeletons and monsters. Sadly, Gwyn did do a thing to help the giants and viewed them as the next great threat to his realm. Geez, what happened then? Quelaag chimed in. Mostly all the races left this land and fled to different realms. Some went far to the north where they formed some kind of connection to a great fire in the snowy mountains. Another fled to an island kingdom far off the coast of humans and are living in harmony. Some races went on to form smaller nations all over the place, but last I heard one of them has gone quiet due to some kind of incident ages ago. Their entire land is shrouded in darkness and supposedly they were all killed by some powerful being. She sighed. Again, that is just a rumor though. Naruto shook his head. Man, Gwyn just loved making enemies of former friends, no? It would seem so. Quelaag rubbed her head. However, out of all the lords, Nito is the only one that never took part in the mess related to the first flame relighting or even anything related to the undead curse. Honestly, I think he felt he would thrive in this kind of environment. Naruto figured that was the case. The man ruled the dead, so undead people would kind of fall into his category, but then again, he wasn't completely sure that was true. The undead seemed to be acting on basic instincts and information but also not going out of their way to help someone like Nito. It is possible that this curse is even something he can't deal with. Naruto shook his head, too many unknown variables. Well, either way I'm ready to head out, so who wants to come with me? Fair warning, we are going to have to move fast and stay on our toes. Quelaag raised her hand. I'll go with you. At worst my close-range fighting and powerful pyromancy should help when turning the undead back into the undead. The other two sisters nodded. We'll stay here. Feel like this is going to be a limited movement kind of battle. So, the fewer people there the better, but we shall come for you in 4 days' time if we don't hear from you. Fair enough. Naruto summoned his katana and headed out to the blacksmith shop one more time to make sure everything was ready. His weapon was repaired, his skills were maintained, and his new armor set that he ordered was ready. This one was more lightweight armor and had better protection than his leather armor set that was destroyed. Luckily this armor had better defenses and protection from weapons and long-range attacks. However, he noted his movement was slightly limited due to the higher and more restrictive nature. But it was better safe than sorry, so he would accept this. Now it was time to kill another lord. Chapter 23. Naruto wasn't sure how this would go. While he was confident in everything he has faced up to this point, this was a different story. They were heading after the Gravelord Nito, one of the most powerful gods of this land. He had an eerie reputation, at least that is what Naruto was able to glance. He didn't seem politically motivated like Gwyn and didn't seem to be involved in anything other than his domain. This is a nice change, but he seemed as ruthless as the others. Even more so since he took the giants' homes in the cave. But with the allies he had gathered he was sure he could handle this one. It was dealing with the undead that proved tricky. Most of the skeletons were immune to most means of attack. Some even were immune to the pyromancy since there was hardly anything to burn. Luckily cutting them down and smashing them proved useful. Naruto and Quelaag proceeded back to Firelink's shrine. There, they saw the bonfire was active, even though the Fire Maiden was not standing next to it. This helped Naruto's confidence, but after advancing through the graveyard and encountering some of the skeletons, he did have some worries about what is going to happen. But no point in having regrets. They quickly traversed the lower grounds and cut down some more skeletons that got in his way. Quelaag created a ball of flame and incinerated them to the point their bones became too brittle. Passing through the barrier, Naruto and Quelaag noticed the dark cavern before them. Damn, it would be nice to have something to brighten up our way. Quelaag held out her palm and created a small golden ball of flame, before throwing it into the air. The fire illuminated the cave, allowing them to see further ahead. They had added a few more feet, which helped with exploration. Nice, good job Quelaag. The woman blushed. This is nothing. Wait until I can show off all the things I can do. Naruto nodded, looking forward to it. Quelaag's smile grew, and her blush intensified. Traversing into the lower level, Naruto noticed that most of the cavern was black. Given that it was meant to host the undead, he guessed that made sense. Walking into the cavern, Naruto noted some of the skeleton men that were waiting. Each one jumped out with their weapons drawn and swinging in a downward strike. But Naruto managed to avoid the attack and cut one down with his sword from Quelaag. Another followed in quick order. Holding out his opposite hand, he released a torrent of flames that destroyed the rest of the skeletons. Quelaag joined in the attacks and was quickly burning a path through the dark cavern. It is amazing that giants used to live in something like this. The way our mother told us, this place was heralded as one of the foremost locations of the earliest giants. Some eventually did leave this place to find their own paths. But some didn't and stayed close. Those that stayed were slaughtered by Nito, right? I remember you mentioned it. Yes, but other than that we should be heading deeper down. Nito resides somewhere in the lowest parts of the crypts. But no one has ever reached him in all the years that have passed. Given no one claimed his lord's soul. While traveling through the cavern, they came across some stuff lying around or dropped by past warriors. Naruto gained a little bit more strength thanks to the souls that were given, while Quelaag found some stuff to upgrade their weapons and make them even stronger. The cave itself was underwhelming. Naruto guessed the reason this place was so hard to reach was the darkness. If one didn't have a constant source of light, the skeletons would be able to ambush everyone along the way. But thanks to Quelaag, they were able to avoid this problem altogether. Now, the undead were still dangerous, but the trip wasn't as oppressive. They did encounter a few different enemies along the way, but none of them really warrant danger marks. Crossing through the cavern, they managed to make it to a few cliff sides overlooking the rest of the area. The location was quite cramped, and he had to admit swinging weapons around this place was dangerous. Traversing a few platforms and reaching through the caverns and holes, he managed to make it to the lower floor where he saw a few walls, marking that they are getting deeper and closer to their goal. But they had to dodge a few spinning wheels of death. Luckily they were easy enough. Using the orb Quelaag summoned, they managed to destroy all the wheels. Naruto eventually arrived at the bonfire that was sitting there. Naruto had to admit this was a blessing. Compared to some of the other places he was exploring, this place wasn't as needed. He felt like they could slip by most of the attackers and make it to the god without taking considerable damage. Sitting by the fire, Naruto sighed. So, is there anything we need to prepare for when advancing further? Quelaag shrugged. Not sure. As I said, our mother didn't interact much with the god here. In fact, I would suspect that of the four he spent the least amount of time outside of his territory. He didn't care what was going on and how it could affect him. He just lingers down in the shadows and doing his own thing without a care in the world. Naruto nodded. Made sense. But what I do know is that apparently, Nito took on a very disgusting looking form. Apparently, it consists of black miasma, which he uses to attack most of his foes. Luckily his power can only do serious damage to the dead, not to the living. He is still dangerous, don't get me wrong, but his ability to make things rot away is limited. So, we should be grateful of this. You said his true form is hidden under the giant miasma form. Yep, at least that is what my mother told me. We've never seen it, only those of the Lord Souls and were there on the same battlefield know for sure. But most people who did see it are either extensions of him or dead. Naruto figured this wouldn't be that easy. But if they had Priscilla ready, he didn't really fear what is to come. Gathering their supplies, they continued into the ruins and arrived at an empty hole in the ground. Looking down, Naruto saw a mysterious figure standing by a table. It was looking at something and moving in an awkward angle. Naruto turned to Quelaag, who shrugged. She didn't know, and that meant this had to be someone from down in the land below. They didn't know what they were walking into, so taking the plunge, they landed on the ground and got ready. Naruto summoned Dragon Slayer while having some fire ready in his hand. Quelaag summoned more flames, illuminating the area. The being in question stopped moving erratically, before turning to the duo. Naruto saw that its body was covered in some kind of black cloak. It had three faces moving around the body in a circular pattern. Ozirone was the face of a man with a smile on his face, a frowning woman, and a third mask he guessed was a child. They stared at him for a second, then back to them. The being had a lamp hanging over its head along with what looked like limbs hanging off the side of its massive body. The creature stared at Naruto and Quelaag as if to ponder what to do. Drawing out his sword, Naruto prepared for the attack while Quelaag quickly readied some flames while having her sword at her side. The creature screeched, its faces rotating around the body, and finally, Naruto witnessed as they moved away from each other. The masks moved to the corners of the body, the masses growing and spreading, and finally, two more bodies dropped off from the main one. The mass of the first one was bigger than the other two. In size, he dwarfed them. The child mask was the smallest, measuring about Naruto's hip. But two of its limbs stuck out from above its head, while the other two limbs were at his side. It quickly floated into the air and started releasing a faint noise. The final one was at the same height as the male masked blob, but it was skinner in frame. Its limbs were all above its head and it seemed to have a small hint of aggression. Naruto couldn't really tell very well, but he was sure there was some kind of fury behind that mask. Quelaag, be careful. We don't know what they are doing and what kind of attacks they have. So, be on your guard. Got it. The male masked blob quickly screeched, and soon, a ball of dark energy emerged. This ball hung in the sky for a few seconds, then sailed through the air and slammed into the ground before Naruto. He quickly jumped away from the attack and saw that it left behind some kind of black goo that was seeping into the floor. Naruto wasn't sure what it did exactly, but he was sure getting hit by it was not in his best interest. Quelaag tried to move but found her flame snuffed out. Turning around, she looked for the source that was suppressing her powers. Never in the history of their land has she ever heard of someone that managed to completely suppress the flames of the witches. It was unfathomable, especially since Nito's domain didn't delve into their own. She rolled when sensing something coming for her head. Looking back, she saw a black astral sword floating in the air. She frowned, now that was new. Which one is creating that? She was so confused with the attacks and seemingly overwhelming dynamic of the team. Naruto on the other hand was dealing with the male one firing more of the black balls at him. He was rolling out of the way of them and managing to get closer to the monster. But he was having to be careful not to touch any of this black stuff. Naruto frowned, he was aiming for something, but he didn't know what. Luckily I'm close enough for this. Naruto swiped his blade at the body of the masked monster. It didn't move, in fact, it was gathering energy for another attack. This one was glowing black and gold. He didn't know if the added color meant something, but this was his best chance of stopping it. His blade hit the body of the monster. But it didn't flinch. Wait, is it like Nito? Its body is not capable of being damaged. If this is the case, this was bad for him. There was nothing they could do to someone that could stop all their physical attacks with just their bodies. The orb glowed brightly. Naruto quickly pushed off the tips of his toes and ran away from the monster. Soon a large explosion shook the room with the attack sending out more of the black goo. But this time there was yellow seeping all over the goo. Barely avoiding the attack, Naruto noticed the male masked man didn't move an inch. More, he was standing there almost proud of what he just pulled off. Shit, physical attacks don't work on them, and it seems that the other two were keeping even Quelaag on her toes. Turning slightly, he saw Quelaag trying to rush at the female masked blob. But every time she got close, a spear or sword appeared. This alone stopped her in her tracks and made her take a back step. The spears barely missed her head when thrown, but the swords were sweeping at her and tracking her movements. Naruto frowned. Why was there no flames? There is a trick to this. There must be. Naruto frowned at the male, rolling out of the way of another black orb fired at him. But he barely dodged the puddle on the ground. Kicking off, he darted around the room. Okay, think, this one. The dad, he has projectiles and seems to be producing some kind of unknown substance. I don't know what it is, but something tells me it won't be good for me. Even with flasks, something tells me this won't be something I can heal from. Naruto turned slightly and saw the female mask standing there but watching Quelaag's movements. The female, it creates the weapons that are attacking and fending off Quelaag. Meaning that she doesn't want her getting close, maybe she doesn't have the same protection as the father. Naruto nodded and dashed for her. Let's test this theory. A screech was heard, alerting him that the male masked man knew that he was doing. But he was too slow to react, and Naruto managed to thrust his sword through the woman. A moment of silence was heard, and Naruto pulled out his blade. Got you. Naruto's hair stood up. He jumped back, just barely avoiding the appearance of multiple spears emerging from the floor beneath her. What? I hit her. Naruto was sure this time. His blade went through her flesh. It even managed to reach through the other side. The damage had been done. What is it? How did she survive the attack? He guessed since she had no body to speak of, her organs didn't matter, but still, her body shouldn't be moving. Quelaag was looking around the room. She had a theory of the reason their attacks aren't working anymore. Something about this situation was just reeking of interference. Then it dinged on her. The child. The reason her flames were suppressed and the reason their attacks didn't do anything to the other two. It was all the kid. Naruto didn't pick up on this, too busy parrying away some of the sword appearing around him and soon sensing one of the black balls approaching him again. Shit. Naruto felt the wall behind him. Double shit. Naruto quickly rolled to his left and managed to avoid the ball hitting the wall. But his worries didn't end as he had to roll once more to avoid some of the swords and spears coming his way. He couldn't catch a break and the onslaught was proving too much even for his stamina. If something wasn't done soon, he was going to get caught with something big. Then I'm really screwed. Naruto. The kid, I found him. He turned and saw that Quelaag had cornered the child on the other side of the room. Naruto figured that with it here, it was doing something, but Quelaag had managed to figure it out. Lucky for them. The male roared loudly while the female's mask went through its body and faced where Quelaag was. But it was too late, the child impaled by the sword of Quelaag. She heard the screech of the child, then it disappeared into dust. Naruto smiled. 1 down, 2 to go. Turning to the male, he saw that it was glowing now, seemingly out of rage, just the pure hatred it was directing. It was quite terrifying. But the mother was even scarier, with it suddenly screeching in fury. Its body started melting away, the mask moved higher up on the body, and the shape of the body started to alter. It started to take on a slender humanoid body, seemingly standing as tall as Naruto. Its mask was situated where its head was meant to be. The limbs were pulled into the body and soon the black good took form and created hands. Soon the hands spread outward, forming arms, and finally fingers that it experimentally wiggled. After a few seconds, Quelaag charged the woman, not wanting to get her a chance to fight back. With a mighty swing she brought down her sword, aiming to behead the woman. A clang was heard, her blade stopped inches from her neck. Pressing against the blade was a black substance. She was holding it in her hand, and it was extended outward to match the length of her opponent's weapon. A long handle appeared, she held it tightly while the blade formed. It took a black and blue hue, making it look even more toxic to look at. Naruto saw that the weapon itself was easily the same length as their katanas, but it had more weight to it and even had another worldly glow. The woman stared at Quelaag before shrieking, it echoed through the room and sent her tumbling backwards. The witch managed to stand up straight to see her standing above her. Sword above her head and a dark glow appearing throughout the weapon. Quelaag quickly dashed past her, causing the downward strike to hit the floor. The attack cracked the ground on impact and released more of the ooze all over the floor. Naruto grunted. Great, just what we need, more trouble with moving around. He noticed that the golden pools hadn't disappeared yet, meaning they limited their movements. At this rate we might run out of room to fight in. But he grinned, however, if the child was the source of their defense, that means we can easily close the distance now. Slice through them and be done in a matter of seconds. Naruto focused on the dad who had not moved from his position. In fact, he was watching the fight going on in front of him. Taking this chance, he rushed him and went for a thrust. A clang was heard, and he was forced backwards from the returning blow. Landing on his feet, he looked up to see a shield had formed in the black goo. So that is why my attack didn't do anything. He made a shield. Then what did the kid do? Naruto saw the father's body start to change shape just like the mother did. But unlike her, his body took on a large knight with heavy armor. His body stood above him, and he had a large shield formed into his right hand. Holding out his left hand, he formed a blob of the black substance and flung it at Naruto. He quickly dodged it but found himself pushed into the wall with a powerful blow. He cracked against the wall with a massive thud, releasing some spit from his mouth and some blood. Fuck, even with that training I still struggle with taking a hit. Naruto knew that his training with Havel was great, but in terms of style he preferred being light on his feet. Looking up, he saw the father had bull rushed him with the shield and sent him flying in an instant. Feeling his ribs, Naruto glared before sending his sword away and summoning Dragon Slayer. He hefted it on his shoulder and glared. I guess, I owe you now. I needed someone to test out what I had learned with Havel. So, congrats, you get to serve this measure of my strength. The father seemed to acknowledge the challenge and held out his palm. Aiming, Naruto saw something in his hand moving, and he quickly pushed it to the side. A large black spike had impaled his previous spot. Naruto growled, quickly brought his blade in front of him, and rushed forward. He thrusted the blade but found it colliding with the shield. Remembering this, he quickly shifted the blade's momentum and took a sidestep. This gave him the angle to bring the blade in an upward slash, aiming to take his hand with the shield. However, the father jumped back a few feet and Naruto missed the swing. Damn, he smirked, I'm getting closer. While this is going on, Quelaag was having a bitch of a time dealing with this crazy woman. She had started slashing at her relentlessly and she didn't have a chance to reset. Plus, she managed to avoid the puddles she was leaving behind with some of her attacks. But some disappeared and others didn't. She couldn't tell them apart, adding to her frustration. The woman even summoned more spikes out of the ooze on the ground, but it seemed to be one use only. As after using the ooze, she then saw the substance vanish. So that was a blessing, she guessed. However, getting close enough was a problem. Jumping backwards, she held her hand up and tried channeling her flames, this time appearing in her hand. She smirked. Now you are in trouble. She quickly aimed the flame ball at her. The attack made a straight line for her, hitting a black wall of ooze in front of her. Oh, come on. Seriously, now she can use them for defense as well. Quelaag hated to admit it, but she was glad this was one-on-one. She felt that if the others had come, they'd be in the way. This room was already cramped enough with how much they had to deal with. Now, with the mother and father pulling out their big guns. Naruto and she were already having difficulties. The mother seems to be more range with her attacks and speed now, while the husband has powerful defense and brute strength. But he seems more reliant on his powers being direct use than creative. She had no doubt fighting him would have been a struggle and Naruto was barely ahead of him. The mother quickly dashed, barely giving her time to roll under her swing. Seeing this chance, she thrusted her blade into the woman's stomach. It was a critical hit as she screeched. The father roared, then suddenly the entire tomb started shaking. Oh, come on. The mother's body started to boil, her form was crumbling, and her sword fell into a puddle. The body soon turned to mush, then it started moving towards the father. Naruto watched as all the substances on the floor and the remains of family started entering his body. Naruto frowned at the sight of him standing proudly and his body slowly growing. D. Naruto could hear a voice, but he couldn't make out anything from the voice. Its words were slurred, only the D was easy to pick out. It soon roared, and the entire room shook one more time, and black tentacles exploded out of his back. Naruto growled, "I have had enough of this shit for one day." Dashing forward, he brought the great sword up in an upward swing with Quelaag releasing a powerful fireball. The tentacles swatted away the attack and slammed down on Naruto. No. The tentacle exploded, Naruto's prosthetic hand held upward in sign of heat showing he had used a fire attack. "Enough, I'm done with this fight." Turning at the man, he formed another ball of flame into his hand, and this time, he recalled his favorite move. He imagined it once more and sent his sword away. "Hope you enjoy this, it is an old classic." Naruto rushed at the man and dodged through his tentacles and black orbs he started slinging. He was desperately trying to keep him away, but even with the increased frequency, he was able to close in quick. He raised up his shield and Naruto screamed. "Fire Rasengan." Naruto's ball hit the shield and grinding sound could be heard. The ball was desperately pushing against the sturdy shield. He tried to push back against the attack, it was pointless as he was falling backward. Even with his increased frame and durability, his body faltered under the raw intensity of the flame. Naruto had it constantly rotating, and the flame steadily focused in one spot. The attack pushed harder against the shield, and he put more power into his flame. "Break, damn it. I know you can't hold it, just give up. Be reunited with them." Naruto roared and his flames burned even hotter, pushing deeper. A cracking was heard and soon the shield exploded into pieces. Naruto slammed the attack into his chest. The man was sent into the wall due to this attack, but thanks to Naruto's mastery of the fire he was able to send the attack with him. He exploded in a giant torrent of flames thanks to the attack, and all Naruto could make out was the screaming body that was writhing in pain. It was desperately moving around trying to escape, but eventually it collapsed to the ground in a thud and body slowly disappeared. Naruto sighed, the fight was finally over. While he was glad he got some practice in using his sword and mastery of this new move he was working on in secret, it was too close. They were already struggling and still had a lord to deal with. Naruto collapsed to the floor and fainted. Quelaag quickly rushed to him and helped him drink some of his flask to recover his strength. "That move. Yeah, it is something I used to use in my homeland. The difference was it was made of my old energy rather than flames. This one was cooler, so I don't really miss the old one." True, while he did miss chakra, he didn't miss the restrictions that it had on his body. Without it, he felt light and freer to explore possibilities without restrictions. Luckily for him, that would keep improving over time and he couldn't wait. Still, that was a pretty cool move. However, that fight was too close. She collapsed and sighed, "We should take a break at the next bonfire." "Yeah, but first let's explore the room. For some reason, unlike the other souls I have gotten from powerful foes, I don't have any of their memories." Maybe because it was 3 people in one. The soul might not have known which one to show, or maybe it was fused to the point that it didn't retain them. Naruto shrugged, "Maybe, but let's look around this room. Something about this place brought it here and I would like to know what." The two of them quickly start exploring the remains of room. While some of the stuff was destroyed in the midst of the fight, there was some that was saved. Naruto looked through some of the documents while Quelaag explored both the goo and the masks that were left behind. Naruto found something on the table and held it up. "Quelaag, what do you make of this?" Turning her head, she saw a tapestry of some kind. It depicted a family. It was a child holding hands with his mother, if she had to guess, and his father. All 3 of them were looking up at the being in the distance, resembling a skull face and a black body. So, they were followers of Nito then. She figured. Must have lived down here for God knows how long. Wait, I thought all of his followers were dead. Undead to be specific. No, some are living or close to living. They serve more of a support role in getting people to help with the graves and finding people from all over to help. My guess is that these 3 served under him and either wanted out or did something to anger him. Meaning they were morphed into what we saw. Naruto put the painting down and frowned. He could only pray they found peace in the next life, something they didn't get in this one. Grab the masks, they deserve to be buried out in the sun. Quelaag gathered up the masks of the family and could only frown. "Mother, wait for me. We will set you free." The Age of Fire, if this is the price of keeping it going, she started to wonder if this was a punishment then. Naruto rummaged through more of the stuff, there was nothing there that was of value or interest to him. That is until he noticed something buried under all the rubble. It was a small red and black item. He couldn't make it out, but it looked like a parasite of some kind. Picking it up, he examined it. Naruto, that is the rite of kindling. What? It is something that is done by priestesses and maidens to strengthen the bonfires and to allow one to become human again after hollowing. However, you need humanity for this process, it is still a valuable piece. Naruto was amazed something like this existed. But why would they have it? Were they trying to use it to reverse what was done to them? I'm not sure, it could be the case, but I don't think it would have worked. What was done to them, it is something that only Nito could do. I see, how tragic. But why would Nito have it? Power, Nito would use this to control the people around him. Those that did hollow, he would offer them a chance to regain their humanity in exchange for their loyalties and favors they would call in down the line. Honestly, it was his way of keeping people in check when he knew they could benefit him. My father probably gave him one to keep connections with the other lords. Naruto shook his head and pocketed the item. He figured it is too important to leave behind, so he would hold onto it for now. Especially since his storage box can only be reached by him. But he would have to be careful, never knowing what some people with magic can do. Moving out of the room, the two of them managed to find a nearby bonfire, and after using it, they went back to the capital to get some rest. In the depths of the darkness, a shadow started moving. Its crypt slowly opening, and out of it came a raspy voice. Fuck me sideways. Never hiding in a coffin again. Jumping out, he smiled, figured that Lord would find me in one of these, but thankfully he just walked on by. Guess the old boy needed his beauty sleep. He laughed, oh well, time to head out and find me something worth pillaging. The man's bald head stood out, and his mind was solely driven by his greed. He would be aiming to make a fortune, and he knew just the group of people that he could try and make it from. Chapter 24. Naruto and Quelaag had returned to the capital, mostly to recover from the brutal bout, but also to get resupplied with things they might need. As dark as the place is, he is confident in the idea they can traverse safely. Arriving in the capital, Quelaag decided to go and talk to her sisters while he headed off to get his gear checked. While there, Naruto noticed Solaire sitting out on the balcony. Frowning, he dropped his weapons and some of his other stuff to be repaired before walking over to him. Solaire. The armored man turned. Ah, you have returned. I suspect traveling into the underground proved more difficult than one would expect. Naruto laughed. Yeah, turns out that the undead didn't want us there. It is strange to see skeletons when dealing with people who are cursed with undying life. Solaire nodded. Indeed, it is quite the conundrum. But alas, at least you have a goal in mind. Turning out, he stared at the landscape. Naruto walked over and sat down on the ledge with him. What's wrong? My son. I haven't found my son yet. He looked up at the sky. I feel that the more I look, the less likely I will find it. Truly, it is a very depressing thought. Naruto nodded. He always worried about Solaire, who was so positive and outgoing. He was able to help him and the girls during their travels. He also came to visit the girls during his own journey and spent time talking to some of the residents of this place. Your son, huh? Naruto looked at the dark horizon. I don't know what to tell you about that. But the one thing I can say is that maybe your son isn't one to follow. Solaire turned. Maybe you were meant to guide others. You were meant to serve as their sons to help them find their own paths in life. I mean, I heard from Quelaag and Keteva that you always talk to them. You help them with different things and help them find hope. He smiled. Even me. When I got stuck in this land, I had nothing for myself or others. I was so busy running away from everything I forgot why I was doing this. Having left everything behind, I knew something had changed. No matter how I searched, all I could think about was the past and failing to find my own happiness. But seeing you, I don't know why, but it reminds me of things. He smiled, remembering the visages of his grandfather, godfather, and his parents. You remind me how they were there for me in my darkest days. Honestly, I can't see my life worth living. Solaire listened. I ultimately just decided to keep pushing forward no matter the tide. But thanks you and others, I feel like I'm getting closer to my answer of what I want. So I guided you onto a better path. Naruto laughed. Yeah, I guess you did. Funny how I used to do that for others. Solaire tilted his head before looking back at the horizon. I don't think I get it, but I feel relieved. You are finding your path in your own way, but for me, I'm not sure. Maybe I will find it when I visit the land of demons. I hear the Witch of Izalith managed to make something truly amazing. He shook his head. Making a realm of demons and destroying your family wasn't amazing. It was terrifying. But I thank you, Naruto. You have reignited my belief I will find my own light. Please continue to guide me, and I shall endeavor to do the same. Naruto smiled and patted his shoulder. Just don't be afraid to ask for help. Solaire laughed. You as well. Naruto and Solaire continued to chatter about their pasts and things they wanted to accomplish. More Solaire than Naruto, but it was a great way to pass the time. Eventually, the sisters called him over to see his repaired gear. He appreciated what was done and even managed to use the souls of some of the other beings to create new weapons. But he decided against using them as he didn't have time to learn a new weapon. Naruto made sure their provisions were ready and both headed back to the bonfire where they began their journey once more. Quelaag had pointed out that she heard something when they returned to the catacombs and led him to the sound of the noise. They had traversed the environment and managed to make it to a lower level. There they saw a headless skeleton walking up to a wall, lifting up his pickaxe and smashing through the wall. Naruto was confused and watched as the man or creature walked through and sat down at a blacksmithing spot. He had to admit he was impressed with his dedication to his craft, but he wasn't sure why he was missing his head. Something big must have happened, but he couldn't imagine what would cause him to continue moving, even without his head present. Who the hell is this? I can't believe it. Quelaag looked closely. It is Vamos. She smiled. I didn't think he was still alive after all this time. Or I guess as alive as one can be as a skeleton. Naruto frowned. Someone famous, I guess. Long before your time. Before Nito had destroyed the giants, he was a royal blacksmith to the giants of this land. He was so talented that some of our best craftsmen were coming for lessons. He had forged powerful weapons and tools for the giants and was said to even have a hand in making legendary weapons wielded by the knights. Mostly the black knights that are always walking around. He was very antisocial, so he didn't get a lot of publicity for his work. But those that knew, oh yeah, he was a legend in their eyes. You said he was a royal blacksmith, so he was a smith for the giants that used to live here. Yep, he was so good at his job that the giants didn't want him to go to the surface. So, he asked for his shop to be built down here without anyone being able to see him. However, he did train a few apprentices from time to time. Nito, however, ruined this after killing the royal family and him. She shrugged her shoulders. But surprisingly, it would seem that Nito revived him as a servant, but he still only works on his craft. Naruto was impressed. This man definitely was stubborn and driven. I don't know if I was ever that stubborn, but I feel I was close to that level of stubbornness. Quelaag laughed. Naruto grunted before they proceeded back to the main room again. There, they started their journey through the cavern. Traversing the halls with the flames guiding them was difficult, but they were able to get through most of it without much trouble. Luckily, they managed to avoid skeletons hiding in corners, deflect arrows, avoid giant swings, and more. Naruto had to admit that going through this tomb was a real pain in the ass. If you didn't have a powerful light to guide your path, you were screwed. It was really annoying. Hello there, traveler. Quelaag turned her head and frowned. What the hell was he doing there? Naruto stared in the direction and saw a bald man with a shield and spear standing near a ledge. Who are you? The man smiled. Apologizes, names is Patches and it is just dreadful. The poor maiden that came through here has fallen down this hole. Her guards went after her but I haven't seen hide of hair of them. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He had been around enough swindlers in his life, and he could pick out the false truth. They just happened to fall down that hole. A hole that is impossible to find unless you walk right up to it. Sure. So, Patches, it has been a while. The bald man squinted. Sweat started rolling down his body and he smiled shakily. Well, Quelaag, it has been quite some time, no? Not long enough. What poor soul did you trick this time? What promises did you make before plummeting into the darkness? Patches frowned. Of course, she would ruin his plan. Especially since he wasn't even allowed in the capital after the previous incident. Something the witch never forgave him for, and he knew that if her daughters were all aware, they would hunt him down. Quelaag, what's his story? HMPH, he is Patches. A notorious liar and swindler. He tricked us a few years ago when he said he could give our brother something that would help with his condition. However, little did we know the damn thing was cursed. It was always slipping out of his grasp, leaving him in mixed states, almost rotting his mind away. Naruto growled. You did what, prick? Patches waved his hands. Hold on. I swear it was all a misunderstanding. That ring was given to me by another. I had to pay quite the pretty penny for that ring. Who? It was some traitor, I don't know who exactly. He had these pretty yellow eyes. He told me that the ring would bring peace and clarity to the man suffering. At first, I was skeptical about the promise, but he was very persuasive. It was a good price, only 10 gold coins. You charged us more than 200 gold for the ring. Quelaag reached for her sword. Naruto put his hand on her hand, preventing her from drawing the sword. I can see he is telling truth. It is in his eyes. Ever since I was a teen I have been able to decipher people's true intentions. In this case, he is telling you the truth about the man that sold the ring. Naruto frowned, but that doesn't mean you didn't know what the ring would do exactly. Patches sweated. He could read people's true intentions through their eyes. Shit, this was going to much harder for him. He might have mentioned the ring's properties, but I thought that the ring wouldn't cause this much trouble. For that I'm truly sorry, Lady Quelaag. The woman growled. Say that to my brother whose mind you destroyed with that stupid ring. This was going nowhere, so Naruto quickly walked over to Patches. You said those people fell. Honest. I told them there was some treasure down there from others that have tried reaching Lord Nito's domain. Plus, there are plenty of graves left untouched after all these years. Naruto saw the truth, but he also saw a lie. But if there was someone down there from the shrine, he had to at least go look for them. If they hollowed, then he should put them out of their misery. And if they didn't, he could lead them back up and allow them to get revenge for the trick. Going to the edge, Naruto dropped down with a plop, hearing Quelaag shouting his name from the top. Naruto looked up. It's fine, I'll find the people down here and return to the surface. If I'm not back in 10 minutes, then feel free to kill the bald bastard. Fuck you, asshole. A scream was followed and he swore he could smell something burning. Naruto shook his head and started slowly walking down the dark path, carefully looking at each corner, as he didn't have any light source. He should have thought this through more. His instincts went haywire and he jumped back just to avoid being hit with a mace. Looking up, he saw one of the large armored knights that were guarding that priestess earlier. But their eyes were black, showing they had hollowed. He parried a sword that was aimed for his head. It was the other person and he saw that they turned hollow as well. I'm sorry I didn't make it in time. Naruto sheathed the sword and crouched, the blade resting in its sheath, waiting for the right moment. The two knights quickly rushed at him, blindly brandishing their weapons high in the air. Naruto released a sigh. Now rest. The blade silently whistled through the air. Silence reigned in the path, and the sound of knees hitting the ground and heads falling off shoulders followed. The two knights disappeared in a blast of dust, and Naruto could only sigh. He prayed their souls would find peace in whatever realm or land they end for their afterlife. Remembering the priestess, he quickly pushed down the path, looking for the woman. He managed to find her at the end of the path, crouched in a corner, praying and asking for guidance. Hello there, ma'am, do you remember me? The woman slowly turned around, her eyes filled with fright, but soon the fear disappeared. Yes, you are the young man that was in the shrine, looking to take on the challenges left behind Lord Gwyn, yes. Yes. Naruto held his hand out. Come on, I'm going to get you out of this tunnel. I guess my guards are dead. Naruto smiled sadly. She did a silent prayer and took Naruto's hand. They quickly made their way back up to the upper limits. Which there, Naruto saw Patches pinned to the ground with Quelaag holding her sword to his throat with a pissed expression. It's fine, Quelaag, I have returned. The woman turned her head. I'm so glad. Turning to Patches, she frowned. I guess you get to continue to live. Patches gulped as the blade left her throat and she allowed him to get back on his feet. So Patches, I think in repayment for the lie you told about that ring, I think you could do something for us, right? Patches frowned. What is it? I need you escort her back to town. Taking her wherever she needs in Firelink, can you do that? That was it. Patches could handle that. She is to stay alive, and nothing on her person is taken. Take all the fun out of it. Naruto turned to the woman and handed her something. I remember you mentioned you were coming down here looking for something, right? Is this it? The woman looked at the item in her hand and her smile grew. Yes, the right rekindling. This will help in my path of becoming a priestess in this land. I thank you, I shall remember what you have done for me. No problem. Just hold on to it. Naruto frowned. But where is that other guard? I swear there were 3 of them. No. Oh, him, I think he is lost in the dark path. He went ahead of us and stated he would be our scout. But I haven't seen him since we came into this place. She did a silent prayer. I hope he is safe, if not then he didn't suffer. Naruto found that suspicious, but he didn't have time to investigate. Well, Patches, please escort the kind priestess and consider your debt covered. Patches sighed. He really didn't want to, but if this got him out of the dog house with the sisters, then that was fine. While he was confident in his strength, he wasn't too keen on dealing with more trouble. Especially regarding their pyromancy and him having nothing to counter it with. He could block with his shield and use his spear, but they were still stronger than him. Oh well, he would just have to do this. Easy enough. After saying some parting words, threats in the case of Quelaag, they continued with their journey. Traversing the tomb again was challenging, but only if he didn't have a light source. Luckily, they were able to move through the paths and some of the drops without much trouble. Of course they had to take out a large horde of skeletons, but nothing they weren't familiar with. Approaching the tunnel, they traversed deeper into the underground. They took some twists and turns and eventually arrived at a nearby entrance to an open area. But the minute they approached, Naruto could feel the presence growing, just the sense of dread. It was growing so much that he wasn't sure what to do. Dealing with the pressure was so hard, and it was messing with his senses. Entering the room, he saw an array of lights scattered in the room. Shit, it looks like some of those monsters like the one we fought earlier. Quelaag frowned. No, not the same, they are weaker than the one we fought. I could guess their strength is about 1/4 of the original. Naruto was happy about that, dealing with the one before was hard enough. He didn't want to deal with another set of them. Walking into the opening, they knocked over some bones, alerting the dark masses to their presence. Naruto quickly reacted, summoning a ball of flame and throwing it at one of them. The masked creature screamed in pain from the blow, being engulfed in the flames. Naruto snapped his fingers, and the creature exploded into a larger pool of flames. It had hit the other two and they were on the ground. Trying to put out the flames he could guess, but Quelaag didn't hesitate, formed two orbs of flame and threw them. The flames explode once more, killing the monsters in quick succession. Quelaag sensed more were coming, but she quickly motioned for them to continue moving. They pushed forward with the utmost speed, heading past the spot of the monsters and arriving on the other side. There, to the right, they saw a fog wall covered in vines. Naruto frowned, the sense of death that was beyond it could be felt. His dread was growing and his mind was racing. They were about to do battle with one of the fragments of the Lord Soul again. This time, they were facing a fully formed soul, not one that was fragmented like Seth. Plus, this one seemed to keep its wits about it, meaning that he would probably be calmer when attacking him. He had to admit this was not his ideal situation. But luckily he had something for this situation. Walking up to the wood, he cut them and saw a golden sign sitting next to the door. It was written in the same language as before, but he knew this was for Priscilla. Walking up, he touched it and soon a bright glow appeared through the cave. Out of it came the half-dragon. She stood there, not as a towering woman as before, but closer to height with Naruto and Quelaag. Thou have summoned, meaning it is time to face the Lord of Death. Naruto nodded, but his eyes widened when he saw another black mass monster appear. Its candles spun quickly, and soon, it released a powerful blast of fire. Priscilla slowly turned her head and blinked. The monster fell to the ground and disappeared into dust. How in the hell did you? Weaker creatures are easy to read. Thus, I am able to shatter their weak souls, killing them in instants. While I detest violence, not all that come to see thy should be given grace. Naruto pulled out his sword, took a deep breath, and the three of them passed through the fog door. Inside was a large room filled with bones, mountains of bones. The room also contained a set of coffins, some of which were opened and lying on the floor. Next to them was an even larger coffin against the wall. Inside of it, Naruto could faintly make out an assortment of bones and some kind of black gunk. He wasn't sure what it was entirely, but he did have a sinking feeling. His negative feeling was becoming more true as the dark gunk started moving around inside the coffin. Soon its arms, he guessed, to push itself out of the coffin. Naruto watched as the black mass stood tall with one of its arms taking the form of a large blade. Made of bone and other black stuff. He didn't know what exactly it was, but he was sure he didn't want that stuff to touch him. Naruto, I think we have company. Naruto saw some skeletons rising up next to the black mass and sighed. Great, more than what we need. Naruto, you need to distract them to let my daughter do her job. Naruto turned to the girls. I'm guessing this is Nito, right? Yeah, the same dark mass that I remember. His foul stench offends thy senses. Quelaag, you're with me. We are dealing with the skeletons, and Priscilla, you deal with Nito, okay. Thy wish is easy to grant. Priscilla summoned her scythe and swung it around before aiming the blade. Thou shalt know my strength. Naruto and Quelaag quickly jumped into the fray. The stalagmites on the floor made the room smaller, but he was comfortable with it. Quelaag immediately chucked a fireball at the skeletons rushing them. Naruto cut through the next batch, and then hit one with a fireball. While this is going on, Priscilla faced the Lord of Death. She watched as he lumbered to her and quickly noticed his soul. It seemed to be deep inside of the dark miasma, but nothing she couldn't get around. But attacking a soul of this magnitude might not be as easy as she made it out. She might be able to damage Nito unlike Naruto and his friend. That didn't mean that she could do a single hit encounter. Nito took a slow swing at Priscilla, who quickly parried the attack with her scythe. She smiled at the Gravelord. Though have gotten slow. She quickly spun her scythe and slashed through his midsection, causing the mass to tumble slightly. Did thy strike hurt? She saw the dark being stand up and soon a dark aura was gathering around him. Another blow of her scythe and he collapsed once more. Thy are too slow to be a real challenge. She held her hand out and soon a powerful yellow ball formed in her hand. Clenching her fist, she shocked the room. Naruto and Quelaag were surprised to see it. Apparently Priscilla had somehow created lighting in her bare hands. Now Naruto was more confused on how he managed to pull off such a feat. Given that this is seemingly a power only available to those that are blessed by the Lord Soul. She threw the bolt at Nito, sending him crashing further into the floor and making a moan escape from his body. But then again, it didn't really matter in the end. The result is all that matters in this situation. Another bolt formed in her hand and she flung it once more. My precious daughter. She managed to recreate the lightning of Gwen. Is that because she is related to you? It is possible, but I don't know for a fact. It might be more because of her lineage and the power of her soul. Apparently souls were of greater importance in this land and Naruto had to admit he underestimated them. Naruto saw Nito crashed into the wall and his body was shrinking from the pain he was being dealt. It is working at least. This means the battle will end sooner than expected. Don't underestimate him, he is a lord after all. Naruto. Yes, don't forget Nito's true form has not appeared yet. His eyes widened. The miasma that was surrounding Nito, it was draining away, seeping into the floor. Leaving nothing but a black puddle. A hand quickly appeared out of the mass, then another appeared. It gripped the mass and stood out of the puddle. Priscilla stopped attacking, her eyes widened, and she took a step back. Naruto's body was shaking, the fear was growing in his chest, and his mind was racing. Quelaag, she was terrified and was quickly trying to remind herself to keep her mind clear. But it was easier said than done even for a child of the witch. Out of the mass emerged a black skeleton, one that was draped in a cloak. One covering its head revealed a skull with horns growing out of it. Around its chest was thin black armor with black boots on his feet, and golden necklace around his neck. The being stood up from the puddle and his eye sockets glowed. They were given off a dark purple hue. The skeleton turned its head to the room and stared at Priscilla. Then slowly turned to Naruto and Quelaag. It stared at the woman for a second before turning to Naruto. You. His voice was cold, carrying a chilling factor. It was like he was looking straight into his soul. You are the boy from the elemental nations. Naruto's eyes widened. How did you know about that? Quelaag was giving him a confused look. I'm the Lord of Death, you think I don't know all those that dare to dwell near my domain? Whether to seal monsters or to make sacrifices to destroy their enemies. His eyes glowed. You have seen me. Seen you. Naruto frowned. The only sign of death is the Shinigami. That would be right, as this is one of my many forms that I take on for humans. As you can see, if people saw my true visage, they would not survive. Naruto narrowed his eyes. So you say that you knew everything that happened in our lands even though we were isolated from the rest of the world. You overestimate that fool Hagoromo. That man dared to try and circumvent death, trying to fool me. He gave a sound similar to a snort. No one can escape death. No one. Naruto gripped his sword. If you are all powerful, then how come you didn't take part in helping to keep this era running? Because I'm not a fool. New ages will come to pass, the difference is how they come. Will they come easily, or will they continue to struggle against the tides of change? I felt that Gwen was dealing with an inevitable change that he couldn't see himself profiting from. So he decided on this path, but I knew a fool's errand when I saw one. More, I had no intention of drawing them to us. Them. Nito held out his right hand and soon a black katana appeared in his hand. Enough talk. You have come to claim my soul, haven't you? You shall find that I'm not as easy to fool as that mad dragon. He aimed his weapon at Naruto, who aimed his own sword. Priscilla narrowed her eyes, looking for his soul. She found it, but the problem with his soul was that it was impossible to read, meaning she couldn't attack him through this. So he was going to have to attack him with her weapon and try to weaken his lord's soul. Without this power, there was no doubt this fight would be a greater trial. Nito lifted his sword up and slashed at Naruto. His eyes widened and he quickly moved from his spot. A sharp cut appeared on the floor and hit the wall. Impressive, you can sense it. Naruto frowned. He was running on instinct, after all he had some reason he swung his sword at him. Meaning that there was something coming his way. Priscilla launched an attack on the Lord, but he simply formed a shield in his free hand and blocked the attack. Upon turning to stab her with his sword, she was already out of range but summoned a bolt of lightning into her hand. Pulling it back, she swung the bolt at Nito, but he quickly cut through the attack. Quelaag flung a ball of fire at him. The flame hit the ground but he appeared out of the wall. Aiming his blade for her neck. Naruto appeared between them and blocked his sword strike with his own. He can teleport. No, there is some kind of trick. Maybe it is that miasma stuff. Maybe he can move through it without restriction. Nito pushed out of the aim in a downward slash, but Naruto blocked it with his blade. A cut appeared across his stomach and he coughed up blood. The fuck? Quelaag appeared next to him and blocked her strike with his shield, pushing her away with a simple swing of his shield and causing her to crash into the wall of the tomb. Priscilla summoned another bolt of lightning and fired it. He blocked it again. Naruto appeared below him and slashed him across his ribs. Nito grunted from the searing pain coming through his bones. A ball of flame appeared in his free hand. This is where I win, Nito. He slammed the orb against his chest, flame rasengan. Nito held his shield up and blocked the attack, but he was sent flying backwards into the wall, vanishing into the miasma. Damn it. Naruto felt movement beneath his feet and turned. But Priscilla appeared behind him, spinning her blade upward and slashing against the god's body. He grunted from the pain, releasing a powerful roar. This roar released miasma through the area, making all of them feel a little sick. Shit, we can't let this fight drag on. Naruto, go for that attack again. If it connects with his chest, it'll weaken the barrier, allowing Priscilla to strike the finishing blow. Quelaag, with me. The woman nodded and they charged the god. He saw them coming and both of them aiming their blades high and low. He blocked one strike from Naruto but used his shield to knock away Quelaag's strike. But Naruto saw his arm was raised and quickly formed another ball of flame. This time he pushed his blade down and slammed his hand into his chest. Let's try this again, flame rasengan. The attack drilled into the god's chest and he was grunting from the pain, forcing him to try and break contact with him or sink back into the wall or floor. But the power of the attack was keeping him pinned and the blow was messing up his concentration. Priscilla, do it now. Nito immediately knew what they were planning and tried to focus. Something cut through him and his mind registered what was happening. The abomination had just cut through him, not only serving him from his lord's soul but also destroying his soul, cutting him off from the connection between the realm of living and dead. He could feel himself fading. It was for the best. He had lived a long existence, and he was tired of seeing the world unfold as time passed time and time again. He saw the realm of the dead continue to grow, and he struggled to maintain it. Did he have some regret for the things he had done over his life? None whatsoever. He would do it all over again, no matter what it took. He was fine with how he is remembered because he knew his children would continue on with his work. Farewell, may you all know the path you are following. A small flash appeared and he saw a golden-eye woman and a smile on her face. You will find an end soon. You fiendish queen, you and all your descendants. Naruto couldn't believe it. They did it, they had defeated Nito, one of the great lords of the land and someone that watched over the land of the dead. Know all of the dead. Man, the stories Jiraiya would tell about his student taking part in the defeat of the god of death. Naruto saw his body dissolved and that his soul appeared for a brief flash before rushing to him. He grunted from the sudden impact, and he passed out. Quelaag went over to him to make sure he was okay while Priscilla stared at him. Mother, you have an interesting taste. She sighed, tell thy lord I have completed my debt. She disappeared in a flash of gold and Quelaag sighed. She was going to have to drag him back to the bonfire or at least wait until he waked up. The later idea sounded better, so she just situated his head on her lap, making sure he was as comfortable as possible. But she did get curious, so she reached down to his pants to check if anything else was injured. At least that is what she said. Fire link. Back at the undead church, there lied the body of the priestess. She was clutching something in her hand, kneeling at the altar before being cut down. A metal hand reached down and grabbed the item out of her hand. Otho was so weak. It is a true tragedy you didn't meet your end in that musky tomb. At least then you could have died with some dignity. The large blonde man smiled. Oh well, at least you brought back quite the interesting gift. Did she now? The blonde man turned around and saw Patches standing there, a blank expression on his face. Oh, it is only you. He sighed, I actually thought you were a threat. Patches shrugged, yeah, I get that a lot. But I must ask, why did you kill the priestess? Did she do something to you? The man snorted. Not her directly, but her father did. She was a noble of a wealthy household that tarnished my family's name. Seeing that was being sent here because she was turning into an undead and soon a hollow, I saw a perfect chance to get some measure of revenge before I turned into a hollow. Patches nodded. Revenge is a messy business, but one that I understand. More than anyone in this land, I understand the importance of one's word and conviction. That you do. Anyway, now that I have accomplished my goal, there is no reason for me to stick around. I shall see you soon, Patches. Maybe we can even do business with each other. Indeed. Patches watched as Petrus passed him. You know, I was asked to bring the girl back to this place. Indeed. Well, you did a good job bringing her back here just to see her killed. He smiled, I truly appreciate. Blood seeped out of his mouth. He looked down to see a spear piercing through his body, leaving him coughing up blood. I promised I would deliver her to this place. I never ensured her safety. However, the one thing I hate is that I leave a loose end of some kind. He smirked, so, I figured I would deal with you and cover my tracks. Patches pulled the right of kindling from his hand. This should at least put me in their good graces that this wasn't lost. He smirked darkly, but I think that killing you would be a great way to cover my ass. He laughed, thanks for your sacrifice. Patches watched as the man collapsed to the ground trying to remove the spear. But a knife slammed into the back of his head, killing him on the spot. How pathetic. He sighed, before turning to the priestess. Sorry girlie. Everyone has a role to play and I guess this is yours. He closed his eyes and gave a small prayer. I'm not much of a religious man, but I figured you at least deserved that. He just now had to set things up. Chapter 25. Naruto found himself back before the giant soul once more. So, I have a question. Oh, what is thy wanting to know? Nito, he didn't take part in anything because he knew something right. The soul glowed. Yes, Nito had once dwelled too close to the edge, I saw what was there, and I realized that it should be best not to go there again. How so? Simply put, you must see it when the time is right. Figures cryptic as ever. Now then, shall we see what happened? Naruto nodded. The Lord Soul of Nito appeared and he saw it glowing brightly. He found himself in a dark cavern, staring at moving skeletons walking around the tomb, each carrying weapons or mining tools. Each one of them moved along the caverns and tried to open new tunnels along the paths. Not good enough. Standing in the middle of the cave was Nito, in his real state. The dark skeleton was watching over the tunnels, construction and making comments as necessary. We must approach this with caution, I don't want another cave-in. Nito. Turning his head, he saw one of the black blob creatures with a mask floating over to him. What is it? It bowed to him awkwardly. I apologize for disturbing you, my lord. But Gwyn has sent an emissary to speak to you. The lord stared at his confidant. Naruto couldn't read his thoughts, he was a skeleton after all. He had no way of determining expression or emotions. The being in question kept his bow, not daring to move without his master's word. Nito simply turned back to the construction. Tell them to leave. But sire. Nothing will stop what is to come. I refuse to take part in such folly. If Gwyn wishes to pursue a fruitless effort, then I have no reason to assist him. Sire, the emissary would want to hear this from you. You are my confidants, are you not? I have no reason to doubt your existence, do I? You can do something as simple as telling him to go away, right? With each word, his aura started to grow, the skeletons quickly shuffled away from their angered lord. The attendant was shaking his body and moving around erratically, he was sure the fear was getting to him. I apologize, my lord, but, as confident as I am in my abilities, this fool wouldn't leave with just that. He might even brazenly try to make his way down here. He bowed deeper, and to even think about gazing upon your visage, it is a sin that we can't allow. Nito released a huff, or at least his version of it, and his aura disappeared. Very well, I shall convey my thoughts with this fool. Telling Gwyn my honest thoughts about his plans to extend this age. From this, I will move on with the expansion of my domain and soon, I shall reach even the abyss. The servant bowed. Another thing, my lord, one of your servants has been acting suspiciously lately. Should we deal with them? No, leave the family be. I want to see what they are planning before making a decision. The vision disappeared, and now he was standing in the middle of the crypt, where the family was fighting him. I dare say I thought I made my rule clear. He turned to the attendant from before. He was shaking under the gaze of his lord. Please, they were planning on fleeing this place, to swear their fidelity to you and then to leave. It is a great sin we can't allow. Nito beheaded the dark mass before causing it to evaporate. You fool. Questions are what give life meaning. He turned and sighed, you truly have been turned into a horrible creature. I'm truly sorry, you may keep this crypt as your own. And I shall entrust you with this. He held out the right of rekindling, I'm sure you will be able to use this or at least find something for it. Farewell, my child. Your name may be forgotten but I shall grant you one anew. Pinewheel. The creature screamed, and he could hear the shattered remains of the souls inside. He truly needed better care of his followers. The vision faded, and Nito was in his cave once more, but this time, he had Gwyn there. You have to help. I refuse. You dare to question me. After all I have done. Nito turned to Gwyn, all you have done. All you have done. Nito's aura exploded, Gwyn was made to backpedal. You are the one that awakened the abyss, you're the reason that the city was ruined by the creatures of the abyss. You're the reason that Calumet was on a rampage. You're the reason that you lost all your trusted subordinates and your daughter. You are the one that pressured the witch into finding a solution for the fire and now creating the demons that are rampaging all through the land. Nito released a low growl. You are the reason for all the suffering in this land, and now you want my help to clean it up. After betraying all the people around you, I'm the reason your domain is flourishing. You think I wanted more people in this land? I wanted more people to die. Nito's aura exploded out of control, and he saw his eyes glowing. You damn fool, I didn't want anything that would disrupt the natural process of the world. You created all this trouble for us. Because you couldn't stand not having control or being on top. Gwyn was growling. Naruto could tell he was weaker than Nito by this time, probably having separated his soul into fragments. This meant that he couldn't draw on the same level of power that Nito could. Soon the aura disappeared. Be gone from my sight. Take your theories and ideals with you. But you're the only one who can undo this curse on the land. I can't. I have tried, but this is something that exists beyond the boundaries of life and death, something that is unnaturally occurring. He turned his head. Leave. Wait, Frampt, a great visor told me how I can continue our age without any change, how the age of dark may never come to pass. Nito sighed. It will. It doesn't matter what you do. The question is, how many more people do you feel you have to sacrifice? How many more lives do you feel you have to destroy? How much more destruction must be wrought before you finally are satisfied with your sin as greed? He waved his hand. Show yourself out, Gwyn. You will regret this, Nito. I doubt it. The vision came to an end, and Naruto was standing before the flame once more. So Nito was aware of what was happening and didn't dare to usurp the natural order. Indeed, the one called Nito would never dare do such a thing. However, greater forces are in play, and you should be careful when talking to those you don't know. Naruto frowned. What the fuck did that mean? But the light soon blurred and Naruto found himself back in the land of the living. Looking up he saw he was by the shrine in Firelink. Damn. Naruto sat up and stretched. Sorry you all had to carry me here. Quelaag smiled. It was no trouble at all. Priscilla just mentioned keeping the promise of finding her and her people a land they could live in peace. Naruto nodded. Sitting up he frowned. Where is Patches and the priestess? Quelaag sighed. She didn't make it, Naruto. .. No. He clenched his fist. Damn it. If they just had more time, they would have escorted her to the exit and back to the shrine. But no, they had to make sure they were reaching Nito as quickly as possible. Trusting that asshole was the wrong move and he should have realized it. However, it wasn't Patches that killed her. Huh. Naruto was surprised by this. It turns out that the other night, the one that we couldn't find in the cave. Apparently, he was a man who had a grudge against her and her family. So he set out to kill her if she managed to escape the cave. Patches stated he wandered off and came back to see the end result of the killing. He was horrified and just tried to talk the guy down. But he managed to get the drop on him and kill him. Naruto doubted that was the truth. From what he could tell, the man would do anything to save his own skin, even if that meant stagging things. But he had no reason to doubt his story, as it could be possible that he just happened to wander off. Unfortunately, a life was lost in the end. Speaking of Patches, he walked over to the couple. Ah, see you woke up there, old chap. Good on you. He smiled. I'm terribly sorry about the young lass. Such a sweet girl, even wanted to pray for my soul. He laughed. I haven't had much use for it in the years, but I did appreciate the sentiment. Naruto sighed. Thanks for at least making sure she made it here. Of course, Patches always keeps his deal. He then reached behind him and pulled out the rite of rekindling. I picked this off the lass's killer. Thought you would want it back. From what I reckon, it increases the potency of your fancy drinking flasks. Meaning you'll get more uses for less of the effort. He handed it to him. Surprised you aren't trying to sell it. He shrugged. Even I felt bad for the young lass, there was no point in sullying her soul more. Naruto nodded. Standing up, he sighed. Well, we need to head back to the capital. Patches, I hope you have a safe journey. Thanks lad, but trust me, I doubt this is going to be the last time we meet. Naruto had a feeling he was right. Both of them touched the bonfire and soon they were gone in flash of light. Patches sighed. His plan worked. He figured they would doubt him, but at least they gave him the benefit of the doubt. Of course, there is the saying, there is a sucker born every day. He was sure that he wasn't as big of a sucker as most, but he was definitely easy to fool. He sighed, looked behind him and frowned. I didn't break our contract. Out of the shadows came a hooded figure. Their face was covered in darkness and they were looking at him. They held up a pale white arm with long black fingernails. They pointed it at Patches, and he growled when a collar appeared around his neck. Jyu curved Gatu Yqor Conman. No. He was pulled to the figure and saw that their face was still unseeable. Iati our mnatuo malgent. I know. He sighed, don't forget I remember our contract really well. Manto rito wat inmantwan gomtikunat. Patches hadn't forgotten, not with her here, not with the collar around his neck, and not with her refusing to show her face. He knew the price, and he would continue to pay. But life was unpredictable, and he was sure that one day, he would find his chance and take it. Patience was the key. Naruto arrived back in Orlando. He saw the sisters sitting by the fire and playing cards. The Fire Maiden from Fire Link was also playing in the game, and they saw no one else around. Naruto was hoping to see Solaire, as talking to him proved enjoyable. Have any of you seen Solaire? The girls shook their heads. No, I think he mentioned about going off to find his own son still. Naruto frowned. While Solaire was hopeful, he could tell his faith was wavering. He needed to find something soon, or he would be driven mad by it. Naruto figured he would help him out with this as the time comes, but he was worried where he was looking. But now was not the time. Listen, we have managed to slay Nito, and we have claimed his soul. However, we need to consider our actions. We can't just sit around and wait anymore, so if you girls have an idea, I'm all ears. Quailana played a card. Reaching the Four Kings will be near impossible. They are in the depths of the abyss, meaning we would need something that would help us traverse that dark place. Sadly, there aren't many people who know the method to do so other than Artorias. As he was known as the Abysswalker and the Slayer of Manus. Okay, so is there anything that he owned that would allow this? The girls turned to one another while Kativa nodded. Playing her card, she said, yes, a ring he had. Apparently, it was said to give him the power to traverse the abyss itself. But it was lost in the old lands and now is guarded by his once loyal pet. Naruto sighed. Of course things wouldn't be easy. So where was this kingdom located? In the forest. Of course. But the thing is that it is in the ruins of what was once a major city. Ulasil, it was once the home to many marvels. But sadly, after their incident with the abyss, the city would soon fall into ruin. Also, the Black Dragon Calumet attack didn't help them. Naruto couldn't help but feel bad and suspicious. Nito mentioned something about Gwyn related to the abyss. Is it possible that he was the reason it attacked the city? He would ponder that later when he had more proof. Then that means the last location we can reach easily is Izalith, our former home. Naruto could sense the tension. I mean, why wouldn't they be tense? This is their former home, the land they once ruled. It was the place where their mother had her domain in the birth of the demons. But more importantly, it was the remnant of a place they lost, a location that was taken from them by whatever their mother did. Naruto sighed, it wasn't going to be easy. If you girls want, you can stay here. There is no reason for you to drag yourselves through this. I can try and handle this on my own. Quailog frowned, no, we have to go back. It is our home. She puffed out her chest, our mother made a mistake, and it is our duty to fix it and ensure we end whatever has taken over. Naruto nodded. Quailana nodded, indeed sister, we must make sure this ends. Quitava jumped to her feet, I agree, I won't be as useful in a fight with you but I can still support. Don't worry about me. Naruto liked their resolve, he had to admit he was impressed. They were willing to jump into a place they lost and cause so much pain without care. Or, they did care, and it was more to make sure they ended the pain in their family. Alright then, Naruto stood with them, let's get everything ready, and we'll head out. But rest assured I'm going to be with you all. The girls thanked him and went off to get their stuff. Naruto, on the other hand, went to get his weapons repaired. So though, has defeated one, and are you advancing to the next? Yes, is there something you need, Gwendolyn? Nah, I wish to confirm your progress and what must be done. Be wary, though, of the witch's domain. It is one even Lord Gwyn hesitated to enter. And for good reason, as even with his power, there are forces in play. Some are more dangerous than others, but all are dangerous. Please be careful, and when you have time, I need you to return to Root Basin. Why? I do not know why, but something there is creating a disturbance in a Hydra. Please go there and deal with it when you're done hunting down the witch. I see. Naruto wasn't sure why the Dark Moon had brought this to him, but he knew that it must be important. If something that powerful was being disturbed, then that really shouldn't be ignored. Naruto went to find the girls gathered around the bonfire. He looked at them, and they all had driven expressions on their faces. You girls sure you are ready? They smiled and nodded. It was time for them to put the past behind them. Naruto sighed, before touching the bonfire and teleporting them away from the city. Gwendolyn sighed. I truly pity thee. You will see the folly of hope soon. But maybe, you can even stop him. In the Duke's archives, Logan looks through some books and finally finds what he is looking for. He reached out and touched it, a book that seemed to be the newest of the collection, signaling that this was the last of his creations. Opening, he smiled. Excellent. Now I can find out what Seth saw and maybe I can surpass him. He was confident in his strength. Especially since he was one of the greatest magic casters in the last 100 years. Or at least since the founder himself, Seth. He would worry about this later. He quickly read through the book and found the spell he was looking for. Taking some of the crystals around the room, he carved the rune into the stone, making it more visible as he progressed. After a few minutes of this, he then put his hand out and started chanting. Ishva Natva Kuapag. The seal on the floor started to glow. Logan smiled. He was close, so close to finding what Seth saw. The glow intensified and soon his eyes were blinded. He covered his eyes with his arm and turned around to see what it was. But his eyes widened, and he threw upon the floor. It was impossible. He couldn't believe it. Something like this was real. It was really out there. No, even Seth didn't radiate this aura. A soft sound of flesh tapping across the floor could be heard. He didn't dare to look up, fear wheeling up in his heart. He quickly pulled out his staff and casted a great crystal spear. But it shattered to pieces and his eyes widened. His attack was stopped. No, there was no way. What the hell did it just say? A soft hand touched the back of his head, and his mind wavered. The pressure was like being crushed underneath a giant mass. His body did not dare move, in fear of what he was feeling. The fear in his chest started to well, and his mind slowly fell apart. The sensation was growing, and the longer hand remained on the back of his head. But something was slithering around his head and down to his ears. He didn't think those could count as fingers. Tentacles. Logan's eyes widened. Did he hear right? What was? Logan's screams echoed through the room, and the archives themselves started to shake. Gwendolyn shivered. Thou was a fool. They tried to reach the stars. Only for the stars to devour thy. He looked up at the sky, just like the others. Back with Naruto and his group, they returned to the same place where he fought Quelaag. The group had gotten situated on the floor and started to progress into the inner chambers, near the bell that he rung to enter the fort. My lady. Turning around, they saw the man with puss on his back slowly moving his way to them. You are safe, we are grateful. Kativa frowned before turning to Naruto. Isn't there anything we can do for them? Naruto shook his head. What I did almost killed me. If I try that again, there is no guarantee that he would survive, or I would either. Kativa bit her lip. She hated leaving them like this. Suffering, being unable to release themselves from the suffering. My lady, please do not cry for us. We are grateful you care for us this much. We truly are honored to know that you wished for our safety. But all we want is for you to live freely and happily. If you do this, then that is all I can ask. He bowed his head slightly. Please honor this one wish for me. Kativa had tears slipping down her face. She eventually said thank you to her old friend and left with the group to head to the bell. There was an elevator that they could take to the lower floor, which was important in traversing into the kingdom of Izalith. Traversing through the land, they eventually arrived in a large opening. Welcome to Demon Ruins. At least that is what we call it, considering there is nothing here but demons now. But first, we have to head to the left as we can't traverse while the lava is up. Naruto nodded, following Quelaana's instructions. They walked to the right and walked over Along Stone Bridge before arriving at a fog door. Passing through, the group continued traveling up the road and arriving at a large clearing. Standing there was a mountain of a figure. Naruto was surprised by the being's size and how grotesque it looked. The being in question had what looked like lava dripping out of pores in his body, and lava tentacles came out of holes on his back. His face was awkward. He had a longing look in his eyes, as if he was trying to recall something, but he couldn't accurately remember. His face dropped to the side, making him have a dopey look. Naruto could see the man was in pain, as he was hunched from the branches out of his back and looking at something in the distance. Brother. Quelaag covered her mouth. She couldn't believe it. Ceaseless. Little brother. Quelaana bit her lip. So, this is your brother? Yes. Quelaana walked slowly to the edge. His name was Ceaseless Discharge. Or at least that is what others called him. But we called him Quivara. He is the only son in our family and he was born with this terrible condition. Mother did everything she could to make his pain easier or to remove it entirely. But nothing she could find worked and nothing lessened it. That is when that bastard gave us that ring. Quelaag gripped her fists, telling the ring would help bring him some peace, but we should have known better. All he did was make his pain worse than before. But at the same time, he was able to feel some sense of relief. Queltiva defended their choice. He is still in pain though. Quaylana walked to the edge, looking at her brother with sadness. She took a deep breath. Then she shouted, "Brother!" The being stood there, slowly shifting to the side, turning his and slowly walking to the edge. He was getting closer and closer, making Naruto shake with every step he took. He was making him feel like an earthquake was about to break out. Discharge arrived at the edge and looked closely. His eyes stared close at Quaylana, and the sisters watched in bated breath, wanting to see what he would do. "Do you see me, brother?" Quaylana bit her lip. "Please tell me you can see me." The creature stared at her, shaking slightly before one of its hands was raised up to the ledge. Touching the side, Quaylana could feel the heat coming off his body and was sweating. But she wouldn't falter, not this time. Quaylog walked next to her sister and stared at his eye. "Brother, it is Quaylog, remember? We used to play hide and seek when you were younger. You would always hide in the same spot, though, so I could find you easily. But sometimes, I would take my time to let you enjoy the game." The being turned, and it seemed to shake a bit, as if trying to say or do something. Quitava walked to the edge and tears streamed down her face. "Please brother, tell us you can hear." The being stared for a few seconds. Naruto steadied his hand. He was afraid that if he went for a weapon now, he might provoke him into attacking, which was the last thing he wanted, given how tense the situation was already. "SSS sisters." Discharge's voice echoed through the cave. All the sisters were crying now. "Brother," they were shouting in unison. But the being tilted its head. "AAA are okay. We are okay." Quaylana smiled. "Thank you brother for everything you have done for me and the others." "SSSS sister, protect. FFF fail mother." "No you didn't," Quaylana cried out, "you gave yourself for me. You gave up your body to stop the influence of that monstrous flame, preventing it from reaching me and allowing me to escape. But I left you, leaving you like this. SSSS sister. LL love you. DDD do again, if PP possible." Quaylana cried out to her brother while she wanted to touch him. She knew that would only burn her. Turning to Naruto she shouted, "Heal him, do what you did for our sister and heal him." Naruto frowned. "Like I told you I can't. Whatever this fire is, it almost took me over and the poison before weakened me. I can't afford to do that again, and if I did, I could cause him greater pain." Walking closer, he looked up at him, because the flame has spread through him, and his body has mutated beyond recognition. "If I were to try this, I could kill him in the midst of it." Quaylana growled. "You have to do this, it is the only way. I can't leave him like this. Because if we do then that means I abandoned him again." Naruto shook his head. "You didn't. He gave his life for you. He wanted to protect you more than anything. Don't sully that choice he made. Cherish the memory that he loved you to protect you." Quaylana was about to continue, but her brother's hand slammed down. PPP pain hurt. WW want to stop, be with others. Naruto bit the inside of his lip. He knew what he was asking and it wasn't something one would ask easily. I can't do that brother. If I let you. SSS sister, I happy. Why you safe, I at peace." He turned his eyes to Naruto. PP please protect them." Naruto frowned before pulling out his Dragon Slayer sword. He slammed it into the ground before the giant. "You have my word. I will protect your siblings with everything I have. They will never fear loss. I will be their sword. I will be their shield like you were before. Trust me, I will never break my oath." The giant shifted slightly, and Naruto saw that his face changed a bit. He revealed a crooked look, but Naruto knew he was smiling. SSS sisters proud. "We are brother," Quaylog cried. "You were the bravest brother, I will always remember your strength brother." Kativa cried while hugging her sister Quaylog. Quaylana cried, falling to her knees. "Why yes, you were the strongest, you're the bravest. I'm forever grateful to having a brother like you. Please never doubt I was proud of you, and all I wish now is for you to remember this." She looked up and smiled at her brother. Discharge's right eye started releasing lava. Naruto felt tears running down his own face. "This is the love of family, just like you loved me Sasuke." He could only think of his older brother. How he was always proud of the path he went down and what he stood for. How he was always there for him when he was struggling in the end. The pride of an older sibling. He wished he knew it. Naruto picked up his sword and walked closer to Discharge, and he bowed his head to him. The creature nodded, before lowering his head to the man. Naruto saw his eyes shining with content. He took a deep breath and quickly thrust his sword through his forehead. The man released a sigh, and his body started to glow before disappearing in a burst of gold. The sisters watched this and hugged one another, crying their eyes out. Naruto joined in the crying as he couldn't stop his own tears. Sisters. Love you forever. Beware of the stars. The voice was more childish, and while the sisters cried hearing their brother's real voice one more time, Naruto took his message and knew that it was a warning, his last attempt at protecting them from something he knew. But, he would worry about it down the line. Guinevere, please do me a favor. Of course. Don't show me his memories, just put his soul to the side and allow him to rest. He truly deserves it. The goddess smiled and put his soul to the side, allowing him to find some comfort in this new home. Naruto watched below as the fire and magma faded from the surrounding area, leaving a clear path down to the ruins. But in their way was a horde of demons, Taurus demons and Capri demons. He was really worked up, but he saw the sisters were a mess. They would wait. Naruto quietly sat at the lower level's entrance and waited. His sword thrusted into the ground and his eyes focused down below. If anything tries to come up, he would smite them. He would make sure they regret trying to get close. They deserve to mourn. He wouldn't dare disturb this. Naruto looked up. Mom, Dad, I hope you're still proud of me. Turning his attention back, he faintly felt something on his shoulder, and his eyes widened. Always my maelstrom. Naruto's eyes watered again, this time from the warmth. In the depths of a dark chasm, a pair of orange eyes glared through the darkness. Continue the path, come to me my dark lord, free us from the shackles of the flame. End this area and begin anew. 4 screams are heard in the back, and the being ignores their existence. Chapter 26. Naruto waited for the girls. They were recovering from their brother. He couldn't blame them, the pain they were feeling, it was horrible. If he was honest, he wanted to continue, but he knew better than to rush. Especially since they were in the land of the demons. Meaning they had to tackle things one step at a time, or they would be overwhelmed before they knew it. Eventually, the sisters settled down, and Quelaag walked over with a smile on her face. Thanks Naruto, we appreciate this. Naruto smiled sadly, it is horrible to lose the ones you love. Especially when there is nothing you can do for them. He sighed, I know that feeling better than anyone. Especially from, Naruto bit his lip, never mind. If you guys are ready, let's get moving. Quelaag frowned. Her family owed him so much, but they knew so little about him. She remembered when fighting Nito, he mentioned knowing him and his nation. He stated that he had some encounters with other people. That would explain his unique look and personality, as well as his lack of knowledge of their lands. But at the same time, she wondered what kind of land was isolated, so much so that they wouldn't know. Almost all the far-off countries knew about Gwyn, almost no one was untouched. SOHWO, could they avoid it? She sighed, it was too much work to think about. Turning to Sister Quelana, she saw her staring off in the distance. She always wondered how she avoided the worst of the flames, but it would seem she didn't get away unscarred. As for their youngest, she was sitting on the ledge with dry tears. Her hands were in a prayer motion, wishing her brother's soul peace on the next journey. Quelaag closed her eyes and imagined seeing her younger brother when he was smiling with them and the rest of the family. Wait for us mother, sisters, we are going to end your suffering. She gripped her hand around the sword at her waist. She was ready now. Quelana, her mind was a mess, but she knew they had to focus. She promised she would continue to live for her brother, making sure his sacrifice was not in vain. She was going to bring down the throne that Gwyn created and make sure it is seared with flames. Keteva stood up before turning to Naruto and walking to him. It was time to get to their mother and end their family's suffering. Naruto watched as the sisters approached. You okay? Yes, Quelaag said as she drew her sword. We are ready, it's time to forge a path to our mom. Naruto nodded. Picking up his sword, he began walking down the ramp. Some of the sick people were trying to crawl close to him, he could see their eyes were blank. The pain had probably driven them mad, making them lash out at anyone nearby, at least anyone who didn't feel or smell like them. Naruto quickly slashed his blade through them, and they disappeared in a spray of dust. He heaved the sword onto his shoulder and glared at the demons before them. It was a group of Taurus demons like the one on the castle walls in the undead burg. Then he saw Capra demons littering the landscape. He sighed, one was bad, but these guys weren't that much of a threat now. Naruto held his sword in front of him and charged forward. The girls followed behind with Keteva forming her bow of flame. She pulled back, and an arrow of fire formed, then it soared through the sky and pierced its target. The nearest Taurus demon screamed from the pain, but it was still standing. Keteva snapped her fingers. The arrow exploded and soon the monster fell to the ground without its head. Naruto saw another Taurus demon slowly lumbering to them. Naruto reacted on instincts and swung his blade sideways. The creature lifted its club up and brought it down. The heave created cracks in the ground but had missed Naruto. He had appeared behind the demon, turning around slightly. The demon's feet were gone and it was now stuck crawling on the ground. Ketava fired another arrow, killing the demon. The nearby demons saw what was happening and quickly proceeded to the sisters and Naruto. Naruto cracked his neck and put his sword in front of him. "This is going to take a bit." Quaylana growled. "Stand back." Quaylog's eyes widened, her sister wasn't about to. Quaylana held her hands up. 2 balls of flame appeared in her hand. They started spinning slowly before the speed increased. It was gradually getting faster, and the balls were slowly lifting out of her palms. "Naruto, don't get near the demons." He raised an eyebrow, but he saw the pissed look in Quaylana's eyes and quickly rushed past the demons. He dodged under the swing of the Capra demon and managed to avoid a stomp from a Taurus demon. Quaylog quickly rushed back to hide behind her sister's attack while Ketava pulled her hands back on her bow. Aiming it at the demons, 4 flaming tips appeared in her bow. "All of you." Her eyes were visible, glowing with a dark flame. "Die." She pushed the balls into the air and soon the flames expanded. Then, it exploded in the air, releasing more balls of fire. Each one shredding through the air, heading to each of the demons. More flame balls were aimed at the Taurus demons, but it was still impressive that each one was targeted, at least 3 balls of fire aimed at each one. Naruto was in awe. Quaylana was really talented in pyromancy. She had created an attack that was tearing through the air, hitting multiple enemies at once, and killing them in quick succession. The explosions shook the floor, and all the demons screamed from the searing pain. The smoke covered the demons, but Naruto could see the dust that was coming off them. The monsters flew into the air and soon headed in his direction. He couldn't believe it. Their souls were worth so much, but Quaylana managed to kill them all in a single sweep. They only took down 2 of them and she managed to wipe out more than 10 of them. Naruto knew she was definitely the most advanced pyromancy user alive. There was no doubt in his mind. Having cleared the floor, Quaylana sighed. "Let's keep moving." Quaylog gulped. This was one reason she never messed with Quaylana. While she was certain in her strength, her sister was a monster on another level, so powerful that people wouldn't think of crossing her. She was a master at using the flames and being more creative with them, even more so than their mother, who always praised her for her talent. It always rubbed the other sisters the wrong way, but she always admired and feared her sister. Ketava could feel her sister's heart. She was heavy. The guilt is eating her alive from the inside due to losing her brother and being blamed for it. At least she blamed herself. None of them would, but she wouldn't let go of that sin, not until she was long gone. She prayed she could find peace soon. Naruto and the girls gathered back up in the middle of the lava fields and walked to the ledge. There, they saw a large lava pit at the bottom of the hole and ruins along the side of the wall. Spotting more, Capra demons littered the walkway, making Naruto sigh. Each one standing there as if they were guarding something from being reached. Or at least not knowing where to go beyond this point. They weren't sure, but they were sure that was one of the reasons. Naruto noticed something. "Hey, what is that thing?" The girls looked at where he was pointing. It was a giant creature sitting alongside the wall. He couldn't make out much of the being, but it seemed to be waiting. However, he felt its gaze. That would be the result of the ring. "The ring?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "You mean your brother's ring?" Quaylog nodded. "Yes, our brother's ring seemed to become monstrosity whenever he left it off his hand for too long. We had to kill the creature a few times after he got the ring. It wasn't too difficult, but the damn thing was annoying to deal with. As it was nearly immune to our pyromancy. However, it can still feel pain, and it will always choose a place where it has an advantage. Such as this place, with all the lava on the ground and having few places the enemy can move freely." Naruto nodded, but he got curious. So, summoning one of the daggers, he threw it at the monster. The blade soared into the monster but bounced off its skin. Looks like it has hardened skin. Probably because it is not awake. Quaylana sighed. There are some creatures that when sleeping or dormant can't be harmed unless it is something truly powerful. Ketava summoned her bow and fired a flaming arrow at the creature. The arrow hit the skin and exploded. But nothing, it didn't move, and there was no sign of damage to the creature. Damn, Naruto was hoping to avoid fighting it down in the crater, but it looked like they won't have a choice. Turning back to the bridge, he narrowed his eyes. Okay, we need to cut our way through quickly. We can't afford to waste time with all the monsters. Ketava nodded. Leave that to me. Are you sure? She smirked. Yep, I have a trick that will definitely work. Naruto and the girls agreed to the plan and soon proceeded to the demon ruins. Naruto managed to dispatch one of the Capra demons that was waiting for them when it jumped into the air to bring down both blades. Only to find itself impaled through the crotch by his sword and screaming in pain. Naruto felt for them if they were male, but it was the easiest way to get the kill. Naruto and his team continued down the walkway, cutting through some of the Capra demons. Ketiva managed to fire off some fire arrows, and they pierced through their skulls with ease. Arriving at the main ramp, they saw a fog door below, and Naruto frowned. There were several paths that they could take, mostly for exploration and collecting unique items, but only one way down. Naruto started walking to the stairs until he heard an explosion behind them. Turning their head, he saw Ketiva firing off a flaming arrow at something behind them. It was a person clad in black armor carrying a shield and sword. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Someone you guys know?" Quelaag growled. "It is Kirk. He was a servant of my sister when she was stuck to her spider half." Naruto frowned. "If he is a servant, then why are we attacking him?" Because was being the operative word. He had originally served my sister, but after time, he started to drift away, only aiming for his own goals and ambitions. I knew the man was not to be trusted, but sadly, my sister's kind nature made it easy for him to move around. Kirk, that prick. She had known he was a traitor. He always had something to say or do that was outside the normal scope. He swore his loyalty to her sister, but she never saw him actually do his duty, as he claimed. Sure, he came by with humanity once in a while, but not enough for all the time he was away. Hell, she knew that they did not forge the armor but by those living in New Londo. Naruto on the other hand sent away Dragon Slayer and summoned his katana. Well, then, that means we should deal with him. Something tells me he won't leave us alone unless he gets what he is after. Naruto, let us deal with him. This is our fight, you should keep moving forward. But Naruto, Ketiva glared at the knight and then back at Naruto. This is our fight, we need to make sure we deal with it. Please, go. My sisters are right, Quailana chimed in. He betrayed us, and we need to deal with him. Naruto wanted to argue against them. But he knew better, women were stubborn. Was this what Shikamaru meant when women are troublesome? He shook his head, no, that was just Shikamaru. Traversing down the stairs, he heard explosions going off in the background. He knew that the group was powerful enough to handle him, but he didn't stop worrying about them. He barely missed the stone statue that was moving slowly to him. Rolling around the monster's flame breath, he slashed its back, making the monster groan from the pain and slowly turning. But Naruto reacted quickly and performed a downward slash, killing the beast. Sighing, he collected what he could find on this floor, but he saw something that made him smile. It was a bonfire, but it was hidden behind a giant bug monster. Walking around the staircase, he proceeded to the bug monster that either didn't see him or acknowledge his presence. Screw it, I don't have time for this today. Naruto held his hand out, formed a fireball, and made it into his classic move. He thrust his hand, and the ball of fire slammed into the worm, causing it to scream in pain and wiggle around. But the pain was too intense, and the creature exploded into dust. Naruto sighed before going to collect the soul that was laying on the ground nearby. There, he walked to the bonfire and lit it. Good, just in case. Naruto walked away from the fire and proceeded back up the stairs to check on the girls. He was sure they could handle the guy, but that didn't mean he wasn't worried. Especially since two were long-range fighters while only one of them was good at fighting close up. But his fears were unfounded, as expected, as the girls were waiting for him at the bottom of the stairs. Done. Yes. Ketiva sighed, turning to her sisters. I apologize again, sisters. I never should have trusted that man. Quailana rubbed her head. It is fine, sister, we know better now. Naruto nodded. You never know who is going to stay loyal to you and who isn't. In the end, all you can do is forge forward and know better in the future. Ketiva sighed. She knew that he was right, but it still ate at her. She should have known better, but for some reason she just failed to recognize it. How annoying. Naruto and the girls gathered and proceeded down the stairs. They walked into more of the stone creatures spewing fire. Naruto quickly sat through them, with Quelaag providing support. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, the Taurus demon jumped out of the corner. He had his hammer raised. Naruto quickly rolled under his attack and Quelaag formed a ball of flame. Shaping the sphere, she created a spear and flung it through the monster. It fell backwards, almost crushing Naruto in the process. Watch it. Quelaag rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. He shook his head, and they continued to the fog door. Walking up to the door, they pressed against it and passed into a hallway with branches growing through the walls and ruins buried under the earth. Naruto had to admit, this place was quite haunting. Looking down, he saw a jump path down to the bottom floor. He turned back to his friends and thought of Ketiva. While she was healthier, he wasn't sure if she was up for jumping down. He shook his head. He would just ask, it was that simple. So, do you girls want to head down or continue along the path? Quelaag walked past him and jumped down on the branch and then to the ground floor. There is some kind of maggots down here. But it looks like they are weak. Naruto's sweat dropped. Given we just had a battle with Nito the god of death and had to traverse the realm of death. Of course these would seem like nothing. Naruto shook his head before turning to Keteva. Kneeling he motioned her to come over. She smiled, jumping on his back and wrapping her arms around his neck tightly. Naruto stood up before jumping to the branch below. There, Naruto quickly jumped off it into the ground floor. Keteva hopped off his back and frowned. Parasites. She quickly formed a small orb of fire and flung it at one of them. The creature screeched from the pain and collapsed. They latched to the target's face and blinded them with a flame that they produce from their bodies. Naruto frowned, so that means they are a threat to anyone that happens to find this place. Yes. She flung another ball of fire, killing another, skittering across the floor. Her sister was cutting them down as quickly as she could find them. Best to eliminate them before someone happens to find them. Naruto nodded, quickly cutting down one of the monsters that aimed for his face. Quickly wiping out the monsters, Quelaag joined them on the ground floor and proceeded to a nearby wall. Oh, it seems this is still in one piece. This wall. I wouldn't be surprised that you didn't know. Keteva touched the wall and soon it started sliding downward. You see, people of my covenant could access this door if they offered enough to me. But most times, those who did join had alternative reasons and never returned or became puss monsters. Naruto's eyes widened and he quickly grabbed Keteva and pulled her back. The girls were shocked but then looked up and saw that someone was standing there. He had a sword in his hand and was covered in one of those bugs from earlier. Naruto's heart sank. Solaire. Standing there was Solaire, the man Naruto had come to think of as a friend while traversing the land. While traveling, he had hardships, but he was always there to listen and cheer him up. It was something he cherished, but then he noticed that his own joy was slowly diminishing. Over time, his mind wavered, and his body moved more rigidly. I can see it, Naruto. My son, I have found my son. Naruto gritted his teeth, putting Keteva behind him and pulling out his sword. Solaire, you're not seeing a sun, you're seeing the flame of that thing strapped to your face. Nonsense. I can see the sun, it is my sun, the sun that was my guiding grace. Naruto shook his head. Solaire, listen to me, that thing is warping your mind. No, the only person trying to warp my mind is you. He pointed his sword at him. If you plan to disturb me when staring at my son, then I shall smite you here and now. He couldn't believe it. His friend was completely lost, he had been brainwashed by that damn bug. Guinevere, is there anything we can do? He really didn't want to kill him. Naruto, that thing from before, that flame, it almost killed you, and you want to try and confront it again. Unlike the time before, this one is smaller and, I think, manageable. You think? Naruto thinks with reason, if you try to confront that fire again, who knows what will happen. I don't care. Naruto gritted his teeth and blocked a strike from Solaire's sword. I know he is still in there and that damn bug can be destroyed. Meaning I can still save him. Guinevere bit her lip. Should they try? There was a good chance whatever that flame was before could kill him. She didn't advise using that same method again, but he was right to an extent. This creature didn't seem to be as powerful or massive as the sister's infection, so there is a chance this will be easier. But the risk was too great. Naruto, use it again. Kurama. If you can stop him for a few seconds and push your senjutsu into the bug, then we can possibly kill it without hurting Solaire. But he definitely won't be happy about this. Better than him dying. Naruto parried his next swing and quickly closed the distance to him, pushing him to the floor without difficulty. He pushed his empty hand into the bug's core. He flinched at the intensity of the bug's fire. It was burning his flesh, but he wasn't going to give up. He focused, slowly pulling in the world around him. The chaotic flame inside the voice, it was there. But he wasn't going to back down. The girls watched as Naruto pushed his hand into the bug's eye socket. They were terrified of what this meant for him, but he didn't hesitate, which meant he was confident. Soon, a high, piercing screech was heard with Solaire screaming. Naruto grunted from the pain before pulling his hand up. The bug in his hand, laying limp. Solaire was breathing heavy. Naruto sighed, before rolling off his chest and sitting upright. You okay, Solaire? He threw the bug across the room, not caring where it landed. Why? Why did you take my son from me? He sat up. I finally had found it. What you found was a parasite that was draining your life. It was trying to use you as a vessel for its own sinister purpose. But I finally found my son. Now it is gone. Even if it was a lie. That lie was giving me hope. False hope. Naruto grabbed him by the front of his armor. You are looking for something that doesn't exist. At least not in a place like this. Naruto growled, you need to let go of this obsession. Find peace with your own life. Easy for you to say. He pushed him off, what is my life if I can't find a son to guide me? Naruto shook his head. You're an idiot. Giving him a serious stare, don't you get it, Solaire? You're the son. Huh. The girl smiled. You do realize that you had inspired me. A person that had become suspicious of everyone in my life. Feeling that I had to harden myself to avoid feeling hurt again. He put his hand to his chest and gritted his teeth. It was still painful to remember how the leaf treated him after the war. I was drowning in my desire to find something or anything, just to give myself a purpose. But when I met you and started talking to you, it was like, I was looking into the mirror of the past. You provided me with hope for the future and reminded me it is okay to care for others. To reach out and offer them a hand, not everyone was going to turn against me. Before long, I started to form bonds again. When I wondered why I was able to trust people so easily again, I thought of you. The one that showed me back to where I once was. I might not be the same person I was back then, but I believe I'm a better person thanks to you. Solaire looked down at his lap, am I really a son though? Unlike Gwyn, I haven't. Fuck Gwyn. Naruto jumped to his feet and glared. You want to be compared to him. You're 100 times better. Solaire looked up in shock. You didn't betray those that mattered the most to you. You honored your word, you care for those around you, and you made sure they could smile. You didn't kill your own people just because they disagreed with you. You stood with them and helped them find a path of their own. Mark my words, Solaire. One day, you are going to rise to a level beyond Gwyn and become a warrior that the heaven will sing about. So stop trying to be like him and start being more like you. Solaire sat there. Had he really been that much of a fool? Did he really push himself that far just because he wanted to be like Gwyn? A monster in human flesh. He was once his idol, but after seeing the horrors of the land and learning of the things he did to other races and beings, he grew out of this idolization, but he admired the strength he commanded. The power he had over the fire that was burning. But now, maybe. He smiled. You're right. Thank you, Naruto. He stood up and looked up to the sky. Thank you, friend. You have brought some peace to my mind. I will continue on my journey and hopefully find more to accomplish. He smirked. I hope you find your own solace, my friend. Naruto nodded before holding his hand out. I'm always a call away. Solaire nodded before shaking his hand and walking back into the lost city of Izalith. Naruto had noticed that the exit was there and they could walk through the door. Naruto sighed, thank goodness. He saved his friend. You girls ready? Quaylana and her sisters nodded, staying quiet while the boys hashed out their issues. Boys had a weird way of dragging one another up. Walking up the stairs, they walked out to the field of lava and magma. There they saw it. Their home. Lost Izalith. So we have arrived. Naruto sighed, man, with all those demons, it was quite the hassle getting here. Quaylana frowned. Indeed, but the biggest issues now is all the lava on the ground. I'm afraid to point this out, Naruto, but you aren't exactly fireproof. Agreed. Ketova waved her hands around and soon Naruto felt something covering his body. There, this pyromancy spell should prevent us from being able to touch the lava. Naruto smirked, alright then, let's head to the inner city and find your mother and sisters. The girls hardened. It was time to end this long-standing conflict. The four began proceeding into the open lava field looking for the nearest bonfire just in case. After exploring the field for a few minutes they found it and lit it. But upon returning to the lava field they were forced to jump back. A loud explosion was heard, drawing their attention to the center. The lava covered their field of vision, but soon, it gave way. This revealed another stray demon, like the jail, but this one had flames covering its body and seemed to be slightly bigger. Are you kidding me, another one? No, this is one. Quaylana sighed, it is Harvika. Who? He was the first student in our family to learn how to channel pyromancy. He was very proficient with it and proved to be a valuable asset during the war. But his arrogance started to grow as time passed, and we became more and more aware of his desire for more power. He started to conduct more experiments with pyromancy. He hoped to advance even further than us but didn't have the creativity for it. In fact, most of the spells he had came from us. He also hated the fact that we could use it with ease while he had to study harder than us. Our mother eventually just appointed him a high-ranking position, but he still wasn't satisfied. So basically the guy was a student, wasn't as good as the masters, and blamed the masters for his own lack of initiative. Pretty much. The demon growled and slammed his hammer into the lava before swiping it upward. Waves of lava flew through the air and were about to cover them. But they quickly moved out of the way of the attack and proceeded with their own attack. Naruto couldn't get close to the beast, so he chuckled fireballs at him. He was annoyed by this and quickly turned his attention back to Naruto, hoping to squash him for everything he was doing. However, Naruto quickly rolled out of the way of the monster, and Ketava fired a set of fire arrows at his back. He screamed at the searing pain before it exploded. His body slumped over. Quailana gathered a giant ball of fire and threw it down on his back. The creature tried to fight against the pressure on his back, but she just added more power, leaving him nearly face first into the lava. Naruto quickly summoned Dragon Slayer and rushed at him. Quelaag grabbed him and jumped back. A giant explosion came out of the demon. It knocked off the fireball and caused all the lava to lift into the air. Shit, he packs a hell of a wallop. All that was an area of effect spell, nothing special. She smirked. I was wondering when I would get to use this. Now is a good time. She put her sword into its sheath. Naruto stared at her in confusion. He wasn't sure what she was doing, but for some reason she was very confident in it. The sage was back to his feet and glaring at the two of them. He roared and charged at Naruto and Quelaag, making him nervous. Be at ease, there is nothing I can't do with this technique. Naruto kept his blade ready, but Quelaag kept her hand on her sheathed sword. Then, the monster was on them, and he lifted his hammer in an attempt to create a massive slam. The hammer fell behind him. He was confused, trying to understand how he dropped his hammer behind him. Pulling his arm back, it noticed his hand was missing. The sage screamed at the pain. What the? The demon soon felt several burning cuts appearing on his body. He was tumbling backward in pain and staring at the daughter in shock. Then fear started to creep in when she saw the smile on her face. The demon turned, and before it could take a step, its body started convulsing. It moaned at the pain, the burning was growing, it couldn't stand it. It was going through its entire body, and he fell to his knees. This is the end for you. Farewell, student, you always were a slow study. Quelaag turned from him and smiled. Now then, shall we continue on to our mother? The sage screamed, and soon he exploded in a torrent of flames and vanished into the lava. Naruto's sweat dropped. Thank God she never was using this against him when they fought. They had decided to take a small break to recover their lost strength by the bonfire, but then continue on their path. In another location, a woman stood by the entrance to the witch's domain. She was playing with a dagger in her hand and covered her face with a hood. So you have returned. She smirked. Goodness, to disparage the gift of our mother. I should really punish you all, that is the role of a big sister after all. Her head lifted up slightly and her eyes gleamed with a burning flame, one that was erratic and full of madness. Chapter 27. Naruto sighed. The girls were terrifying when they were hitting their stride, especially related in taking down enemies that apparently they had bad relationships with. Naruto luckily never ended up on the bad end of them at full power, but he did fear what would happen if he did piss one of them off. Oh well, that is something for the future. Traversing through the lava fields, Naruto had to admit the place was a nightmare. Especially if they didn't have a means of stopping themselves from suffering burn damage. With the spell in place, they could easily traverse the lava fields and find everything they needed. However, they ran into a giant demon stomping around the lava, but they decided to ignore it since they could get around him. Plus, they needed to save their strength for the battles ahead. Traversing deeper into the flaming pit, Naruto noted that there seemed to be lots of roots growing all over the place. He guessed maybe it was a byproduct of the flame that was created, but he wasn't 100% sure. Luckily, the roots gave them enough time to move above the flaming ground and explore more of the city. However, when they entered one of the ruins surrounded by more demons, Naruto noted that someone was watching them. He motioned to the girls where he saw them, and Quailana nodded, with Ketava forming her bow. Traversing their way up and defeating more of the slow-moving stone dragon creatures, they ran into a hooded woman with a dagger in one hand and a ball of fire in the other. Naruto was confused, but before he could ask, he saw a flaming arrow hitting her in the head and exploding, causing her to turn into dust and make him sweat drop. Okay, Naruto had to admit that was harsh, but it cleared the way for them, so it was okay. Walking down the rooted path, they made it deeper into the building while dealing with a weird multi-eyed demon creature with tentacles and hoof feet. They dispatched him quickly, Quelaag just doing her unsheathing strike on the monster, turning it into dust. Naruto traversed into the lower ground, with the girls finding nothing of note, at least, not until they saw a familiar knight standing over a ledge, looking on in confusion. Oh, hello friend, it's good to see you again. How have you been? Looking down, trying to defeat those monsters, quite ferocious, no? Naruto nodded. Yeah, but with enough timing, they are easy to dispatch. Indeed. But even with your group, you would be hard-pressed to deal with them. So, maybe, he gasped, this is my chance. Sir, please allow me to help in clearing these monsters. Naruto didn't really need anything from him, hell there was nothing down there that he wanted. But the man seemed to be insisting on it. Alright then, let's do it then. The man nodded and jumped into the poison marsh. I didn't mean just jump. Naruto sighed. This guy really wanted to get out of his debt. Part of him wanted him to try and take out those monsters on his own, but at the same time, he couldn't afford to leave him alone. He remembered the young woman who was looking for him. He was about to say something, but then an explosion was heard behind them. Turning, they saw another hooded woman walking down the branch, and she had a small smile on her face. The hood covered her eyes and she seemed to be swinging around a dagger. Oh, it would seem you girls have returned home. But sad to say you have rejected the gift our mother has given us. Ketiva's eyes widened. Oldest sister. Kella, what happened to you? Oh dear Ketiva, you were always so weak and fragile. You should have embraced mother's gift, and then you wouldn't be so tired or confused. Holding up her hand, a dark red flame appeared in her hand. But don't worry, I will baptize you in our mother's flame soon enough. She frowned. However, Quelaag, it would seem you too rejected the gift even though mother was so generous with you, and Quelana, our brother, too, in all your blessings. She tched, too bad, it would seem it was too much for the fragile brat. Quelana's eyes widened and her flames roared to life. Don't you dare talk bad about him. Quelaag drew her sword. I'm done listening to you, traitor. You pushed the experiment. You wanted mother to create this new flame. I always wondered why, but now I see it. You're just like Gwyn. At least he understood our powers were coming from a dying energy. We needed to find a new form of energy soon or our time was going to end. We would be at their mercy, and I refused to be licking the boots of those mongrels that were no better than fodder. Naruto wasn't sure what was going on entirely, but he saw the knight struggling against the monsters. Guys, Quelana pushed Naruto off the ledge. He was falling to the ground below but saw that there was an explosion where he was standing. She had just saved his life. Naruto landed on his feet and turned to see the knight struggling. Siegmeyer didn't deserve to possibly die in this shithole. He quickly drew out his sword and started attacking one of the nearby demons. Wait, this is my debt to fulfill. Sometimes people don't want you to do things like that. Throw away your life without a care in the world, not caring if you die or if you live. Debts are just there to remind us that we should always be good to people. Naruto cut through the monster's legs and slashed into its eye. He ripped his blade through the demon's face and then turned to the knight. He was slashing through another one of the monster's legs. The knight managed to down one of the monsters with a powerful piercing blow, but Naruto cut down the next one that got too close. He could feel the poison in his body, which was causing him to start getting a bit dizzy. Shit, Naruto knew that he didn't have long before the poison probably dropped him in the marsh. But he had to keep fighting, and the sounds of explosions on the surface weren't helping. He had to admit this is a pretty bad situation. Naruto managed to cut down another monster, and only one remained. A stray ball of fire was thrown over the edge, hitting the creature and thus killing it. Well, that was convenient. Naruto soon felt his legs buckle. Sir. Running over, the knight picked him up on his back. Are you okay? Nah, I think the poison is getting to me. Sorry about this. The man shook his helmet. No need to apologize, good sir, this a good chance to earn my favor. Please hold on to me. Naruto sighed. He would just let him have it. If this helped him feel better, then he would just go along with it. No point in starting more shit than necessary. Climbing up the branch, the knight carried him on his back while pulling out some stuff he had found earlier. It was supposed to help with poison, so he ate it. It tasted terrible, but he had to admit he did feel the poison leaving his body. Thankfully, he still had his Estus flasks, too, so that was a blessing. With that right of rekindling that he had, he was able to increase its strength with the firekeeper's help and have more of it. So this meant he wouldn't be pressed later on. But he still felt the exhaustion from the position, so that was the worst. Naruto and Siegmeyer came to the top of the branch and saw the fighting going on. Quelaag was holding her arm and growling at their enemy. Her sword hanging limply in her hand. Ketiva, she was feeling tired, given she was panting hard and barely able to muster up her flames. Quelana might be in the best shape, but she, too, was struggling. She had multiple cuts on her face, and her robe showed signs of damage. Naruto growled, taking a few more hits of his flask before jumping off the man's back. Thanks for the help, but you should get out of here. I have to handle this with the girls. I understand. Thank you for letting me reclaim my honor. While I didn't want you to assist me in fighting the monsters, I did appreciate you letting me carry you. Now my honor has been restored. He then turned, but I can't turn away. He drew his sword. As a knight, it is my duty to fight for those in trouble. Naruto nodded. But he was worried. The guy wasn't a bad fighter, far from it, he was quite impressive. But the issue lay with the fact that this wasn't a demon they were dealing with, from the looks of it, someone with both long-range and close-range capability. But he would take the assistance, as the girls looked to be in worse shape than him. With the girls, Keteva wondered how things could have gotten so bad. It was true their eldest sister was always different from them. She was always eager to push things and try to achieve greater heights, even disregarding their mother's warnings about being too careless, especially with her use of pyromancy. She was the one who was nervously willing to work with Gwyn in the hopes of creating a new form of the first flame. Due to this, things went horribly and now most of their family was torn apart. But here she was, standing there as if they were in the wrong, taunting them with the knowledge they ran while she stood proud and relished the power of this flame. Naruto had fallen down below, but they were sure he would be fine. He had dealt with worse odds than this. The fight, however, was tougher than expected, with their eldest sister being able to close the distance on them. She was using a dagger that was coated in a red line along the blade, burning everything that it touched, given Quelaag's pierced shoulder. The flames that were pushed into it left her in pain. Then their sister Quelana tried to use her powers, and she aimed for her. But she dodging their attacks with ease and even using her own fire. This power was different from their own since it had black tints and seemed to have gold tints. This was unusual from their chaos flame that was created. She started releasing more flames, and they were struggling. Worse, she somehow was able to redirect their flames into the pit below. While they were worried about Naruto and the guy down there, he seemed fine. But now they were in a desperate spot. She was outperforming them, and they could do nothing about it. However, Siegmeyer jumped between the sister and held his sword forward. "Hear me, she-devil. I have come to slay you in the name of these women." "Oh." The eldest sister smiled. "You think you can defeat me?" She withdrew her flame and held her dagger out. "This should be interesting until you die." Siegmeyer balanced his sword on his shoulder and quickly went for a downward swing. She was already under him with a smile on her face and aiming her dagger at his chest. The handle of the sword knocked down her strike. This surprised her. He twisted his wrists and then did a sideways swing at the woman's head. But she quickly rolled under the attack and rushed at his back. But she found her attack blocked again, this time with him knocking down her wrist with the elbow. What the hell? While it is true that in a battle against powerful enemies and larger opponents, I struggle. But as a true knight of Katarina, I have learned to dispatch smaller enemies and those of my size. You will find that I am quite adept. Naruto frowned, he was doing good. He is parrying a lot. Seeing the smallest openings is a chance to knock her attack on track. Then aiming to hit her with her guard down. But she is aware of the attack and is trying to move faster than him. But her attacks have such a short reach she has to extend on them, giving him a chance to make the proper move to disrupt it. Quite impressive, he would give a Hyuga a run for their money with that kind of instinct. Naruto nodded. Kella growled, this guy, she thought he would be easier. He seemed to struggle earlier when he was fighting some of the monsters in the lava area. But for some reason, this guy was getting the better of her. Her, the eldest daughter of the witch and the rightful ruler of this land. She wouldn't be humiliated by this. Naruto saw her dash backward and then swing at her sister Quelana. But she quickly dodged out of the way but had to move again when she was fast approaching her. But the eldest had to jump back when a powerful swing cut down the middle. Damn, I have missed you. He quickly turned to the woman, but I shall not miss you again. For you see I'm getting closer. Soon you shall fall to my blade. He picked his sword upward again and waited for her attack. The eldest growled, this was getting more annoying. She was hoping that she could take her sisters out since they thought she was too focused on him. Instead, he was able to use this as a chance to attack, almost catching her. It was the exact thing she was trying to do. Jumping back, she sighed. You're more annoying than I hoped for. But for the will of the kingdom and the blessings of the new age, I will not allow you to stop me. Siegmeyer waited for her movement. But her eyes started to glow, then she started screaming. The pain seared through her eyes and then aimed at the knight. Siegmeyer didn't have time, the blast hit him in the chest, knocking him off his feet and making him cough up blood. Sieg. Naruto rushed to the man but he quickly held his hand out. No, he coughed. Stay back, I shall slay this woman. He stood to his feet wobbly. I admit that attack took me by surprise, but I shall not fall for it again. The woman smirked. Only one strike was needed. Your soul is going to burn, and then you'll see I was right. This new flame is the birth of a new era in the Age of Fire, one that is meant to be ruled by those with the minds to see it. She smiled sinisterly. All it will take is a few minutes. Naruto growled. He wanted to try to heal Sieg for being hit by the attack, but he didn't know if he could. His senjutsu only worked in certain situations and with the flames in small amounts. But he had taken quite a bit into his body recently, so he wasn't sure if more would make his situation worse. As there had been a long period of time between when he helped Ketava and her sister to the point when he saved Solaire. So, the power had to disappear. Would the exposure be too soon? I see. The knight nodded. I understand now that this is my purpose, the one thing that I must accomplish before it happens. He held his blade tightly in his hands. I must make sure these people make it out of this fight. By slaying you, I shall have held my honor as a true knight. Fool, soon your pride won't mean anything. None of it will amount to anything more than simple platitudes. Maybe so, but it will be worth writing legends about. Naruto wanted to jump in, but he knew that his pride wouldn't allow it. He would sooner cut him down for getting involved. The girls wanted to help, but one was injured, one was drained, and the other was injured and drained. It was down to him and he wouldn't have any other way. Fine, then you can die in the pits of suffering for your arrogance. She gathered up the flames in her eyes, releasing a powerful blast of the energy. As before, it went straight for Sieg, but he was ready this time. Bringing his blade down, he hit the attack right as it was inches from his chest, causing the powerful beam to start to fall in two directions and fly past him in two different directions. Naruto was amazed. The timing had to be just perfect for that to work. He managed this without any assistance or additional information. He just did it after the first attack. Naruto could see that this man, while sensitive, was a real knight and had real skill, something that many didn't seem to share. Kella was shocked, but her mind was fuzzy. The attack was putting strain on her mind, and she couldn't risk firing it again. However, Sieg was already in motion with his next move. He had closed the distance on her and swept her legs out from underneath her, forcing her into the air and crashing to the floor with a grunt. The sword went through her chest, and she screamed at the pain. It was so surprising, she couldn't believe it. And no, it can't end like this. It has, it will. Sieg felt her squirming on his sword, but he didn't care. He was going to hold her here no matter what. So, pushing down harder, he forced his blade deeper into her chest. She screamed in the pain and her eyes glowed. Fucking asshole, I'll turn your soul into ash. Sieg just grunted. Torrents of golden flames exploded out of her eyes and they went straight into him. He was grunting at the pain and his body was shaking from the force. He had a firm grip on his sword, preventing her from moving. Naruto could see the scorch marks appearing on his armor and the pain he was in. He quickly rushed to him and tried to grab him. Quailana grabbed him and pulled him back. What are you doing? You can't get close. Those flames, they are more dangerous than our mother's flame. I don't care, the man is dying right now. She shook her head. No, it is worse for him. Naruto was shocked, his body stopped shaking, and the sound of a moan escaped into the air. And no way. My ambition, the dream. It was right there. I shouldn't have lost, we shouldn't have lost. Why am I? Because you have lost your honor, Sieg huffed out between deep gasps of air. You have lost your way, you have lost your family, and you have forgotten what is important to you. Sadly, you have no one to blame but yourself. He coughed harder. Pray that they forgive you in the next life. And no, this can't be happening. I was meant to be queen, I was to rule over all, this power was to make me the strongest. How could it fail me? Answer me. Her eyes widened. Answer me, you shitty god. God. Naruto was confused. You mean Gwen? Forget him, he is the one that I want answers from. Tell me. Was this a game? Tell me, why did you? Her body started to spasm and soon she was still. Her mind was gone, and her body was cold. Soon, the body disappeared into ash, leaving nothing behind but her dagger and a book. What god was she speaking of? Was there someone else that was pulling strings in the back? Someone that was doing things to help the witch? This is something he would investigate if he had the time. But first he had to check on Sieg. He collapsed to his knees and he sighed. Before releasing a powerful cough. The pain, it grows. He touched the hole in his chest and then sighed. So this is the end for me. How fitting. I die a knight, defending those around me. Siegmeyer, Naruto held out his flask to him. He pushed it away. I fear that will not help me. The pain is too deep and the pain is too immense. He coughed. I believe it is best. He smiled under his helmet. I have been saved by your group every time we have encountered one another. But now I have finally repaid my debt, I am pleased. He coughed again before slowly walking away from the group. There is one more place I must go and this will be my final resting place. He sighed. I heard stories of this place from my people, the land where the last of the ancient ones live. Naruto bit his lip. Is there really nothing he could do for him? Naruto thought about trying to use his senjutsu, but given everything he had already gone through, he wasn't sure he could risk it. Especially since those flames almost killed him at times. He wasn't sure that the strain was good for Kurama and Guinevere, who were both working overtime to purge the flames from his body. The sisters frowned. They felt terrible for him. Their sister was responsible for this, and he was the one who slayed her. Could they just let him walk away? Quaylana knew they had to. They were too injured to continue fighting at this moment. Plus, they were exhausted, and facing their mother now was out of the question. They would have to return to the bonfire and recover, and there was no telling what the flame was going to do to Siegmeyer. The least they could do was let the man have his choice. The man turned to them. Remember the bravery of the Catalina Knights. Remember the great Siegmeyer, for I came to those in times of need. He coughed before stumbling out of the ruins. Naruto gripped his fist. If only he had his powers from before. Then maybe this wouldn't be happening. No, there is no telling if this would still be the case. Naruto bit his lip, but only if I could. Naruto, Guinevere reached out. No matter how you look at it, this is his choice. He wants to walk this path and it would be wrong to deny him. Would you want that for yourself? Of course not, he wouldn't want this for anyone. But his mind couldn't accept it. Kurama sighed. Naruto, get some rest. You guys are in a bad way, and you need to save your energy for the next battle. Naruto knew he was right. Sighing, Naruto helped carry Quelaag on his shoulder. He walked out of the ruins and sneaked past all the demons surrounding them. He headed for the bonfire on the shore, hoping to get some rest before running into the next Lord Soul user. Siegmeyer knew where he was going, not just because of what he said but because there was something else he wanted to do, something he had to do before he left this world. He struggled, having a hard time getting his breath. He was struggling getting back to the second bell. But he managed to do it thanks to the group killing all the demons on the way down. He passed the bell through the ruins before walking past the resting place of what was once the kind witch's home. But he noticed a man dressed in barbed armor lying against the wall far back. He saw that he had long departed. Coughing, he prayed for his soul before walking on. Traversing through the poison fields proved to be a challenge, but one he was more than equipped for. Thankfully he stocked up on stuff to prevent his poisoning. He traversed down a large route, heading to the bottom floor, where mushroom people were waiting. He sighed before drawing his sword, cutting down a few of them that got in his way. He made it through the entrance and saw a magnificent sight. A large sandy beach, in the distance the wooden pillars below the world's surface. Each one reaching high into the sky. He wondered if they were meant to be holding up the surface world. Wandering down to the beach, he saw a hydra in the distance, blasting away at all the monsters moving along the beach. He shook his head. Of course, there would be something like that down in this quiet place. Why not? Father. He smiled under his helmet. My dear child. By the bonfire, he saw his daughter. She was wearing identical armor to himself. She stood there with her arms crossed. You had me worried, father. I apologize, my child, but I was during a life and death battle. One that has damaged my very soul to the point of no return. He touched the wound on his chest and coughed. I can feel the pain growing, my mind is slowly waning. Father, surely there is something we can do. He shook his head. No, I can already feel it. The pain in my soul is growing. Soon, I'll be no better than those lifeless husks wandering the land. He coughed, covering up his laugh. How ironic, the time I finally repay my debt, and I am to lose my very soul. I feel this is what people call irony. He smiled under his helmet, but I wouldn't have it any other way. The daughter stared at her father with a sad expression on her face. She could feel his pain, the suffering he was going through. The willpower to make it down here and to find her. She had only come here on the rumor that people would come to this place. Apparently it was considered a beautiful sight of the world. Her father always talked about it and wanted to see it. She knew that he wanted to see this place, so she figured he might turn up here at some point. But didn't expect the reunion to be something like this. Daughter. He stared at her before drawing his sword off his back. I have one final request. He didn't need to ask, she knew. Drawing her sword, he smiled under helmet. No more words. He rushed at his daughter, bringing his weapon in a downward slash. She hooked the blade on the hilt of her sword, lifted the blade up, and then threw it into the sand. She then pulled her sword back and thrusted it at his chest. He quickly sidestepped her and swept his weapon under her feet, taking her off her feet and leaving her rolling in the sand. He was stabbing after her. She grunted before releasing her weapon and quickly rolling forward, barely dodging another of his strikes. Siegmeyer could feel the pain growing. He had to push her. He needed to see it, that she was ready. He needed to see it before it was too late. He chased after her, but she had already stepped on the bottom of her weapon and pushed it straight up, causing him to stop in his tracks from the point of the blade barely missing his stomach. But she didn't let up, she threw a straight punch to where the hole in his chest was. He coughed up blood inside of his helmet and wobbled backwards. Reaching down, she quickly grabbed the hilt of her sword and thrusted it upward. He dodged backwards, falling into the sand. A sharp thrust went through his chest and into the sand, making him cough up more blood. She had impaled him through the chest and into the sand. Brilliant. Siegmeyer smiled under his helmet. Blood was leaking out from his mouth and filling his helmet. His daughter, she was shaking. It was too much. Killing him, she knew that this was the right move. But she wasn't sure how to stomach this. Having the blade piercing through his chest and leaving him coughing up blood. Their breath was growing more faint with every passing second, the pain growing in his body. It was horrible. My daughter, thank you. He smiled under the helmet. I have lived my life on my terms, as knight I couldn't be happier. But, he coughed up blood, if there was one thing I wished for, I want you to choose the best path for you. Not as a knight, but as a father. He coughed up more blood and his mind was fading. Promise me, you will choose what you want. Even if it means never carrying a sword. Do. Siegmeyer, the knight of Katarina, one of the most noble men in the land, had passed on. The daughter fell to her knees, taking her helmet off her head, revealing a beautiful red-haired woman with a slightly tanned complexion. I will, father, I swear on the name of our hose, I will do as you ask. I will follow the path that best suits me, but I will make sure never to forget. A little girl riding on the shoulders of a black-haired man with a thin beard appeared in her mind. Tears poured harder. I will never forget your path and its meaning. I will be a true knight, but only for those that I love. She slammed her hands on the sand and her cries could be heard echoing. Silence is all that would greet them. On the surface, there stood a being wrapped in a black cloak. They were looking down on the world and smiling. This has been quite interesting. They held out their hand, revealing a golden symbol on the back of their hand. It would seem that he is determined to run the path he wants, even challenging the natural order of events. They smirked. Truly, how interesting. The symbol fully materialized. Let's see what they do with this. On his hand was a symbol of 3 connecting circles, with thin lines hanging off the circles and a symbol piercing through the connecting point of each circle. In New Londo, the dark figure in the shadows growled. So they meddle in this land. My, how troublesome. But no matter, the age will end. How far they want to drag this out is up to them. Gnashing his teeth, he faded back into the dark. Chapter 28. The group had returned to the previous bonfire and recovered. While they had a bit of a trip to return, they managed to make it without much opposition. However, after recovering, they had to make the long trek back to their mother's home. Sadly, they ran into more of the monsters that rolled on the ground and spewed flames. Luckily, Naruto managed to dispatch them easily, however, it was still a difficult return. Alright girls, we are here. Standing in front of the fog door, he turned to them. Are you sure you're ready for this? Quelaag nodded. Yes, it is time. We need to free our mother's soul from the horrors she is subjugated to. Quailana agreed while Ketava smiled. We'll have your back no matter what. Naruto nodded before reaching into his pouch and pulling out some white bones. He handed it to the girls. Listen, if something is about to happen or it looks like too much, use these. From what Guinevere has told me, they are meant to take you back to the last place we rest. Which is the bonfire outside the ruins. We won't need them, but thank you. Quailana walked to the door and put her hand on it. This led to the wall disappearing. Naruto hefted his sword on his shoulder. He decided that he might need Dragon Slayer for this fight. Walking into the room, the girls noticed that it was a slide down into their mother's chambers. Alright, let's do this. Quailana rushed down, followed by Ketava, and then Quelaag and Naruto. Arriving at the bottom, the girls took in the sight of their mother and their sisters. While the sisters were hard to see as they were off in a far distance, their mother was clear as day. She had evolved into some kind of giant root monster with arms sprouting out of its core, which lifted them above its head and released a powerful tremor. Mother. Quailana couldn't believe it. This is the source of all the demons and their mother. Quelaag investigated the corners and saw her sisters standing there, but they had been reduced to nothing more, like small parasites unable to move. Ketava frowned and did a silent prayer for her mother and sisters. Naruto took initiative. Quailana, Quelaag, go to your sisters and free them. Ketava and I will distract her. The girls nodded. Ketava gathered up her flames and formed a bow. She pulled back and released a powerful flaming arrow. This shot soared through the air and hit the wooden beast. All it did was roar from Tay attack and then lift its hands. Bringing them down in a strike, Ketava fired another arrow. But the arrow exploded, leaving not a scratch on it. Move. He picked up Ketava and rolled away from her attack. There the hand was laid out and he quickly lashed out, cutting the branch arm and making it roar in pain. Didn't know she could feel that. Naruto smiled, good to know. Another loud roar exploded out of the beast, damaging both of its sides. She screamed and pulled out more root arms from the ground. A dark red and orange flame appeared on top and seemed to be staring down at them. Oh, I think we made her mad now. Ketava pulled out her bow and aimed it once more, firing this time at the flame. But the flame was drawn into the beast. Shit, it would seem that she can absorb our flames. She sighed, shouldn't be surprised, mother is the goddess of pyromancy. Naruto nodded but saw that it was lifting its hands up. What is she doing? Oh now, Naruto, we need to move. The girls in the corner noticed this, too, and shouted similar instructions. Naruto quickly dashed away from Ketava, who dashed to a corner of the room. However, doing this, Naruto noticed small puddles of flames popping out of the ground, releasing large torrents of flames to everyone around them. Naruto quickly hustled away from the attack and watched his footing. One of the pieces on the floor fell off and revealed a very dark chasm at the bottom. Shit. Turning to the monster, he frowned and made a mad dash. Naruto, stop, are you crazy? He was a bit, but he figured that since the two girls were gone that meant the core was wide open. Quickly, he pursued the core of the beast but had to avoid the destruction of the floor. He jumped through the air and landed on the branch without much trouble. But he had to move quickly, as more pillars were popping up. By the time he reached the belly of the beast, he had avoided most of the flames. Cutting his way through, he found the core, which he looked at with pity. Sorry witch, but this is the end. I will make sure your daughters are safe. Slamming his blade down, he killed the bug. A loud roar tore through the arena. Naruto expected the roar to end, and darkness to follow soon. Exiting the creature's core, he looked up and was surprised to see the flame on top of the beast still burning. What the hell? An ear-piercing screech tore through the air. The girls were on the ground holding their ears, waiting for the noise to end. But Naruto was closer, and he couldn't react fast enough. He was down on his knees and unable to get back to his feet. A minute passed before the noise lessened and a thud was heard. Naruto looked up and his eyes widened. It was a person. Or at least someone he thought was a person at one time. They had a slim feminine figure and seemed to be whispering in a hush. But he was more drawn to the person having tattered remains of what looked like a robe. Their body is completely emancipated, and the person holding a long golden handle katana. But this weapon had a flame pattern through the blade, giving off a dark orange and red glow. But what drew his attention the most was her glowing head. It was one giant golden orange eye hovering above the body and giving off a nasty vibe. He was sure that something was scratching the back of his head, and he could hear a faint whisper. Something that was seen trying to get him to talk back. But given his history with mind readers and understanding how to battle with his mind, he was aware not to do that, as this would open the door for them to try and take over his mind. While he was sure Kurama and Guinevere would be able to help stop it, he didn't want to put them at risk. The being in question stared at him and he could see them holding out their offhand. The flame in his free hand was plucked away and the being held it in theirs. What the hell? Naruto, this is definitely the witch. She can cancel out your pyromancy and use it to enhance her own. Great. Naruto hefted the blade onto his shoulders and growled. Sorry witch, but it is time for you to rest in peace. He swung the blade up and brought it down with all his momentum. A clang was heard, and he was shocked. Her katana was blocking his attack and only the floor was slightly cracked from the attack. You can't be serious. Naruto grimaced. This was going to be harder than he thought. The sword was knocked away, and he found the person kicking him in the chest back into the nest. Naruto rolled backwards a few steps but came to a stop. He hefted his blade onto his shoulder once more, this time ready for a counterattack. But she didn't enter after him, just stood there waiting for him to come back out. Is she toying with me? Probably. But listen Naruto, you know. Yeah, as long as she is blocking the exit, it isn't going to be easy to get out of here. Digging his toes into the ground, he gritted his teeth and blurred forward. However, I don't have the luxury to wait and see what she wants to do. The figure stood there waiting for him, and when he took a sideways swipe, she brought her weapon down, parrying his second blow with ease. Shit, this is going to be harder than expected. Naruto knew he just said that, but this was way out of proportion to the others. While Nit was powerful, he at least had Priscilla to help him, but here, he didn't have that same luxury. His weapon was knocked away again, and he pulled out a bomb from his pocket and threw it. The bomb was cut into multiple pieces and fell to the ground. Great, well that didn't work. Naruto gagged. The woman had grabbed him by his throat, lifting him off the ground. Shit, this is bad. Naruto hated to admit this, but in pure skill he wasn't on par with her. The witch was definitely more powerful than the others he had faced. Or at least seemed to be, or his technique was just that much better. The woman turned around and threw him across the platform, and he landed next to the girls. Naruto. Quelaag checked on him and saw no major injuries. But she turned to the figure across the way and growled. Don't. Naruto stood up and lifted his blade on his shoulder once more. She is too powerful, I don't know how, but she is able to steal my pyromancy. Which means we have to beat her up close. Ketava frowned, and Quailana growled. This situation wasn't favoring them, but they had to do something to help. Ketava quickly started chanting and put her hands on Naruto and Quelaag, and soon they were covered in red embers. Pulling her hands back, she huffed. Go quickly before the spell wears off. The two nodded and turned to face the woman once more. She was standing in front of them now and her flames heat could be felt. Naruto swung his sword, and she brought it down to block. Quelaag went high and aimed for her flaming head, but found her blade passed through it. What the hell? Naruto grunted as his blade was parried once more and decided he needed to change things up. Lifting the heavy sword, he swung it down, and she brought it up to block. Naruto released his grip on the weapon and summoned his sword from Quelaag. The woman parried the giant sword but found the katana ripping through her body. The blade was thrust forward and impaled her through the stomach and out the back. Quelaag jumped into the fight and slashed at her back and then impaled her through the collar. But the witch didn't seem fazed. She quickly released a powerful screech that sent both flying backward. Quelaag landed a few feet from her mother and near the edge of the broken floor while Naruto was sent back into Ketava and Quailana. The witch pulled the blade out of her collarbone and threw it to Quelaag. Pulling out Naruto's chaos blade, she snapped it in half and dropped it to the ground. Naruto frowned. He was now down to his Dragonslayer blade, which he managed to retrieve. The witch slowly grasped her blade with two hands, and a dark red and gold energy started surging around it. The energy expanded around the weapon and was slowly growing in width. The handle morphed from its curved feature and took on a straight pommel. The weapon itself was surrounded by a dark flame of red, gold, and black energy. Naruto could feel the heat laminating off the blade, and it was growing stronger with every second that passed. Naruto gritted his teeth. Great, a new form of her weapon. She raised the blade up and began glowing brightly. Naruto's eyes widened. Hit the deck. The weapon flung sideways, and soon, a powerful explosion roared through the city. Outside of the city, sitting near a bonfire nestled near some demons, sat a childlike figure who was humming a soft tune. An explosion and debris started flying from the top of the main building of Izalith. The being watched as the stones were flying and crashing down on the lava and the demons around him. Most of the demons managed to survive the initial impact, but more stones hit, killing a handful of them, and some were screaming and running from the attack. One stone flew to him, and he stared at it. It turned to golden dust. Interesting, so you definitely had a hand in this, huh? I wonder how far your influence has gone in this land. Oh well, he smiled. I guess it is time to get involved. Back in the arena, Naruto looked around and was in shock. The entire top floor of the building was gone. The walls, the pillars, the branches, and all the structures surrounding them were gone. It was nothing more than a clean slate and open air to the heat coming off the lava. No way. Naruto couldn't fathom this. Nito was powerful, Seth was strong, but this was a whole other level of power. What was giving her this power? This wasn't just her flame doing this, there was something else. He could feel it, as this was on par with what Kagaya could have done. She had the power of the chakra flowing through her veins, along with all the original powers that came with it. The woman held her weapon to her side and started walking. He quickly swung his blade and she parried him. Grunting at this, he quickly spun in a complete circle and slammed into her. The attack was blocked again with her sword. Quelaag appeared behind her and slashed down on her body. The weapon stopped inches from her collar, showing her standing there with 3 fingers holding the blade in place. Quailana summoned her flames and slammed them onto the ground. Naruto jumped away and Quelaag pulled her blade free. Pillars of flame exploded out of the ground and were hitting their mother. Quailana huffed. From doing the buffs and this she was stretching her reserves to the limit. But a screech came from within the flames making them vanish. Naruto's eyes widened. She managed to dispatch the attack with sheer willpower. What the hell? How were they supposed to deal with her? An arrow of fire tore through the air but was cut down the second it got close. Naruto grunted. This was getting them nowhere, but they needed to figure out something. He smirked. Maybe he could do that. Naruto summoned things out of his patch and quickly ran at the witch. She stood there with her glowing eye, watching him as he approached. Naruto brought his blade back and slashed at her side. She parried the attack once more, making his blade go into the air, but he directed the blade's strike downward. Another parry and she closed the distance between them. With her hand on his chest, she released some of her heat and pushed him through the air. This attack sent him flying through the sky and forced him to land on his feet. But he was kidding against the ground and forced to slam his blade into the stone to stop the momentum. He looked up and saw the witch standing there, almost as if asking, is that all he had? No, but he was glad she was interacting with him more. Rushing again, he thrusted his blade forward, this time hoping the tip would reach her. But another strike of her weapon and he was parried. Just what he wanted. As he spun through the air once more and brought his blade around in a spinning slash. She parried him again, but this time, she noticed something off with the attack. Naruto grinned. Checkmate. A set of black orbs was hanging off his weapon, confusing the woman, but then a large black explosion rang through the arena. The witch screeched from the pain and was falling backward from the attack. Naruto slammed his blade through her stomach, lifting her into the air. Her voice was screeching for all of them to hear, but she was now stuck. The risk paid off. He smirked at the witch. I expected your parries, so I wanted to gauge how much time there was between each attack and if you would follow up. You didn't, other than that one attack, which gave me more than enough time to secretly attach the bombs to my blade. You didn't notice, which was the intent. While Naruto was being parried, he watched for her movements. When she didn't do anything, he quickly opened his magical space and started tying the bombs to the blade. It was a risky move that could destroy his weapon on impact, but he knew it was a risk he had to take, as there was nothing else that could do damage to her. He was open for each parry, but she didn't attack either through boredom or restraint. He wasn't sure which, but he took advantage of it. Quelaag frowned. This was a gamble, but now she had to end this fight no matter what. Rushing to the penetrated woman, she brought her blade up and slashed through her mother's wrist. This made her blade fall to the ground and she roared in pain once more. Naruto was sure they were about to finish this and get the next lord. Another screech escaped her, but this time the building was shaking. Every floor was trembling under the might of her power and the roar was reaching his soul. Even Kurama and Guinevere could feel it. The woman put her only other hand on the blade and, with a firm push, popped herself off the weapon. Landing a few feet away, she stared at them with her glowing eye. Naruto glared. They had managed to unarm her and damage her, but that didn't mean she was out of tricks. As master of all fire sorcery, she had some kind of ace up her sleeve. The ice started to glow brighter, and the foundation of the building was shaking. Naruto could see the tiles slowly breaking free from their spots, the walls cracking, and the roots that were still on the building breaking under the pressure. Shit, what is she? A powerful roar, greater than all the others, escaped her and her eye glowed even brighter. Naruto felt his body heating up, and the heat started to sear his skin. The floor was turning into liquid, and the roots were turning into cinder. Naruto could hear the cries of the demons all around them and the pain they were in. Including the fact, their souls were entering him and were being prepared for processing. However, the pain he was in was growing and the heat seemed to intensify the louder her roar got. Quelaag and her sisters collapsed to the floor, sweating and burning from the flames. The pressure was intense, and they couldn't stand it. Naruto was barely holding on and he was struggling to manage the power. He grunted in pain and tried to lift his sword. But he had to drop it as the heat around the handle was too hot. Should I have to do something, but what can we do? The fire was growing and the pain was becoming more apparent. The sisters weren't going to last much longer from this, and he would be behind them soon enough. Oh dear. Hearing a new voice, he turned his head and saw a small figure standing next to him with a hand on their chin. So they really were the reason for the witch's fall. I hate to say it, you are probably the most persistent of us. Always meddling in the affairs of mortals, no matter how small it is. Looking to find that one true lord. A deep sigh was released, and they turned to Naruto. He couldn't see their faces, but he could see they were young. You want to stop her, right? Why, yes. The figure nodded. You have impressed me up to this and I want to see what else you'll do. So, here. Taking Naruto's good hand, he put his hand down gently, then just as quickly removed it. A golden rune in 3 circles appeared on his hand with some lines in between. What the hell? Not hell, but we are pretty close. Listen, you want to stop this madness. Touch her with this. He snapped his fingers. A golden glow covered Naruto, and he could feel his body returning to normal and moving normally. Better hurry. This will only last so long, and once it is done, I'm not helping you again. Naruto wanted to retort and ask questions, but he didn't have time. He had to finish this. Trusting the child knew what he was saying, he pushed off the tip of his toes and appeared in front of the witch. Reaching out his hand, he put it against her chest and focused on the mark. It glowed for a few seconds, before vanishing off his hand. Son of a... The woman screamed in pain, and he was blasted away. Landing on his back, he looked up and saw that she was covered in some kind of golden chain. It was spreading all over her body, and she was struggling against its power. She scattered and pulled on the chains, but nothing she did worked. You might as well give up. Once those chains wrap around your body, nothing other than myself can break them. The child slowly walked up to the woman, and her golden eye stared at him. Oh, don't be so petty. You lost, and I won. It is as simple as that. You gave a mortal your blessing, and I gave this one mine. The child's smile grew. Now then, I think it is high time for you to leave. Holding up his right hand, he snapped his fingers. The woman screamed and a golden glow burst from the chains. Naruto covered his eyes, and the girls were covering their own. The underground city was shaking from the bright light, and after a few moments, it faded. Naruto removed his arm from his eyes and looked where the witch once was. Or should he say still was? Though a blush appeared on his face. On the ground wasn't the malformed woman without a head. No, it was a stunning beauty that would make even Guinevere feel self-conscious. She had large breasts that were bouncing up and down from her deep breathing. Her long black hair was sprawled all over the ground, and she had light white skin. Her body was very well formed, and had a well-firm ass from what he could see. On top of that, she was naked so he could see it all on display, including the pubic hair that was residing over her crotch. Naruto blushed. He really shouldn't be looking at her like this, and he was sure he could feel someone walking over his grave. Turning slowly, he saw the girls were looking at him. Ketiva with annoyance, Quelaag with jealousy, and Quelana. She'd poked him in his eyes. Ow, fuck, that hurts. That's what you get for leering at our mother, creep. Quelana snorted as she walked over to her mother and quickly covered her in some extra clothes she had on hand. Granted, they would be tight in certain places but nothing too uncomfortable. Naruto groaned from the pain and tried to open his eyes slowly, only to get 2 more fingers jammed into them. This time from Ketiva. Fuck, that hurts even more, please stop doing that. The girl huffed. Rushing over, she asked. Is she? Quelana smiled. She is alive, sister. Whatever that perv did, it managed to save our mother. Naruto groaned. I would appreciate it if you didn't say I was a perv when she was the one naked. Quelaag wrapped her arms around his neck, pushing her breasts into his back. Naruto, do you have a thing for older bustier women? A bright red blush appeared on his cheeks. That's not true in the slightest, and we should get out of here. Who knows what is going to be coming for us after this fight? Quelana sighed. Indeed, while I can't sense any heat or flames coming from this place, I know that there at least has to be a few demons we haven't seen yet. Shaking her head, she said, we should get moving, so back to the bonfire and back to in Orlando. I can carry your mother if you girls. Naruto groaned as he felt the inside of his head hit. Kurama deadpanned, seeing the pouting Guinevere. Kid, you're still dense as a rock. At least you noticed the opposite sex. Guinevere, on the other hand, was angry. Naruto looked at her like that once, but he never did again. Was she not as beautiful as the witch? I mean, she was a MILF too, so she had the same appeal. Her breasts were bigger and her ass was softer, she was sure on that. So why did he leer at the witch and not her? It was infuriating. Guinevere was not hiding her feelings. She had learned how short life was and there was no time to play around. She was attracted to Naruto and wanted him. But she knew without a body that wasn't possible. But she would find a way and then she would be with him. Kurama could see her thoughts playing out, and he just huffed. That boy from earlier, who was he? He couldn't sense anything from him. Not an ounce of life. It was almost as if he wasn't even alive or was just too powerful to sense. Given the power he gave Naruto for that one move and what it did to the witch, he was sure that the latter was likely. But why help them? What did he gain out of this? They would have to talk about this later. For now, he would watch and see if the idiot could figure out why the girls were mad. In the Duke's archives, the child from before was standing in the middle of the library looking at some books. The same ones that Seth and Logan looked at. Interesting, so that is how you did it. You're a sly dragon, I will admit, I underestimated you. Everyone did, but then again you might be worth keeping around for just a little while longer. Smirking, he felt someone approaching him from behind. He picked up the next book and started reading. The person raised their weapon up, only to vanish a second later. Nothing remains in that spot, not even dust. Interesting. So that is what they did. Foolish creatures messing with forces out of their depth. The child laughed. That boy from earlier would know better than to try into those kinds of waters. Fiong really won. A dark figure emerged from the bookshelves and stood next to the boy. Looking up, the child smiled. Oh my, you have come to grace me your presence. Don't get smart with me. You know better than to get involved in affairs in this land. True, but unlike you, I had personal reasons to be here. So that didn't violate the rules of their little game. Skimming through the book, he put it back on the table before picking up the next one. Look, if those brats want to continue on with this little competition, they can do so. However, I have found something quite interesting, and since you sent him here, I believe we have a responsibility to make sure he is able to face the challenges. I believed he could be the Dark Lord, but his survival means nothing. Au contrary, turning his head, the figure saw the golden eyes of the boy. We only see the beginnings. We should let things play out a little longer to see if he will hold our interests. HMPH. The figure turned from the boy and whispered, they won't overlook forever. Be careful whose toes you step on. The being faded into the floor, and the child laughed. So stiff, they really need to loosen up. He found something in the new book. Hello, isn't this interesting? Oh, this is going to make life more interesting for sure. Chapter 29. Naruto was rubbing his eyes and Gwendolyn was examining him. It would seem your injury isn't serious. I would just cast some healing and it should be fine. The masked man did raise an invisible eyebrow. By the way, how did you get your eyes injured? Well, Quailana was responsible. She had poked me in the eyes when she saw me staring at their naked mom. Gwendolyn shook his head. I should have been more careful with wandering eyes. Hey, in my defense, she was naked to begin with and passed out. I was worried about her sitting up and chucking fire spells. Sure they were, and her being naked was just a bonus. Shut up and help me. Poor sister having to deal with a man like you. Oh, give me a break. He groaned in pain. His head started ringing once more. Great, now she is even pisser mood than normal. He felt his nerves hit and he fell to the floor screaming in pain. I should stop while you have a brain to use. He couldn't win. After a few seconds, Naruto was healthy once more. Sitting up, he sighed. He really had a lot to deal with. So, the witch was defeated, and by the looks of it the fire that was powering the demons is gone. No, it isn't. Gwendolyn waved his staff through the air. It is just growing. Naruto groaned. Great, more trouble then. Indeed. Gwendolyn turned from him and walked back over to his throne. The chaos flame has spread out of the capital, so the city will weaken over time. But the flame itself will continue to permeate through the world. I fear that it will only grow before it starts to disappear. Made sense. Something this powerful would have to spread out before it dies. Like many forms of flames, the longer it burns, the less power it will have over time. Eventually it runs out and dissipates. In this case, the power will most likely spread to other lands and create trouble there, but in time the power will fade, and if corralled, then the power will lessen even further. But there is a new problem. Naruto sighed. It is something I can't talk to the girls about because I know they'll react. The Lord Soul. Yeah, Naruto rubbed his forehead. It is hard enough to try and breach the girls about the matter, but what I have to do to get the soul is even harder. I'm convinced as much as they like me, they will run me through to protect her. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. I mean, it is their mother, so I understand, but I can't enter without her Lord Soul. He turned to the ruler of Anorlando. If I do take the soul, that means she will die. That is not the case. Gwendolyn pointed his staff. If the witch is willing to bequeath the Lord Soul to you, it can transfer without having to ruin thy relationships. So if he could get her to willingly hand him the Lord Soul, then he wouldn't have to fight her. Or the girls. But would she willingly hand him the source of her greater power? Yes, thou only has to talk to her. Gwendolyn sighed. However, the witch is deep in slumber. So thou can't get anything from her. True, until she wakes up it is best to put it on hold. Looking at the god of the moon, this only leaves the lords of New Londo. So I have to go there and unearth the city. It is impossible. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You can't enter the city. I would find it difficult to make it through. Especially since the kings are located in the abyss. He shivered. The abyss, a dark and horrible place people talk about. A place of a forbidden power, something that would swallow even the power of the Lord Souls. Or so he was led to believe. Is there no way into the abyss without something happening to me? No, I dare say thy is in greater trouble. As ghosts litter the city, blocking all from entering this place. They can't be harmed unless you have specific weapons for this or the transient curse. Gwendolyn held his hand out and showed a little green hand. This will curse you and allow you to kill the ghosts, but the effect is short-lived. So make sure you have more than one on hand. Naruto found a few in the world, so he wasn't hurting for them. But ghosts, why did it have to be ghosts? He shivered in fear of them coming after him while traversing the city. Luckily this will help him in killing the ghosts. The other issue is the abyss itself. It will slowly drain your health and kill you as time passes. So traversing is near impossible in your state. Naruto grunted. I would need something as a catalyst to counter it. Which would have been the ring of Artorias. Artorias. Yes, one of my father's knights. He is probably the most famous of the four due to his accomplishments. From being one of the fabled knights to lead the attack on the dragons. Defeating several ancient dragons and having the support of his wolf in battle. He was also considered one of the strongest next to Ornstein, even though he was the captain. Naruto was impressed. Ornstein was a battle that was still in the back of his mind. He had nearly killed him in their duel. Something that was too close for his own good. Luckily the girls were there to help. Especially with distracting the bigger guy in the back of the room. It left an impression, but this Artorias is supposedly as strong as him if not more. Damn, Naruto wasn't sure he wanted to fight someone like that. Artorias created a ring that would allow him to traverse the abyss without trouble. He wore it when he went to confront the abyss in Oalikal, but I don't know what happened to it. Originally I thought Sif had the ring, but it turned out the wolf didn't have the ring on her. He sighed, which means the ring was lost during his battle with Manus. Manus. The father of the abyss and considered the first human with the dark soul. So, he would be the first pygmy. I'm unsure. Gwendolyn shook his head. From what I can gather, he isn't the first one. But his power was more than warrant him being the father of the abyss and holder of the original dark soul. That was terrifying. Artorias defeated a monster like that. What a man. Without the ring I can't get into the abyss. There might be another option out there, Naruto. Maybe we should explore the Duke's archives for information. Kurama might be onto something. If anyone would have a means, that dragon might have created it. Naruto nodded. To the archives. Gwendolyn was watching Naruto have his mental conversation and saw him nodding his head. He wondered if it was complicated to have multiple voices in his head. He wasn't sure he would be able to handle this. Gwendolyn, is it possible that Seth would have had something? It is possible. Gwendolyn rubbed his jaw. He did study the abyss on the request of Lord Gwyn, but I'm not sure if he found anything. Most of his research is centered around gaining immortality. Or crystals to help with battle and to create the monsters around the caverns. Naruto nodded. Worth a shot. Hopefully by the time I come back the witch will be awake again. We can only pray. He smiled. I would warn you that Solaire has returned to the capital. He seems more content than last I saw thy. He was happy to hear that. Solaire seemed happier after they talked and he seemed to be pushing forward. Naruto walked over to the bonfire and appeared in the archives. Looking around he frowned. Something was off. The silence of the archives is haunting. The crystal enemies weren't around and looking up none of the magic casters were in their normal positions. This is concerning. It could just be Logan. You know he was excited to study everything inside of this place. But even if he killed everything here, where is he? There is no sign of him even being in this room. Maybe he is in another room. Naruto sighed. That could be the case. Walking away from the bonfire he walked into the other library and noticed more books scattered on the floor. What the hell happened here? Tracing the path of books, it led to a spot where the table was broken and the chairs were destroyed. Something happened in this room. Wait, Naruto sweated. Is it possible that Logan found the research that Seth used to summon something beyond this world? From his memory of Seth he had done this, and after reaching over it drove him mad. If Logan did this, did he have the same fate? Naruto, look out. Naruto rolled and managed to avoid a powerful blue blast hit the ground. Turning around he drew out his Dragon Slayer. Standing there on a lowered platform was Logan. But he was only in his hat, a cloth around his waist, and pale blue skin. His staff was different with crystals embedded inside of it. Naruto noticed that he was carrying a small shield in his offhand. Lo! He waved his staff again and a bright blue ball of energy formed. Naruto quickly rolled out of the way, barely avoiding a blue spear-like attack. This one was different than the ones that he has seen before. It had a much stronger presence with some white particles inside of the attack. Naruto quickly got his footing again and started at Logan. He couldn't see his eyes, but given how blue his skin was, he was sure. He saw it. Whatever Seth saw, he saw it too. Naruto, this might be hard for you to hear, but putting him down might be the most humane thing. Naruto grunted. He didn't want to, but he knew it was for the best. Pushing off the ground he rushed to Logan, who brought up a small round shield to block his attack. Naruto shifted his attack slightly and passed by the shield and impaled his blade through Logan's chest. He grunted from the pain, and he dropped his staff on the ground. His staff hanging loosely from his arm, and his body going limp. His entire body shuddering for a few seconds, then turning to dust. Logan, I'm sorry. He didn't say anything, he disappeared without a word. Naruto, it was the best move. I know, but it doesn't make this easier. Naruto narrowed his eyes and turned back to the table. He quickly started looking for the book. Whatever book it is, I have to destroy it. Will it make that much of a difference? The knowledge is reachable, so that means anyone else can find a way to do it. True, but in this situation, it would make more sense to destroy the book. That way they don't have a leg up on the method, preventing them from continuing on from Seth's example. Exactly, Guinevere, I can't stop people from looking, but that doesn't mean I can't slow them down. The goddess nodded at their reasoning and remained silent. Naruto scoured the ruins of the library, and after reading more than share amount of books, he found himself without anything to show for it. He could at least confirm his theory that whatever method that Seth used to access the powers beyond, it was gone. Someone else was in here other than Logan and took the book with them. But who? Gwendolyn mentioned no one else has made it to the capital. If that was the case, that meant that no one else could be here. Maybe someone else had made it and they escaped his gaze. Hard to imagine, but there was that onion knight that got into the fields around the Duke archives. But the book was gone, that was the biggest issue. Also, looking through the books, Naruto confirmed his theory that Seth didn't know how to traverse the abyss. I mean, he didn't read every single book, but he read enough to know that he never had any interest. Focusing mostly on crystal sorcery and finding his own path to immortality. So that makes this even a bigger waste of time. Naruto sighed. He would report back to Gwendolyn and hopefully they could find another means of traversing the abyss. He wasn't sure he could do it without the ring or some method other than dealing with the pressure. But he was sure that wasn't the best option in this situation. Looking over at where Logan once was, he frowned. He saw his hat, his staff which was covered in crystals, and a book lying on the ground. Grabbing the staff, he could feel the immense power coming off it, and looking at the book he could see it was worn. Opening it, he was surprised to see so many different spells inside of the book. Each one detailed how they work and how powerful they are against foes. It was fascinating, but since he didn't have a thing for sorcery and was focusing on pyromancy, it was useless for now. So, putting it in his space along with the staff and the hat, he proceeded out of the archive into Gwendolyn's throne room. So nothing. Other than Logan going mad like Seth, yes, there was nothing there. I had scoured most of the library looking for the book, or evidence of where it could have gone, but nothing. There was nothing to see or hear. I see, oh well. It was a long shot to begin with. But I will look into anyone that might have escaped my view when they came into the city. He looked behind Naruto and frowned. Seeing the expression, he turned his head and saw the witch standing there. She had a smile on her face and her long black hair was tied up in a ponytail. Hello, I'm sorry for disrupting your meeting. It's fine, my lady. Welcome to the capital in Orlando. Gwendolyn bowed his head to the witch. Why wouldn't he? This was one of his father's former allies and someone that was powerful enough to defeat ancient dragons. She was worthy of respect and honor. It is fine, Gwendolyn. How long has it been since I have seen you? I believe it has been 200 years if thy memory is correct. Ah, the memories I remember when you got teased by your sister all the time as a child. She giggled. It was quite the sight when my son questioned you and asked you out on a date. Gwendolyn turned his head. Naruto raised an eyebrow. First time. I don't wish to remember this memory. Fair enough. Naruto hated remembering that his first kiss was with a guy. Greetings, young man. I have to thank you again for saving my soul from the cursed flames. Naruto smiled. Well, your daughters have been a big help on my journey, and saving you happened to be a chance of a lifetime. So it is fine. He frowned, though having my eyes poked by your daughters wasn't exactly my highlight. Oh, I see, she giggled. Quailana was always the more prudish of her siblings. Ketava probably took after her as they were always close growing up. Quailog might have just been jealous. I can see why. Naruto was no fool, the witch was hot. Oh my, would you like another show then? She started parting her robe slightly. I do find the idea of being seen by such a striking young man to be delightful. Naruto blushed and turned his head. I would rather not get my eyes poked again. The woman laughed and Gwendolyn snorted. Naruto sighed. Yeah, they were making fun of him, but he was fine. Mostly. So, I understand that you have slain Nito and are planning on claiming the other Lord Souls from Gwyn's chosen holders. Yes, I have defeated Seth and claimed his fragment, but all that remains is the 4 kings of New Londo and mine. Yes. Naruto grimaced. He knew that if the daughters were here he would be toast. They wouldn't allow him to take the soul. I see, she sighed. Oh well, I guess this is the least I can do. She held her hand out and showed him the Lord soul that once dwelled inside of her. Thank. Not so fast. She narrowed her eyes. What do you plan to do with the flame? Are you planning to continue the Age of Fire? No. Naruto glared at her. I plan to end it. This age has gone on long enough, and if this continues, more innocent people are going to pay the price. There is no reason to drag this out any further. She stared for a few seconds. Then a smile appeared on her face. That is good. She pushed the soul into his hand, which he put into his body, making him grunt at the sudden intrusion of the power. Truth be told, I was ready to see this world end after the Age of Fire turned me into that monster and cost me everything. Naruto raised an eyebrow. But you willingly helped Gwyn in his pursuit. From what your daughters told me, you were convinced to do so. Partially true. I was originally worried about the age, but over time I grew less content with things. Wanted to put everything behind me and move on with my life. However, a few years before I was absorbed by the flames of the tree, I was approached by Gwyn. Flashback. You haven't answered my summonings. Because I have other things to take care of, Gwyn. What could possibly be more important than maintaining our reign over this world? Oh, I don't know, making sure my people are fed and cared for. She was really annoyed with this holier-than-thou speech. Your people will be fine for a little while. We need to find a solution to the flame. Nito has refused to hear me out and continued to wallow in his home. Are you surprised? The man never did care for any of us. He just did what he had to do to ensure his domain. Other than that, he couldn't care about this age or the next one. I plan to make him see reason. The witch rolled her eyes. Reason? Nito. Yeah, good luck with that train of thought. He was more stubborn than Gwyn when it came to sticking to his guns. You need to create another first flame. Are you serious? The witch rubbed her forehead. Gwyn, you understand that is near impossible, right? Even if I was to somehow create something close to it, it wouldn't fill the same role as the one that was created out of nowhere. You understand we don't even know how the first flame was created or what powers it. Of course, we know it is the souls. The souls are what power the flame. Then the same could be said for the pygmy. They have as much right to their coming age as we did this one. They have no rights. She saw lighting crackling off his body and she gulped. As powerful as she wasn't sure she could match him in a straight-up fight. Those damn filth deserve nothing. I gave them their stupid city, and now the ones that didn't join them are silent to the rest of the world. I refuse to leave myself vulnerable to pests that would sooner destroy me and everything I have built. She wanted to correct but could see he was in no mood. Gwyn, even if I create a fire similar, what are the chances that something is going to allow us to continue this age when it wasn't meant to be? It doesn't matter, I'm the god of this world, I rule over all the lands and the people in it. Even Nito and you shall answer to me in times of crisis. Even Seth knows better than to anger me. The witch shook her head. Fine, I will try to make this stupid fire. But don't be surprised if this backfires on us. Just do it. Gwyn trotted away from her and she just shook her head. She would have to warn her daughters of the impending problem. Flashback ends. After that I managed to create something similar to the first flame. The Chaos Flame. Originally that isn't what it was. It was just a great flame that I was able to create that was able to substitute for a little while. I knew it wouldn't last, but Gwyn was insistent that he would find a new solution. However, I had my doubts. That was until he told me about Frampt. This serpent that told him how to continue the Age of Fire, and he was ecstatic about it. He even considered him his advisor from that point and always went to him whenever he had questions. Naruto frowned. Frampt did strike him as someone that would manipulate someone as prideful as Gwyn, making him think he was greater than he really was while working behind the scenes. But why? What was his goal? However, after a few years I noticed my flame was fading and he started panicking. So, I tried to fix it, but all I did was reach this unfamiliar place, and then nothing. You can't recall what happened after that? No, she shook her head and put her hands on the side of her head. Everything is a blur, and if I'm being honest, I'm kinda glad. All I heard is a faint scream and then nothing else, and after a while I woke up in an Orlando with my daughters around me. She smiled sadly. It was sad my eldest child went down a dark path, but I'm glad she was stopped. As for my son, you have my thanks. You ended his suffering when we failed to help him. Tears formed in her eyes, and she held her hands in front of her and smiled. Naruto couldn't imagine what she was feeling. To lose her children, one betraying them and the other dying of a horrible condition. After suffering for who knows how long. It was a terrible feeling. Naruto walked up to her and hugged her tightly. She was shocked, but he whispered. I said he loved you all and he would do everything again. As long as he could protect his family. The witch broke down. She cried into his shoulder, muttering about her babies and the horrors she wrought on the world. Not caring how she looked in front of Gwendolyn, she wanted to mourn. The god off the moon did share her pain. He had watched his eldest sibling flee into the unknown, his sister was killed by their father, and he was forced to live in fear of the man. Even having his identity stolen from him just because he was born under the moon. Having to seal away his niece and keep her locked away from the rest of the world. One day I will answer for my sins, but I hope I can atone for some of the things I have done in this life. A few minutes passed and the witch regained her composure. As of now, we have no method of reaching the kings. Naruto sighed, so that leaves us with nothing to do. Actually, the witch smiled, I'm planning on eliminating the remaining demons and putting down anything that might cause greater harm in the future. My daughters are planning on joining me on the excursion. I wouldn't mind you tagging along. She snapped her fingers, oh that reminds me I broke your sword Quelaag gave you. Yes. Well then I want you to have mine. She held out the great flaming sword she was using in their fight. It should work well with your pyromancy, my daughters tell me you're quite creative with how to use it both up close and at range. So, this weapon should be powerful with it. Plus, the more proficient you're at pyromancy the stronger you're going to make the weapon. She smirked, in short, your weapon is probably on par with some of the tools of the gods. Thank you, but are you sure? Yes, I have other weapons at my disposal, so this is nothing. Plus using my daughter's flaming blade that she has will do until I can retrieve more of my lost weapons. Naruto nodded. Gwendolyn shuddered. Naruto. Turning his head he saw the god of the moon shaking. You alright? No, there is something wrong in Dark Root Basin. Please can you go and check it out? Naruto frowned. Can you tell me where in the forest I need to go? Remembering the tower that is near the undead berg. Yeah. There. Naruto frowned. What am I looking for? You shall know when thy reaches the spot. Naruto rolled his eyes. Alright, I guess I can use the surprise. Turning to the witch, sorry, looks like I'll be handling this while you clean up Ezelith. She giggled. Don't worry, we are powerful enough to deal with the mess. Plus, I wouldn't worry too much, my powers are almost back to where they were before I faded away. Naruto nodded. Well, stay safe and tell the girls I'll see them as soon as I'm done with whatever this is. The witch nodded and Naruto left the room. Turning to the god she shot a glare. What is it? What are you? Don't play dumb with me, child. I know there is more to that feeling than a disturbance. Whatever is out there, it affected you greatly. The man started at the witch and shuddered once more. Yes, I dare say I held back on the information because I feared what it could mean. Oh. I sensed something of great power and darkness. The witch's eyes widened. You don't mean the abyss? Yes, there is something of the abyss there, I don't know what, but its power is immense. It reminds me of the time of Ulasil. And you sent him there alone. I dare to hope it is nothing. But what if it isn't? Then he shall return triumphant. The witch glared. As soon as I'm done with the city I'm going after him, if something happens to him I will come for you, brat. Don't think you're too old for me to spank. She turned on her heels and ran out of the throne room. Gwendolyn blushed in embarrassment that someone like that would threaten him, especially with that method, but he was terrified, more so the fear of what was waiting in the forest. He was sure he felt it, but he was praying he was wrong. Stay safe, Naruto, they are very important. In the shrine Frampt was sleeping away, not noting a thing in the world. You can fool many people, but you can't fool me, brother. The snake sighed. I see you have come, Cars. Turning his head up he saw a dark figure standing in front of him. Please drop that silly form, you know that we only agreed to them when we lost the bet to our youngest brother. True, but I have grown to like this form. Idiot, why hasn't the chosen undead shown up at New Londo? He isn't undead. What? Yes, apparently a new factor has come into play and he is a warrior hailing from a land that we haven't touched. I see. The man sighed, great, this throws a wrench into things. Maybe, maybe not, but the game has become more interesting, no? You are just saying that because you were right about the flame. Oh, is that jealousy I hear in your voice? Please, you have been jealous of me for eons. Cars had his nose in the air while Frampt scoffed. Again you wish. Now answer me, why hasn't he appeared in New Londo? Cars was in no mood. I don't know, he should have gotten the ring by now. What ring? The one that Artorias had. Where did you leave it? I gave it to our brother and he was going to put it in the resting place of the Abysswalker and his wolf would protect it. Cars exploded. Are you serious? For all we know he could have thrown that ring into the river. Why would you think that lowly about our brother? Because he would do something like that just to say he was right. You are working together on this one and are planning on making sure I lose, aren't you? I don't cheat brother, and while we have the same opinion brother, and I wouldn't do something to make the game invalid. HMPH, we shall see. I guess it is time I go and visit him. Turning from him he growled, remember the rules, we aren't allowed to alter anything on our own, just make sure all the pieces are in place and they make the decision on their own. Of course, brother. I wouldn't dare to interrupt the rules of the game. It is more fun this way. Frampt smirked harder, now then I shall see you in the far future. Indeed, and tell that parasite Patches not to say anything. I don't want our game ruined. He is bound brother, don't worry. The man nodded and vanished. Frampt wished he could roll his eyes, his brother was always melodramatic. Oh well, he would sleep until the return of the Lord Souls. Then they would see who was right, the kingmaker or the one ushering a new era. Ah, messing with the mortal world is so much fun. Chapter 30. Naruto deadpanned. Snake heads. He knelt down to the ground. Why snakes? What's the matter? Naruto has a bad history with snakes, especially during his shinobi career when it started. Oh, I'm sure being spooked wasn't that bad. Try being swallowed by a giant snake and having to bust your way out through the stomach. Guys, can we focus? Naruto summoned his new sword. The flaming blade was aimed at the Hydra. Guinevere, is there anything I need to know about this creature? Aim for the heads, the body won't take as much damage. Once all the heads are gone then it should die. Understood. Naruto started making his trek through the forest, but the Hydra had turned its head to him. It noticed. The heads risen up and then pushed forward, releasing torrents of water from its mouth. Shit. The projectiles were aimed at him, he quickly rolled to the far left. He managed to force the blasts into the trees, but they snapped under the power. Great, so it has long-range attacks. Getting close might be our best bet. Not really looking to get eaten again. You can avoid that if we time it just right. Naruto wished he had more long-range options, but seeing it charging up another attack. The water flew at him once more, leading to another roll. But he was getting closer. After a few more blasts of water and rolling under the attacks, he managed to make it into the water and was standing in front of the monster. The creature released a low hiss and all the heads leaned up. In a blur all the heads rushed to him and all in different directions. But he managed to roll into the middle of two of the heads. Pulling the blade up he quickly slashed into the heads by spinning 360. The blade sliced through the skins and soon the creature's heads fell off, making the monster recoil in pain. Looking up he saw that two of the heads were gone and now he had at least 4 more to go. Okay, that is good progress, but I wonder, can I do this? Naruto saw the heads lurch forward again, but the attack missed him again and he saw 2 heads lined up next to each other. Seeing the chance, he pushed his pyromancy into the blade and it started to glow bright red and orange. Then lifting the blade above his head he slammed it back down. The blade releases a thin cutting attack. 2 more heads flew off the body and it screamed in pain. Nice making progress. The attack started again and this time the remaining 2 heads rushed to Naruto. But he was ready and he sliced sideways, releasing another blade of fire. This one cutting through the last 2 heads. The creature roared as the final head died and its body turned into a giant pile of dust, leaving behind some scales and a second item. Naruto managed to see where it dropped, so walking up to the edge he picked it out of the water. It was a broken locket. The damage from the water had deteriorated the interior of the necklace. Who does this belong to? Naruto closed the locket and turned it around. He saw an unusual symbol on the back and he frowned. Naruto, that symbol. What is it? That is the marking of the pygmy, the ones that didn't go to the ring city. Wait, there were some that didn't go. Some saw through my father's attempts and told him they were going to stay in the abyss. This angered him and he tried to curse them before they left. Luckily the leader of the group discovered this plan, so he was ready to get them out of the area before anything serious could happen. So more trouble from Gwen. I wonder why this is here though. It might be tied to them being in this area when the fall of Ulasil. But I'm not sure. Naruto knew this was going to be a serious pain. Gwen was just making enemies left and right and he didn't care who or how they were mad. Just that they were all on his term. Turning his head he narrowed his eyes. A golem. It would seem so. Naruto shrugged his shoulder and walked into the cave. There the golem saw him and started to slowly rush at him. But with his fire he quickly slicked it from the distance. Easy. Naruto, be careful, the weapon could fall apart faster with the way you are using it. I know. Naruto had bought some materials at the blacksmith's place to do small fixes on his weapon to avoid it falling apart. Unlike most traditional stuff, he found out that blacksmithing is easier with the usage of souls to repair the damages to the weapon. Naruto did feel it was kinda cheating to do this, but he accepted this as necessary. From the golem he saw a woman appear from the remains of the golem. But unlike the woman he saved in the Duke's archives, he saw this one dressed more nobly. She had a long dress on with a crown with feathers on the side. She had olive-like skin and long white gloves to complete her outfit. Naruto frowned. This was not what he expected. Yeah, the last one did contain the knight, but he never expected to see someone so noble looking. Was she from a far-off land? Was she someone of great importance, or did she just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time? Walking over to the woman, he touched her shoulders. "Ma'am, are you all right?" The woman slowly groaned and looked up. Her eyes widened. "Run." "Huh. Run before he finds you." "Who?" Naruto's eyes widened as she pushed him away. What was going? A dark portal opened behind her. What the hell? A dark appendage reached out of the portal. He had some kind of opening and closing things on his palm. The arm was hairy and it seemed to be something more like a giant misshapen hand. The woman was grabbed in a second and dragged into the portal. Oh shit, is this the disturbance? No time to process, Naruto jumped to his feet ready for another attack. Which did happen, but the arm twisted around his sword swing and grabbed him from above, before twirling in the air and dragging him through the portal. Lost Ezelith. The witch had just finished off the last of the demons that were posing a risk to all that passed through. The centipede demon had lunged at them the minute they appeared, probably recognizing them as the person that took the ring from it multiple times. Given the creature was a thief, she decided to get the ring back. Killing the monster was easy, as her pyromancy more than did enough damage to cover the distance between them. Naruto also managed to kill other demons that charged them. It would seem they couldn't even recognize their ruler anymore or her children. So, they had to be dealt with. Walking through what is now the darkened area, she took in the sight of her home. Most of the demons around her main home were gone. The lava that once flowed through the area was dried up, and there was barely any noise. Just the echoing sound of their footsteps on the ground. The branches were still there, surprisingly, but given that they were made from her magic, probably not that surprising. The witch walked up to the main building and opened up a secret area next to where her boss room was located. It was a fine room compared to the rest of the temple, made of the finest silk. A fine bed in the middle of the room, some furniture in different corners, and a small table next to the bed. She had many pleasant items throughout the room, including fragments of her old weapons that she used to use. On top of that, some more tomes about the pyromancy she had completed over the years. While her daughters could claim they were the teachers of the basic pyromancy taught to the swamp people, she never taught them everything she knew. Something the girls somewhat resented, as it would have helped. But she didn't trust anyone at the time. Anyone could have been used by Gwyn and stole information from her. Hell, she was sure that Nito would have done the same if he didn't care so little about everyone. Seth was obsessed with his crystal studies, and the four lords were studying the abyss. Something that Gwyn was fully aware of but didn't do anything until the night wraiths started popping up everywhere. Then he just flooded the city. Honestly, the man never trusted a single person in his life, and the only one he did turned his back on him. She often wondered what happened to his eldest son, but then again, if he was smart, he was far away. While powerful, he was nowhere near as strong as his father in his youth. Or I guess, as much of youth as his later years of life as an immortal god. Sighing, she packed up all of her tomes and grabbed a few weapons from her personal safe. She would never return to this place, as other fewer people that knew the better. She held out her hand and burned down the room. Why was she doing this? Because of the memories. She could recall all the male suitors she had in her youth. The ones that only sought her power and she only needed for creating her daughters. Her son being the most precious of them all. While she never had love for any of her suitors, she did care enough about them. Enough that she would give them special privileges like the fire sage. Something she never revealed to her daughters. However, as time passed, he started to change, and he grew arrogant. That is the reason she no longer met with him in intimacy. The witch could only watch as all the memories of this room burned away, and she turned to her frowning daughters. She smiled at them and quickly hugged all three. They were all that was left of her family. And she would do anything to keep them safe now. That's why she gave up the Lord's soul. It was more trouble than it was worth, something she didn't hold value in. And seeing what Gwyn did for his own and how far he was going for his prophecy of continuing his age, she wanted nothing to do with it. This age brought pain and suffering in the end, so it was time for the chapter to end and a new one to begin. Releasing her daughter, she stated, "Now let's go find Naruto. I think it is high time the two of you apologize for the misunderstanding." Quaylana huffed while Ketava looked embarrassed. Quaylog rolled her eyes, her sisters were such prudes. It was true she was flashy, but in her mind it was fine. After all, she was just showing off what she had. Though looking at her mother's chest she did feel envious. She wished Naruto looked at her the same way. Maybe, Nashi would worry about it later. Ketava was the youngest of the sisters, so they knew she was reserved. But Quailana, she had been around long enough, she didn't need to be so reserved. But given she was still a virgin, that probably played into it. Naruto never looked at them with lust and treated them like regular people, in her eyes that was more important. Most worshipped them or treated them with disdain for creating the demons. He just looked at them and saw people in trouble and wanted to help. But she had been too busy with her mother recently, so she would fix that when she saw him. Little did anyone know, it would be some time before they see him again. Fire Link. What do you mean you lost it? Frampt was staring down his younger brother. Ever since Cars showed up demanding to know where the Chosen One was, he had been questioning his brother. Especially since he knew he had the Ring of Artorias and was supposed to give it to Sif for safekeeping. Only for it to sacrifice itself in fighting Naruto, and then he would use the ring and traverse the abyss. Now, the ring seemed to be lost and the only person that would know is standing before him. Like Cars, he took on a human form and was bowing to his brother. As the eldest he did pay respect to him, but he never was one to be subservient. But this situation required firm grip. I lost it. While traveling in my human form, I had lost track of what was going on around me and was knocked off balance by a monster. Impossible, there is nothing in this land we can't contend with. You're trying to hide something. I'm not. Something attacked me from behind and I lost the ring. I tried summoning it back, but the ring had Cars' enchantment on it, so only he would be able to summon it. So flowing down the river, I lost sight of the ring, and by the time I could reach Cars it was too late. However, in the sense of things, that also means we can continue the game for a little while longer. That isn't too important. The Age of Fire either continues or ends, we must determine it without being active in it. Our roles were to put the pieces in place, not control them. The younger sibling nodded. I realized my mistake. He looked up, but maybe this is a good thing, as we might have less to worry about. Given that Manus is already acting on his own. Indeed, maybe there is silver lining in this situation. He sighed. Still, you did do something to alter the game, so you have to be penalized some way. He huffed. Great. I'm ordering you to apologize to Cars, and then I want you to deal with that creature that was summoned recently. I believe it was last sighted at the Duke's archives. All right then. He stood up and vanished while Frampt sighed. Manus being active was predictable given the nature of that situation, but losing the ring was unacceptable. However, if this was meant to happen in some manner or another, does that mean there is another way into the abyss without the ring? It would make sense, as the ring did appear in their possession after the events of Manus, but wait, did this mean that other things that were in motion? Things that were changing how the game was going? No, it had to be related to the human that was here. He was the key to everything changing. The fate of the sisters, the fate of the witch, the fate of Gwendolyn, and now the fate of the ring. Is it possible that he was having a parallel effect? This bared investigating, and he was just waiting for him to come back. Turning himself back into a human, he wandered away from Fire Link. There was someone he needed to talk to. Sanctuary Garden. Naruto groaned. That was one hell of a trip. His head was still spinning from everything he went through. The hand didn't hide its intentions and was quickly coming after him. But he couldn't remember anything beyond being dragged through the portal. He was sitting by a bonfire though, that was good. Plus the area he was in wasn't flooded with monsters or anything dangerous. Sitting up, he closed his eyes. Kurama, Guinevere, you still there? Yeah kid, just trying to make heads and tails of our situation. It would seem we were brought to a new location. Yeah, Naruto touched the bonfire and it lit up. Smiling, he tried to activate the Lord Vessel, but he was shocked. Why can't I warp? Maybe this one is cut off. Impossible, all the bonfires are connected. It doesn't matter which one it is, all of them have deep-rooted connections. So why is this one cut off? I'm afraid I don't know the answer. But maybe a little exploration will help us get our bearings. Naruto sighed, better than nothing. But he did hold his weapon to the bonfire and had the souls repair the weapon. While this was a cheap trick that he learned while in the capital, it was still very useful to him. So he didn't learn the actual craft and was cheapening the process, sue him. Naruto walked down the hall of the bonfire and noticed a fog door. Really? This early? He had seen fog doors opened up quickly, but most of them to block his passage to the next area or to signify something powerful was waiting for him on the other side. But this door couldn't be more than 20 feet away. Pushing past the fog, he saw a bright bolt rushing towards him. He quickly rolled out of the way of the attack. Looking up, he was surprised with what he saw. It was a white lion-like creature with bull-like horns, a scorpion tail, and wings. Red eyes that were solely focused on him and already releasing another blast of lightning. Great, this thing doesn't want to get close. Then we should make this a range fight. That would be the case, but his attacks are faster than mine with the sword. So that would be difficult. Naruto saw the lion leap into the air and flap his wings. The creature made a straight dash for him and he was forced to roll away from his attack. Naruto stood upright and brought his sword to his shoulder. Okay, now there is an opening. Naruto charged up the blade and focused the power at the tip. Then thrusted the weapon forward, releasing a stream of fire energy. However, the beast quickly noticed this and jumped out of the way of the attack and fired lightning from the sky. Naruto rolled forward to avoid the strike but barely missed, dodging his swipe at his head. Naruto ducked on the lion and aimed the blade into his stomach. It jumped away, and when Naruto pursued, the tail swung. Naruto noticed the tip and quickly pushed away from him. Gathering the energy into the blade, he thrusted it forward again. The lion leapt into the air and Naruto created a horizontal swing. The creature's eyes widened and it juried to lift itself up higher. It managed to avoid most of the attack, but it screamed in pain, showing that its tail was missing, most the tip and some smaller fragments connecting it. Naruto growled. He managed to remove one thing, but he still had a lot of issue going forward. As long as it flies out of the way of my attacks, I can't get close to him. But getting behind him should be safer now. Naruto, be careful where you stand. The water amplifies his attacks and makes part of the water dangerous for a short time. Great, another hazard he had to account for. The creature released a powerful roar and its eyes started glowing a brighter shade of red. It brought its wings up and flapped them forward, releasing a torrent of wind that was picking up the water and sending it out. Luckily for him, the attack missed as he was out of range of the move, but he still had more tricks up his sleeve. Watching it take flight, Naruto knew he had to do something about those wings. If he didn't have those, he would probably have to come closer, but he wasn't sure that was the best option, as hitting his wings would be harder than hitting his tail. But if he could take enough off, then the creature would struggle. Sighing, he quickly charged up the sword again and this time released a downward slash, making it shift its body. Flying to the right, he saw it was closing in on the ground, so he charged up a weaker attack and thrusted it forward, making the creature's eyes widen. The blast hit it in the side, knocking it over. Now or never. Naruto rushed at the lion as it was trying to stand back up. Seeing Naruto quickly approaching, it tried to move quicker. Naruto was within striking range. Then the beast flapped its wings and took off, only to come crashing back down. It released a pained groan and looked slightly behind it, wings damaged by a powerful slash. Perfect. Naruto smirked. He knew that the creature was running out of options. Flying away was no longer in its arsenal, so now it was all up close. The beast stood up, opening its mouth, and gathered the lighting in its mouth. Naruto was sure this wasn't good for him and he didn't want to deal with a heavy attack. So, rushing forward again, he powered up his sword and thrusted it into the beast's chest. A roar went out, its lighting disappearing from its mouth. But the creature screamed even more when Naruto channeled more of his pyromancy into Te Blade, creating a powerful flaming beam to punch through the other side of the beast. A final roar left its mouth and the creature collapsed backwards, leaving nothing but dust behind. Naruto sighed and put his blade on his shoulder. Well, that was annoying. I can't believe it, you killed one of the sanctuary guardians. Is that a bad thing? No, what I mean is, that it shouldn't be here. The creatures have long since been extinct since the fall of Ulasil. Huh. If that was the case, then how the hell did he find one in this place? Wait. Guinevere, you said the went extinct right, around the time of Ulasil's fall. Wasn't that like 100 years ago? By our standards, yes, 150 years ago to be precise. Thanks to the power of our souls and the undead curse, we were able to survive for longer periods of time. Being killed was a thing, but old age. Not really, only the pygmy age to the point of dying of age. Most that contained the undead curse never died until they were turned into monsters. Even then their death wasn't permanent. So, only people who have not turned hollow or undead can die permanently. Yes, but that still doesn't explain what is going on. Is it possible that portal we were dragged through, it put us back in time? Huh, Kurama was confused. Are you saying we somehow time traveled? But that's impossible. Compared to everything else that happens in this land and the fact that Nito was able to control armies of skeletons and dragons were flying in the sky. On top of that, controlling lighting, fire, and conjuring demons, all of that is reasonable. But time travel is too much for this. Guinevere blushed in embarrassment. She could see this point. Plus, this isn't the first time I have time traveled or met alternate realities. Really? I'll explain some other time. Naruto sighed, but that does explain our bonfire situation. Since where in the past that means the bonfires in the other locations probably aren't there or not lit. Which means even with the Lord vessel we can't return to a point that doesn't exist. On top of that we were dragged here by that thing too. Naruto frowned, he forgot about that. It could be the main reason why they couldn't, but if that was the case, does this mean they had to defeat whatever it was to get out of this? He wasn't sure, but he would have to find someone in the area to find out where they were. Walking out of the arena, Naruto arrived at another bonfire and lit it. Oh my, more guests have appeared. Naruto jumped out of his skin and turned around frantically. Who's over here, young one? Naruto turned to the direction of the voice and saw a mushroom with eyes moving around. Talking mushrooms, okay, now I have seen everything. Did we get hit with that poison from the monster? No, you too. This isn't too out of the ordinary. Mushroom people do exist in this land, but they aren't really talkative or tied to a single place. Okay. What more could he say? Walking over to the talking fungus, he smiled. Hello, my name is Naruto, it is great to meet you. The woman laughed. I know you are confused, young one. Let me guess, you came out of a portal in the middle of nowhere, being grabbed by a giant limb. How did you? Oh, someone else had the same experience. They were less chatty and friendly than you. So, they took off the minute I didn't tell them how to get back. I see. I'm guessing you can't tell me how to return to my own timeline. I'm afraid it is not that simple. You are currently in the timeline where Ulasil is under siege by the abyss. Naruto's eyes widened. No way. That means we are 150 years in the past. Naruto couldn't believe it. The time everyone was talking about, the great trial of Artorias and conquering the abyss and becoming the Abyss Walker, it was all here. It would seem you are familiar with this time period, no? Yeah, I guess you could say I know about what happens here. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, has Artorias appeared yet? Why, yes, he did. He passed through here quite some time ago, heading off to halt the movement of the abyss. In reality, I had doubts the poor boy can do it with that wolf companion of his, but small hope is better than no hope. The mushroom sighed, though I haven't heard much from his departure and the abyss is still going, so that tells me might have failed in his mission. But he was the open that conquered the abyss. How could he have failed? Where did he go if he failed? Then I guess the ruler of the abyss was awakened by something. I mean, no one just attacks a city without a reason. Dear Dusk doesn't know this and I would like to keep it that way. She whispered, it was Gwyn's fault. How so? You see, Gwyn came through the city a few years ago looking for something. Then he would send his people to a nearby cave and have them explore it, stating that something down there might help in his pursuits of continuing his reign. At first no one bothered to stop them and even helped. But the more he delved into it, the worse it became. More of the abyss started coming through the city, creatures started appearing, and people were losing their minds to the horrors of the dark. But it couldn't be stopped and Dusk was kept out of the loop in fear of what she would do. Because denying Gwyn was never a good idea. I heard. Nito, the witch, and his own children and best friend were examples of this. A few days ago, something changed. The people that went down to explore the abyss, they never came back up. But more of the monsters started to appear and people felt the abyss growing, and soon it submerged most of the lower parts of the city. Even sinking some of the buildings and bleeding into areas around the town. We thought that they unearthed something that they shouldn't, and that is when we heard it, a primal roar that was released from the darkest hole in the abyss, creating a powerful shockwave and causing the ground to shake. The mushroom shook for a second. Manus had been awakened. Manus. The one that rules the abyss and the father of those that live down there. He was one of the oldest beings in existence and is said to be a warrior that served during the war against the ancient dragons. Even pointing out that he was one of the few pygmy that defied Gwyn and took his people away from his domain. Some even believe he is the holder of the original Dark Soul, which would explain his overwhelming power. Yeah, but the Lord Souls are stronger, aren't they? By themselves in the beginning they were, but over time the Dark Soul has now become the strongest. As the longer it bathed in the abyss and the more fragments that sorted to form from it, the more its power grew. Over time it surpassed even Gwyn's Lord Soul, and even his Spear of Sunlight wouldn't be able to stop the Dark Soul. The mushroom shook her body, but nevertheless, the important thing is that Dusk the ruler is now in the hands of Manus in the abyss. I wish to implore you to save her, seek Artorias if you must, but please end this darkness over our kingdom. Naruto nodded and agreed to the terms. He was sure that fighting this Manus figure would be tough, but he was confident that he could find a way. Plus, if he finds the knight, the battle should be slightly easier. Naruto settled by the bonfire and repaired his equipment and soon looked to the distance and prepared for the great battles ahead of him. In the abyss, a single woman was shuddering in fear, forever trapped in a nightmare-like state. A dark being covered over her, dark red eyes glowing in the darkness, and a terrifying visage towering above all. But the creature didn't look at the woman with anger, but pity. It gently reached out one of its arms and touched her, and she shivered once more. The being frowned at this and turned back, waiting for another to dare challenge him. He was Manus, the father of the abyss and the one true pygmy. He wouldn't shudder for a challenge. Come for me, Gwyn, so I can end your age once and for all. The necklace now was wrapped around the neck of the giant beast, and if one were to look at the locket, it had the markings on the cover. Ulasil. Chapter 31. Naruto had finished listening to the mushroom that was named Elizabeth. She apparently was the guardian of the child in question, making sure nothing bad happened to her. He did wonder how she could care for her when she was stuck in a tree, but he didn't push it. Sighing, he rested at the bonfire again and thought over things. So, Artorias is here, Ulasil is in the midst of its fall, and Manus is active. We can't leave this time until Manus is defeated, meaning we need to find him and kill him. Also, dealing with the issues related to the abyss and hoping we can find more information of the people that disturbed the abyss. Naruto sighed. He loaded up his blades and quickly proceeded across the pathway and over the bridge. There he saw some wooden figures staring at him. Guinevere, what are those things? Noticing the pitchforks and other gardening tools in their hands. They are the workers. Apparently Ulasil managed to create them in times of care, hinting that this place is only used for resources as necessary. However, I don't know how they managed to create them. Something tells me they aren't friendly. One of the figures jumped over the ledge and landed in front of him. He sighed and pulled out his flaming sword. Alright, let's do this. The worker bum rushed him, but he quickly swiped down on his weapon, making it hit the floor. Redirecting the blade up, he pierced through the monster's chest, killing the creature in an instant. The other two came jumping down to join their fallen friend. Naruto rolled his eyes and quickly dispatched them as well, cutting through them with ease. Figured this would be easy, but damn. Be careful with that attitude. Naruto nodded to Kurama's advice. Advancing through the forest on the left, he saw more of the workers and cut through them with ease. However, upon reaching an elevated area looking into a valley, he groaned. There were many creatures present, with one giant golem that was carrying a large stone weapon. I'm guessing more creations of Ulasil. Guinevere hummed and then felt her nod in his mind. He wasn't sure why there was no answer, but figured it was easier that way. Naruto began cutting through the workers and managed to down them all before the big man noticed his presence. That is when he saw there was two more in the area. Of course, when there is one, more will come. Naruto charged up his sword and waited for the man to get close. The creature raised its weapon high above his head and brought it down in a massive blow. Naruto's fire went through its wrist, making its weapon fall to the ground with a thud. Then he spun the weapon around its body and sliced off its head. The other giants charged him but soon met the same fate. Naruto cut another head off and chopped off the legs of one of them, leaving it on the ground with a thud and a powerful stab through the back of the head. The last one rushed him as he was busy with his friend, and Naruto released his grip on his weapon and out came Dragon Slayer, which not only cut through its weapon but also its body. Naruto sighed and sent the weapon away before pulling his blade back up. Well, that was eventful. Hopefully I won't have to fight too many more of these creatures. Be careful, Naruto, something isn't right. They were all gathered here for a reason. Naruto scoured the area. Other than a couple of souls and some collectible stuff, he didn't find anything of worth. Walking to the bridge that cut off the valley, Naruto heard flapping. He raised an eyebrow and looked up, only to be surprised. Above him was a black-winged beast that was fast approaching the bridge. Naruto quickly rolled away from the bridge and avoiding the monster landing on him. However, the beast just stood on the bridge looking around for some reason. Naruto couldn't fathom the reasoning, but it was terrifying to say the least. It had two black wings that were unfurled, a triangle head with horns sticking out at the points on its head, a yellow underbelly that was barely visible from his angle. It had one large red eye. Naruto wasn't sure if that was common, but it had one bright red eye staring out into the world, before turning its head to face him. Calamate. Guinevere. He could feel the fear in her voice. Naruto, whatever you do, don't provoke him. Naruto raised an eyebrow, only to see the dragon staring at him. Its eye fixated on him, waiting to see what he does. Naruto quickly sheathed his sword into his pocket space and held his hands up. The dragon continued to stare, its eye glowing brighter. Should I run? Naruto Uzumaki running from a big-ass lizard. What would Sasuke say now? He would retort, but he had a point. Sasuke would never let him live it down. But in this situation he could take the taunting, as he didn't know what this creature could do, and without his chakra, he wasn't the same confident powerhouse he used to be. The dragon turned its head slightly and huffed. Its wings flapped and he was gone. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Guinevere, who the hell was that? That was Calamate. He is a everlasting dragon, like the ones of old. Unlike the others though, he seemed to possess unique powers that are out of this world. He also only possesses a singular eye, which many have assumed is related to his power. But no one has ever confirmed this. Okay, but why is here? I don't know. We had gotten reports that Calamate was in the area, but we never figured out his goal. Some believe he was drawn to the abyss, others think that he was here for the humans. Havel even suggested before his imprisonment that he was after something. Or someone in this area. What a puzzling situation. Naruto couldn't imagine there was many reasons for an all-powerful dragon to wander near the abyss. I mean, if his power came from the abyss, maybe that would make sense. But it was clear he had no interest in the place. So why come all the way out here? With beings like Gwyn still lurking around and others like Seath, he had to be aware of their presence. So, why risk raising their ire so close to the city of Orlando? He would ponder this later, for now he had to make it through the city. Traversing the bridge, he walked into the nearby alleyway and came across a dark hole in the land. It was clear, the land had given way to the dark ooze that was seeping out. Jumping down, he touched the dark substance and recoiled. It had a heavy texture and seemed to be sludge-like. He almost gagged at the sound of the goop hitting the ground. So, this is the abyss. Residuals of it. Naruto shook his head. He would examine it more later. Entering another clearing, he saw more of the workers and a stone figure standing guard over the nearby stone tower. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He really didn't have the energy to deal with this, but he knew that if he wasn't careful they would follow him. So, pulling out his dragon slayer, he rushed to the first group and got them to all come near him. The creatures noticed his presence immediately and quickly acted on their instincts. Naruto managed to line them up and without hesitating he sliced through all the monsters. They screamed in pain and dropped their weapons on the ground. Continuing forward, he brought his blade to his shoulder. Seeing the stone figure looking at him, it slowly trudged to him. Naruto smiled. It was too easy to read. The creature raised its weapon up and Naruto thrusted his sword upward into the monster's swinging arm. It stabs through the stone and cut off his weapon. The creature turned to its missing limb and looked confused. But Naruto didn't care. He quickly brought his blade up, slashing through his chest and causing the monster to fall to the ground with a thud. Another stone figure was approaching from behind, but he ignored it as it was moving too slow to keep up. Naruto would have cut him down, but he was tired of dealing with enemies. Plus, reaching the tower is more important as there was no telling what awaited him at the bottom. So better to save up his S2 flasks and his weapons. Entering the tower, he stood on the pad, causing it to light up, and felt the elevator taking him down to the lower level. Stepping off the elevator, he saw a coliseum in front of him. It was weathered and crumbling. But unlike some of the coliseums that he had seen in some other countries, this one had a giant tower tied to it, behind it at least. Looking around, he noticed no one there other than a dark figure standing off to the far right. He had his hat down covering his face and he was standing near some stuff on the ground. From what he could tell, it was things not relevant to this place, and he had to admit some seemed even advanced. He decided to talk to the man. Walking across the bridge, he saw the man more clearly. A top hat on his head, a forever smile on his face, in the form of a mask, and a dark trench coat and button-up shirt. He is not from these parts. In fact, he looks way out of place. Naruto, be careful, we don't know his true intentions. I know Kurama. Walking up to the man, he waved. Greetings. The man looked up. Oh, a fellow traveler in these lands. Let me guess, a dark ominous hand reached through a portal and grabbed you. Yes, same. Yes, unfortunately, I thought I was being grabbed by one of the great ones, but sadly it would seem that wasn't the case. He looked around. Now I'm in an unfamiliar place and don't know how to return. Great one. Ah, they are beings similar to your gods, but they are those that have ascended to a higher being of existence. He gave a cold laugh. But what is the price if one forgets what they once were? Not much more than the very monster that one would hunt. Indeed. He sighed. Oh, but it is good to meet a fellow time traveler in these parts. However, it would seem that my gap is further than yours, sadly. He laughed. I came from a far-off land and I'm guessing further along the timeline. How so? Where I'm from, everyone knows of Orlando as the place that is long since past. A time of nothing more than ruins and chaos, all seeking to understand the plight of a once great people. However, many speculate the ruins that lie beneath our wondrous home might be the remains of this once great civilization. Interesting, your opinion. Oh, I don't have one. Let that be the work of scholars and those that seek information of that nature. I'm merely a man that seeks to continue existing without trouble. How has that worked out? Terrible. Naruto rolled his eyes. What is the place you're from? Oh, a lovely place, it is called Yarnum. A beautiful city with a dark red sky. He sighed, I miss the smell of even the dank sewers. The sweet scent of blood in the air, it is intoxicating. Naruto noticed a particular gleam in his eye. So, any news about this area you can share? Oh, curious are you? Why bother, the past is the past. You could say nothing we do will change the fate of this land. Or even the fate of the future. He laughed, but if you must know, I would warn you about Artorias. I just saw him running around here, he seemed a little bleak. He laughed harder, you'll see soon. Naruto frowned, thanks. Turning on his heel he walked away from the masked man and could only think that something was particularly wrong with him. Especially with the warning about Artorias. He must have been through the ringer. But he wasn't sure if that meant that he was badly injured or what. No point in worrying about it. Naruto pressed against the fog door and walked through. Inside he saw a strange creature. It had a large brown orb thing on its head and had multiple red eyes peering out. The headpiece was almost bigger than the whole body and would make them top-heavy. But he could see the being moving around normally with its arms being longer than its body. They were like monkey arms, and he had to admit they were quite goofy. This being was gurgling something and he turned to face Naruto. He pulled out the flaming sword and prepared for battle. Suddenly a big sword impaled the creature through the chest and a large figure landed on the ground. He was wearing a full metal-plated armor with a blue scarf around his neck. The man was also tinted in blue tattered cloth and his helmet hid his face from view. On top of that, Naruto noted the man's left arm was dangling and his grips as firmly on the sword. Artorias. Naruto's eyes widened, no way. The man in question started gurgling and a dark power swirled around his body. He could feel the aura growing as a few seconds passed and soon a large explosion erupted through the arena. Releasing a torrent of dark power. What the hell? Is that the abyss? Naruto, get ready, he is coming. A body came flying and was aiming for him. He quickly sliced through the body. Artorias had already closed the distance and thrusted his sword forward. Naruto fell backwards and avoided the strike. The knight quickly reacted by jumping backwards and dragging the sword across the ground. Jumping to his feet, he quickly brought his blade up with both hands. Aiming it at the knight. Artorias dragged his blade across the ground in a complete spin. Naruto watched as the tip was scratching the floor. He was anticipating when the blade leaves the ground and aim for him. But he found himself lifted off the ground by a powerful metal boot to the chest. Flying into the wall, grunting from the pain, and releasing some spit. Shit, didn't see that coming. But should have, he is an expert knight. Naruto regained his footing but soon found Artorias holding his blade above his head. No time to dodge, he quickly summoned Dragon Slayer and brought it up to block. The blades clashed in an explosion of metal on metal. The floor cracked under the blow and Naruto grunted. Shit, his sword is so heavy, I don't know how he is just one-handing that thing. He would have to two-hand the blade. Artorias dragged his weapon across the top of Naruto's and spun again, but this time getting some distance. Naruto grunted and summoned his flamed sword once more. Okay, he is quite fast, he is using everything he can as a weapon, and obviously he is strong. Naruto glared, this is not going to be easy. Artorias released a grunt before bending his knees. Naruto held his blade up and started charging up the flames. Artorias leapt into the air, spinning around and bringing his blade in a downward strike. The blade smashed into the floor, but Naruto had managed to sidestep his attack. Aiming his blade at the knight's side. Naruto thrusted the sword forward and the torrent of flame was released. Artorias saw the attack coming and quickly swung his blade to the side. Cutting the attack in half and leaving Naruto annoyed. He charged up another bout of flame and brought the blade down in a downward strike, but he again managed to cut through the attack sideways. Shit, that is getting really annoying. He noted that the weapon wasn't working in this situation. So, the only other option he really had was raw power. Sending the sword away he summoned the Dragon Slayer blade once more. Okay, long range won't work, let's do this with raw power. Artorias tightened his helmet and looked at his broken arm. He wobbled it around a bit but then released a grunt. One that sounded of annoyance. Naruto drew back his sword and quickly released the weapon on Artorias. His spin slamming his blade into the knight's sword. However, unlike before, the weapon managed to push the Abysswalker back. Artorias skidded across the dirt and quickly jumped into the air again, this time bringing himself down with a front flip. Naruto managed to avoid the first slam but then he leapt into the air once more. Naruto grunted but brought his weapon up and blocked a third spin of the weapon. Okay, this is getting annoying. So, he has greater physical ability than I originally thought. Pushing him off, Artorias ate a ball of flame to the chest making him moan in pain. The knight jumped back and soon was forming a dark cloud around him. Oh, he is powering up. The last thing I want. Naruto bum rushed him and quickly thrusted his weapon into his chest, making him fall backwards from the blow and release all the energy he had gathered. I got this. Don't get cocky. Naruto saw what he had to offer, so he wasn't too worried. All he had to do was bait some of his attacks again and Artorias stood up and dark tendrils started moving around his broken arm. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but his eyes widened realizing what was happening. Is this possible? Naruto, I would suggest ending this fight before he recovers. Naruto agreed and rushed him, aiming to impale the knight with this next strike. A clash of metal was heard, but it was only a hand stopping the blade from reaching the body. It had slapped down his weapon and buried the blade into the floor. No way, he got his arm back that fast. Naruto. Being brought back to the battle, Naruto saw Artorias staring at him, gauging him for a second before his free hand grabbed him by the front of his jacket. Lifting him off the ground, Artorias brought him close to his helmet. Naruto growled and pulled a good arm free of his blade and summoned an orb of flame. He was going to hit his mark for sure this time. A small orb of flame spiraled in the palm of his hand. Artorias threw him into the air, then threw a powerful kick to his stomach, sending him skidding across the ground. Naruto grunted from the pain but then screamed. Artorias had leapt into the air while he was skidding and slammed the blade into his shoulder. His left shoulder to be exact. Naruto growled at the pain his arm was in and was trying to fight through it. But he could feel a heaviness washing over him. What's happening? Naruto, the blade is coated in the traces of the abyss, it is seeping into your body. It is slowly weakening you, making it easier for him to hurt you even indirectly. Naruto groaned and screamed again as Artorias withdrew his sword roughly. Lifting his right foot, he slammed it down on his face, making him grunt in pain and breaking his nose. Naruto grunted in pain. Artorias responded quickly by grabbing him by the front of his outfit and lifting him into the air. But this time he dropped him. Why? While he was standing on his face, Naruto was subtly charging up his pyromancy into the rasengan. From this, he managed to get the rotation started and aimed at the knight's chest. So, when he was lifted into the air again as almost a way to taunt him, he managed to slam the orb into his armor, forcing him to grunt. The force of the blow wasn't much, but it was enough to break his grip. Naruto slowly stood up, summoning the fire sword again, but this time already having his pyromancy powered up, he thrusted the blade upwards, creating a large torrent of flames. The attack tore through the air and blasted Artorias, making the knight skid across the ground and his armor damaged from the attack. Naruto had succeeded in getting the man to back up, and it would seem his armor was malforming due to the heat. The attack didn't stop there. Naruto quickly brought his blade up and brought it down. The weapon created a large blade of flame soaring through the air and reaching for Artorias. However, the attack was cut down again by Artorias. Naruto planned on it. Aiming his sword, he had created a small orb of flame that he thrusted into the ground, causing a small cuts cloud to fill the arena. Artorias couldn't see and was growling at the lost sight of his prey. Sighing, Naruto sent his blade away and drew out the Dragon Slayer once more. This time he was going to finish this fight with his strongest blade. But he saw Artorias was barely hurt from all his attacks. I probably shaved off a bit of his life, but not enough to make him back down. Kurama was silent. He was amid something inside of the seal. Guinevere, however, noticed something and shouted, "Naruto, you need to attack him now. It is the only way to prevent him from using another charge up." Another. He interrupted the first one that happened, but the second one he was able to top without resistance. The knight started pulling more of the dark abyss into his body, and Naruto saw him standing up proudly, as if trying to draw out what strength he could for a final attempt at killing him. Naruto knew that Artorias powering up is a bad thing, but he was in a bad way too. Even with Estus flasks that he was now chugging, it wasn't enough to fix his nose or some of the physical damage he was going through. Even more so, it was terrifying that he was struggling this much, and he was barely breaking a sweat. Even though he had clashed with a powerful monster before, if that is to be believed. Artorias gathered more of the abyss. Naruto rushed him, but it was too late. Artorias released a powerful wave of dark energy that pushed Naruto backwards. Naruto gained his footing, but Artorias was on him again. This time even faster than before, with his sword already connecting with his midsection. Naruto grunted in pain and was sent flying through the air. Naruto slammed into the wall and caused a crack to appear. Peeling himself out of the wall, he found Artorias grabbing him by the throat and throwing him into the air, only to be hit again with the side of his sword, cutting into some of his flesh and sending him flying across the floor. Naruto wasn't sure if his blade was just not blunt or if he was hitting the back of the blade. But either way the damage was starting to add up. Rolling his way through, he dodged a downward plunge attack that went through the floor. Artorias grunted and roared. Naruto rolled back, trying to stay out of his range long enough to recover. A loud roar ripped through the night and the blade tore through, making a dark energy explode around him. Naruto grunted. There was no way. This power-up was on another level. He was straight dominating the fight and seemed to be growing as time passed. But then again, it is to be expected. Naruto shakily stood on his feet and took a few drinks of his flask. Luckily he kindled the flask before his fight, and he had saved up all his healing resources for this moment. Gathering his strength, he held his blade forward, only to have to lift it and block a downward strike. Artorias vanished in a blur and Naruto had to rely on his instincts, blocking to his right side while digging his sword into the ground. The blow was not enough to make him falter, but it was enough to make him cut through the floor. Naruto stopped moving after a second and brought his blade out of the ground. But he was kicked in the side and sent flying across the floor. He couldn't catch his breath. The power-up had made his speed and power far greater than expected. He had to almost equivalate it to Rock Lee during the Chunin exams. He was moving so fast to the naked eye it looked like was teleporting. I have to stop his power-up. Somehow I have to cut him off from his connection to the abyss. Artorias released another primal roar, vanishes into thin air. Naruto looked around. He was desperate at this point. There was no way for him to catch Artorias unless he could predict where his attack was coming from. Kurama seemed to be unresponsive at this time and Guinevere could only see as much as he could. Naruto felt a sensation behind him, and he quickly put his blade behind him. A clash of steel was heard, revealing Artorias trying to impale strike once more to kill Naruto. But thanks to the timing he managed to catch him off guard. Artorias pulled back from his attack and Naruto took his opening. Spinning around he slammed the weapon into the man's side, lifting him off the ground and spinning him a circle. In a dizzy haze he manages to send Artoria flinging into the wall and crack the stone behind him. He landed on the ground with a thud, but he was still standing. Naruto sighed, but watched the night disappear once more. Naruto didn't fathom how he was pulling this off, but his attack was really getting to him. If he could just pin him down or hit him with a killing blow, this fight would be over. Or at least that was what he was hoping. Another tingling appeared to his right, so he instinctively ducked, avoiding a wide swing from Artorias. Pivoting off his foot, he slammed the blade into the man's stomach once more, sending him into the air. But Artorias flipped through the air and landed with a light thud, before jumping into the air once more, this time spinning in a front flip with his blade fully extended. Rushing forward, Naruto thrusted his blade forward the moment he was about to touch the ground. Naruto felt the blade dig into his shoulder again and he grunted from the pain. It was intense and the darkness coming off the weapon was stinging his very essence. But he managed to finally impale his blade through Artorias. He smirked. Checkmate, Artorias. Artorias grabbed the blade with his free hand and started pushing against the weight, pushing himself further and further off his blade, slowly edging his way to the tip. He didn't see this coming. Was his body indestructible then? Naruto didn't have time to think about it. He quickly lifted his blade up and carried the full weight of Artorias on his sword. The man roared in pain and was sliding down the bait, extending the damage internally. Naruto flung him off his blade with a mighty swing to the right, but the minute he fell off his blade, he moved. Rushing behind him, he brought his blade upward and brought it down, crushing Artorias under the weight of his weapon, doing so as he was off his sword and about to sail away from him. Artorias groaned but started wiggling under the weight of his blade. He didn't get it, he just seemed unfazed. Nothing was doing anything. His impalement, the slam, nothing. He just seemed to be numb to the world. Numb. That was it. That's why Artorias is able to fight so much. The power-up didn't just increase his physical ability, it removed his ability to feel pain and restrain himself. Struggled to keep his blade weighted down. Artorias was pushing against his blade with his hand and slowly unpinning himself from the attack. Naruto had to admit this attack was probably his best bet, but there was no assurance that he would get another round like this. Artorias finally broke free from the pressure and stood on his own 2 feet, still holding Dragon Slayer's tip. Naruto glared. The knight really was the stuff of legend. Strength unmatched and speed that was only as impressive as his strength. Meaning, he was truly one of the great knights like Ornstein. Though he admitted that Ornstein was faster, but he didn't have the same level of power that he did. Artorias pushed the blade off and stood there with his weapon now gripped with both hands. Naruto realized that he was about to get serious, so he had to be ready for it. Pulling his blade in front of his face, he aimed it at the great knight. The knight released a minor growl and vanished in an instant. Naruto rolled backwards, avoiding a powerful explosion on the ground. Rolling again, he dodged another explosion, followed by a third one with this time, black ooze forming at the bottom. Naruto swung but Artorias slammed down on the weapon, having his sword pinned under the weight of his own weapon. Naruto released it and summoned the fire sword, releasing a torrent of flames with his wide swing. The knight slashed through it again but then felt itself lurching forward. Naruto had closed the distance and slammed another flaming rasengan into his chest, making the knight grunt and then fly backwards, this time leaving a dent in the metal. Artorias leapt backwards through the air and landed on his feet in a crouched position. He was rubbing his hand over his damaged chest. Vanishing again, Naruto felt a foot in his face, sending him skidding backwards. Another blow to his side causing him to fall on the ground and roll in the dirt. Rolling on his back, he brought up the Dragon Slayer and laid it flat side up, blocking a powerful blow that landed against his weapon, making him grunt in pain and see that Artorias was again trying to impale him. Too easy, he wants to skewer me badly. Naruto pushed the blade off and glared. This fight was dragging on and he was running out of Estus flasks to drink. He had to find a way to end this battle, or at least find a method to slow him down. Slow down, that was it. He knew what he had to do. Naruto pushed Artorias off and swung at his chest. The knight blocked the strike and parried the blow, but Naruto had released the Dragon Slayer, instead pulling out his flaming weapon again, charging a powerful slash. Artorias brought his blade upward and aimed to cut his attack away again. But this time the blade of flame wasn't aimed for his head or chest. It was aimed for his ankles. Artorias, seeing this, quickly leapt into the air to avoid the attack, but found himself hit with a powerful flaming cut. The plan was simple: make Artorias do the thing he could bait. If he used the sword to cut at his ankles, he is going to leap into the air. If he did this, then would land a powerful blow against him, cutting through the knight and injuring him more directly. Artorias screamed from the searing pain, before landing in a hunch-over state. Naruto brought the flaming sword down and struck against Artorias's good arm. But the sword came up just as quick, blocking the blow. Naruto could feel him pushing against him and slowly regaining his balance. He had to keep him off balance. Seeing Dragon Slayer on the ground, he quickly released his flaming sword and grabbed the blade by the tip. Artorias already was on him, leaping into the air and coming down in a spiral attack. A sharp piercing sensation ripped through his stomach, and he groaned and coughed up more dark gunk. However, he grabbed the blade and tried pushing it out of his body. Naruto slammed a flaming orb into his face. This time, he was using the chaos flame that was created by Quelana and the witch, infusing it with longer-lasting burn damage. The powerful attack pushed against the helmet of the knight, and he screamed in pain. Naruto grunted and put more of his power into it, hoping this would end the fight in a matter of seconds. The flames intensified and soon the dark armor of the knight was oozing more gunk and being burned by the flames. Artorias released a primal roar and soon the power of the attack was snuffed out and he was sent flying backwards. The knight was releasing more dark energy and Naruto wasn't sure he could keep up with him if he continued to grow stronger every time he did this. That is enough, Artorias. A woman draped in a blue cloak appeared and dug her weapons into his back, disturbing his ritual. He reached behind him to kill the woman for daring to attack him, but soon found his body once again impaled, but this time with the fire sword. Naruto released the rest of his pyromancy into this move and soon Artorias started burning brightly from the inside, light peering through his helmet, and his body shaking from the damage. In moments, Artorias stopped moving and his body turned to dust, with his soul now in the hands of Naruto. Guinevere, please take care of him. I will. Collapsing, Naruto could only look at the woman in confusion. She had 2 dagger blades in his hand and looked sad. It would seem you finally ending Artorias' suffering. As one of the 4 knight, I appreciate you. The woman smiled. You have freed his soul from the taint of the abyss. You're welcome, but who are you? The woman shook her head. Just a friend of your opponent. Please, don't mind me. I'll be setting up a site to mourn my dear friend. You can do as you please now. Tears formed in her eyes. Naruto could tell she was holding a lot of emotions in. But the thing that stood out was her genuine desire to be left alone. Naruto could see that Artorias meant more to her than just a friend and comrade. Nodding his head. I understand, please, mourn him. He was a great knight and a greater opponent. I hope that he can find peace knowing that he went out on his sword rather than dying on his back. The woman nodded. Indeed, I shall hope so and pray that we can meet again in the future. She started gathering up some rocks and putting them in makeshift graves, marking the being made of the abyss and one for Artorias. Naruto didn't say anything else, he walked into the town and started to prepare for the next part of his journey. Reaching the abyss and dealing with the monsters that dwelled down there. While this was going on, Naruto's friend Kurama was examining something. If I do this, then maybe I can help Naruto again. He smirked, he would make sure this succeeded. Otherwise, he wouldn't be helping his friend, and that is something he can't accept. The woman in question was working on the grave for Artorias but heard some footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw the creepy masked man standing there. Oh, he managed to kill that crazy knight. I must say, quite impressive. He laughed, I wonder what other challenges he might propose in the future. The woman stood up and pulled out her daggers. That young man is going off to save the land from the darkness of Manus, and you plan to interfere with it. The man shrugged, I couldn't care less about the plight of these people. They brought it upon themselves, allowing them to be interested in the abyss. The darkness that fell on their head, the horrors that unraveled, that is all on them. I'm only interested in one thing, that is the hunt. Pulling out a crossbow and a sharp thrusting sword, he smiled, I would like to hunt that young man down first, but I guess you will have to do for now. The Colosseum echoed of their clash. In the valley, a black dragon was sitting on the edge of the hill looking down below. Gwyn, you will pay. Chapter 32. Naruto sat down by the bonfire and repaired all his equipment. He had a tough battle with the Abysswalker, and he could feel his exhaustion hit him. Of all the battles he had, Artorias was the most demanding, and he wasn't sure if he was good or lucky. Because if the woman hadn't appeared, he shuddered at Artorias being even stronger and faster than before. He estimated that his strength was easily on par with Lee during the Chunin exams when he unlocked all his gates. Or 5 gates to be exact, but it wasn't enough to defeat Lee. He was guessing, as if Lee was caught by any of those attacks, then it would be a different story. Naruto shook his head, no point in thinking of the past. Now he had to proceed through the city and hopefully reach this Manus. But a pit formed in his stomach. If Artorias couldn't scratch the monster, then what were his chances? Shit, now I'm doubting myself. It is understandable, but Naruto, remember, you defeated Artorias. You still had to land all of those blows for the ambush to work. I was your victory. True. Naruto frowned. Where was Kurama? Hey Furball, what are you doing? Kurama remained silent. Guinevere, can you tell me what he is doing? Sorry, even I can't see what he is doing. He seems to be messing with something in a corner of the mindscape. Great, will let me know when he is done so I can yell at him. We agreed that when we talk to each other we don't ignore the other's plight. Especially in the middle of a life and death situation. Guinevere's sweat dropped but nodded. Naruto stood up from the bonfire and walked around the corner. The once great city of Ulasil, it was in ruins. Or at least part way sinking into the ground. The abyss is spreading fast. Indeed, it is. Ulasil was never the same after the fall, and father did nothing to help them. Naruto growled, he started this mess, the least he could have done is help them. He was too busy dealing with the mess related to his age of fire, everyone else was just a pawn in finding a solution. Naruto never understood people like him. Yeah, he knew guys like him, but this guy was on a whole new level. He would estimate that maybe he was as bad as Danzo. But then again, the man never purposely weakened his own people to suit his agenda. He did things to keep the village strong and functioning even if his own ideas were wrong. Or not favored would be accurate. But he would make sure the village was standing strong and no one dared to hurt it. Everyone else around him, yeah, he would sacrifice them if it meant protecting the village. But he never purposely hurt his own people. Lately he was thinking of his old home, and he was tired of it. But he couldn't help but notice some of the similarity of his land to this one and some of the horrors that could break the shinobi nation. Especially when facing the likes of the abyss. Looking at the city, he couldn't imagine the fear that they were going through, the city sinking into the ground. Monsters appearing in droves and great threats appearing faster than they could put them down. All because they trusted one man when he claimed he was working for the betterment of everyone. The people who were killed probably got off light, that is what Naruto imagined. Being forced into embracing the power around you. Yeah, that probably was worse than death. Naruto took out his flame sword and began walking down the stairs. He heard some light giggling around the corner, tightened his grip on the sword. Reaching the bottom stair, he heard another deranged laugh and the rapid movement of feet. One of the big head men quickly rushed him, waving their arms wildly. Naruto quickly swiped at the man, but then he jumped into the air and landed behind him. Shit, he is far more agile than I thought. The man quickly spun in a circle with his hands, but Naruto quickly ducked under the attack. Spinning on his heel, he slashed through the monster with one powerful attack. But the monster flipped over his strike as he jumped off the ground and spun through the air. Naruto was impressed with his movements and aimed his sword backwards. aiming the point of the blade at the monster. The creature rushed his back, but soon a blast of flame through the tip of his sword, making it shriek. He fell to the ground but gagged when he slammed the blade into his chest, making him disappear in a blast of dust. Naruto brought his blade back to his shoulder and walked down the stairs again. This time he saw 4 more of those creatures. He knew they were going to be tougher as a group. 1-on-1, he could cut them down, but 4-on-1. Yeah, they were a problem. Charging up his blade, he quickly aimed at the dark beings. He slashed sideways, cutting through 2 of the dark beings. The other 2 dark figures rushed him and started rotating their arms. Leaping into the air, they were coming down with both fists, but Naruto managed to cut them in half with a single strike. Thankfully, he was able to time their drop. 4 down, but what the hell is wrong with them? This is nothing like the undead curse. I believe this might be a side effect of people who use the abyss's power. How so? People that mess with the unknown can become something barely recognizable. In the case of the abyss, we never knew what was lurking there or how it worked. Only certain beings can survive in these places, while others can't. In the case of this city's people and Gwyn's, they might have been given those things on their heads to control them and make them more susceptible to their power. But in doing so, their minds were probably warped beyond comprehension. So driven insane. By their standards, yes. Naruto continued down the stairs and looked around the corner. Then he saw another one of the lanky arm creatures, but next to him was someone he hadn't seen before. It had multiple red eyes just like the other, but it didn't have a fat head. His head was distorted to being tendrils that each connected to a gleaming red eye. The being had a makeshift staff in his hand and wearing what looked like a robe of darkness. The being had spikes out of his head, and he seemed to be a distorted-looking creature. Walking around the corner, Naruto noted that he detected him faster than the one with long arms did. It already held its staff in place and saw a dark black aura forming. Naruto, it's casting abyss magic. You need to dodge. Naruto quickly rolled away from a dark orb. It moved with incredible speed and Naruto barely dodged under the attack. The lanky arm man rushed him, but he was able to counter him as he was now familiar with some of his movements. But the mage already had another attack ready, making him backstep from the long arm one. But he ducked under the one firing the orb. The second one leapt into the air, bringing his hands down in a double fist drop. Naruto thrust his sword forward and impaled the being. He felt it scream in immense pain before being flung off the weapon. He was aiming for the magic caster, who already had another spell ready to fire. He was hit by the being and collapsed on the spot. Naruto channeled his blade and sent a vertical blade of flame at the 2, killing them both. Naruto had to admit that the magic caster one was going to be a real pain. He knew that more of them were going to appear, and given their positions with the long arm ones, they weren't going to give him much reprieve, especially when he went deeper into the city. Which meant he was going to have to watch his back more carefully. Walking to the next staircase he was about to cross. But then, he moved his head to the side to avoid an arrow flying by his head. Turning around, he saw the masked man standing there from before. Color me impressed. You managed to survive the encounter with the monsters of the abyss. I would say that it is a waste of time since they all perish anyway, but the fact that you are cutting through them with such ease is worth praise. Holding up his bow and his thrusting sword, he aimed it at Naruto. Why are you doing this? It is obvious if you think about it. I told you, I'm a hunter, someone that enjoys hunting down those that get in his way. Those that prove greater matches than the usual rabble. Nothing excites me more than this. The gleam behind his mask, Naruto saw, was growing. No, it was more primal. What was happening to this man? Ever since I was dragged to this land, I have wondered if I would ever leave. If I would ever see the blood-soaked street of Yharnam. Would I ever find the answers that I seek when hunting people and monsters? He sighed. I asked myself so many times, why did the hunters stop? Why did we have to be sent away? What was the motive of people, why? He growled, if only that bastard Ludwig weren't around, I would have continued hunting people. I would have slain more creatures of the night. I could even be hunting the great ones. Naruto didn't understand who this Ludwig was, but apparently, he held a grudge. German, that fool. He gave up the hunt just because the people he loved were getting hurt. What a sentimental fool. Nothing more than trash. Caring about others isn't a weakness. Naruto narrowed his eyes. It sounds like this hunter that you are complaining about has more honor than you. Honor? What are you, another saint? There is no such thing as honor when hunting monsters. All that matters is the result, and the results speak for me. I'm the greatest hunter that the world has ever known. I have killed more of those filthy fish people than anyone. I have slain the monsters of the street, and even defeated my fellow hunters that soon became engulfed by the blood. I am the greatest, no one can match me. I doubt that. Naruto had his weapon ready and already had a flaming ball in his offhand. If you were really that good, you wouldn't feel the need to criticize others. You wouldn't need to tear people down just to suit your own beliefs. You damn brat. You just don't get it. Naruto could feel the sinister smile growing behind his mask, but then again, neither did that woman at the Colosseum. Naruto's eyes widened. What did you do? Oh, I only ended her life as she was in the way of my hunt. He put his finger on the trigger. Now, enough talking, it is time for you to die. Proving once and for all, I'm the greatest hunter. Naruto sighed, I doubt it. The bolt flew. Naruto thrusted his flame orb, burning the bolt and flying to the man. He quickly rolled out of the way of the attack. Naruto was on him and slashed at his position. But he jumped over his attack and kicked him with both feet. He didn't carry a lot of power in his body, but he did hurt with that blow. He landed after doing a backflip, aiming the bow once more. Naruto ducked under another bolt and threw another ball of fire, but he dodged out of the way of it, too. Naruto bum rushed him, but he quickly ducked under his swing. Almost impossibly low, before turning on his heel, and sweeping his legs out from underneath him. Naruto grunted. He caught him well. Landing on his back, he saw him standing over him and aiming his crossbow at him. I was expecting so much more. Naruto smiled, don't celebrate until you get the kill. Otherwise. He screamed in pain. Falling over, he saw that his foot had been burned by the searing flame of the sword. Naruto knew that this man was going to brag, he could just tell with his kind. So, he had positioned himself close enough to have his blade near his leg. Doing this, he would be able to burn through his ankle and take him off balance. He jumped back to his feet, but he was limping on one foot. Naruto reacted quickly and slashed at the other man's leg, but he jumped over his blade and crumpled to the ground. He was trying to get his balance under him, but Naruto was slowly closing the distance on him. Aiming his crossbow, he fired a bolt, but Naruto blocked it. The bolt just hit his blade and fell to the ground lifeless. No, this can't be happening. I'm the greatest hunter. He fired another bolt, but Naruto blocked it. He fired a third one and the same result. A fourth one and another failure. Naruto was walking slowly deliberately. He was waiting for it. Naruto was a few feet from him. He saw his sword thrown, coming for his head. Blocking the blade, he could make out his movement. This was his chance. He had thrown his sword, hoping this would lead to a block. Then he would aim his bolt at his feet, allowing him to cripple his movement and give him a chance to recover. Unlike the people in this land, he didn't need those stupid Estus flasks, he had the blood vials on him. He would drink one of those, and his body would heal his foot. He didn't know how it did that, but it worked, so he wasn't going to complain. With this opening, he would press his attack with the bolt up close and have it gone through his body. Thus, leaving him crippled from the attack and giving him another chance to kill him. He shouldn't have been bragging, a mistake on his part. But one he was going to fix starting now. Jumping to his feet, he pulled out one of the vials. But found something crashing into his chest and his pain intensifying. More, he was feeling the burning sensation spread through his chest. Naruto predicted that he was planning to use his weapon as a sacrifice. That way, when distracted, he would try to get back and heal while he was recovering and then do something to even the odds. But he wasn't worried, as this strategy was pretty common practice, especially in the land of shinobi, where distractions were distractions in a fight. So, he blocked and prepared a flaming rasengan for when he leapt to his feet and was distracted. Then he slammed the orb into his chest, sending it flying into the nearby wall and crumpling to the ground. Seeing his weapon fall to the ground, Naruto quickly kicked the crossbow away and walked to him, plunging his sword into his chest and forcing him to scream in pain. No, this isn't right. I'm the greatest. No, you someone that believed that, but in reality, you don't have the skill to back it up. You picked on people that barely fought back, didn't you? If you couldn't beat them in honor, you used whatever tactic that was necessary to win. Naruto sighed, something I can respect as I used to be in a similar line of work, sometimes honor is less important than staying alive. However, throwing away who you are as a person isn't something a true warrior would do. It is obvious you are consumed by something. Maybe it is the blood in your veins, maybe it is the thrill of the unit, or maybe you never were sane. Either way, it doesn't matter as your great hunt ends here. Smiling, Naruto finished, I will remember you for some time, but I don't think I will recall your name. Meaning you will fade from history. Naruto pushed his blade in deeper, and the man gurgled in pain. Before slumping down and fading into nothing. How disappointing. Naruto pulled his blade up and sighed. Wherever he was from, he dreaded seeing it any day. This Yarnum sounded like a messed up place, but that was not here or now. Naruto turned his attention back to the stairs case and began his trek down to the lower levels. He had seen two paths off to the side and got intrigued if there was anything interesting in it. So, he traversed the wooden planks and stairs, cutting down more of the dark beings on the way. Eventually, he reached a tower that he had to walk down to avoid more of the mages from before. Dodging their attacks and one that fired up close and released a fog wasn't easy, but he managed. Eventually, there were 3 chests inside of a single tower. One was open, so he guessed someone got here before him, or it was always empty. They could have just thrown the chest out if that was the case. But the other chest, it held a worn-out black book. Interesting. Naruto opened it and was shocked to see ancient script that he couldn't read. Great. This is great, Naruto. This is instructions on how to use the power of the abyss. Seriously, why was it just sitting here? I don't know, but we should hold on to it, this could be useful in the future. He shrugged. If she said so. He would put the book in his dimensional space and trek back to the original staircase. Arriving back, he quickly pushed his way down to an empty space with a chest in the middle. Naruto examined the chest and felt something was off with it. Taking out his sword, he quickly stabbed it and found that it was a mimic. Rolling his eyes, he ignited the creature and killed it before it could stand. Walking around the staircase, he encountered more dark figures, which he cut down now that he figured out their movements. But he faced a great obstacle. There was another mage standing on the far side. And he had only a small, narrow bridge to cover the distance. Meaning that he had to time his dodges with absolute precision, or he was going to be sent plummeting to his doom. While he was trying to get down there, he wasn't too interested in being hit by something that could kill him. Especially on an endless drop. He dashed across the bridge, ducking and rolling through all the orbs. Luckily it was only 3 orbs before he reached him. He got near the being and kicked him off the ledge, sending him screaming into the pits below. He would feel bad, but this was not the time, as he sensed another lanky armed figure approaching from behind. Seeing him jump, he just took a step to the side. He went over the edge. Sighing, Naruto continued his journey into the nearby building, where he impaled another one of the dark figures and flung him across the room. Looking down below, he saw one mage on a wooden platform, at least 4 or 6 of the long-armed figures standing under him. Another mage standing at the staircase and waiting for someone to walk down, with 3 other long-armed figures standing there. Knowing his situation, he quickly positioned himself above and chucked a few bombs at the mage near the staircase and the long-armed figures. The mage went down after the first bomb was thrown, and the long-armed guys recognized his attack. So, they ran around the stairs and rushed him. But he already had his plan in motion, with them cut down with a single fire slash from his sword. Turning down, he saw 2 more in the corners, so he dropped bombs onto them. Walking down the stairs, he figured that the long-armed figures would follow him, so he walked close enough for the men to see him. The mage saw him first and started flinging a dark orb, but he managed to roll out of the way of the attack. But the long-armed figures rushed to him. He led them into the side down, where he did a vertical slash through the doorway, killing all the long-armed figures that were coming through. Naruto smiled at his progress and ventured up the stairs, cleared a few spots, and managed to make his way to the outside. Standing on top of a toppled building, he looked to his right and saw the same pillar from before, marking it as a shortcut back to the bonfire up top. Seeing his weapons a bit worn, and his gear damaged from his earlier bouts and tussles, he took the elevator up. After this, he wandered back to the bonfire and healed while fixing up his gear. He turned to his previous spot and sighed. That was going to be annoying. He saw 2 of the mages standing on elevated staircases, meaning they would see him coming in a second. He saw at least 2 of the lanky armed figures standing nearby. But he knew there was movement, as looking over the edges, 2 stood in the far back. Probably there to ambush him, just as he is passing by or being swarmed by the mages and the other 2. Naruto frowned. How am I going to do this? Naruto, if you really try it, you could systematically wipe them out before getting close. Use a bow. I don't know how to use a bow properly, and I don't have the arrows needed to use them. Then use the knives you have. Why didn't he think about that? Pulling out the knives, Naruto got close enough to the edge that he was out of range of the mages, but close enough to throw. He aimed at the one he could see on his far left and threw the blade. It buried into his chest, killing him instantly. The others immediately noticed this and rushed to Naruto. Rushing forward, Naruto managed to throw daggers into the 3 remaining lanky armed ones. But then he threw them at the mage, who quickly swiped it away. He was on their radar. The figure gathered dark energy and fired an orb while the second followed. Naruto knew this was the strategy. If he dodged one, the other would hit. Taking his chances, he pushed forward, with the orb barely missing him and the second one firing, but he shifted to the left. The attack hit the nearby pillar, but he flung 2 knives. The mages again blocked them but failed to register the second item following them. Black bombs. They hit, and they exploded on impact, killing both mages in an instant. Easy. Naruto sighed. Who was he kidding? Those two took forever to figure out a way around. Exiting the corridor and entering the main hall, he saw statues. All of them were wearing the same crown that Dusk was wearing and holding onto small branches. That is their catalyst. She sighed. They are powerful tools, and unlike the sorcerer's catalyst, they are far more functional and easier to carry. Naruto nodded. Magic was interesting, and he considered becoming more involved with it. But for now, he would focus on dealing with the people in front of him. A weird figure appeared in the room, and it was a makeshift sack of flesh. He carried a ball and chain on his body and looked hunched over. Naruto pitted the man and quickly aimed his flaming blade at him and sent a piercing blow. The figure grunted from the pain but only fell to one knee. Rushing forward, he pierced his stomach, killing him this time. Thank you. Naruto closed his eyes and gave him a silent prayer. Continuing onward, Naruto managed to make it through the rest of the ruins without trouble. He had to call up an elevator, only to be greeted by one of the long-arm enemies. But he didn't hesitate to kick him off the edge, sending him plummeting to his death. Naruto rolled his eyes. Should have been ready to attack the minute he got up here. Naruto stepped onto the platform and was taken to the prison cells, which were perhaps a dungeon. Naruto walked through the building and came across a nearby bonfire. Touching the bonfire, he was able to light it, but peering in the vast area in front of him, he knew it. I have reached the abyss. Not quite. This is just the ruins of Ulasil still in a cave that is connected to them. We still have a bit to go before reaching the abyss. Trust me, you will notice the difference when we get there. Naruto groaned. Treading through the dark was not his preferred method, but without Quelaag here to light his way, he was kind of limited, so he just paid attention to the glowing rocks around him. They seemed to indicate where he was safe and the locations that wouldn't pose danger to him. Naruto went to the left and after hugging the wall for a bit arrived at a group of glowing eye figures. He knew that it was more of the men from before, so he quickly pulled out his weapon and fired a powerful cutting attack at the group. He managed to cut down most of them, but the wizard was safe, and he started firing balls of dark energy into the darkness. But Naruto countered it, rolling under his attack and sending a piercing blast instead. After killing him, Naruto continued down the cavern walls into the darkness. After a while, he managed to make a few sharp turns and arrive at another intersection point. There, he continued downward and arrived at a bigger area. He felt something off about this spot and continued moving forward, only to fall through the floor. What the hell? Looking up, he saw a white cat standing before him covered in a white fog. He frowned and chased the cat. Following it through the cavern, Naruto noticed dark figures floating in the air appearing. I'm guessing those are ghosts. When he was younger, he was terrified of ghosts, but he had grown more accustomed to the idea of encountering the man after the war, so he didn't really fear them as much. Yeah, the fear was there still, but he could handle them if he had the right means to deal with them. No, they are aspects of humanity. Be careful, Naruto. While they are slow and passive, they can still hurt you if they pass through you. Naruto cut down the one that got close and then cut down another. A smaller one appeared, and it too was cut down. Naruto felt bad as he felt these figures weren't evil in the traditional sense. But if they were coming to hurt him, the last thing he wanted was to let them get in range. The white cat stood by a wall, and Naruto knew it was trying to tell him something very important. Walking up to the wall, he touched it, making it disappear. The cat stood there with a grin on its face before vanishing for the last time. Walking into the hidden cavern, Naruto noted a wolf lying on the ground surrounded by the dark figures from before. The wolf's entire body was covered in a bright light. Sif. Naruto, you must save her. Artorias' wolf. Naruto felt bad for the dog. It was waiting for her master to return, but he was never coming back. It was all his fault, but he couldn't let those thoughts stop him. Quickly Naruto downed all the spirits with vertical strikes and powerful blows. Eventually, reaching the wolf. The barrier around her disappeared and she whined. I'm sorry, girl. Artorias isn't coming back. He didn't make it. The creature whined more and started pushing her nose into this leg. Naruto started to tear up, feeling the dog's pain. Knowing that someone they looked up to and loved wasn't returning was one of the worst feelings in the world. Naruto patted her a few times and then put his head on her forehead. Artorias will always be with you. I promise, and if you ever need anything, I will be there too. The wolf looked up at him. staring into his eyes, as if to gauge his honesty, then it licked his face. Naruto smiled and patted her a few times before taking the shield from the wolf. Pulling out a bone, he put it into her mouth. Take this, it is a bone that will take you unto the nearest bonfire. Go there, head to the surface, I'll join you in a bit. The wolf whined, showing its fangs, ready to fight with her new friend. Listen to me, Artorias didn't give up everything to save you just for you to throw it away. Got it, he wanted you to live because you meant that much to him. Sif whined. I know it is hard to believe me after everything that has happened. But trust me, I will return after defeating Manus, and I will always be by your side. I know this doesn't mean much by her out there in the world where I'm from. If that is the case, I will find you again and I will take you with me from now on. Sif nodded her head and was reluctant when she activated the bone and disappeared. After seeing her off and activating the nearby elevator, Naruto continued walking deeper into the darkness. It wasn't as bad as the Tomb of the Giants, but it was still damn dark. He cut down another mage, more of the shadow ghost figures, and traversed the more precarious situations. But after some perseverance, he managed to make it to the fog door. There, he looked at the door with fear and trepidation. Was he ready for this? Could he tackle a being so powerful that even Gwyn never dared to fight him? Someone who was able to lead the pygmy in opposition to the others. He was worried, this was not going to be an easy fight, and without Artorias here, that meant victory was solely on him. Pushing past the fog door, he saw pitch black. Looking around, he couldn't understand where Manus would be or how he was supposed to get down. A dark hand grabbed him and yanked him to the floor below. After being roughly deposited on the ground, Naruto saw the arm retract. Standing there was something out of his worst nightmares. It was a large dark figure with a curved horn structure on his face. It had multiple red eyes just glowing in the darkness, a large axe-like weapon in its offhand. A giant hand with fur and darkness flowing on his other hand. The being was taller than most of the normal monsters he had seen, and it had two deep crimson eyes peering from beneath the curved horn. Sharp teeth glistened in its mouth, and it had fur to cover most of its body. With a long lizard-like tail coming out of his tailbone. This was Manus, the father of the abyss, a monster who is said to be without equals. Naruto readied his blade, charging up the flames. Inside his mindscape, he was smirking. Kurama had finally figured it out, and he was ready to test it out. Looking up, he saw Naruto confronting a powerful monster and frowned. His timing couldn't be any closer. It looked like the biggest battle of their lives outside of Kagaya and Jubi was about to commence. Naruto quickly rushed the monster and swung his blade wide. Manus brought his axe down and cut the attack before it could reach him. Then, it released a roar and jumped into the air, bringing down its axe. Naruto rolled to his left and dodged the impact of the attack. Naruto quickly turned on his heels and swung at his side, managing to cut him a bit, but Manus barely registered the attack. Instead, it swiped to his right and sent Naruto flying backward. He coughed up some blood. Shit, he hits harder than Artorias. He should have expected that, but still with a small swing. Manus released another roar and, this time rushed to him with his other arm lifted to the side. Naruto saw the wide sweep coming and quickly rolled into his chest. But his back was hit, and he was lifted into the air. Another massive blow to his back sent him face first into the floor. Manus released a roar again, gripping Naruto and flung him across the cavern. Naruto bounced off the floor hard and felt his shoulder dislocate. Fuck, he played me. Naruto should have guessed Manus would change up his attack pattern, which is why he had to be second in this fight. But that wasn't working out as well, given that it meant he was at his mercy when it came to attacks. Manus roared and rushed to Naruto again, this time lifting his axe hand into the air and holding it in a swinging position. Naruto saw this, quickly regaining his foot. He powered up his blade and fired a straight blast of flame into Manus. The creature grunted a bit but didn't falter in his attack, reaching him in second and swinging his weapon. Naruto managed to move to his left and dodge the attack, but he was met with the closed fist of his larger hand, sending him flying into the air. Then smacked by the back end of his axe and then finished off with a grab and slam. Naruto groaned from the pain. Was this what Artorias went through? Shit, he did not like his odds anymore. But he would persist, so he channeled his pyromancy into the palm of the dark being, but it didn't resist. He just lifted him into the air again, this time extending his arm even further and swinging him around wildly before slamming him down on the ground, this time a few feet from him. Naruto groaned at the pain but started to scream after he was dragged across the floor in his grip. Naruto was flung into the air, and Manus jumped up and brought down the full weight of his weapon, sending him falling to the ground with a thud. The explosion that rocked the cavern kicked up a bit of dust. But this was an opening. Naruto, during falling down, had shifted his body slightly in the air, avoiding the full weight of his attack and managing to make it to the side. However, the axe blows still managed to break a rib or two. Only because he felt the initial blow. However, thanks to the dust, he charged up the sword again and this time aimed for where his head was. Manus felt something coming to him, but he couldn't tell what it was. But seeing a bright light approaching him, he thought it was lightning, but then he felt the heat. He realized he was wrong, it was pyromancy, and before he could move, the attack hit him. It didn't hurt as much as he thought it would, but the attack still landed, leaving him a bit more irritated than before. Another blast of flames appeared through the smoke, this time coming vertically. Then another horizontally, followed by another horizontal attack and a vertical attack. Manus didn't have time to lift his weapon to block them, and all of them seared his fur and flesh. He grimaced in pain and pushed into the dust cloud, looking to end this. Naruto was in the air, and he had a bright red and orange orb twisting in his hand. Rasengan. The orb clashed with Manus's face. The twisting and rotating power was burning into his skin. Manus opened his mouth, and a dark orb formed. Naruto's eyes widened, but he pushed more power into his attack. Manus's face started to burn more, but the attack didn't amount to anything. Naruto soon saw the dark energy exploding out of the mouth of the pygmy lord. Naruto was sent flying backwards, and his entire body shook from the impact of the blast. He couldn't believe such a monster existed in this land, something out of this world and beyond his comprehension. He heard from others how powerful he was, but he didn't think it was to this extent. Artorias, Smo and Ornstein, Nito, Priscilla, even the possessed with. None of them were this strong. Landing on the ground in a crumpled heap, Naruto coughed up blood. He took out some of his estrus and drank it, which helped to heal his body a bit. But he could still feel the pain through his body. Manus was getting the better of him. His fire attacks were barely registering to him, and he seemed to be able to tank most of them. Rasengan was a perfect example of that. Maybe if he attacked his flesh instead, he would have more success. When he got back up, he was slammed with the palm once more and sent flying. Naruto bounced off the ground and barely had time to get up when Manus was on him. He stomped onto his back and then kicked him into the air. Naruto formed another Rasengan and had a thought forming in his head. Maybe if he could replicate that, he would stand a chance. Manus swung the side of his axe again, but this time, Naruto met him halfway with his Rasengan already in rotation. The blow created flames and sparks that were making the air hotter than before. Naruto focused on the orb and started thinking about the principle of his most powerful move. Back when he was a shinobi, it was his equalizer. The thing that he could do that would turn the tide of any battle. But he didn't know how to make it work with fire. Working on the process, Naruto was sent flying backward by the force of the axe. While he was able to hold him back for a few seconds, it wasn't enough. Landing on the ground, he formed another one, and this time, he started thinking about the rotation and adding something extra to it. Thinking of the blades, he started imagining the flames doing the same, the oxygen in the air and creating a lesser pyromancy to carry the denser body. Manus extends his arm for another grab, but Naruto manages to roll away from it before going back to focusing on his attack. He needed a bit more time but wasn't sure he would get it. This fight was too chaotic, Onda didn't have time to address the second part of the move. If he had this practiced then it'd be one thing, but he was literally creating a move in mid-fight. Naruto focused the flames harder, make them rotate quicker. He wanted to snap at the fox for being silent for so long, but he didn't have the time. If he made it out, he would then give the fox the riot act. Making the lesser flames, he focused on them spinning faster, and the faster. Soon, the speed was almost on par with his old move. Luckily, he still remembered how the move worked, just creating a new element with it was harder than expected. Manus didn't know what he was planning with that flaming orb with blades, but he was sure that wouldn't matter in the end. He would just tank the damage like normal, and then he would finish him off. This fight was pointless, and since that knight failed to stop him, that meant he was free to destroy the city. Then he would go and hunt down Gwyn and make sure he paid for his sins. Naruto smiled. Got it. Naruto returned to the Father of the Abyss, and he saw it lifting its axe once more. Naruto lifted his up and shouted. This is my ace. Feel the burning passion that burns in this flame. Flaming Rasen Shuriken. The orb left his hand and flew through the sky, spinning quickly as it approached Manus. The creature growled at the attack. He would deal with it and then end this. Swinging his axe, the blow met the flaming blade, but he noticed a strong pushback. The attack was rotating even through his axe. What did this mean? He was confused by the continued push against him, and he struggled to hold him back. Manus released a roar and started to gather some of the dark energy around him, but the attack continued to push against him. He couldn't fathom it. How was he doing this? Not a minute ago, his attacks barely hurt him, but now, he was causing him grief. It isn't right. The attack continued to push deeper and deeper, to the point that his axe was growing hot from the concentrated heat. He grimaced slightly at the pain and knew the minute he dropped his weapon, the attack would hit him. But no matter how powerful you are, the pain eventually reaches the brain. That is why when Manus's grip on his weapon stopped, the attack pushed into Manus, and now he was hit directly with the blast. A large explosion engulfed the area, and Naruto had to cover his eyes as the dust was immense. The power of the attack shook the cavern, and some of the dark fragments wandering the halls looked around for the source of the explosion. The city shook from the blow, and even those who were further away could sense it. Naruto's attack had finally connected. The smoke slowly disappeared, and Naruto peered into the black to see if Mouse was down or at least critically injured. He hoped for at least the latter, as this would make the battle a bit more even. The smoke finally cleared, and a dark aura was growing in the darkness. Naruto saw that it was swirling, and the pressure was growing with every second that passed. Naruto couldn't believe it. Standing there was Manus, and while he had some wear on his body, he was barely fazed by the attack. Yeah, he didn't perfect the move, so there might be some room for improvement, but it should have done more than this. What could he do now? Manus released a primal roar that shook the cavern, the city, and the nearby forest. He rushed at Naruto, grimaced, and pulled out the flaming blade, only to see it shattered by Manus's next attack. What the? Naruto was picked up by the large hand and flung in the air. Manus quickly released the full power of a mouth blast, making Naruto scream from the pain and fall limply down to the ground. But the Lord of the Dark wasn't done yet. Jumping into the air once more, he grabbed him with his now free hand and threw him to the earth before stomping on him. Lifting his hand up, he slammed it into his body. Then, picking him up with his smaller, he threw him into the air with the larger hand smacking him around. Blow by blow the attacks intensified, and he was juggled without mercy. Manus ended the barrage by forming another orb of darkness in his mouth and blasting him away. Falling to the ground in a heap, Naruto's body was racked in pain. He could barely move, let alone thinking about drinking his Estus flask. His fingers barely twitched, but he was praying that Manus would stop attacking him if he thought he was dead. But considering most beings turn to dust, he doubts it. Fuck, I can't do anything. Naruto, you have to get up. I wish I could. Looking up slightly, he saw Manus approaching him, stalking him. Guinevere, I'm sorry, I won't be able to keep my promise. I'm sorry to everyone that I failed. Flashes of the sisters, Quelaag, the witch, Gwendolyn, Solaire, Laurentius, Sasuke, his family, his mentor, and Priscilla. I guess this is the end. It isn't. Kurama growled, don't you dare give up, Naruto. While you were busy hacking away at those monsters, I was working on something for us. I'm not going to let this monster get away with this. You hear me? A dark aura started permeating off Kurama, and Guinevere was shocked. He was harnessing the power of the abyss. Manus started to lift his hand up, but then a shiver went down his spine. Impossible, there was nothing in this world that could affect him. He was the lord of this domain, but for some reason, he felt a presence. One like himself but, different. It wasn't stronger, but something that was making him hesitate. Never mind, he brought his hand down to crush the boy. An explosion ripped through the cave. Manus was sent flying backwards and forced to pick up his weapon again. Staring at the dust, he was shocked to see the boy, barely alive before, now standing there. His injuries closing, the damage being undone, and his exhaustion fading away. Naruto's eyes were closed, but when he opened, they were dark red. Hello, familiar feeling. Guinevere was shocked. Naruto was using the power of the abyss, and Kurama was able to control it. This fight wasn't over yet. Manus growled, it would seem this child might be more trouble than he originally thought. Present. The child who helps Naruto against the witch was sitting on a cliffside side, overlooking the spot where the Hydra used to be. He had a feeling Naruto was tangling with the past and was learning the true nature of time travel. Something that even he didn't fully fathom. But the most important rule was in place: nothing you do changes anything in the present. If you were to time travel in the past and affect events, then that means you were always meant to do that. Sighing, he looked behind him and saw a dark-robed figure. Hello, Frampt, is it? I think that is what you call yourself these days. Indeed, I must say it is rare to see you actively taking part in things. Especially with everything that is unfolding under your watch. He waved his hand, don't worry about it so much. Things are unfolding as I have seen it. In time things will reset and I will watch a new champion emerge. But I'm guessing you are here to ask if I interfered in this little game that you brothers are doing. He waved his hand. For the boy, I admit that was my fault. One of my subordinates found him and said he was perfect. I didn't have a chance to really respond, but they just assumed I was okay with it. He said, so the undead that was supposed to take part in this, I guess they were removed from this timeline. But oh well, it happens. And the ring going missing. Not my fault. I don't know where the thing is, but if I had to guess, with Naruto being in this land now, it might have been lost as it was necessary for the timeline to maintain itself. He laughed. The universe is a funny place, nothing is ever clear or set in stone. But over time, we learn that things happen because it is required. Turning to the snake man, is that all you needed, Frampt? No, I wanted to know if you are going to continue interfering. Rest assured, I have remained neutral unless necessary. Since the boy has impressed me, I think I'll keep him around a bit longer. Who knows, you might come to like him, too. We shall see, but since none of the rules are broken and you were just dealing with another person who was interfering in our affairs, I won't make a fuss. I just ask you to keep to your side. Of course, Frampt disappeared after this, and the child sighed. What arrogant children, oh well, show me what you really are worth, Naruto. In far-off land a woman with golden hair hung by a makeshift cross serving as her prison. Come soon my consort. Chapter 33. Manus growled. What was happening? He shouldn't be giving off this aura. A minute ago, he was near death, now he was standing in front of him. Seemingly ready for a war. He drew out a much larger and heavier sword than the one he broke. It didn't matter, he would crush him. Naruto saw Manus swing his mighty axe and gripping his blade, their weapons clashed. A small shockwave broke out from the joint attacks, and Naruto managed to force Manus backward for a second. He came back around and swung his axe sideways, the sword met him halfway. The pattern repeated. The sparks of their clash lit up the cave, barely noticeable, but in those moments, it brought out their matching red eyes. Naruto managed to hold his own and even caused Manus to flinch from the blows. Kurama smirked. The new power he had gained was so familiar to that there was no reason to hesitate. Guinevere, however, was worried. Kurama seemed to be enjoying the power of the abyss too much, so much so that the power was going to his head. But it was their best chance at survival, so she was reserving her peace, just being prepared to lend her aid. Manus jumped back from the attacks and quickly released a powerful blast from his mouth. Naruto brought his sword up and faced him with the flat side. The blast hit the blade, causing it to turn away from him and fire into the darkness. Grinning and swinging his blade around, he charged the beast, piercing his blade through his stomach and making him groan from the pain. Manus grunted and tried to pull away, but the blade was stuck. Naruto pushed deeper into his stomach, making him scream. He could feel Manus's pain and the strength being pushed into his body. He could feel it all. Was this the abyss, or was there something more? He didn't know but didn't care. He had to win this battle. While thinking this, Naruto swiftly slashed his blade through his stomach, leaving him gasping for air, darkness pouring out of his stomach, and the beast falling backward a few feet. Manus fired another beam, but Naruto rolled under the attack and slashed his leg with the weapon. Swinging his axe, he met his sword in a powerful clash. Momentum from the attack led to Naruto slamming his blade into his free hand. Manus roared from the pain and quickly lashed out, aiming to take his head, only for Naruto to duck the attack. Moving quickly, Naruto thrusted his sword into his stomach once more, then slashed up his stomach into his chest. If he was being honest, this was getting easier. Manus released a powerful roar, which pushed Naruto backwards a few feet. Looking up, Manus waved his weapon around, and a set of dark orbs appeared around him. So now he is breaking out the magic. The orbs came down from the sky and expanded outwards in a rotating pattern. Naruto managed to dodge the two closest to him. But he gasped when the orbs hit him from behind, causing him to call down on his stomach. Gritting his teeth, he saw Manus gather the orbs at the top of his axe and then bring it down. A massive explosion of dark magic spread through the floor. Naruto quickly jumped to his feet and avoided most of the AoE. Only as to be hit by his extended arm and thrown around in a grab. Naruto grunted from the pain, but he released some of his remaining pyromancy into a small sphere and caused it to explode. This attack caused Manus to grit his teeth and then fling him across the room. Landing on his feet, he managed to look up just in time to see another orb of dark magic flying to him. He brought his blade up to block, but the blow was intense. It sent him flying with his blade being held haphazardly at his side. Manus appeared above him and stomped on his chest, making Naruto scream from the pain. The pain was dulled compared to earlier, but it was still there. Kurama grunted and started pushing for more of the abyss. Kurama, stop, if you do this, it could consume you. There are a reason people of the light fear the dark. The fox gritted his teeth. That might be true for your kind, but I don't fear it. More darkness entered his body. If there is one thing I have learned, it is that you shouldn't underestimate Naruto. I saw him overcome immense odds and stand above the rest. His power reached the heavens at one point, and he didn't grow complacent about it. Truly, he is a monster without an equal and is feared by all. For good reasons, I might add. His smirk grew. I was once such a fool that I underestimated him and didn't see his true strength until it was almost too late. He proved to me that not all mortals are looking to take advantage of us. Mind flashing to the past, his siblings facing his Fath no Hagoromo. The way the villages looked at him as a monster, the way that the Uzumaki clan sealed him and constantly tortured him. How his own mother, Kushina, treated him as a monster that needed to be isolated. How the Hokages viewed him as a tool, how Madara controlled him, and more. Thinking of those people and how the village currently only wanted him for a weapon and how they treated Naruto with disdain. He gritted his teeth, and soon more power was drawn into his body. I watched as my siblings were treated with disdain, how they were made into puppets, and I watched as the same young man who was fighting changed us. It made us appreciate the world around us, and care for the people in this world. Showing that we, too, can find our own semblances of peace, that is all that matters. He truly cared about others, now he needs someone to help him. It doesn't matter what the abyss does to me, it doesn't matter what you might think of me, but I will make sure Naruto wins this battle. Even if I must become a monster without an equal. The power exploded again, and this time, Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration. He pushed the foot off with some difficulty and then swung his weapon faster than before. The monster roared in pain but then haggardly took a step. Its wound was healing, but the pain was immense. Manus couldn't believe it, his strength was growing yet again. What is powering this fool? His humanity shouldn't be this powerful, in fact, he should be making him stronger. But for some reason, his power was growing. Naruto's dark aura was flaring to life, and he quickly dashed into Manus. Cutting him twice with his sword and then jumping back. Manus barely recognized the attack, but he soon felt the stings. He roared again, and this time, he didn't hold back. The dark aura exploded out of his body, making Naruto flinch. He was covering his eyes as the debris was being lifted into the air, and he was forced to protect himself. Putting his blade in front of him, he quickly waited for the next attack. He was knocked off his feet and found himself being thrown around again. This time, looking at Manus, he saw that it was his other foot that he was using. How in the hell was he using it like his arm? Manus roared and created a massive number of dark orbs around him. The orbs spun in the air before releasing him. The orbs homed in and all exploded on contact. Naruto groaned, the power was too much. Manus was too much. He couldn't win alone. His eyes were closing, Kurama was coughing inside of the seal. He took too much, and now his body was having a hard time settling. His eyes were barely open. Damn it, I can't let it end this way. He tried to push for more, but his body convulsed from the intense pain. Naruto hit the ground with a thud, but he slowly got back to his feet. He was ready to continue, but Manus didn't allow him much reprieve. Waving his axe, he summoned dark beings, all different sizes and speeds, closing in on him and making Naruto flinch. This was too much, he couldn't take them all down, and he saw Manus already approaching him. Inside the seal, Guinevere was frustrated. If only she could do something. Help even the odds, she would, but nothing she could do now would help. She couldn't even give in some of her powers, which might assist in this battle. However, in the corner of the room, a single soul started glowing brightly. It was burning through the other souls, and Guinevere noticed that it was shifting around more than the others. When she reached out to touch the soul, the light burned her hand. Was the intensity of the light too much even for her? She never saw this coming. The soul started to take shape, taking on a familiar form. Guinevere was shocked. How was this possible? As far as she knew, this wasn't even something that could be done. When a soul leaves the body, it becomes something more than a husk full of memories and power. How was this happening? It would seem that the time has come. The soul quickly released a powerful wave of energy and disappeared from the mindscape. Guinevere didn't know where it went, and she couldn't sense it. Outside, Naruto cut through some of the dark beings, but more were coming, and he just didn't have the stamina. He was running out of space, and a few were almost within touching distance. Manus, on the other hand, was standing in the back, now firing the occasional dark orb at him, and he couldn't block all of them. The pressure and power were too much, and his strength from earlier was fading. The pain was returning tenfold, and he wasn't sure he could survive much longer, not in this condition. Oh, light from the heavens, answer me and purge this room of all outsiders. A bright flash of light, Manus, Naruto, and the dark being saw a soul emerge from Naruto's body before glowing so bright that it pushed away all the dark figures, making them vanish from this world and leaving Naruto standing there with only Manus and the soul. The being started to take shape, a weapon appearing in his hand, and a shield in his offhand. No way. A familiar blue scarf formed around his neck, the armor started glistening in the dark, and a familiar helmet materialized. Artorias, the legendary knight, has returned. A glowing light surrounded his body, his shield and weapon at the ready, and his body freed from the abyss. The knight stood proudly before Manus and blocking Naruto. You have done well, allow me to lend you aid. Naruto smirked. Taking out his Estus flask and drinking the last of his drink, he stood back up. His body had recovered from the damage, but now he was out of healing. Meaning this is his last gasp of air. Manus growled. He just defeated that damn knight earlier, now he must deal with him and the child. How annoying. But it was fine. He defeated both, so now all he must do is crush them together. Artorias is readied his shield and sword. Naruto, follow my lead. We must be ready for whatever Manus can throw at us. I know. How he knew his name, he didn't know, but that wasn't important. The two quickly rushed to the abyss monster, and he quickly reacted. He summoned some dark orbs and sent them flying, aiming to hit both in the swirling attack. Artorias saw this coming, quickly slamming his shield into the ground and creating a powerful blast of light, erasing the dark orbs before they could reach them. Artorias leapt from a crouching position and slammed his blade down into Manus. Naruto appeared below him and slashed his great sword across his stomach, making the father of the abyss grunt in pain. Taking his shield off his back, he jumped over his axe and slammed it into Manus's head, making him stagger from the powerful blow of light. Naruto brought his blade back and slammed it against his chest, making Manus fall backward. On his back, he opened his jaw and fired a beam of darkness. But the attack failed to hit, leaving Artorias to slam his sword against his bony head. Manus roared in frustration and jumped back to his feet. Artorias had fallen off the man and stood next to Naruto, who had his shield up. Manus gathered the darkness and fired a single orb. Artorias blocked it with his shield. Naruto responded, dashing forward and leaping into the air. He quickly spun through the air and slammed his blade down. Manus managed to block the attack with his axe, but he was grunting from the sudden pain in his hand. Artorias reacted quickly and slammed his shield into his chest. The explosion of light made the beast grunt, but he swung, sending Naruto flying through the sky. He opened his mouth to fire, but Artorias slashed at his stomach, making him screech. Landing his feet, Naruto looked up, only to see Manus's eyes glowing brightly. Artorias back away. The knight jumped back, and Manus slammed his feet into the ground, creating a shockwave of darkness that slowly pulled into the being. Manus's body was taking in more of the abyss's power, causing him to glow with an ethereal black haze. Naruto narrowed his eyes and was worried about what this could mean. Naruto, I'm running out of time. Artorias looked down and saw his body was slowly fading. He knew that forcing his body to retake his form was costly. His soul couldn't handle the spiritual construct, so he only had a few minutes. Naruto nodded and quickly held his hand up, channeling the fire into his palm. Kurama, can you lend me that power from before? I will. He growled, this time we are going to finish this fight. Naruto nodded. Kurama concentrated. The pain was immense, and he wasn't sure how much he could draw out, but he was going to push. Naruto felt the dark pulse, good. Naruto channeled more of his pyromancy and created the flame rasengan, but then started adding the flame blades again. This time, the darkness enhanced them, giving the fire more black than red and orange. Artorias held his shield up and watched as the boy formed a powerful new attack. He might be more talented than even those fire users from the swamp, no, even the sisters. He created such a powerful move just from this fight. Underneath the helmet, he smiled, the future is in good hands with him. Manus roared and the aura in the abyss exploded. His power is at its peak. He would show them the true power of the abyss. Opening his jaw, he started channeling his power. Naruto finished charging his attack. The blades were spinning, and he held the ball above his head. One shot. Throwing the ball, the sphere raced to Manus. He opened his jaw and fired a heavily concentrated beam of dark energy. On the surface, everyone could feel the power of the attack. The entire city started shaking from the blow. Even the being hidden in the Colosseum looked up. What power! Back in the abyss, the two attacks had kicked up so much dirt that Manus couldn't see anything. Even with his sight in the abyss, he couldn't make out where the two were. Swinging his axe, he dispersed the dust in front of him. Neither being was standing there. Where did they? He roared, his hand. It was searing in pain. Looking over, he saw that Naruto had plunged his sword through his hand and caused his axe to fall to the ground. Manus didn't know what the thing was made of but couldn't shake it off like the other weapon. His attack seemed to tear through his very essence. This wasn't good for him, as Naruto pushed the blade all the way through, pinning his hand to the floor. He jumped over his head, grabbed his axe, and swung it to his chest, burying his own weapon into him. Manus screamed in pain, but when he reached out with his other hand, he found a powerful blow ripping it off at the shoulder. Artorias had taken Naruto's distraction and got behind him. From there, he jumped into action by slamming his shield into his shoulder, causing the explosion of light to destroy the dark-infused arm. Naruto turned to Manus and summoned another weapon and quickly threw it into his chest. Artorias now. The knight leapt into the air and spun, coming down and slamming his blade into the monster's head. Manus roared from the pain, and soon he could feel his body giving out. Impossible. Artorias smirked under his helmet. He had finally accomplished his mission, he had stopped the abyss. He gave a silent prayer, knowing he might not see them. Ornstein, please take care of yourself. Thinking of the Lion Knight, he could only hope that he would continue the path. Sif, my sweet girl, take care of yourself, and please be there to support those in need. Thinking of his companion, he was torn about leaving her behind. But he knew that she was in good hands, Naruto would take care of her. He was sure of it. Plus, he was quite sure that, in time, she would find more happiness. My love, please forgive me for not protecting you. Thinking of the assassin, he could only wish he had confessed sooner. Who could guess? She might have married him, and they would have had a family. Sif would be a big sister, the dream. It was not possible, but he had it. He was only praying he would see his beloved in the next life. My old friend, take care of yourself. The giant archer, he only wished for his safety. Master, maybe one day I can see you again, and we can hunt together. He saw the prince, he could only smile sadly. While he understood he was a traitor, he was still their friend. He was their brother, and all he could wish for is one day meeting him again. Learning the real reason, he left, that is all. Turning to Naruto, his body started to disappear slowly. Thank you, Naruto. You freed me from the abyss and helped me restore my honor. I truly am grateful to have met you. Please continue this path, and I know one day you will surpass everyone as a true hero of legend. Naruto huffed. This fight was intense. But it was finally over. And he was grateful. Without his healing, his fire sword broken, his dragon slayer about to shatter, and his body racked in pain from the power-ups and shifts. He wasn't feeling as confident about things. Now he had to get out of this place, and hopefully, he could get Dusk out as well. Turning to the night fading into golden energy, he could only hope he finds peace. Manus, he was on the ground feeling his body slowly fading away. He couldn't believe it. The forces of Gwyn defeated him. Coward never faced him, he only sent his minions to do his dirty business. It wasn't fair, he was only trying to protect his people. He was trying to stop them from using Ulasil. Why didn't anyone understand that? Manus knew the real reason he was trying to awaken the abyss. It wasn't for his own age of fire but due to the cruel fate that awaits those who dare to challenge the abyss. The sacrifices, the tributes, and the troops that dared to disturb his gravesite. That damn serpent, he probably told them how to relight the flame. That is why they were here. He would curse those two for the rest of his existence. He would curse Gwyn for destroying his home, enslaving his people, and treating them as monsters when his age should be done. He cursed Artorias for defeating him and evening the odds against him. If Gwyn is going to use people, then I should use the same people to destroy him. With the last of his power, he turned to Naruto and opened his mouth. Artorias saw this and his eyes widened. What was Manus? A black and red beam flew out of his mouth and pierced through Naruto's heart. He was lifted off his feet and collapsed on the ground writhing in pain. What was that? What? Naruto screamed. It burned. It was burning him. Manus collapsed to the floor, and he smirked. I'll see you in hell, Gwyn. Manus finally vanished and his soul disappeared. No one noticed that tiny lights of energy flew out of the cave and into the world. Artorias felt his life ending and he tried to sustain it. He had to help Naruto, but his body wouldn't move. Seeing the girl appear as well, he was worried. What was going to happen to them? He tried to move again but nothing. Oh dear. Out of the shadows came a man wearing a jester's mask. It would seem that the battle is over. How sad, I thought it would last a little bit longer. He shook his head, but this is an outcome I wouldn't have expected. Tilting his head, but then again, this might work out better in the long run. Oh, I can't wait to see how you unfold everything, my dear friend. Turning to the knight, he waved, don't worry, dear friend, I don't have plans to harm them. I owe him a favor for dealing with that fool from before. This is just me making sure they are safe. He grabbed Naruto who was writhing and picking up the girl, surprising the knight with his physical strength. Carrying Naruto on his shoulder and the girl on the other. Sleep well, friend. You have earned your rest. There is an afterlife. It was decided it was better than just letting you all rebirth constantly. He shrugged his shoulders, gods, what can you do? Artorias reached out his hand, but he faded away. His armor was left behind along with his sword coated in the abyss's power. Seeing this, the man reached out his hand, and the armor and weapon disappeared. I think Naruto would love to keep these. Looking up, he stared at the cliff leading to the exit. In a blur, he was standing there and slowly started walking through the cavern, whistling a haunting tone. No one dared to stop him, as they saw the mask, and they couldn't feel his creatures in the abyss knew it. He was something beyond their imagination. Coming back to the surface, he blinked back to the bonfire by the sanctuary. Putting Naruto down by the bonfire along with the girl, he smirked. Well, that is my good deed for the century. Greetings. The man turned and he stared at the mushroom. I heard that mushrooms make you hallucinate, but I didn't think looking at them would do the same thing. This world truly is an interesting place. I am a talking mushroom. I see, then I guess I can leave these two in your care. I must return to my own line. I don't really want to start rubbing elbows with those annoying serpents. They are quite the nuisance with their games. Game. Oh, she wasn't one in the know. Nothing important. Farewell, oh, and tell the boy that he now has the Eye of Odin on him. He was gone again. Elizabeth didn't know what to make of the man, but the one thing she was sure about was that he wasn't human. He wasn't a god, a demon, or a dragon. He was something she couldn't explain. But she was pleased that the princess was okay and that the abyss had been stopped. Waiting for them to wake up was going to be a test of time, but she was willing. After all, she didn't have anywhere to go. Naruto was sweating, his body was racked with pain, the power was overloading his nerves, and the darkness was creeping through his every pore. Whatever Manus did to him, it was painful, and he struggled to adjust. Kurama had managed to lessen the pain, but he, too, passed out after the pressure of the abyss got to him. So, he was dealing with the pain with Guinevere, who was unsure how to help him in this situation. She only could soothe the pain and make it less painful with her power. But even then, the pain was still like having hot needles pressing through every part of your skin. His veins feel like they could explode, and the pressure of his chest was like of ice. Inside his mind, he saw something emerging in one part of the bodies, and it was a dark, wavering ball. It was located far enough away, but he could feel it, the faint power that was coming off it. It was connected to him, slowly reaching its tentacles through his body. He had to admit, the soul in question wasn't as powerful to feel as the others. It seemed to be barely there. Was this Manus's soul? It was shocking. His power was not what he expected. Hours had passed, the pain slowly faded away. But his mind was still in turmoil. Power overloading his body, Kurama being unconscious, even Guinevere was unconscious from healing him. Sitting up slowly he looked around. How did I? Ah, you're awake, child. Turning his head, he saw Elizabeth. Fret not. You have defeated Manus, thus ending the progression of the abyss on this land. Ulasil and Anor Londo owe you a debt of gratitude. Never mind that. How did I get out here? A figure that said he owed you appeared and brought you both here. Both. Naruto's eyes widened. Dusk. Turning around he couldn't find her. She has long since departed these lands. Huh. I have informed her the condition of this land and she has left. Wanting to find peace in a faraway place, far from the reaches of Gwyn and the abyss. But she thanks you and Artorias for freeing her from Manus's grasp. I know that couldn't have been easy. Yeah, Manus was the most powerful being I had encountered in quite some time. If not for Artorias and some luck, we might not be talking. I agree. The mushroom shook. But fret not, you have done the world a service. In time, the world will remember what has happened, and when so, I will let them know Artorias slayed Manus. It is only right. Yes, Naruto figured it was for the best. It would be hard to explain his presence in this land, and more importantly, his presence in this timeline. Artorias did land the killing blow, so it wasn't a lie, he just didn't want his part known. By the way, the woman moved around. I would like to say, you have done wonderfully. However, your journey back to your own timeline might be more difficult than expected. Huh. He just defeated Manus, what more could he have to do? You see, it was Manus that was keeping you in this land, or this time more accurately. Without him, you should be able to return to your own timeline. However, it would seem that Calamate is now preventing your return. How is he? I don't know. I suspect it is due to him having a powerful artifact. Maybe it is the power he inherited from a dark ritual. It is unclear, but I should warn you, he won't allow you to return. Why though? I owe him nothing and have done nothing to him. I believe since you destroyed the Father of the Abyss, he has taken on this role as a way to draw out Gwyn. Great, another being with an axe to grind. Did Gwyn have anyone that liked him? Okay, so I have killed him and then I can return home. I'm terribly sorry, but yes. Naruto sighed, I can't catch a break. He turned to the bonfire and started working on repairs for his weapons and armor and recovering anything that was lost in the process of traversing the underground ruins. In the sanctuary, 2 sanctuary guardians lay dead as Calamate feasted on their flesh. He was hungry, so he would make sure to keep himself sustained. The dragon was waiting. The chosen champion, he seemed to have defeated Manus, thus granting Gwyn the victory. Meaning he won't come here personally and confront them. He couldn't allow this, he needed the boy dead to get what he wanted. If he killed him and destroyed the rest of the region, Gwyn would have to show up. There is no doubt, then he would exact his revenge on his kind. Ending the reign of gods and return the age of dragons. Plus, he would ensure they paid. A small hatchling stared at the broken and destroyed body of their mother. Mom. The dragon touched her body and didn't move. His body shook with rage. Quick, dispose of the hatchling. Seath was standing at the mouth of the cave, Gwyn at his side. With pleasure. Gwyn summoned a bolt of lightning and trusted it to the child. But the child flew out of range of the attack and took to the sky. When he turned around, he saw a powerful blast of energy coming his way. Moving his head to the right, he dodged most of the attack. But his face was damaged in the process, costing him one of his eyes. You will pay. Calamate stopped eating and stared up at the sky. Vengeance would be his. Back in the present, Ka was looking over Nulando. He had more than enough time, but he couldn't find that damn ring. Frampton told him it was lost, but he couldn't believe his younger sibling would just lose it. Was it just chance? It was all that damn brat's fault. If he hadn't been chosen by them, then maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. He would visit the brat under the ocean soon, but for now, he had to be ready. Something was coming, and he wanted to make sure the challenge was set, and the final piece was put into play before the finale. Oh, he can't wait to see the Age of Dark. Finally, victory comes. Chapter 34. Going to the Colosseum, Naruto decided to pay respects to Artorias and his departed friend. For Artorias, he respected him for his strength and tenacity, along with the fact he assisted him in his battle against Manus. His friend, on the other hand, felt bad she had died at the hands of the masked, was a fate she didn't deserve. But he figured she at least deserved a grave. So, he made a makeshift one beside Artorias. After saying a silent prayer, Naruto proceeded up the stairs to the left and opened the door to the tower. There, he took a few steps up to meet a giant. A literal giant, sitting there carving pieces of wood and a giant bow by his side. Oh, a visitor, I didn't expect to have one. You are the one that defeated Artorias and Manus, correct? I helped, but Artorias got the killing blow on Manus. Regardless, you aided in the defeat of Manus and were instrumental in ending the plague. For that, you have my respect. He hit the pieces of wood some more. Have you come for a particular reason? Yes. Naruto rubbed his neck. I don't know how much you would believe me. But I'm not from this time, and I must return to my own. However, the dragon is preventing me from leaving. Supposedly it sealed the path, and until I take him down, I'm stuck in the past. He looked at the archer. The mushroom mentioned that you were up here and that you could assist me in my endeavor. The archer hummed, and the sound of his chisel hitting the wood echoed through the open space. I can assist, but to face that dragon, you must truly have a death wish. Kalmeet isn't just any dragon, he is an ancient dragon feared by all. His power is said to be unrivaled currently. Even I, who was once a hunter of dragons, wouldn't dare to challenge Calamate without cause. And having your friends to assist you in the battle, right? That too. I have sworn away my bow, refusing to take another shot against powerful beings. Like that dragon. However, I can see your determination. I want to return to my friends. They are waiting for me, that dragon is in the way. I can't afford to be waiting around until he gets bored. The giant hummed. The child had a point. Calamate was a powerful dragon during the war and had done great devastation in later years, destroying entire cities and even laying waste to other races. All in the hopes of invoking the wrath of Gwyn or Seath. It was no mystery that the dragon wanted to challenge them. But the reason was not clear. This blonde child was determined, so how could he turn him away? Naruto saw the giant stand up and pick up his bow. Pulling out one of the giant arrows, he took aim at the sky. He shall appear soon. Huh. A giant arrow soared through the sky, and Naruto heard a screech in the distance and then a loud explosion. How did you? Years of practice. He laughed beneath his helmet. Even with my blind eyesight, I know how to shoot their kind. More importantly, you now have a fighting chance. Go forth and conquer the Black Dragon. Naruto nodded. While he didn't understand how he predicted his movements, he could admire his aim. He was insanely precise, more so than Tenten. She had good accuracy with most weapons, but this guy. He shot down a giant flying beast without knowing exactly where it was. Insane level of trust in his archery. Leaving the tower, Naruto proceeded to the barren realms below, finding a few dogs waiting for him. Naruto quickly cut through them and arrived at the entrance to the valley. There, he saw a large ladder leading to the valley below, along with a waterfall in the distance. He looked down and saw that the marshland was wet, making it harder to move. He steeled his reserves and quickly proceeded down the ladder. Arriving at the bottom, he heard its footsteps. Getting around the corner, he saw the dragon standing there, with a determined expression on his face. Calamate was annoyed. He was expecting the child to come and face him after locking off his path to wherever he wanted to go. It was a simple matter of understanding the mechanics of such a power and using his own to seal it. Now, he had to come and confront him. But he wasn't expecting to be shot out of the sky. His wing wasn't damaged enough to not return. He could still fly low, even briefly in the air. But the injury he suffered wouldn't allow him to stay in the sky for long or high above the land. It would take time for it to recover fully. Shaking his head slightly, he saw the child emerge from the corner and readied himself. If this brat defeated that monster from the abyss, he would be formidable. Naruto drew out Dragon Slayer and walked slowly to the dragon. Reaching his location, the dragon lifted his head up and then dashed forward. Naruto rolled under his attack and managed to avoid the sideswipes. Calamate jumped into the air and rotated around to face him. He wasn't a fool. That trick had been done 100 times over, he saw it coming. Leaning back, he opened his jaw and released his breath attack. Naruto saw black and yellow flames scorching the ground. He quickly dashed away from the attack and put some distance between them. Suddenly, he threw an orb of flame at the dragon. He quickly batted it away with one of his hands. It barely tickled. Annoyed, Naruto dashed at him again, this time avoiding another charging swipe. His head missed him, but he managed to leap into the air once more to avoid an attack on his underside. Naruto hated the fact that he was moving too quickly, but he would have to resolve this. Pulling out some bombs, he threw them at the dragon. Calamate's eyes glowed, and the bombs stopped in midair. They exploded. Naruto was shocked. How the hell? The dragon was gliding through the air, and he had to roll to the side, barely avoiding the attack. Naruto managed to draw out his blade and slash at the dragon, but he blocked it with one of his wings, barely damaging it in the process. Naruto quickly reacted and did a thrusting strike. He jumped into the air once more, avoiding his attack and opening his jaw. Naruto saw the fire coming his way and quickly rolled underneath him, waiting for the dragon to land. Calamate slammed into the ground with a thud and did a tail swipe at Naruto, who had gotten behind him with that little move. But the move itself didn't help as Naruto blocked the attack. However, the move didn't do much, as he was pushed away from the dragon, causing his sword to skid through the dirt. Pulling his blade out, Naruto noticed Calamate on top of him and, this time, brought back one of his hands. Naruto drew his sword up again to block, but the blow took him off his feet, sending him flying. He landed on his feet, but his arms were shaking. That blow was as powerful as Manusa's, but it seemed that Calamate was barely trying. Naruto growled. This was getting him nowhere. He had to close the distance and do more direct damage to the dragon if he hoped to even the playing field. Butha's movements were too swift. Naruto slowly walked to the dragon again, this time dodging under the head swipe. Calamate's eyes widened at the pain in his stomach. A heat was growing over his chest. Naruto smirked. His plan was now in motion. He had quickly summoned his blade from the witch, stabbing him in the exposed chest and releasing a torrent of his pyromancy in his stomach. Calamate quickly jumped into the air, getting some distance, but his eye was now locked on Naruto. Okay, now I got his attention. Naruto sent away his weapon and repositioned Dragon Slayer. Calamate was annoyed. That attack took him by surprise, but he wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. It was his fault he got injured, not thinking he had another weapon on him. How could he make such a careless mistake? Jumping into the air, he released another blast of his flames, making Naruto dodge to the side. Calamate rushed at him, slamming his head into his chest and taking him into the air. There, he quickly summoned his power and held his hands out. Naruto had dodged the flames, but the weight of his dash really hurt. He was thrown into the air, and then a sharp screeching noise was heard. He felt his mind and body being attacked. The dragon released a powerful attack on him, and he was floating in the air while he focused on him. Naruto didn't understand what was happening. He was flung across the floor and bounced roughly against the wet ground. He slowly regained his bearing but moved after he felt the dragon on top of him, bringing down one of its clawed hands to crush him. Naruto quickly swiped at him with his dragon slayer, making him back away slightly. He closed the distances again and stabbed him in the arm, making the dragon grimace. Grabbing him, he threw him across the ground and halted near the waterfall. The dragon still had the blade in his arm, but he pulled it out and threw it away. He wouldn't think much of this, he would dispose of this human before long. Naruto sighed, great, he just had to get separated from Dragon Slayer. Summoning his secondary, he aimed it at the dragon. Gathering up the energy in his pyromancy, he pushed forward with a basic piercing strike. The blade's energy glowed for a second before flying out of the tip. He hit the dragon in the face, but he didn't flinch. He took the attack head-on and stared at Naruto. Annoyed, he slashed horizontally with the weapon, making the flames barely singe the stone scales. The dragon was getting tired of this. He flew towards Naruto, sliding close to the ground and trying to plow through him. Naruto gathered the ball of flame into the tip and slammed it into the ground. The explosion tore through the small clearing and blocked the dragon's sight. Naruto ran past the dragon and made it back to Dragon Slayer. Picking up the weapon, he sent the other weapon away. From this, Naruto aimed it at the dragon who wasn't facing him again. Calamate had to admit that this fight was becoming more annoying by the second. It seemed that he either underestimated the child or overestimated himself. Either way, he would end it with this next trick. His eyes started to glow again, and soon, Naruto felt something happening. He released a primal roar, and the entire clearing started to shake. The waterfall stopped flowing downward, only stopping halfway down and forming a small pond on top of the air. The water on the ground below was lifted into the air, and the earth was being lifted into the air. Naruto admitted that his power was impressive, and considering he was now being lifted off the ground as well, it showed that he wasn't trying a minute ago. Naruto, we have to resolve this quick, if Calamate continues this. I know. Held high and out and summoned Artorias' shield. He hoped this trick would work. Calamate raised his head up and made everything soar high into the air before thrusting them down. Naruto was fast approaching the ground, holding the shield downward, he braced for impact. A bright light exploded in the valley, leaving Calamate blind. He couldn't see past the light. Naruto counted on that. A heavy heave was heard, before the sound of something flying to him. He tried to look but his eye was still trying to adjust. But his body racked in pain, and he released a primal roar. In his chest was Dragon Slayer. A few seconds after the light exploded, Naruto quickly sent the shield away and heaved his sword into the dragon's stomach. Calamate faltered after the blow. He had fallen back to the ground on all four, but the sword was dragging itself across the ground. He moaned at the pain, but he had to deal with it. Reaching for the blade, grabbed the handle and pulled it off his chest. Naruto was on top of him, and he saw a bright orb spiraling in his hand. The dragon opened his mouth, but Naruto slammed his orb into its eyes, making Calamate scream in intense pain and falling backward from having lost his sight. He couldn't believe it. In all his battles, no one had gotten this close to him, and no one had ever damaged his eye. He was led to believe it was impossible. Did the others lie to him just so he would be reckless? Did they lie to him? No, it can't end like this. He had to avenge her, he had to kill Gwen. He had to kill Sith and make them pay for their sins. Naruto jumped onto the dragon's stomach and pulled his sword out, thrusting it into his neck and into his head. Calamate released an ear-piercing roar before his body started to slowly turn to dust. Naruto sighed, it was finally over. Calamate, he was horrified. He was dying, him, the black dragon. The destroyer of multiple lands. The dragon that washes Aeld as the strongest. How did he lose? His body continued to slowly disappear, and the dragon reached his hand out. It released a silent growl, before it dropped his hand and disappeared entirely. Naruto sighed, compared to Manus, that wasn't as tough. In fact, he would argue that was easier by a long shot. Looking at the ground, he saw that a ring had landed in the muck. Reaching down, he saw it was a black ring with a red glow inside of the slit. It looked like the dragon's eye, and he frowned. Interesting, he could feel the power coming off the ring, and he slipped it onto his hand. That is when he felt the power flowing through him, and powerful energy welling up in his being. What the hell? It would seem the ring is imbuing you with the power of the dragon, allowing you to do more damage while wearing the ring. Interesting. Naruto plucked the ring off and put it into his storage space. He figured someone else could sue him. Using talismans and rings didn't feel right to him. They were pointless additions and distractions in a fight. Plus, he felt fine without them. Exploring the valley, Naruto gathered up some lost souls and opened a chest at the end of the river, revealing some more useful stuff to upgrade his weapons and gear. Climbing up the ladder, Naruto made it back to the giant. You actually defeated Calamate. Yeah, compared to Manus he wasn't that bad. But then again he was pretty cocky, so he might not have taken me as seriously. Indeed, but at any rate, you defeated one of the legendary dragons that has tormented the land. You are truly a hero of heroes. I shall remember you. What is your name? Naruto. Thank you, I shall write your name down for the future. Please don't just make a nice tribute, and we'll call it even. Maybe a swirl pattern, in honor of my people. Very well, I shall carve this and make sure it is passed down for generations. Naruto nodded, and the giant reached down to his bow and handed it to Naruto. Magically, the weapon shrunk in size to match this frame. I want you to have this as well. I won't be needing it as much anymore. Please take it and ensure that it finds the hands of someone worthy of it. Naruto thanked the giant and stored it away along with all the weapon's arrows. He figured that in time, he might need it, and if not, he could give it to those who wanted it. Maybe he'll just make it into something of a memorial for the big guy. He'll figure that out later. For now, he was ready to head home. He was tired from this adventure through the past and ready to finally find some peace in the present. Of course, he still had one Lord Soul fragment to hunt, but a little sleep and relaxation wouldn't hurt. Going to the bonfire, he put his hand on it and teleported back to his own time. Unknown land. Months after Naruto left and the battle for Ulasil ended, Princess Dusk charted to a new land. Upon arriving on the shore, she was harassed by some dirty-looking men. She didn't want to fight, but she might not have a choice. She reached for the branch in her magical space. The men fell over in a crumpling heap. Are you all right, my lady? The woman looked up and saw the brown-haired man looking at her. His eyes were red, and they had some black marks swirling in them. They were beautiful. Ma'am. Oh, please forgive me. She dusted off her outfit, and a tinge of red appeared on her cheeks. I was so distracted with this that I didn't thank you. She bowed her head. Thank you so much for helping me. The man waved his hand. It is fine. I didn't want to see a beautiful woman harassed by these idiots. He kicked the men, ignoring the woman blushing harder. Thank you, it has been a while since a male has complimented me. The man raised an eyebrow. Truly. You are a beautiful woman. I'm surprised these men were trying to take you back to a suitor. Someone that wanted your hand in marriage. Nothing of the sort, you see. My homeland has fallen, and I wanted to have a fresh start. Far away from the touches of a greedy old man. The man sighed. I know that feeling. Sometimes, my own father feels the same way. He is always pushing a pacifist ideology and isolating us. He growled, we have strength, we should use it. Dusk frowned. Pacifism isn't a weakness. It shows that you are more than a monster. It can win people to your side faster than forcing them into submission. Eventually, fear leads to resentment leads to anger, and eventually, it leads to destruction. Is strength necessary? Yes, but you should think about how to care for those around you. Make sure they are happy and secure while ensuring that you will be ready if the time comes. Ready to fight for your loved ones. The man grunted. You sound like him. But isolating yourself is wrong because it leaves you open to manipulation from outsiders and those inside the group. It makes you hesitate to try new things and achieve new goals. Keeping to yourself is dangerous, too, because it will lead to greater trouble down the line. If issues emerge and you can't change because it is not the way, then you risk extinction. He smirked. Exactly, my father doesn't understand that. I'm not saying we must conquer the lands and rule them as tyrants. We have to be ready when it comes. He laughed. Finally, someone outside of my followers understands. He reached out his hand. My name is Indra Utsutsuki. My name is Dusk. Charming. The woman blushed hotter than before. Not knowing her actions set in motion what would become a long age of change in the elemental nations. Enor Londo. Naruto had arrived back at the castle. The minute he returned, he was bombarded with questions. Questions from the witch Quelaag, Quelana, and Gwendolyn. So let me get this straight, you went into the past. Yes. Faced off against Artorias, defeating him I might add, facing off against Manus and Calamate, defeating them too, and even managing to encounter people from another land. Another land and time, yes. Naruto, are you sure you're not sick? Quelaag, I'm telling you it happened. I can prove it. Naruto fished out the bow of the legendary archer. Shocking everyone, then he fetched out Artorias' armor and weapon. Okay, this proves it. He is telling the truth. Fascinating. Gwendolyn rubbed his chin. It would seem thy has really traveled into the past. But thy means they were meant to go there to begin with. I guess, but there is something else I learned. What? Looking into Calmeet's memories, I saw something that concerned me. Especially the incident that started the war and distrust in the dragons. It was caused by Gwyn and Seath, who murdered Calmeet's mother and left the territory undefended. They had destroyed the village that sparked the war. The room was silent. But the witch sighed. I always suspected that was the case. It was just too convenient, but we had grown tired of living under their rule. So, father really did do all of this. The god of the moon frowned. How could he? All those lives lost, the destruction that was brought, the land that they claimed. All built on the selfish sacrifice of people that didn't do any harm. Also, in the fight with Manus, he did something to me. I don't know what it is, but for some reason, I can now feel a dark soul in my body. Really? The witch touched his chest and frowned. He is right, but it isn't just any dark soul. It is Manus's soul, which means you are the owner of the original dark soul, a power that only belongs to the abyss. So does this mean I can traverse the abyss now? Yes. Good, now he had a chance. He was going to rest up, and then New Londo awaited. Conversing with the group a little bit longer, he returned to his room and lay on the bed. Tomorrow, he would make his move to New Londo. Then he would ensure that the final soul is in his possession, and then he would end this prolonged age. In the ruins of New Londo, a single man could be seen running for his life, trying to avoid the ethereal glowing arms of people chasing after him. He ducked and weaved, slashing at them, only hitting stone walls. Get away from me. He couldn't believe his luck, nothing he did was working. Those damn ghosts wouldn't stop. He had tried using one of the items that was to allow them to be killed. But no, they managed to avoid him and appear in the most unusual of places. Frustrated by this, he quickly retreated, wanting to find a haven across the bridge. But no such luck, the ghosts were cutting him off. Step by step, he was struggling to find some measure of safety. Reaching the inner sanctum of the city, he found a spot where the ghosts were no longer following him. They were standing there, looking at him. Good, now he had a chance to breathe. A cold sensation went down his spine. Turning slowly, he saw an armored figure emerging from the tower. His body was dark, and his mask had glowing white eyes. His armor had bone-like plating. The figure was carrying a black sword, nothing in his offhand. Darkwraith, but this is impossible. You shouldn't be here. He pulled up his sword and aimed it. The being stared at him, not revealing any emotion or feeling. As expected from such a dark figure. The man released a war cry, rushing with his sword raised above his head. The metal hand grabbed his face. He tried to bring his sword down, but the wraith in question stared at him. Looking into his eyes, studying him. Examining him as if he was some kind of trophy. Or oddity. The wraith moved his hand down to his neck. A sickening snap followed. The wraith held his body limply. Then jumped into the water, and silence had returned to the city. Ka had returned to the abyss in his snake form and waited. It had come. Soon, the chosen one would come, and he would ensure the Age of Fire ended. Soon, the story would end. Chapter 35. It was dark. That was all Naruto could grasp about this place. New Londo was darker than anywhere he had been. Well, other than the Tomb of Giants, but still it was dark. Naruto saw many of the undead that were just standing around. All of them just run into walls, make motions at the city, or just stare into space. Naruto had to admit, it was quite haunting. Sighing, he readied his sword. Snapping one of the green hands in his hand, he was now cursed. He proceeded into the city. First approaching over the long, narrow wooden bridge. Crossing the bridge, he saw ethereal white beings emerging from the walls and ground. All of them held two-bladed weapons in their hands and slowly floated to him. Naruto quickly cut through the first of the ghost and then ducked under the attack of the second one. It had extended its arms to an almost comic length to try and stab him in a ghost hug, he would call it. Cutting down this ghost, he searched the area and saw a fire keeper's soul in the distance. Slashing his way through the ghosts, he made it to the land and put it into his inventory. Walking out, he proceeded back to the ruins, climbing a pair of steps. Entering the next area, he was ambushed by an assortment of ghosts, but they quickly were destroyed when he released a powerful flaming explosion by slamming his sword into the floor. These ghosts weren't that impressive. They were easy to cut down, and they couldn't handle the power of his attacks. Exiting the building, he crossed a narrow stone bridge with a roof. He rolled past some ghost arms coming from above and below trying to slash him. He sighed, this was getting old, but he would deal. Clearing this area, he saw the fog door blocking the building he had to enter. Behind it was another ghost, but this one was slightly bigger than the others and had glowing red eyes. Don't know what that thing is capable of, but better to dispatch it while I have a chance. Summoning his flames, he slashed at the monster and cleaved it. Turning back to the door, he passed through the smoke, entering another building in which he had to proceed down a pair of steps. It was a quick transition, and he made it to the next area, which was another set of stone pathways that were narrow and auto-cross. He figured more ghosts were waiting for him, but he wasn't too worried about it, so he quickly dashed through, avoiding their attacks and rolling closer to the exit. Naruto saw a man standing on the rooftop nearby. He sighed. I think I need to talk to that guy. Naruto waved at him, but it was probably too dark to see him. Walking into the next building, he was shocked to see how many ghosts emerged. It seemed they were coming in droves, so he quickly released another blast of fire through the building. But after wiping out the ghosts, another one appeared, and more poured through. He figured either the guy on top was summoning them, or something was bringing them out. He started dashing through the building, dealing with the monsters left and right. The ghosts were still not a problem, but he started to feel his blade passing through them. Shit, his curse had worn off, so he quickly snapped another one. His attacks started destroying them again, and he quickly dispatched more of the monsters. Finishing the last of the ghosts in the building, he wandered back outside to see a single tower going to the water. Another set of stairs on the far-off corner, leading to the back of the building. Rushing over, he climbed the stairs, quickly killed the ghosts that followed, and landed on the roof of the building. Looking inside, another ghost with red eyes resided and was screaming. It had summoned another horde to do its bidding. Okay, killing them was the right call. Naruto charged up the tip of the blade and fired a straight blast at the ghost. It screamed, but it was in pain, not summoning more allies. The ghost started gathering around him, and he sighed. This place was a real pain in the ass. Another explosion of flames occurred, and he wiped out the rest of the ghosts. He started climbing up a ladder leading to an opening to the roof. Standing there was a man in a red hooded outfit. Naruto walked up to him and tapped his shoulder. Oh, a visitor. Yeah, a visitor. I'm here to slay the 4 kings. Oh, is that so? Then you need the water to be dropped. He sighed. Unfortunately, I won't be of much use to you in this regard. Why? If I'm being honest, I'm terrified of going down there. Especially with the dark wraiths waiting for anyone stupid enough to enter the city. Yeah, he heard about them. Look, I need to drop the water if I'm going to deal with them. So do you have a means of doing it? Holding out a key, he handed it over. This will allow you into the tower, that will control the floodgates. With this, you should be able to reach the lower levels of the city. He sighed. Soon you will enter the abyss, the resting place of the kings and their wicked horde. If they were so evil, why didn't Gwyn destroy the city rather than flooding it? I mean, wouldn't it make more sense? Because he had set the city up in the manner that worked for him. He wanted to ensure that the city was still standing in case he needed something from them. Plus, he had given the 4 kings parts of his lord's soul, so it was riskier to challenge them. Especially if they were drawing on the abyss. Naruto nodded. More, the beings in question were once loyal retainers. They had fought with all the gods during the war. But Gwyn had suspicions about everyone who served him or worked with him. Fearing they might be coming for his throne in the future. Paranoid much. Indeed, which is why when New Londo was built, he put in place a method of destroying the city and trapping the lords in their dark chasm. Which started when he thought he was betrayed by Havel and his daughter Right. Yes, you know. Let's just say I got first lesson history from the people of that time. I see. Well then, I guess I don't have to explain that he came to New Londo to find answers to the abyss but grew fearful of the lords and their dark wraith army that was starting to form. Made sense. Yeah, they can suck out souls, right? Yes. Okay, so that means there are tons of them waiting for me below. Unfortunately, yes. Be wary. The city had earned its fate for siding with the dark. Serving a being of darkness amounts to nothing but suffering. Naruto narrowed his eyes. And living in an age that was supposed to end ages ago, is that alright? No matter how many lives it destroys in the process. It is the will of this world. Naruto shook his head. No, it is the will of one person who can't stand not being in charge. Maybe you are right, but the people of this city deserve their fates. Naruto heard enough. This guy was completely insane. He thought that killing hundreds of people just for the actions of one or a few. That is morally okay. He refused to believe it. Maybe they were doing something they shouldn't have. But that didn't mean everyone deserved to die drowning in water and gasping for their last bits of air. Leaving the nothing more than husks at the bottom of the city. Walking away from the man, Naruto proceeded to the tower, where he opened the gate and continued walking down. Inside, he saw another gate blocking his way to a wheel and lever mechanism. Entering the area, he pushed the level around and heard metal slowly screeching. Turning, he saw the giant metal doors that were hanging slowly lifting. The streets that were flooded slowly drained out, washing away the monsters on the bridge, sending them crashing over the edge and across the bridge. Naruto admitted it was shocking, but he didn't pay much attention to them. He was more terrified at the horrors that resided down below the water. Corpses on corpses, piles on piles, entire streets littered with the dead. There was nothing to describe his feelings other than anguish and anger. Anguish for all the people that were drowned in the flooding of the city. The pain they must have experienced, the pain of seeing nothing but darkness in the world. The water swiftly took them off their feet and sent them all over the place. Some probably dying from the pressure sending them into buildings. They were the lucky ones. The others, they were probably forced to feel as their chests tightened, the pain in their eyes swelling, and the pressure on their body growing. Unable to swim to the surface, unable to escape the tightening grasp. Eventually, succumbing to the pain. Their bodies drifted in the water, eyes staring out, wondering what they did to deserve this fate. Anger replaced this feeling. Gwyn did this, he did it without even thinking about it. Just in fear of what the wraiths and the kings were doing. Everyone had to die, probably having the place set up like this for quite some time. Never truly trusted this domain with anything and saw it as more of a means of erasing his enemies in one swoop. All the gathered in a tight space and then crushed under the water. Naruto gripped his fist. How can someone be so callous about his people? God. No, he was a devil. Even Kagaya had somewhat honest intentions with everything. Wanting the people to find peace even if she was going about it the wrong way. Naruto shook off his feelings and proceeded to the elevator to get to the ground level. Now, if he wanted to go to the Four Kings, he had to make his trek through the city. With Kurama at his side, he didn't have to worry about the abyss, but he was worried about running into those monsters. The Dark Wraiths. Supposedly they were on par with the Silver and Black Knights of Gwyn. But they had some unique powers making them a greater threat than most. Hope would be careful. Naruto turned his head to the left on the ground floor and saw a figure emerging from the dark. They had a skull mask and hood, dark gray metal armor around their body, and a long black sword in their main hand. Naruto was guessing it was his main hand, but he wasn't sure that it was true all the time. Drawing his flaming sword, he aimed it at the man. The figure held his sword with one hand at his side and stared at Naruto. Then in a flash closed the distance. Naruto quickly parried away his attack. He then launched a straight piercing strike, only to be blocked. The wraith held out his opposite hand and held it in front of his chest. It was rippling energy, pulsing in his hand, and seeming to divert all the power of his attack. Naruto pulled back and blocked a downward strike. He grunted, he was as strong as the Black Knights. But he wouldn't be dissuaded. Pushing his blade, he forced the wraith off balance and went for a side swing. The man held out his hand and blocked the attack with his open palm. Repeating the same block and having the same result. Naruto rotated the weapon into the air above his head and brought it down in a downward slash. The attack hit his barrier again, but he released the weapon. Naruto summoned a ball of flame and slammed it into his chest. Taking the wraith off his feet and making him grunt. The monster looked at its burnt chest and then back at Naruto. Kicking his weapon into the air, he grasped the handle and aimed the sword. The wraith stared at him before lowering his weapon. Naruto raised an eyebrow. The wraith turned from him, going to the nearby wall and then taking a squatting position. What the hell? The creature looked at the ground. Does this mean I can go? Silence. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead. The being ignored him. Confusion was setting in, but he wasn't going to look at a gift horse in the mouth. Walking past the wraith, Naruto kept an eye on him. An ambush might happen if he was not careful, so he made sure to keep him in his sight. Once he climbed the stairs, he saw another wraith. But this one was sitting against the building's frame and allowing him to pass. Okay, this is freaky. Indeed, keep your guard up. Planning on it. How off? Do you think they sense whatever Manus did to you? Naruto had thought about it. Ever since he got the dark soul from Manus, everything felt different. When he walked out of the building, he saw more of the wraiths, which were doing the same thing as before. Okay, now he was freaking out. They were able to sense something or know something about him. Not sure which, but he wasn't going to stay to see what happened after he killed the Four Kings. Traversing through the depressing land, he passed by a few giant blobs sprouting out some ghostly red skulls. They attacked him, but after killing them, the wraiths didn't seem to look at him. Passing a second one of those monsters, he arrived at a tower that was blocked by a fog door. Pushing through the door, he saw a dark cavern below and a staircase leading down into the darkness. Kurama, can you sense anything? Yeah, just like Manus, this place reeks of the abyss. I've already started pushing more of the darkness into you, but be warned, there is something down there. It isn't the king's but something even stronger. Great, that must mean it is the teacher of these bastards. Probably, be careful, Naruto. He took a deep breath. Walking over the edge, Naruto fell into the darkness. Nothing moved, no sound, and no feeling. Just emptiness, darkness, and the feeling of the world moving around him but at the same time feeling as if it was standing still. His feet soon hit the floor, and he could sense something moving in the darkness. Summoning his sword, he examined the room, looking for any sign of movement or action. A screech was heard, making Naruto turn around to see a figure standing there in the distance. Standing might not be correct. A person might not be correct either. He wasn't sure what the thing was, but he could see a human face buried in between all the spikes. Collar. He was sure it was a person, but he wasn't sure what to make of his body. It wasn't skin, but it wasn't armor. What the hell was it? Two horns came out of his forehead, and his eyes were a solid black color. His hair was black, clashing with the gray and silver scheme of his body. He had a minimal presence. On his right arm, he had a long black and purple weapon growing out of it. Overall, the figure in question seemed to be floating to him and seemed to contain little to no presence about himself, showing that his power was worth recognizing. The figure slowly drifted to him. He readied his blade and gathered some flames into it, not to do long-range attacks but to ensure that his next attack would do more than a bit of cut damage. The king raised his sword in the air and slowly swiped it, creating a purple cut. It started to float slowly to Naruto, who quickly struck through the attack with his flaming sword. A small explosion rocked the outside of the tower, but in the abyss it was just a loud echo. Feeling the attack's power, Naruto dashed into the king's space. He responded by swinging his blade in a full circular motion, aiming to take his head off, but Naruto ducked under the rotation and slashed at his stomach. Making the king moan from the pain, but he quickly retaliated by creating a small explosion. Naruto grunted from the sudden move but quickly closed the distance again. This time stabbing his blade into the stomach of the monster. The king groaned in pain once more, but it quickly spun. Naruto, holding onto the handle, went with the spin and was flung across the abyss. Landing on his feet, he charged at the king, but he had to jump back. Another blade appeared out of the air and the second king had arrived. This second king looked exactly like the first and quickly closed the distance. Swinging his blade, Naruto managed to marry his attack with a downward strike, making the blade topple over the king in the air. When he went to stab him, the second blade came out and he blocked. Knocked into the air, he landed on his feet once more and saw the second king had closed the distance to his counterpart. Summoning more of the flames in his blade, he took a wild swing, aiming the flames at the two kings. Due to them being close, Naruto was sure he could do some serious damage with this attack. An invisible barrier appeared between the two kings and a third one emerged from the darkness. Naruto gritted his teeth. This was getting more annoying. Each king seemed to be focusing on different skills. The first one had a projectile attack and an AoE, but he was slow. The second one to appear seems to be faster than his counterpart and eager to get in close. The third is on defense, providing protection to his two comrades, while the first covers the second. Naruto knew he had to at least take down one of them. Best make it the one with the shield. Naruto fired a powerful orb of fire at the tip of his blade. The third king created another barrier and block. When moving his hand down, Naruto charged through and aimed his sword at him, but he managed to create a thin barrier. Naruto managed to hit him through the barrier, but the damage was more superficial. Shit, not deep enough. Naruto summoned another powerful blade of flame and slashed at the third king. Being this close, blocking would be difficult, and he would have to summon it quickly. He wouldn't be able to block the fire and the sword strike. One would give way to the other. Gathering the fire into his sword, he slammed the blade into the ground. The flames started pouring onto the floor, and he pushed harder on the blade. Pillars of flame appeared out of the ground, burning everything around him. The king screamed from the sudden pain and the flames that shouldn't be down here. But in the end, they could only move as far as possible from Naruto. The first king found himself hit in the chest with a powerful thrust. Naruto had planned on their movements and went after the one he already injured. The king groaned from the pain and was slowly pulling himself off the blade, making him scream in pain and disappear in a cloud of dust. Naruto turned to the other two kings, and they quickly got some distance. The second one summoned another ethereal blade of energy in the air. The third one created a shield around his partner. Naruto pulled out a set of bombs and threw them at the third king. He screamed in pain and faded away. Naruto knew that his health couldn't be that much better than the others because he needed defensive measures. Luckily, this guess was right, and now he only had 2 more kings to deal with. The second king backed away slowly and created multiple ethereal blades in the air. Naruto released a powerful flaming slash, cutting them all to pieces. The king took a swipe at Naruto, only to be parried. Burying his sword in the chest of the king, he screamed in pain and was dusted after Naruto pushed flames into his body. Naruto sighed, that only left 1 more king. His eyes widened when he sensed the 4th king appears. He looked exactly like the other 3, but he was glowing dark purple. He held his sword out and a dark orb of energy was released from the tip. Naruto rolled out of the way, avoiding a powerful beam of energy. Naruto returned fire with his own, hitting the king in the chest and making him scream in pain. He disappeared into dust. Naruto raised an eyebrow. That was too easy. Naruto, behind you. Naruto dashed away from the thing behind him. Turning his head, he was shocked to see all 4 kings standing there. Floating but still the same thing. How are they alive? I was sure I killed them. I don't know, their draw from the abyss is very different than yours. I think that's something they are doing is keeping them in one piece. Naruto grunted. The kings huddled together, and Naruto saw their heads touching one another. They started to join. Their bodies meshed into one another, almost like liquid. Naruto watched as the 4 faces merged and then formed a singular head. The entire body was liquid, standing there with an ominous presence. The liquid started dripping into the darkness, with no sound of the body slowly melting away. The head started to slim out and the body began to slim. After a few more seconds, a body emerged, one that was smaller than the others, but Naruto could sense greater power. This was the true form of the 4 kings. A black skull knight, wearing similar armor to that of the dark wraiths, but his armor was clad in pure darkness, giving him a more edgy vibe. Naruto noticed that the king was holding a single ultra-great sword in his hand and in the other, 4 rings adorning his fingers. Each ring had a marking on it in the form of some kind of symbol. He guessed it was the language of this land, but he couldn't read it properly. The knight pointed his blade at Naruto, then crouched down. Readying his blade, he watched his movements. He disappeared into the floor. This was shocking. They are one with the abyss, so it would make sense they be able to pull something as simple as this off. Naruto sensed around the room, waiting for anything to move or be disturbed. Kurama was also tagging into this. Due to his connection to the abyss, he was able to sense disturbances, no matter how small. Guinevere could only provide some support, verbally at least, but she was watching for anything that stood out. The shadows behind him started to bubble. Naruto. I saw it. The knight jumped out of the puddle and reached out his hand. He kicked the hand away and promptly slammed the pommel of his weapon into the king's head. The blow wasn't much, but it sent him back into the darkness to hide beneath the surface. He jumped out of the darkness again and swung his blade horizontally, but only Naruto blocked it with his own blade. While he was sent skidding across the floor, it wasn't enough. Naruto narrowed his eyes. This guy really is persistent. The figure submerged once more. I know what comes next, but let's even the playing field. Slamming his blade into the floor again, Naruto waited. A few seconds passed, and the Dark King emerged, only to be greeted by Naruto's back. Gotcha. Naruto pushed out his pyromancy and created a large explosion. This knocked the king out of the shadows and severed his armor. Rushing at the king while he was down, Naruto slammed his blade into his stomach, and he gasped at the pain. Releasing his flames once more, he created a small explosion inside his body, making the king roar in pain and soon explode into dust. Glad that is over. Is it? A dark orb flew past his head, and he turned. He was standing there, his hand outstretched and his body in pristine condition. So, he managed to survive that one. Impossible, you hit him dead on and he died. I saw it, I felt it. Is it possible that since there are 4 kings in him that means you have to kill him 4 times? Or 5 givens that he would maybe have one last grasp of energy after the 4th dies? Maybe. Either way this suck. Naruto readied his blade once more, but he had to dodge out of the way. Another dark orb had been sent flying at his head, but he retaliated with his own orb of fire. A barrier formed blocking the attack. But after the barrier was dropped, a bomb snuck through, knocking the king off his feet. Naruto summoned another powerful orb of fire and tossed it at the king. Again, he died in the explosion, and Naruto sensed out of the abyss for his third round. This guy wasn't powerful, but he was dangerous. If they were in the abyss, his strength was amplified tenfold. The king emerged from the shadows, this time holding out a larger than normal sword. Okay, now you're just grasping for straws. The king disappeared into the darkness again and appeared behind Naruto. Gagging, he saw that Naruto had slammed his blade into his stomach and killed him for the third time. Had enough yet? The king emerged once more. This time, he was gathering all the power of the abyss into his hands. Holding it above and, he released a powerful beam attack. Naruto summoned Dragon Slayer. Kurama. On it. Covered in a dark aura, Naruto swung his blade into the attack. The Ellison was powerful, but the result was Naruto sending the move back to its owner. The king looked at his attack and soon was vaporized. Sitting on the ground he sighed. Anything. Guinevere looked around the mindscape. Found it, you did it, Naruto, you defeated the 4 kings, meaning we now have the completed fragments of the soul. Meaning all we must do now is take them back to the entrance, and we can enter the kiln of the first flame. Good. Sighing, he looked through the dark at a nearby bonfire. So, are you going to keep hiding in the dark, or are you going to introduce yourself? Near the bonfire Naruto saw a set of dark red eyes emerging from the darkness. Inside of the darkness he saw the same toothy serpent as Frampt. But this one, Naruto could sense his malicious energy. He wasn't as light-hearted as his counterpart, but more he was determined. Naruto could sense he was ready and eager. Also, you know about my existence. Well, yeah, I have seen you in visions of this place and with fragments of your so-called followers that have appeared all over the place. Plus, with the dark wraiths just letting me through, I had a suspicion you were responsible for that. My guess is you were expecting me to show up sooner or later. The snake chuckled. Indeed, I feel I don't have to explain myself too much. Yeah, you do. What is the deal? You used this place as a launching platform, but ultimately, you did nothing to help the kings when their city was about to be drowned. Or even warn them about the setup of the city. They were pawns. Nothing more and nothing less. They were meant to instill the fear of the dark into the world and remind them of humanity's rights. Showing humanity's strength was the best way to draw out that fool Gwyn. However, I didn't expect him to flood the city and be done with it. My hope was that he would show up, and we could destroy him then. He sighed, but alas, the kings weren't powerful enough, and even with the Lord Soul fragments, they didn't have the strength to challenge him. Even if they faced him in the abyss in a weakened state, he would have crushed them. I dare say that of all the lords, they were the weakest. No argument there. The witch, Nito, and Seath were all stronger than him. After his battles with Artorias, Manus, and Calamate, there was no doubt in his mind that they were merely stepping stones. Then why choose them at all? You could have started anywhere far away from Gwyn's sight. Because I knew what was bound to happen. He looked down at the flame. The first flame would eventually fade, that is promised. One day, the flame would relight, and a new era of gods would begin. But for now, it is time for the dark to take place and humanity to take its rightful place as the ruler of this world. He shook his head slightly while gnashing his teeth, but that damn fool, he managed to circumvent it with Frampt's help. What did he do? You might have seen in the history of the Lord Souls that Gwyn was looking for any and all methods to continue his reign. When the witch failed, Nito refused to help him, and Seath was lost in his own research. He was running out of options. That's when my dear brother appeared. He whispered things to help Gwyn, and soon, he had a new goal, continuing the Age of Fire through this method, which was barbaric even by my standards. Naruto didn't like the sound of this. With his Lord Soul fractured and his own soul fading, there was no way for him to stem off the undead curse. On top of the fact, he didn't have a full Lord Soul to power the kiln of the first flame. So, what do you think he did? Found more souls to use to power his own in the flame. Yes, he sighed, not just any souls though, humanity from the abyss. Naruto's eyes widened. Guinevere gasped, tears welling in her eyes. Kurama growled. Ulasil. Yes, I suspect that you know what happened there. Would you believe me if I said I was sent back in time and killed Manus? I would, given that you have the primordial dark soul. But the thing is, Gwyn learned that humanity could replenish the flame better than anything. Even more so than his own power, so he set out to start gathering humanity. Many residents of the ringed city that had fled into the dark were gathered and used. Making the most of their humanity, then he sent his scouts to the abyss in Ulasil. Due to the proximity they had to Manus, Gwyn was hoping to use the city as a sacrifice to summon Manus to the surface. There he would slaughter all his people and release all the humanity from below into the world. Then, Artorias, who would slay the monster, would allow him direct access to gather up all the humanity below. thus, allowing him to power himself to do what he believes must be done. All those souls, all those lost memories, all those lost people. Horror washed over him. It was his fault. He allowed this to happen. The destruction of Manus allowed Gwyn to power up and relight the first flame. He helped continue the Age of Fire through his own actions. I see the realization of your actions has set in. If you truly were responsible for slaying the mighty Manus, then you are also the creator of this never-ending undead curse. Which means it is your responsibility to fix this. Naruto had resolved to do that, but he was in so much shock. Guinevere was crying, her father, the monster, the demon, he was worse than anyone. He had sacrificed all those people, hurt all those people, killed her, tortured her brother and daughter, all for his own vanity. In the hopes of keeping his control on the world. She couldn't stomach it, his blood was in her veins. Would she had become the same thing as him? A monster. Kurama, he could only sigh. Just like Hagoromo. I will end this age. Gathering himself, he got back to his feet. I'm ending this, not because of you, but because it is necessary. It is time for things to move forward instead of staying still. Indeed, I wish you the best of luck, beware though his power is greater than one would expect. Fear the power he might command when you see him. Because even he would never throw away all of his tools. Naruto warped away, and Ka was smirking more than normal. I win. Enor Londo. Naruto had returned to the capital and had informed the sisters what he learned. They told them to spread it through everyone, gather everyone they knew was alive, and bring them to the capital. As the final battle was coming and he was ready to face Gwyn. Repairing his weapons for the final, Naruto walked to the nearest bonfire. But he saw Solaire standing there waiting for him. What are you? I'm going with you. No, you're not. Yes, I am. Solaire stared at Naruto through his helmet. Naruto, I have stood with you in many battles. You have saved me, and I have saved you. But this fight, it is one of great importance. One that will bring an end to the Age of the Sun and give birth to a new one. I wish to be there to witness the event. The girls said the same thing, but they are going to get Sif while I handle this. And you will need backup. I have my backup. I don't mean your sword. I mean the two beings sealed in me. I'm still going. Naruto sighed, there was no convincing him. Was he like this when he was a child? He pitied his former teacher for being this stubborn. Fine. Turning to the flame he stared at it, this is where it all ends. Indeed. Let's write the final chapter. Naruto put his hand on the flame and the two vanished to the Lord Vessel. Gwendolyn stared up at the sky and frowned. A dark feeling washed over him. He hoped it would pass, but he feared the dark would bring true fear to the world. The witch watched their guests and ensured they were ready to leave when the time came. Guinevere would finally bear witness to the end of his glorious age. She couldn't wait. The final battle has come. Chapter 36. Naruto had settled into his role. He had defeated everyone that had come in his way, he defeated beings equivalent to Kagaya, and he now was standing on the final stretch of his journey. Granted, him and Solaire had to dispatch the last of the Black Knight blocking their way, but it was nothing. They even grabbed some armor from them. But now, they were standing outside of the door. The resting place of the first flame. Final resting place of Gwyn the Lord of Sunlight, and the final part of their journey. Naruto turned to Solaire. You can still turn back. Solaire laughed. I won't abandon my friend on his journey. He drew his shield and sword, let's head in. Naruto sighed before pushing through the fog door. The room was barely lit, almost complete darkness. But he could see a single spot in the middle of the room. A small fading flame was burning. Next to the flame, was a bearded man, he had long gray hair reaching down to his chest. Wearing royal armor around his chest and legs. A large great sword at his side and a crown on his head. Gwyn the Lord of Sunlight. The man that ruled over the Age of Fire and the man that was responsible for all the suffering in the land. Or at least a good majority of it, the same person that exploited others. He was sitting there, waiting. I see, so finally a worthy champion has emerged. Turning his head, the Lord started at the two by the fog door. You haven't hollowed. Solaire was confused, as far as he saw where Gwyn should be a hollow by this point. He snorted. Don't forget, boy, I was a carrier of a powerful Lord Soul and was able to relight the flame with my own strength. You mean the strength of all the humans you killed and souls you stole to do it? Gwyn turned to the blonde child. He was different than his counterpart. Not a man of this realm, but one that told him all he needed to know. He was tainted by the dark. How disappointing. I see, you know. I do. I had suspicions for a long time, but the fact that you didn't have a full Lord Soul told me everything I needed to know. Plus, why send your people to Ulasil to study the abyss? It was a necessary evil. Like killing the mother dragon that was overlooking the village that you destroyed. Gwyn tuned fully to him. You know nothing. I know enough to say you're a megalomaniac. Someone that believes he is older than thou and can do no wrong. Any action you take should be seen as a positive. No matter how much it ruins people's lives. You wouldn't care in the slightest. As long as you profit from it. Naruto drew out Dragon Slayer, which is why you trapped Havel after Seth revealed fake evidence that he was a traitor and you murdered your daughter. Havel only needed to follow orders. If he couldn't do that, he wasn't my friend. He shook his head. As for my daughter, she got what she deserved. Preaching about peace and love, in an age of dark. Please, nothing of the sort would happen. We would be tortured and treated as garbage, no matter how you look at it. I saved her from suffering such a horrible fate. No, you took away the one person that could redeem you in the eyes of the people. You turned your youngest son into a girl and brainwashed him into your way of thinking. On top of that, you locked away your granddaughter, trapped the humans in the Ring City, and so much more. In the end, you didn't even realize that you were being manipulated by someone in the shadows. If you speak of that snake Frampt, I do not care. He told me how to continue my age and what to do with those traitors in New Londo. So, in the end, you knew what he was trying to do and yet, you still did it. You're worse than anything I could possibly imagine. But you are the world's greatest loser, someone so scared of the dark, that you can't imagine going to sleep without something to light up the corner of the room. Gwyn picked up his blade and slowly rose to his feet. That is enough out of you. He turned to the child. I won't be judged by someone that doesn't understand the weight of my crown. Someone that is tainted with the power of the dark, and someone obviously eager to end my age. Purely out of spite. No, I'm planning on ending this because it is my fault it happened. Rectifying this is a small way of owning up to my mistakes. You should try it, Gwyn. Gwyn snorted. That would be if I had regrets or reasons to believe I was wrong. Farewell, brat. Naruto didn't see it. A bright flash of lighting hit him. He was on the ground, unable to move. What the hell? Father is using his lighting to cut you off from your soul. It is going to take some time to free you. Damn it, we don't have time for this, Kurama. I'm trying, but like she said, we have been cut off. There is nothing I can do. Naruto looked up and saw Gwyn slowly approaching him. You see, you rely too much on the power of others that you can't stand on your own. It is truly tragic, but that is the fate of all that dare to carry the dark soul. Maybe in your next life you will understand the grandeur of my vision. The sword lit up in flames, slowly approaching Naruto. Solaire walked in front of Naruto and looked behind him. Join me when you're ready, Naruto. I will handle this. Solaire, you can't be serious, you can't win. The knight laughed. I won't know until I try. You said it yourself, we won't know what we are capable of until we walk that path. He walked to the god. Seeing you fight the odds and save me when you could have killed me, I truly believe that I can conquer even Gwyn. Kurama, Guinevere, I don't know how, but you two have got to undo this quickly. There is no way for Solaire to win. We are trying. Solaire knew that his chances of winning were low. Hell, he didn't expect this to happen. He was hoping to fight alongside Naruto and probably provide distractions during the battle. Not stand in front of the very man he once worshipped. But his friend was in danger, so he was going to lend him his strength. You're a worshipper of me. I was. There was a time, I believed in everything you said and did. But now, after seeing the land in the chaotic state and the way people are treated, I can't look away, I can't stand by and ignore what is going on. The statue that resides on the other side of the bridge, at Undead Berg, that wasn't a statue to worship you but someone else. He didn't know it at the time, but it made sense now that he thought about the history of Gwyn. And knowing his history as well as he thought he did, he knew the man's eldest child was the statue that once stood there. Proudly for all to see, the power of the one that was called God. Solaire had come across this information from the witch in one of his times speaking to her in the capital. Gwyn growled. Don't you dare speak of that foolish brat. He dared to defy me and side with those dragons. Maybe he did, but he must have had a reason. Which is why, I believe in the ideas of the sun, but I don't believe in you. Gwyn had heard enough. Rushing forward, he tried at a mighty swing. Solaire parried his attack. What? He stabbed him in the stomach, making the god flinch at the pain. If he was still in his prime and his lord soul was in one piece, this wouldn't have fazed him. He would have managed to get through this attack, or better yet, he would have cleaved him in half. Solaire kicked him away, making Gwyn fall on his back. It would seem, even gods can bleed. Gwyn jumped to his feet and brought his blade in a back strike. Bringing it forward, he slammed it into his shield. This time, sending him flying across the floor. He landed with a hard thud but rolled to avoid a downward strike. The godly sword was buried up to its hilt and Gwyn pulling it out as if was water. Solaire threw lightning. Gwyn slashed through it and rushed towards the mortal. He wanted to end this quickly, no point in wasting time. Solaire knocked the blade away and slashed at his midsection again. Gwyn grunted, grabbing him with his free hand and slamming him into the ground. Picking him off the ground and throwing him into the air only to be hit by his sword sending crashing across the ground. Hurry up, I can't leave him out there. Guinevere was trying, she really was, but this was proving to be a monstrous task. She hoped Solaire could hold out. The knight grunted from the pain and stood to his feet, his knees were shaky. As expected, just a few moves and he was already on shaky legs. Gwyn jumped into the air and came down with a sideways slash. Solaire trusted his shield out and parried his attack, shocking him again. But this time Solaire kicked him in the stomach and then slashed his face, making Gwyn tilt his head back to avoid most of the damage. But with his backstep Solaire closed the distance again and with a bolt in his hand he slammed it into the god. Gwyn could feel the burning sensation of the lighting, while not as powerful as say his own, it was still powerful. Gwyn punched him in the chest sending him backwards. But he quickly recovered, throwing another bolt. He slashed through the attack, but Solaire was on top of him again, throwing another punch. He ducked under the blow. Piercing his arm through the joint near his elbow, he roared in pain. Enough! Gwyn exploded in rage and flung Solaire across the floor again. Rolling back to his feet he was greeted with a powerful kick to his head, stalagmite. He groaned from the pain but ducked immediately. Gwyn's flaming sword cut through the pillar, leaving the heat behind. Slashing at his stomach and chest Solaire managed to get the god to back off but only to be grabbed and feel the gathering flame in his hand. Releasing a powerful explosion of flame he flung the knight into the floor. He stomped on his chest making him gag and the armor started crushing him. Gwyn had proven he was going easy earlier. But he wasn't about to give up. Pulling out a small dagger he stabbed it into his foot making Gwyn narrow his eyes. He could feel an odd sensation traveling through his foot and his eyes widened. You little shit. He pulled his foot back, only to be kicked in his other foot. Falling over he tried to regain his balance, only to eat a headbutt from the knight. Gwyn's nose started gushing blood and he found a second headbutt to greet him from his recovery. Solaire kicked the god in the chest and brought his hand up. He was going all out. He summoned an even more powerful bolt of lightning and held it above his head. There was no way Gwyn could dodge or block at point blank. Thrusting it down, a large explosion shook the cave and Naruto watched as they were covered in dust. He waited with bated breath, hoping Solaire did enough. Rushed out of the cloud and was holding his shield up, blocking a powerful downward strike at his helmet. He blocked another strike, but this time retaliated with the thrust of his sword, striking Gwyn's chest and making the god grunt in annoyance. He had enough damage for one day. He pulled his blade back and thrusted forward, only to be parried downward. Solaire slashed him across the face and then headbutted him for the third time. Gwyn jumped back from the pain. He hated to admit it, the human was catching him off guard. While he was sure he was 2 moves away from killing him, he was holding his own. Dirty tactics and movements are making it difficult. He could just try that, but he wanted to save that for the other one. Especially since he felt he was the more dangerous of the two. In fact, he hasn't been able to move. Gwyn channeled lighting into his and he held the bolt up. Behold your reckoning. The lighting that once brought dragons out of the sky is the same lightning that is going to bring an end to this farce. Solaire was ready. He had presided that even after becoming this, he would still have enough power to summon at least one of those. Meaning all he had to do was dodge the attack and then he could close in again in. Gwyn turned to the side and his eyes widened. He wasn't aiming for him. Begone you tainted fool. Solaire saw Gwyn throw the bolt, seeing his friend was still on the ground. Helplessly stopping the attack, he rushed forward. Naruto saw the lighting gathering in his hand and he could only stare in awe and fear. This power, this is the same thing he could feel when he looked at him in the visions of the past. The power that he had in his throne room, the same power that once made him the most feared god. A man feared by all that surrounded him. The lighting was growing in intensity, and he could tell that if this thing hit Solaire he was doomed. Come on, hurry the fuck up. Naruto, we are trying. I can't let it happen, not again. Visions of Haku, Zabuza, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, his parents, and all the people in the war. They flashed through his eyes. I can't let someone else die for me. He gritted his teeth, and the anger was boiling up in his chest. Gwyn turned to him and his eyes grew even wider. Shit, he is aiming for us. Guinevere. I'm trying. Naruto saw the bolt leave his hand and raced to him. Naruto closed his eyes, it was over. I guess, this really is the end. Naruto. His eyes opened, and his stomach dropped. Solaire. Solaire had used the last of his strength appear in front of him, shield in front of him. To the end. The bolt hit Solaire, and a large explosion erupted. Gwyn snorted. As if that puny shield would be able to block his attack. He stopped dragons with that, and he thought he could. No fucking way. In the dust, there was Solaire. Still standing there with his shield in front of him. Or at least, what was left of him. Solaire's armor was destroyed, leaving him almost naked. The helmet had been destroyed in the process of the attack and his skin was badly burnt by the lightning. His right arm was gone along with his sword and his left hand was barely holding onto his shield. The shield itself was destroyed to the point that only a few pieces remained. No, not again. He can't stand it. Sola. Gwyn thrusted his sword into the man's gut and lifted him into the air. Foolish mortal. You dared to stand before me and now you have paid the ultimate price. May you regret your folly in the next life. Naruto's eyes were blank. He stared at his friend. His barely alive friend, impaled on the sword of the god. He was being held there, then Gwyn threw him across the floor leaving him motionless. No. This can't be happening. He was praying, pleading this was a bad dream. Anyone please tell him it was a bad dream. He can't stand it. Naruto growled and he was clenching his fist, missing the surprise of Guinevere and Kurama. Everyone that had to die for him, they had to die protecting him and others. Protecting a future, they believed in. Not knowing that the greatest thing they could have given him was just living be with him. Naruto grunted in fury, and he slammed his fist into the ground. He then slammed his other hand into the ground. Repeating the process, he was growling. Kurama noticed something was happening. In the dark corner of his mind the dark soul was pulsing, it was pulsing more than it had when fighting in the abyss. It was leaking out, covering the mindscape in its dark aura. He could feel the power oozing into every crevice, the whispers coming from the darkness. Was this the power of the dark soul? Was this what the pygmies were always dealing with? Fuck, he didn't know both, he had to stop him before. Damn you, Naruto whispered, slamming his fist harder into the ground. Damn you. Slamming his fists down harder. Damn you. The dark energy started covering him. Damn you, Gwyn. Naruto slammed his hands into the ground with all his might. Gwyn had not been paying attention. He was just thinking about what was going to happen from here. Once he killed this boy, then he would have to wait for another worthy candidate. He was sure he could get Framp to come down and remove the souls from the Lord Vessel, put them in some new hosts, and have them be the test to reach him. Then he would find a worthy successor that would relight the flame and continue his age. But first, time to get rid of this. His hands hit the ground, and it exploded with dust and rock everywhere. Gwyn was forced to jump away from the attack and swiped away the dust in the air. What just? His eyes widened and he brought his blade up. But he was knocked across the arena. Gwyn grunted from being sent flying, but when he looked at the person that hit him he was shocked. Naruto was standing there, his eyes were no longer full of life. Just rage. Dark red, no pupil to be seen. Like Manus. Gwyn gritted his teeth, he made a mistake, he should have saved the bolt. If he had it still, this would be a breeze. His body was covered in a thick black aura, small white wisps were floating around, and he was holding his big sword with one hand. He didn't seem to be struggling to hold it. And that swing, it was on par with those damn dragons that got too close. But he wouldn't falter. Naruto was in front of him with his sword already pulled across his body in a mighty swing. Naruto brought his blade out and slammed the weapon into him and he was sent flying. Another blow came from above, revealing Naruto had appeared above him. Gwyn grunted, this was proving more troublesome than he thought. He was kicked off the ground and found a large blade slammed through his stomach. He hacked up some blood, staring in other eyes of Naruto. His body was pulsating the dark energy from before and his eye were blank. Lifting Gwyn, Naruto flung him across the floor again and this time, appeared a few feet in front of where he would land. Then kicking him into the air he held out his empty palm and summoned a flaming rasengan. This attack gained a black and white tint in the flame, before slamming into his chest. Gwyn screamed from the pain, before summoning a powerful wave of lighting to get Naruto to back off. He powered through it and grabbed him by the beard and swung him through the air. Just ragdolling the god of the sun, his darkness was growing as he was progressing. Then he released his beard, sending him flying through the sky. Only to find another ball of flaming black and white ball flying to him. It hit him in the chest, sending him across the ground with a large burnt hole in his armor. Gwyn slowly got to his feet and held up his blade. He was gone in another blur, and Gwyn predicted where he was going to be. Looking up, he saw him coming down with a mighty swing. So, all he had to do was raise his sword and he could parry him, and then he would. The sword cut clean through, cleaving the once powerful god in half. His body racked with pain, he screamed. No, not like this. I won't allow my legacy to end like this. I must hold on. Reaching out his hand, he whispered. You said I would be unchallenged. Why did you lie? His body disappeared and his Lord Soul fragment was absorbed. Unlike the other fragments, his was still in his body as it was powering the flame. It was the reason he couldn't leave this cave. But that isn't what Naruto was focusing on. He had turned his attention to the only other person in the dark hole. Walking over, he gently rolled over Solaire. His body barely recognizable from the fight, but the small smile on his face. It was one of no regret. But Naruto had regret. Gently picking up his friend, tears welled in the corners of his eyes, and he started bawling into his chest. Not seeing, the darkness around him was growing, the power was getting stronger as he became more unstable. Kurama was panicking. At this rate, the dark soul would probably swallow Naruto's mind. They had to do something. Guinevere, who had finally gotten her father's soul, looked at it and then closed her eyes. She had to do this, it was the only way, and it was to ensure the end of this age, and Naruto could count on her from now on. Kurama watched from his corner as Guinevere was gathering all the fragments of the Lord Souls and soon mashing them together. They took on an ethereal form, burning so bright he couldn't see anything else. The dark soul, it sensed the presence of the first flame, hissing at the pain that was coming from the light. It started to simmer down, the darkness was receding back into the core. It would have another chance in the future, it was sure of it. Guinevere, however, touched the first flame and whispered something. The flame acknowledged it, and soon the entire mindscape was bathed in a beautiful light. Outside of the mindscape, Naruto was still holding Solaire and crying. He didn't know what to do. How could he justify any of this? How could he say he did a good deed when he couldn't save the one person he wanted to protect? What was the fucking point anymore? This was an endless cycle that he went through time and time again, no matter how many times he did it. The results were always the same. He couldn't shake them no matter how hard he tried. All his friends, his true friends, they always end up giving everything to him, and what did he have to show for it? A failed attempt at becoming Hokage. Going back on his world of never giving up. Failing to live up to the expectations of those that raised him to the man he was now. Failing to keep his chakra when it was one of his greatest strengths. Abandoning the village after so many years. Can he really say their sacrifices were worth it? Did they give up everything for naught? Empty promises. He was such a joke. A pair of slender arms wrapped around his neck, and he could feel something soft in his back. It is okay, Naruto, let it all out. I'm here for you. Turning around, he was shocked. Sitting there was Guinevere, in the living flesh. Not in his mindscape, but in the kiln. But how? Guinevere pulled him into her chest and rubbed his back and neck. The tears came back. She's right, he could come back. For now, he wanted to mourn the losing of a dear friend. Honor Londo. Gwendolyn had felt it, his father's soul. It had passed. Meaning the age that his father fought so hard to preserve was over. There was nothing left for him. The world would soon go dark, and he will await to see what comes of it. He prayed a good age would follow, but he wasn't sure that would be the case. Walking to the entrance of the city, he saw the bonfire was being used. Everyone gathers. Shouting, he heard heavy footsteps and heavy panting approaching. He sighed. He wondered how his father would have felt with all the animals and people in his castle. I mean, they had quite the collection of people, but this was definitely on a different level. Sif, who had been lying dormant in the Darkroot Basin, was sitting next to the sisters being tended to by Ketava. The others were waiting to see what emerged from the bonfire. A flash of smoke appeared, and out came the most shocking sight. One was Guinevere, in her full glory, standing there with a smile on her face. Everyone was quite shocked the goddess had appeared, given they were sure she was dead. Gwendolyn and Priscilla, who was in the throne room with everyone, was equally shocked. They never expected to see her in the flesh again. But soon the room grew quiet. Naruto, he was standing there. Worse for wear, and in his arms was a wrapped-up body. Is that? Laurentius fell on his ass. No way, it can't be. Not him. His eyes watered, and then tears started to fall. My friend, you were a warrior to the end. I'm sorry you had died this way. I wish we could have spent more time together. The pyromancer of the swamp had spent time with Solaire while the others were on adventures. He got to know him quite well and viewed him as a good friend who didn't judge him for his heritage. But now that friend was gone, he would make sure he never let his friend be forgotten. The sisters, they were in shock. Quaylana, who had come to like the naturally positive man, was crying silently. Quaylog, who knew him from her earliest encounters, was in tears, holding onto her youngest sister and sharing in the pain. Ketava was crying her eyes out. Another soul snuffed out at the hands of the cruel god. It wasn't fair. Sif howled in pain and cuddled near the girls while crying. The witch had comforted Quaylana, who had the hardest time displaying her feelings, hugging her close to her chest and letting her cry as much as she wants. She didn't know the man very well, but he left such a heavy impression on everyone. She knew he was a great man. And yet, he was too good for this land. Gwendolyn made an oath that he must make something to remember the young man, as he too would miss his weird positive energy. Priscilla, who didn't know the man, didn't know how to feel about the situation. But seeing her mother in a saddened state along with Naruto, she knew that he must have been important to him, like her people or to her. She prayed that if she ever saw his soul, she would make sure it is cared for. Naruto put the body on the ground and Guinevere hugged him close. No one said a thing. What could be said? Solaire, the warrior of the sun, the man that traveled to this land looking for his own son. A man with so much positive energy it was contagious. Now he was gone. Today, they would mourn. Then they would plan. Kiln. During the fading flames appeared a broken and crumbling husk of Gwen. He had managed to secure his connection, but now the flame was dying faster, and that was all thanks to his spoiled shit daughter. How did she get the power of the first flame to revive herself? How was she even alive in the first place? No, he would worry about that later. He needed to fix this. He needed Framp to tell him how to do this. He needed to do something. His age was ending. Oh, dear, it would seem that someone is barely holding on. Turning his head slightly, he could see someone approaching him. It was a man with black hair wearing chainmail armor around his chest and legs. He had a smile on his face and his black eyes stared at him. Who are you? Someone that is here to talk. The man walked up to him and giggled. It would seem your age is about to end, dear Gwen, but I have to admit I didn't expect you to survive your fight. I managed to put a small part of my soul into the flame, preventing me from dying. At least, not permanently. I see, quite the strategy, but the flame is fading faster than expected. I give you a few more days and then the next era begins. He sighed. Oh dear, that could be a real problem, wouldn't? GG, get me Framped. That damn snake must help me. The man shrugged. I hate to break it to you, but he won't help you. You see, this is all a simple game to him and his brothers. To see what would happen next and who was right. He laughed. In the end you were just a pawn for his own amusement and to prove his point of view. Gwen growled. Then I need to find another way. Another way to relight the fire and keep this age burning. I can help with that. How? I have a special fire, you can say. It is quite powerful, powerful enough that you can keep your age of fire going for at least another 300 years. What do you say? Sounds good, right? Gwen, in a brighter state of mind, would never have agreed to this. But, his vanity, it wouldn't allow this chance to pass. Yes, holding his hand out. Just get started. The man laughed. You're quite ambitious, you'll serve my needs well. Gwen soon felt a searing pain coursing through his body and soon his eyes burned a bright orange and red. A form of madness burning inside of him and making him scream in anguish while the cave came to life. Ah, what a day. He looked at his body and sighed. Oh, this form is fading. How annoying, but oh well, all good things must come to an end. He smirked. I do believe this worked out really well. Soon all will know the power of the Great One. His body started burning up, his flesh melting and his body dissipating. It is close, we shall soon find our one true Lord to rule over all. A eyeless male head hung from his chainmail and after falling to the ground you could hear the echoing laughter coming from inside of it. The beginning of the end. I Shabriri hope you enjoy. The Age of Fire, now continues. Chapter 37. 4 days had passed. Naruto had preserved Solaire's body, wanting to ensure that he could make a proper burial for him. Far away from this corrupted nation, somewhere facing the sun every day. But now, he had come to realize the most important issue. The Age of Fire, it was over. His time in this land was done, and he had accomplished his goal. He defeated Gwen and brought about the Age of the Dark. He was quite pleased with himself, but now he had to wonder what to do next. Sitting in the empty entrance hall everyone had gathered. Even Andre and the blacksmith in Anor Londo appeared. So, now that this age is ending, what should we do next? The witch was all for leaving this land behind. She wanted to put as much distance as possible from this place. She had lost most of her children, was turned into a puppet for the flame, and now learned she was manipulated all for the greed of one old man. Knowing that her family suffered due to this and that the age that was created was built on lies and deception. All she could want is a new leaf, a fresh start for all of them. Well, we can leave this nation, but the problem is where to go. Guinevere frowned. She didn't know much about the world outside of their lands. It was a common issue for most of them, they had never ventured out. The ones that did never return, so there was no telling what else was out there. Father mentioned there are lands beyond the sea. But I never spoke of what is there. Grandfather truly did hate having people he viewed as different. The group nodded with some of them talking about locations of interest. Laurentius shook his head. I came to this land as I heard it is the birthplace of fire, but after learning under the teachers of the flame. He bowed his head to the sisters and the witch. I believe that there is nothing left in this land to be gained. Also, with the help of Priscilla I don't fear of going hollow. Which means there is hope for people in the future. Thy forgets, as long as the affliction is not too far, otherwise I can only promise immediate destruction. True. They weren't getting anywhere with this. If I can voice a thought. Everyone turned and the witch narrowed her eyes. Patches was standing in the middle of the hall, and he had a wry smile on his face. You. My lady, it is a pleasure to see you again and you look even more gorgeous than before. Don't butter me up you damn rat. She held her hand out, forming a ball of flame. You have a lot to answer for my son, and for my daughters. Whoa, hold on there. Patches waved his hands in front of him. Look, I apologize for the ring, that was definitely my bad. I thought the seller was being legit. I didn't know the curse made it that it would fall off your hand all the time. Yet you still sold it for a ridiculous price. I need to make a living. Naruto shook his head. What's your suggestion? You're not seriously considering this. As much as I don't trust him as far as I could throw him, Naruto narrowed his eyes making him sweat, we don't have another option on the table. The group nodded while the witch glared. Her flame disappeared and she sat down in a huff. I hail from a far-off land, it is called Boletaria, I believe it will be perfect for you. I had left after the market started to dry up and they needed more honest people to work in that land. He snickered, but they need people with honest intentions and hearts to put the place back in order. Especially after the demon invasion. Demons. Like the ones in our homeland. Nah, Patches waved his hand around, demons as in those that were connected to an even more powerful being. Something called the Old One, a demon so ancient no one knows where it hails from. Or how it came to be, just that it was a source of power for humanity. A power so great that it tempts everyone into using its power without thinking of the consequences. Yet you seem untouched by the creature. Narrowing her eyes the witch looked him over wondering how he escaped. Oh, you know I'm good at getting out of sticky situations. No matter what I encounter I can always escape. True, she had to give him that, he was a slippery bastard. But the Old One was lulled back to sleep, so the land is safe. Mostly the remaining problems are just humans who are trying to figure out who is leading and how to fix their broken country. He shook his head, most don't know their head from their ass. So good luck in leading them, but it is safer than this place. He smiled, thought you should know the country is north of here by boat. It should take about 3 days to reach landfall. That close. I was accounting for the royal ships, your ships are a lot faster than any other ship in this land. Now Naruto was intrigued. This land did seem promising, but it sounded like they were going to have to help rebuild the country. Which could lead to suspicion if the people don't trust others that can wield things like pyromancy and magic. But it was better than sticking around to see what the Age of Dark would bring. I say we consider this and go. Naruto turned to the group, this is our best option, and it is the closest. But we don't have any other options. We can stay here. He frowned, but doing this would mean we have to combat whatever the Age of Dark brings. Which is unknown and we don't know if most of your powers will still work in this age. So, it is probably best that we move before it starts to settle in. Everyone started talking about this and Patches walked up to Naruto before holding something out. Thought you would like this back. In his hand was Solaire's shield. How did you? I have my ways. Sometimes it is best not to think about it too much. He smirked, but given that he was a good man, I figured the least I can do is let him be buried with what he believed in. He turned on his heels and waved at the group, I wish you all the best of luck in the future. Naruto watched as the thief walked out. He was suspicious of his motives, more with his smile, but he couldn't help but notice there was some kindness in his actions. But it was only to the extremes. Shaking his head he turned to the group, and they all talked about their future and if they should go to this new land or not. Patches made it to the edge of the city and sighed. Is there something I can do for you, Tosser? Oh, is that any way to speak to an all-knowing being? Turning his head, he saw the child from before. He had a smirk on his face. Given that I know your agenda, yeah it is. The being snorted, you have gotten cocky, don't think your mistress will protect you from me. If you really push your luck I can erase you just as easily as I can her. Bullshit, I know even among your own kind there are rules. You can't just go around slaughtering each other just because of slights. Even servants are considered off limits from direct contact. True, it wasn't a real rule that they would be punished for breaking. But it was an agreement, which is why he hasn't done anything about that other asshole. So, what do you want? Oh, I'm just checking in. Oh, the child, and I have to say he has matured quite a bit. He smiled. Soon the next step of his journey will begin, and then we can really see if he has the potential. You really think that brat has more potential than anyone else? Would you believe me if I told you that I heard it from the mouth of my favorite servant? I wouldn't, but I know you can't tell lies. Yes, she told me about a vision she had when she peered through the gate. Seeing the future unfold in front of her, she realized he was the one. He sighed, but sadly she has to wait quite some time, as he won't be getting to her anytime soon. Other beings on the move. I know about the one in the library. Why leave him be? Oh, call it instinct. I think he will prove useful in the future. Especially if they start planning to interfere in the far future. He smirked, but then again this is all according to my plans. Patches glared. He never liked his kind. They always lorded over the rest of the realm and played with them as pieces on a board. When they got bored they just took the person off the board and move on to the next one. Frustrating the thief, but he knew there was nothing anyone could do about them. Especially him. He made a deal, and he had to keep it. The one thing he was a man of his word. Well, you should head off now, Patches. The next great journey awaits you. Yeah, the greatest fortune awaits me. He smirked, but I should warn you that boy is going to fall soon, and you know it. The child stared at the castle and frowned. Maybe, I should make sure that doesn't happen. After all, it is for the greatest outcome. Kiln of the first flame. This is rigged. Rigged, I say. Brother, please calm down. No, Frampt, you did something. You did something to ensure that both of you won. I know it. Frampt sighed. His brother had been like this for the last 2 hours. He wasn't happy that the deal had seemingly went in his favor. It was all planned out. Naruto had entered the kiln, released the power of the dark soul, defeated Gwyn, and left. He wasn't going to relight the flame, so that meant that Ka was right. He was the rightful winner. Frampt was willing to admit this. But for some reason, his plan didn't pan out. The flame was relit, angering his brother. Brother, please calm down. Silence, Rasha, you two conspired against me to ensure that I lost. This is a clear violation of the rules. Brother, please stops. Frampt was getting irritated. I swear on the terms of the game we didn't violate the rules. We are just as confused as you are about the fire being relit. Oh. Yes, now please calm down. Frampt looked at his younger brother. Did you see any sign in the kiln that someone had snuck in after the fighting, or that there is evidence that Gwyn had a backup plan? No, I have been monitoring the place since the first relighting and making sure that no one other than the worthy got in. It wasn't easy, I'll tell you, keeping the knights away from the entrance for so long. But I don't know anything about this. As soon as the fire was not relight I left to inform both of you. Then when I came back the fire was going again. And you're sure no one else could get in? Yes, I haven't checked everything in the kiln, but I know for a fact, no one got past me. I see. Frampt turned to his brother. It would seem that someone outside of our game had interfered in our affairs. Damn it. Kathy's body started to glow a dark purple. They dare to mock me like this. I will devour their flesh and make them regret ever crossing me. Calm yourself, brother. Rashi, turn to the siblings. The issue now is that the results of the game. Kav is right, his man didn't relight the flame, so he won in that aspect, but the fire is burning again. So, we have essentially a tie. No, brother won. He turned to his younger brother and then back to Kav. Due to the nature of the situation we can't undo the flame burning. But I think, we can do something to hopefully appease you. And that is the next stage, the one that is born of the flame. When it starts to dissipate, we can do it over again. This time we will ensure that no one can interfere in our affairs. Because we will cut off all that dare to try and relight the flame without the consent of the one chosen. He growled, that is the oath I swear to you, Ka. The brother of the dark turned from his siblings. Very well, I shall accept the terms, but I'm going into the kiln to discover the cause of this mess. The brother agreed, and Ka quickly entered the kiln and started scouring the center. Looking for anything and everything, things that would explain their situation. Near the bonfire he noticed a small ornament sitting listlessly on the ground and he frowned. You. He crushed the ornament, and his body exploded in dark energy. Damn you. The brothers were furious, they would make him pay. Duke's Archives. The being that was summoned by Logan was staring at some of the books. He had been researching some of interest for a while now. This Seath seemed to be the collector of knowledge. While most was centered around crystal sorcery, he was interested in his correlations to the moon that was able to make. He wondered if he could take advantage of this connection, more for his own purposes. Looking into one, he smiled. Manipulation of the moon can lead to control of one's own mind and reality. What an interesting Seath. Flipping a page, the being smirked. This was becoming more promising. If he did this, then he could achieve his goal of throwing out his rivals. With them gone, he would be the strongest. But he would have to be careful. While beings like the child didn't mind him, he knew that getting rid of them would be near impossible. And teaming up with that fire is even riskier, as he tends to be more self-serving, wanting to make everyone and everything into his puppet. Only why one servant amounted to something, and even then, he isn't sure if they are loyal. Its dark eyes continued to scan through the book, and then it saw it. If one were to fuse with the power of the red moon, the rarest of all the moons, one can achieve power that is considered on par with even the strongest deities. However, attaining his power is considered otherworldly, and even the most powerful gods can't perform the ritual necessary to achieve this goal. Many souls are required to complete this ritual, and even then, the ritual might fail and drive the user mad. Strategies for this idea have stretched as far back as I can think, but nothing I can fathom works. It is probably best to say that the red moon will always be the taunting image of power for all beings. The being's power started to release through the archives, making the walls shake, the books fall over, and the beings still inside the hollow halls collapse from the pressure. This was it. He now had the means to create his new era. Beware, great ones, I'm coming for all of you. All I need is a puppet. The being took the book, and soon a dark portal opened. He walked through the portal and left the archives in darkness. Izalith. In the ruins of the once mighty Chaos Tree, something started to stir below, a faint aura. Then a hand reached out of the trees and emerged to the broken floor of the once prominent building. This figure was a slender woman with a dark hood covering her head. They groaned at the pain they were in, but after a few seconds they could hear the pops in different parts of her body. Standing to her feet, she looked up at the dark sky. Huh, so did it work? She scratched her head. I figured that would work, I mean the flame fused with Gwen. She tilted her head. Did I do something wrong? Did I mess up some process? Sighing, the woman put her hands above her head and groaned. Oh well, if this age of fire continues then great, if not then it was a waste of time. But either way my job in this land is done. I should probably head out. She hummed, maybe I should venture back home, not the shattering has already happened. Meaning returning there might draw people to my side sooner than I like. We still haven't found a proper lord yet. She crossed her arms. It was always weird for them to be a woman, just the feeling of having female parts was unusual. But she would say that it wasn't an unwelcome feeling. Then again there is those people. She smirked, the land of shadows is still untouched due to Marika being sealed. Which means there is a land ripe for the pickings. She put her hands above her head and looked up. First I will see if I can find other candidates, and if not, then I guess returning home to comfort the poor souls of the horned people wouldn't hurt. She laughed. Either way she was going to find the one. The true frenzied lord. Walking out of the Izalith city, she could only hum a soft tune, swaying back and forth and enjoying the quiet that had spurred from the annihilation of this land. Catacombs. The undead blacksmith was working on his weapons, and he couldn't help but touch the spot where his head used to be. These days he wondered where his precious head had gone. It was true that he didn't need it to see and do his job, but he did miss the idea of having eyes. Touching things in his setup, he knew what he was reaching for and what he was hitting. It was years of hard work and talent that gave him this level of insight. But he still mourned the loss of his head. He remembered the day that it showed up. Flashback. The skeleton blacksmith had gotten a box delivered to him by some of Nito's skeletons. Apparently they had picked it up from a caravan that was trying to use the caverns as a means of moving illegal goods. But they didn't get too far in the process, and now they had all this junk. Not knowing what to do, he just ordered them to dump it in a corner and then return to their master. He didn't have any love for Nito. If he could do his job, he would continue to exist. Even if the lord he served had no interest in him. Working on a new sword, he put it on the ground before hearing something shuffling. Turning around, he saw the box that was brought in moving. Slightly pushing against the frame to make the box heave side to side. Curiosity getting the better of him, he stood up, walked to the box, and pulled off the top. His eyes, if he had them, would have widened. Inside he saw a black armor set. One that had the head of a wolf, he guessed, with a single red eye focusing in on the surroundings. The armor was bulky and gave off a sinister vibe. The armor was hunched over due to the constrictions of the box, and the mouth of the armor was moving on its own. Before he could react, the armor swung its hand out, a claw hand striking his head and then nothing. Flash back end. He had to admit, this was quite a shock to him. He had never seen anything like that before. Something that could move on its own without a sign of a host or a controller. Moreover, he couldn't even sense the soul of the armor, meaning that it had no soul. Which is impossible. Nothing alive didn't have a soul, even the skeletons in the underground had one. But he didn't, and after taking his head he could faintly hear the armor rushing into the cavern. Cutting through the skeletons in the cavern halls and escaping to the surface. It was more than 50 years ago, 50 years after Manus had been defeated. He had tried reporting this to Nito, but he didn't care, he just asked not to have his sleep disturbed again. From that point, he soon forgot about the armor, but every once in a while he wondered where it went off to. What it was doing now, and what the hell was willing it to move forward. With said armor it was moving through the lands and cutting down and devouring everything it can find. From the undead souls that were lingering in the cities, the countryside with all the monsters and demons, and even the coastal line with beings like the Hydra. All of them falling prey to its voracious appetite. Their bodies and souls being devoured by the creature in a fever pitch, and the more he was eating the stronger he was becoming. In time, his power was growing to an unprecedented level. Its mind only had one focus. Devour all things. Make sure it is satisfied and then eat some more. The appetite of the monster was to be feared, and the dark red hue that was coming out of it, another thing many would come to fear. A howl was released, and the armor took off once more, searching for more prey. Lands between. Marika, the immortal queen, she hung loosely on a cross of her own imprisonment. Her body loosely hanging from the cross and slowly falling apart. All because of her actions all those years ago. Shattering the ring might have been rash, but she had to do it. There was no other way, it was going to happen. This way at least the ring could be put together later. No one knew the truth. Not that she was going to tell them, but she knew the truth about this ring. The horrors that it would bring and the power it radiated. She knew more about the ring than anyone could possibly imagine. She had thought achieving godhood would end her woes. She would finally be free from the chains that were binding her as a child. The same chains that forced her kind into be slaves for those horned monsters. Being experimented on, being put into jars, being sacrificed for their own studies and beliefs. Nothing more than glorified cattle. She grew to resent the horned people, how they didn't even value them. How without horns they were seen as inferior beings. Nothing more and nothing less. And if they can't summon spirits, then they were worth even less than that. She hated the feeling of being powerless. But then she met someone, or more specifically something. And then her life changed for the better. She managed to free her people from the suffering of the horned people. Ending their tyranny on the lands and breaking free from the fate that was supposed to be hers. But it turned out that she was still being used. The Elden Beast, it controlled her, and she wasn't allowed to think for herself. She was ordered to do as it requested, and the more she disobeyed the more Radagon was put in charge. He eventually was able to break away from Marika and sire children of his own. Hearing this, the beast ordered his return, marking the horrors of birthing 3 more children. Marika had tried to love all her children, but she couldn't help her distrust for them. All being pawns, being treated as nothing more than vessels to suit their means. Radagon, her second husband and her other half, treating her as nothing more than a tool. Even threatening to take over permanently if she didn't fall in line. Something she resented, as she was the real one, not him. Dragons started attacking more often, the slaughtering of the giants, the defeat of the other kingdoms. And the belief that they must invade the lands beyond their shores, bringing down the full might of their kingdom. She tried to stop them, but nothing she did worked. Then she made the ultimate choice, and after doing so, she shattered the ring, cutting off the power of the Elden Beast. Ending its control over the land, but also creating chaos. For her crime she was imprisoned inside of the Erd Tree, with Radagon being the sole line of defense for any that dared to enter. Over time she grew to wrest her position, but at the same time it allowed her to dream. That is when she saw it, another consort, her one true consort, he was coming. When he did, she would be free. Truly free to live her life as she pleased, and she wanted this more than anything else. She told her children about it when she had the dream before the shattering. But now the dreams are all that hold her together. Come for me, my consort, free me. So, I may finally have my family back. Her eldest child flashed in her mind, and she could only allow a single tear to fall to the ground below. She only prayed he would forgive her. Shores of Anor Londo. Naruto had to admit, gathering everyone on the ship was easier than expected. Everyone had agreed going to Boletaria was the best choice, and with them sending a letter to the people of the swamp, more would come to join them. Over time they would be able to give them a second home away from their current one. A bonus, but more so, the rest of them felt it was time. Time to move away from the bad memories, more away from the horrors that they saw and went through, and to finally write their own chapters outside of the control of Gwen. Guinevere was one of the first to join him, stating she was ready to finally find her own place in the world. Stating that staying with him would ensure she finds it, making Quelaag growl and her mother narrow her eyes. She shot them a smirk, not that he noticed, and this caused some tension for a while. The witch opted for this as well, stating that staying would only be a bad memory for her, and plus, she found that going with Naruto, who was her savior, was a great thing. She could even get closer and allow him to have a taste of a bona fide MILF. Something that annoyed Guinevere, who threw lightning at her, and she retaliated with fire. Naruto learned the sisters wanted to go because one wanted to be with him, Quelaag, another wanted to stay with her family, Quelana, and the last one just wanted to get away from the memories and make a fresh start, Ketava. The last one was the same for the three of them, but they had other motivations. Laurentius believed it was for the best to head to a new land, hoping that his flame could be put to better use in the long haul. Maybe even bringing in new believers. Sif followed as she was following the person that saved her in the past and freed her master's soul. She had no regrets in her life, but she wanted to make sure this time she was there to fight alongside those that were fighting for her. Andre and the giant both wanted to find new lands to explore and see how their skills as blacksmiths hold up against others. But the giant stated that his main reason was that he wanted to continue to serve the royal family, so following Guinevere was in his interest. Naruto then asked Priscilla about her reasoning, and she stated she wanted to stay close to her mother, which got her a big hug from her, and she was wanting her people to find their own place like he promised. He agreed and promised them she would get a home for them, but on the condition of spending time with her mother from time to time. She agreed to this, stating she had a lifetime to catch up with her. On top of that, Gwendolyn gave him the painting, though it was shrunk down for easier carry. Naruto appreciated and then put the painting on the ship, careful not to put it anywhere it could be damaged. The firekeeper had agreed to join them, just wanting to find a new land to call home and find a more peaceful life. However, there was one person that wouldn't be joining them. Gwendolyn, there is nothing left for you here. The man smiled. I know, but this is still my home. I have an obligation to it. I wish to see it through to the end. Naruto shook his head. You're free though. Free of Gwen, free of the duties for the capital. Free to choose how you live. And I choose to live like this. Gwendolyn put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. I appreciate the gesture, thy friend. But I choose to live like this. I want to find a semblance of peace, that I did everything I could for the future. Helping those in times of need and ensuring they never feel alone. If that means just guiding them until the dark claims us, then so be it. Guinevere walked up to her brother and stared at him sadly. Don't be like that, sister. Gwendolyn smiled at her. I'm happy to know that my niece and my sister are on the path of finding their own places in the world. Hopefully making a big mark on the world and helping everyone you can. Like you always wanted to. Gwendolyn bowed to her. Know that as your brother, thy wish is to see this come true. If that happens, then I can be happy for you. Guinevere quickly hugged her brother. She had tears streaming down her face. She had been separated from him for so long, and now they were going their own ways. She wanted him to come, but she knew, just like her, he wouldn't budge. Please brother, stay safe, and if you need anything please contact us. Gwendolyn returned the hug, with Priscilla soon coming over. Then wrapping herself warmly against him. Thank you, uncle, for thy read stories to me while I was in the painted world. I heard them all and I have truly cherished the memories. She smirked. Please continue to guide and promise we shall meet again. Gwendolyn started feeling tears streaming down his face. I promise. The two women pulled away and kissed his cheeks before boarding the ship again. You shouldn't lie to them. Gwendolyn sighed. But it eases their minds. I can live with that. Naruto shook his head. It will come to haunt you in the future. But I pray that you live a long life, friend. I will. Naruto hugged the man and whispered. Don't ever hesitate, call for us. I will try. Turning from the man, he walked onto the ship. He would never call, he knew it in his heart, but he didn't have the heart to say it. Gwendolyn would never allow it. His priority was to protect what remained of his family. Meaning he would sacrifice himself if it meant protecting his sisters. He didn't like it, but he would accept it, for now. The bridge to the ship lifted and soon the boat departed from the shore and off into the direction for their new home. Naruto stared out at the sea and tears went down his face. I wish you were here, Solaire. A hand gently touched his shoulder. I will always be there, Naruto. Just like the others. Naruto turned his head and saw nothing. He smirked. Praise the sun. He held his hand in the same motion that Solaire did when praising the sun. Now, begins the next journey. Kurama inside of the seal could only ponder what was waiting them in the future.